Chapter 1473 The Heaven-Suppressing Source. Luo Jinan was startled. The Long Chen in front of him exploded into flame runes. It was a fake. Then hearing Qi Yunao's hysterical roar, he immediately turned back to see that at some unknown time, Long Chen had appeared in front of the heaven-suppressing magic sect's ancestral statue. The pot in his hand was already raised. There is nothing in this world that I, Long Chen, don't dare to do. With a cold smile, Long Chen's arm muscles bulged, and the pot grew gigantic as it smashed into the statue. The entire statue instantly crumbled. No, Qi Yunao's expression completely changed. His eyes almost popped out. The instant the statue broke, he seemed to age countless years. As for Luo Jinan, when the statue exploded, the divine light around him faded and his runic sword vanished. A wave of weakness washed over him, making him almost collapse to the ground. His body was twitching. He was shocked to find countless wrinkles appear all over his skin. Looking at his own hands, he found that he was now skin and bones, like an elder on their deathbed. All his essence blood had been sucked away. How could this happen? Luo Jinan suddenly felt the world around him start spinning. He fell to the ground and never stood up again. The flames of his soul had been extinguished. Even as Luo Jinan died, he didn't understand why it had happened. The truth was that this divine blessing was a kind of sacrifice. Hence, Luo Jinan had unknowingly offered his qi, essence, and soul to the statue in exchange for temporary overflowing power. But when the statue broke, his life withered along with it. Oh, there's still a formation. Once the statue broke, Long Chen managed to see a cave in the ground below it. Within the cave was a 300-meter divine pool. This divine pool was filled with flowing runes. It was almost like lava, and it released terrifying fluctuations. When he saw the divine pool, the Feng Fu, Aliath, Life Fate, Enlightenment Palace, and Divine Gate stars began to rapidly revolve, as if they had become excited. Is this something they need? Long Chen was delighted by this find, and he reached out his hand. The divine liquid transformed into a current that directly flowed into his primal chaos space. Long Chen, you dare to take the heaven-suppressing source? I will. Qi Yunao roared furiously, but he was unable to find any words to threaten Long Chen with. This divine liquid was not an actual liquid. This was the heaven and earth divine spring that the heaven-suppressing magic sect had accumulated over tens of thousands of years. It was a strange kind of energy. It could not be absorbed directly, nor could it be refined into pills. But this spring was something that decided the rise and fall of a sect. It was a condensation of a sect's karmic luck, hence, it could not be lost no matter what. If it was lost or destroyed, then that sect's karmic luck would completely disappear, and the sect would disappear from the world sooner or later. Seeing the heaven-suppressing source be taken away, Qi Yunao's head nearly exploded. He almost fainted. When Long Chen destroyed the heaven-suppressing magic sect, when he killed the disciples, those didn't represent the death of the sect. If the buildings were destroyed, the sect could be rebuilt. If the disciples were gone, new ones could be recruited and groomed. After all, this was the heaven-suppressing magic sect, and it had countless businesses in the outside world. Some of their disciples were out there carrying out their duties, so their inheritance hadn't been completely severed. As long as they had time, as long as they had resources, the heaven-suppressing magic sect could slowly recover. There was still hope. However, now that Long Chen had taken away the heaven-suppressing source, the heaven-suppressing magic sect had lost all its karmic luck. Bad luck would plague the heaven-suppressing magic sect until it completely vanished from this world. The cultivation world would no longer have a heaven-suppressing magic sect. Qi Yunao was the current successor of the heaven-suppressing magic sect. For the sect to be destroyed while it was in his command made him feel worse than if he were killed. Long Chen, there's not much time left. Long Chen had just taken away the divine liquid when he heard Evelmoon's voice in his head. He hastily rushed over. Taking a deep breath, his 108,000 stars revolved and his 4 qi surged. All his spiritual yuan instantly poured into Evelmoon. The void trembled as black qi erupted into a huge whirlpool. The divine light from the violet gold soul-devouring staff was sucked into the black whirlpool, which diverted into the ground. A bottomless pit appeared. As for Long Chen and Evelmoon, thanks to the diversion, they slipped away. The black mist slowly faded, and the warm sunlight shone down once more. Yet, the original beautiful scenery had completely vanished. Everything within tens of thousands of miles had been destroyed, and this land was in complete disarray. Ah, seeing this ruined scene, Qi Yunao let out a wolf-like howl. He painfully swung his head several times before opening his eyes. He hoped that this was a nightmare, that it was all an illusion. But when he reopened his eyes, he still saw the same thing. Long Chen, I, Qi Yunao, swear that if I don't kill you, I'm not human. As Qi Yunao roared, the violet gold soul devouring staff unleashed blinding light, and terrifying divine pressure shook the void. Space twisted, and Long Chen fell from the sky. This place was a desert, far from the heaven-suppressing magic sect. All of his energy had been sent into Evilmoon, which had allowed for a one-time long-distance transportation. Long Chen collapsed on the ground, feeling like there wasn't the slightest bit of energy anywhere in his body. You got benefits too. Why did you have to take all my energy when we ran? Asked Long Chen. Dragonbone Evilmoon had definitely benefited greatly from the violet gold soul devouring staff. But when it ran, it used all of Long Chen's energy, sucking his spiritual yuan dry. That was very unfair. Considering how weak you are, just cooperate. You're already at a great advantage, so you have to pay a price for that advantage. That's the only real way to be fair, said Evilmoon. Long Chen was silent and didn't retort. When he asked himself if that was true, he found that he truly did have a great advantage. If it hadn't been for Evilmoon, he wouldn't have been able to charge into the heaven-suppressing magic sect on his own. This time, he had relied on external power to take revenge. Although it was very satisfying, he didn't like that feeling. Evilmoon's power wasn't his power, and it was very dangerous. If there was one day he grew dependent on it and Evilmoon ended their cooperation, both his combat power and will would weaken greatly. Evilmoon, how strong is the violet gold soul devouring staff? Asked Long Chen. How strong? Stronger than you could possibly imagine. In truth, this was very dangerous. That little fellow called Qi Yunao, he was too careless. If he had sensed the danger from the start and directly summoned the blessing of the ancestral statue, using the power of his sect's karmic luck, you'd have died today, said Evilmoon. On the other hand, that was also thanks to Long Chen. Before entering, he had told Evilmoon not to release its aura. That was to lower his opponent's guard. That was why Qi Yunao had felt that the black saber on Long Chen's shoulder was at most an ancestral item. That was the mistake that caused him to suffer such a miserable loss. Evilmoon might not say it, but it truly did admire Long Chen's intelligence. If it hadn't been for the flame clone and Long Chen's ability to misdirect his opponent's direction, he wouldn't have been able to trick the corrupt dwarf. Then he wouldn't have been able to stab Evilmoon into the corrupt god's skull. This time, he had once more used his wits to escape a fatal tribulation. That was no coincidence. How were your gains this time? Asked Long Chen. Decent. Last time I got an ant, and this time I finally got a piece of meat, said Evilmoon. It was pleased with its harvest this time. Long Chen finally understood why the difference between divine items could be so great. The corrupt god's skull was on the same level as the reincarnation mirror, but when they were compared to the Xuantian Tower or the violet gold soul devouring staff, the difference was immense. Long Chen, are you afraid of me killing you once I get stronger? Asked Evilmoon suddenly. You don't have that ability. Long Chen slowly sat up and brushed off some sand. After resting for a bit, he felt much better. HMPH, you're so confident. Snorted Evilmoon. My confidence doesn't just come from Sovereign Yunshang's seal. I have my own power. In truth, I've wanted to test whether the primal chaos bead could kill you multiple times now. Long Chen's lips curled into a smile. As his cultivation base increased, his control over the primal chaos bead strengthened as well. He was the ruler within the primal chaos space, and nothing could resist him. This idea was something he had been thinking about since he had gone out to subdue Evilmoon. However, Sovereign Yunshang had made things simple, so Long Chen never had a chance to use the primal chaos bead to handle it. HMPH. Evilmoon snorted and began ignoring Long Chen. After resting for a bit, spiritual yuan finally began to circulate through his body once more. Only at this time did his mind enter the primal chaos space. He looked around for the divine liquid he had obtained, but he was shocked to find that it was gone. Long Chen jumped in shock. How could something be lost in the primal chaos space? There were no signs of it entering the ground, but it had truly vanished. He went through every corner of the primal chaos space, even going through the black soil, but didn't find the slightest trace of it. Suddenly, his mind fiercely shook. He hastily looked within it. When he saw the scene inside his mind, he jumped in shock again. He saw a large mass of divine liquid floating in front of the divine gate star. Countless runes within the divine liquid had formed tiny streams that were flowing into the divine gate star. The fist-sized divine gate star had now grown to 3 meters, and it was only growing gradually. As it circulated, his spiritual space rumbled. A powerful pressure was growing. It seems that I've found the correct way to condense the divine gate star. Chapter 1474 Shaking the Eastern Zon region. This divine liquid from the heaven-suppressing magic sect was formed of countless tiny runes. They surged like lava. Those tiny runes were constantly being absorbed by the divine gate star. At the same time, the Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Fate, and Enlightenment Palace stars began to undergo huge changes. Mist enveloped the stars, making it impossible to see the changes happening within. This heaven and earth divine spring that they had called the heaven-suppressing source was an existence that symbolized their karmic luck. Each sect had a similar spring. As it represented their karmic luck, observing it allowed others to determine whether a sect would flourish or decline. The more there was, the more the sect would flourish. But when it grew sparse, it signified the sect was starting to decline. At that time, the sect would have to raise its alarm. The divine spring was a way to measure a sect's rise and fall. This kind of thing sounded mysterious, but it truly existed. When a sect was established, it would have to establish this divine spring. The first generation founder would send in a trace of their own soul into a formation. That was the primer which condensed heaven and earth's chi flow. Following that, the divine spring would be formed. That meant that the sect had received the recognition of heaven and earth, and could flourish on the martial heaven continent. But there were many experts who had wanted to establish their own sects but hadn't received the same recognition. Unable to create a divine spring, there was no way for them to establish their sects. Of course, without the divine spring, they could force it and still create the sect. But all those sects had miserable endings, and they vanished like smoke, their people penniless and dead. Without condensing the divine spring, there was no way to create a connection with the chi flow of the world. It was like establishing a sect without a foundation. It could be destroyed at any moment. There was no way it would last past 3 generations. They were not recognized by heaven and earth. So all sects whose inheritances had lasted had their own divine springs. However, the difference in power between sects was different, so their divine springs were all different. But in any case, there was an iron law in this world. If a sect's divine spring was fully sucked dry, that sect would quickly vanish like smoke in the wind. This world would no longer have that sect's name again. Even if hundreds of thousands of years passed, it was impossible to create a sect with that name again. The laws of heaven and earth would not permit it. It would be impossible to create a divine spring for that sect. In other words, having lost their divine spring, the heaven-suppressing magic sect had lost their foundation. They would quickly vanish from this world forever. Destroying the divine spring was destroying the foundation of a sect. On the martial heaven continent, unless the enmity between two sides had reached a peak, no one would dare to do such a thing, as it was just too vicious. Furthermore, no one would really want to do such a thing. One reason was because a sect's divine spring would definitely be guarded with their greatest power, while another reason was that it didn't bring them any benefits. Even now, no one had found any uses for it other than a symbol for a sect's rise or fall. No matter what you tried to hold the divine spring in, it would slowly fade away once removed from the source. It would merge back with heaven and earth. In other words, it didn't have the slightest use. But when Long Chen took it into the primal chaos space, it actually ran over to his mind sea on its own and began to be absorbed by the divine gate star. All 5 stars resonated. Long Chen could clearly sense them growing stronger at a rapid pace. That speed was over 100 times greater than when he crazily consumed medicinal pills. That was why his eyes were now shining. He could clearly feel his body undergoing a transformation. Although he didn't know what exactly that transformation was, he could feel himself rapidly getting stronger. The divine gate star was like a gluttonous wolf enjoying a feast. But this feast was so large that it couldn't devour it in one gulp. It needed to absorb it slowly. You destroyed my Xuantian Dao sect, so I destroyed your heaven-suppressing magic sect. Are you happy now? A ruthless light appeared in Long Chen's eyes. Even now, he was unable to expel his hatred. It's too bad I couldn't get the truth out of Qi Yunao. I don't know how connected this matter is to me. Even the 9-star hegemon body art wasn't able to figure out the truth of this matter. Long Chen sunk into thought. While at the Xuantian Dao sect, he had calmed himself down and used the 9-star hegemon body art to look back into the past. But he had still failed. At first he thought that he was too angry and unable to calm himself down, but now he realized he was wrong. Even if he was infuriated, that shouldn't affect the 9-star hegemon body art's capabilities. That was because the 9-star hegemon body art was not something to be cultivated calmly in any case. Long Chen sighed. After seeing the Xuantian Dao sect destroyed, he had been consumed with his rage. His killing intent had practically taken over. But after destroying the heaven-suppressing magic sect, he finally regained control of himself. The heaven-suppressing magic sect's violet gold soul-devouring staff was so powerful. Even Evilmoon was only able to stall it for an incense stick's time. Then the equally famous but defensively oriented Xuantian Tower should have been able to protect itself. At the very least, it should have been able to escape while protecting others. And with Li Tianxuan's intelligence and decisiveness, he definitely wouldn't foolishly fight head-on like Long Chen. He would definitely think of a way to escape. But even if the Xuantian Dao sect had managed to escape, it had to have taken miserable casualties. He had sensed boundless resentment where the sect had been. That was left over from people who had died. All lifeforms longed for life. When their life was forcibly ended, they would naturally feel resentment and unwillingness. As for the enemies that had attacked, they had clearly been prepared for a long time and planned a thunderous strike. They had definitely been terrifying experts. And so following that logic, the ones who had died at the Xuantian Dao sect had to be the Xuantian Dao sect's people. No matter how amazing Li Tianxuan was, there was no way he could protect everyone. It would be amazing if he could even protect a portion of the elite disciples. Those outer sect disciples and workers had probably been mercilessly slaughtered. It was because he had sensed that boundless resentment that Long Chen's killing intent had soared out of control. Without even thinking about it, he had charged into the heaven-suppressing magic sect. Clearly, only Qi Yunao and that Vice Alliance Master of the Martial Heaven Alliance's Eastern Branch had known about this matter. Regretfully, Luo Jinan's soul had extinguished, and Long Chen hadn't even had a chance to soul search him. He felt a bit of regret. If he had brought Meng Qi with him this time, then with her help, he would have been able to learn the truth much faster. But the Dragonblood Legion was in the midst of rapidly getting stronger. He didn't want to go through the pain of the spirit world battle again, so he didn't want to disturb their advancements. Just one painful experience was enough. After recovering about 20% of his spiritual yuan, Long Chen took out a map and determined his position. He began going towards the eastern Zan city. But before going, he had no choice but to change his appearance. At first, he also planned to change his robes. Black was too conspicuous, but then he decided against it. Black was his favorite color. The Xuantian Dao sect and the heaven-suppressing magic sect had been destroyed. This news would shake the eastern Zan city, and perhaps the entire Central Plains. Long Chen was preparing to secretly investigate this matter. This matter had come too suddenly. He guessed that the heaven-splitting battle sect had no idea about this matter. Otherwise, they would have been the first to leap out for the Xuantian Dao sect's vengeance. This was too bizarre, but now that he had calmed down, he thought of his best option, the Huayan sect. He had to find Zheng Wenlong. Zheng Wenlong was the only one who could help him now. With the Huayan sect's vast network, not even a blade of grass could escape their eyes. They should be able to provide him with quite a bit of information. Having decided upon that, Long Chen quickened his footsteps. Starting today, his path had become even more difficult. But he had no fear. The news of the Xuantian Dao sect's destruction had originally been sealed thanks to the corrupt path. The outside world hadn't learned about it. But the news that the heaven-suppressing magic sect had been destroyed spread like wildfire. In just a few hours, the entire eastern Zan region learned of it. It was at that time that the news of the Xuantian Dao sect's destruction also spread. As expected, the eastern Zan region was greatly shaken. People didn't even dare to believe this news. Countless sects sent people to investigate the matter. They went to the heaven-suppressing magic sect and saw the land was completely destroyed. When they saw the ancestral statue broken, the divine spring broken apart, they all gasped. This was too vicious. Whoever had done this had completely destroyed the foundation of the heaven-suppressing magic sect. There would never be a heaven-suppressing magic sect in this world again. I heard it was done by Long Chen. During the battle, there was someone in the distance who recorded it with a photographic jade. Although they were too far and the image is blurry, you can hear them talking. There's also Long Chen's unique divine ring. It should be accurate. How is that possible? Long Chen destroyed the heaven-suppressing magic sect on his own. Are you joking? No one dared to believe that a single Jade Core disciple had used their own power to kill a sect that had descended from the ancient era. The heaven-suppressing magic sect was an existence that had even survived the Dark Era. For it to be destroyed by a Jade Core disciple, it was naturally unbelievable. But that blurry recording quickly spread through countless photographic jades. A chaotic uproar spread throughout the entire eastern Zan region. Long Chen actually destroyed the heaven-suppressing magic sect on his own. Could it be that the destruction of the Xuantian Dao sect was done by the heaven-suppressing magic sect? Otherwise, why would Long Chen repeatedly say that this was for revenge? Countless people began to make guesses as to what twists were behind this story. For two huge sects to have been successively destroyed was hard to accept. For a time, many sects began to shiver in apprehension, especially those sects who had once been enemies with the Xuantian Dao sect. Chapter 1475 Treacherous Scheme. The eastern Zan city was flourishing just as it had before. Waves of pedestrians flowed through the streets. Just the transportation formations had thousands of people lining up. Long Chen had just reached the eastern Zan city when he saw hundreds of experts in front of the transportation formation he was on, investigating everyone who was entering the city. There was a huge sign at the front, and the image of a person had been drawn on top of it. What uniform lines, what bright colors. Even this person's expression, bearing, and emotion is captured so vividly. I dare say that this painter was an absolute master. Seeing the painting, Long Chen couldn't help saying some words of praise. The person depicted on the sign was himself. The color, the details, they were all captured perfectly. Even Long Chen felt praise for the artist. It truly looked just like him. Hey, do you not want your life anymore? That person's a devil who kills without batting an eye. If you want to die, then don't bring me down with you. The man in front of Long Chen in the line turned back to glare at him. I was just commenting on the art. Based on your words, this handsome, heroic person has quite the story. Long Chen couldn't help feeling that this was funny. That person's expression changed, and he glared at Long Chen before actually going out of the line and getting back to the end, looking like he was avoiding a plague, as if just being near Long Chen would infect him. What? Seriously? Long Chen startled. How had his words provoked such terror? Little brother, you should be quieter. Don't find trouble for yourself. Let me tell you, those people up ahead are all bastards. Even if there's nothing wrong, they'll find something wrong. If you say anything regarding that person, they'll immediately investigate you, whispered the man behind him. It's not like I know the person in the picture. Why would I be afraid? Asked Long Chen. The person looked up ahead, and seeing they were still several miles from the front of the line, he seemed to feel that this distance was safe enough for him to say, "Little brother, I can tell you have no experience with the world. What matters isn't whether or not you know that person. What matters is how much you have in your pocket, understood?" I really don't understand. Ah, youngsters, you just haven't suffered enough. Do you know who that person in the drawing is? Please tell me. This person's so handsome and carefree, a clearly remarkable hero, someone who can hold up the heavens and the earth. Stop, stop. If you start talking like this, I'll also join the line at the back, said that person helplessly. He was also afraid of being implicated. At this time, there were already several people near them in the line that had run to the back again, clearly wanting to distance themselves from Long Chen. On his way here, Long Chen had thought through many things, and he felt like Li Tianxuan and Wild should still be safe. Furthermore, having taken a bite out of the violet gold soul-devouring staff, he felt much better. He was more relaxed, which allowed him to joke around with this person. Alright, fine, I won't say anything. Big brother, tell me, what's the story behind this? Long Chen directly gave this person a small jade bottle. The person was startled. He took the bottle, and sweeping it with his divine sense, he found a top-grade 9th-tier medicinal pill. He was ecstatic, but he was smart, and that delight only flashed for a moment on his face before being suppressed. Now he felt that this inexperienced rookie was someone who had to come from an extremely shocking background. Most likely, he was someone with high status from a supreme power who had come out for experience. That was why he didn't understand the way the world worked. However, the way he spent his money was shocking. This one medicinal pill was worth over half his total wealth. Don't get any ideas. Although I don't know much, someone like you is unable to swindle me, said Long Chen, a touch of disdain appearing on his face. From that person's gaze, he had seen greed and craftiness. This person had actually started to view him as a fat sheep. Did his fake appearance really look like a spoiled young master? Long Chen made his gaze sharp. This person now felt like two sharp blades were piercing his heart and seeing through his thoughts. No, it was a misunderstanding. I wouldn't dare to have such thoughts. The person hastily shook his head. Sweat dripped down his forehead. He felt like a death god was staring at him. As long as Long Chen wished it, he could kill him. Speak. What exactly is going on? I only just came out for experience, so I don't know what's happening in this secular world. If you explain it properly, there might be a reward, said Long Chen, boasting shamelessly. Since this person thought he was a young master, he could just act like a young master, someone who knew nothing about the world but was actually an extremely powerful existence. At least then an idiot wouldn't try to scam him. Yes, of course, it seems you're not someone from the Eastern Zon region, or you'd definitely know who this terrifying existence is. That person hastily began to act sincerely. Don't try to guess my background. If you refuse to say, I'll just find someone else, said Long Chen impatiently. This person really viewed him as an idiot. He actually wanted to bait out information from him. Yes, I'll speak. Seeing his impatience, this person hastily put away those thoughts and pointed to the painting. That person is a terrifying Yama king who has killed countless people. I suppose you know of the 3 great heavenly sects. 2 of them were recently destroyed by him. 2. This time it was Long Chen's turn to be shocked. Yes, this person's name is Long Chen. He is a genius amongst geniuses, the most terrifying genius of the Eastern Zon region. However, after going to the spirit world, an evil weapon took control of his mind, turning him into a devil. He kills anyone he sees, whether they are friend or foe. As soon as he returned to the Xuantian Dao sect, he destroyed his sect, killing his masters and fellow disciples. Even the sect itself was turned into barren land. At first, most people didn't believe it. But yesterday, Pill Valley, the ancient races, Corrupt Path, the ancient family alliance, the Bloodkill Hall, and countless other large powers came forward to confirm that Long Chen is under the control of an evil weapon. He's no longer the old Long Chen. He's a fiend who kills without batting an eye, and all of them have sent out a death warrant for him. Even the Martial Heaven Alliance participated in the death warrant, and they've summoned all the large sects to hunt him down for the Eastern Zon region's safety. And so, since everyone is hunting him down, the large transportation formations all have people screening them to make sure Long Chen doesn't come, said that person. Without even realizing it, Long Chen was clenching his fists tightly. Although he did his best to control himself, he couldn't hold back his fury. This was clearly a despicable and shameless attempt at framing him. It was a scheme the ancient races, Corrupt Path, and ancient family alliance had colluded to create. They were using Dragonbone Evilmoon to frame him for these criminal charges. Now the destruction of the Xuantian Dao sect had become something despicable that he had done. For them to say that he would do something like destroy his own sect and kill his elders, how could Long Chen not be enraged? It wasn't just the ancient races, Corrupt Path, and ancient family alliance. There was also Pill Valley, which had been silent for so long. They had also participated in this, coming forward with their special status to confirm he was a fiend. This was a huge scheme, and one without any solution. Right now, the Xuantian Dao sect was gone, and the Martial Heaven Alliance was also against him. That was what infuriated him the most. Furthermore, considering that the Eastern Zon region's Vice Alliance Master of the Martial Heaven Alliance had been at the Heaven-suppressing magic sect, Long Chen smelled a scheme. Now, he finally realized that the Martial Heaven Alliance had completely changed. It was no longer the fair and just Martial Heaven Alliance it had been in the past. It had taken him 2 days to arrive here. He could have come earlier, but he had waited to fully recover. Now his just suppressed rage soared once more. The entire world was now full of his enemies. Now that he learned this, his original confidence grew shaky. He was friends with Zheng Wenlong, and they had collaborated for a long time. They had a deep friendship, but could this friendship endure such a trial? That was difficult to say. Businessmen cared about profit. When the profits didn't match up to the danger, would he still collaborate with him? Zheng Wenlong was different from the Dragonblood Legion that had fought their way out of death together. Businessmen had to look at things from the viewpoint of a businessman. Otherwise, they wouldn't be worthy of being called businessmen. Long Chen now didn't know if he had made the right decision to come to the Eastern Zon region. If he made the wrong choice, he wouldn't just lose a friend, he might have consigned himself to eternal damnation. Just as he was lost in thought, that person continued, "In truth, this is all nonsense. Searching for Long Chen is just an excuse. This excuse has become a way to take other people's wealth." "Oh, why is that?" Just as Long Chen was asking this question, an uproar came from the front. "Release me, I don't even know Long Chen. You're framing me. This isn't fair." The person shouting was a young man wearing luxurious robes. He looked to be a Jade Core expert with a certain status. But now his voice was full of terror. "What a joke, everyone in the Eastern Zon region knows who Long Chen is. Your lying only makes it worse. Bring him away for a detailed interrogation. But you don't need to worry, we won't wrongly treat a good person. However, he also won't let off a bad person. You'd best cooperate," shouted a Life Star expert. It seemed he was the leader in charge of overseeing this region. "Do you see, this is all just a play. Long Chen wouldn't be so stupid as to actually come out after having done such a thing. He's definitely in hiding. Their goal in doing this isn't to capture Long Chen, but to simply target some people with decent wealth but not much of a background. If this fellow's lucky, he'll only lose all of his money. But if he's unlucky, he'll lose his life," said that person indifferently. It seemed he was used to seeing such a sight. So that's what it was. Now Long Chen understood that this was truly a way to rake in money. Without saying anything else, Long Chen tossed this person a bottle. Inside were 3 9th-tier pills, causing that person to repeatedly thank him. The information he had provided had been very useful. At the very least, Long Chen now knew how dangerous his current situation was. After taking this gift, that person ran to the back of the line, afraid of being implicated by Long Chen. Long Chen advanced with the line. He quickly reached the end, where a soul transformation expert reached out to touch his face to see if he had changed his appearance. Long Chen slapped that person across the face. "Fuck your mother, do you think you can touch my face?" Chapter 1476 Trial of Friendship. Long Chen's slap sent the soul transformation expert about to touch his face flying. He spun through the air, his bloodied teeth flying. Everyone jumped in fright. The people in the line all retreated, afraid of being drawn in. "Brat, you're asking for it." Long Chen's unexpected attack enraged the experts carrying out the investigation. One of the Life Star experts immediately stepped forward, slamming a palm towards him. The terrifying pressure of a Life Star expert crashed down. This pressure made it difficult for soul transformation experts to breathe, while others were unable to move, their faces pale as paper. But shockingly, his wrist was suddenly caught. Long Chen had ignored the Life Star expert's pressure to capture his hand. The Life Star expert was shocked. He felt like his hand was caught in an iron pincer. He felt great pain, but when he tried to pull back, he found himself unable to move. Long Chen kicked the Life Star expert in the armpit as he pulled on his hand, forcibly tearing off his arm. The Life Star expert only had time for a short cry at having his arm torn off when Long Chen's hand caught his throat. He was pale with terror and unable to speak. He didn't even dare to move. From Long Chen's hand, he sensed a mountain-toppling energy. It was extremely condensed, and if it was released, he would be blown to bits. Perhaps others couldn't sense it, but the Life Star expert could sense that his life and death would be decided by a single whim from Long Chen. First comes the left hand. After the left hand's done, then comes the right. Long Chen slapped the Life Star expert twice in the face. His head swelled, but instead of growing smarter, he felt like stars were spinning around his head. He was already completely stunned, and he was powerless to escape even when Long Chen switched hands. Seeing this sight, all the people lined up were dumbfounded. "Bastard, who do you think you are? Release him." At this time, another Life Star expert roared and unleashed his aura. A violet gold broadsword pointed at Long Chen, and powerful runes circulated around it. It was an ancestral item. This Life Star expert was the leader of this group. There were only 2 Life Star experts for the corrupt investigation here. He hadn't expected this youngster to immediately subdue his companion. Long Chen suddenly tossed out the dizzy Life Star expert in his hands. He coldly said, "Don't point your stick at me. Otherwise, you won't have a life anymore." Long Chen's actions only made this Life Star expert even more stunned. Originally he had thought that Long Chen wouldn't release him easily. But he simply let him go like this. It was like he didn't even care about him. As for the Life Star expert whose head was swelled up and now looked like a pig's, he finally regained his wits and roared, "Who are you?" Long Chen sneered and took out a golden tablet. He tossed it to him. The Life Star expert caught it, but his hand shook and almost broke just from catching it. Long Chen had tossed it casually, so he had also casually received it. But this resulted in Long Chen's power shocking him. The tablet was heavy, but when he saw the image and the words carved into it, his expression completely changed. "The Flame Divine Pa, shut up, since you know it, don't you think you should hand it back to me?" shouted Long Chen, interrupting him. The Life Star expert's expression changed several times. In the end, he handed the tablet back to Long Chen. After taking it, Long Chen hung it on his waist and coldly said, "We've received orders to come here to hunt down Long Chen. The real experts have already been mobilized and created an inescapable net. You people should reserve yourself. Don't make things hard on us. After all, now that we're participating, I don't want to see anything that could damage our image. Otherwise, HMPH, you'll receive the strictest punishment, understood?" "Understood, please do as you wish." The other Life Star expert hastily apologized, gesturing for Long Chen to continue onwards. Long Chen nodded and left. The others all stared at his back, all shocked. Just who was this person? "Brother Zhao, who was that?" asked the Life Star expert who had been beaten badly. "He's a golden plate warrior from the Flame Divine Palace. You really were unlucky. We can't provoke Pill Valley." The other Life Star expert helplessly sighed. Pill Valley actually mobilized the golden warriors of the Flame Divine Palace. Isn't it said that the golden warriors are all on the level of rank 9 celestials? That's why you had no ability to resist. Your defeat is simply natural, so don't worry about it. He thought that the reason the beaten Life Star expert had been captured by Long Chen so easily was because of the suppression of heavenly Tao pressure. But in reality, the beaten Life Star expert hadn't felt any such thing. In his state of confusion, he didn't even remember sensing any heavenly Tao energy. All he remembered was that this person had been absolutely terrifying and capable of taking his little life at a whim. Isn't Pill Valley supporting us? Why would they send out their golden warriors? Who knows? We're unlucky to run into him. Whatever, we'll just have to reserve ourselves. There's only half a day until we hand over our duties. Yesterday, the Qilin sect got so many fat sheep, but we only got a few thin sheep before encountering this person. How unlucky. But we had to pull in so many favors to get our authority today. The pig-headed Life Star expert was a bit unwilling to do this. Most likely, those favors included large bribes. They still hadn't made back that initial investment. There's no way around it. Who would have thought that the Pill Valley that initially only verbally supported us would send out their golden warriors? This means Pill Valley is very likely trying to use this opportunity to kill Long Chen and shake the martial heaven continent with a show of their power. After all, it was because of Long Chen that Pill Valley was disgraced, and then that Long San caused complete chaos within Pill Valley. It should be about time for them to show the continent that they're not weaklings. We'll just have to count ourselves unlucky. If Pill Valley's mobilizing their power, they'll definitely take the main stage. Little people like us will have to endure. The other Life Star expert sighed again. Ordering his subordinates to continue investigating, he made special attention to tell them not to touch the fat sheep. Long Chen passed through the checkpoint forcibly with the golden tablet. But he didn't feel the slightest joy. This golden tablet was something from Pill Valley's Heaven Dragon Flame region. It had come from the dead Ku Dajong. Back then, Long Chen had thought it was some kind of treasure, and so he had taken it while running from the Aldeval monster. But in the end, it had just been a status tablet, and so he had randomly tossed it into the primal chaos space without thinking about it. He didn't even know what the golden warriors were. All he knew was that this matter had Pill Valley's shadow behind him, and so this was a test. And this test showed Pill Valley had truly participated in it. In other words, Pill Valley had already recovered from the blow that Master Long San had given them. Did that mean the radical faction had recovered from the verge of death? But that didn't seem too lightly. The radical faction had lost all its power. It should be next to impossible for them to regain power. He couldn't figure it out. This was one point that he was uneasy about. Just how deeply was Pill Valley involved in this? If they were just participating in name, if they were only saying that he was a devil without actually doing anything, then it would be fine. But suppose that Pill Valley wanted to pull one over the ancient races, corrupt path, and ancient family alliance by killing him before they could. This would show off their power for everyone and protect their status as the overlord of the continent. When he had first heard that Pill Valley was involved, he hadn't thought too much about it. But after seeing this golden tablet intimidate those people, he looked at things at a deeper level, and saw a bigger problem. Pill Valley had always been the overlord of this world. They definitely wouldn't allow anyone else to stand above them. In fact, they wouldn't allow someone else to stand on the same level as them. But now Long Chen's matter had shaken the eastern Zon region. If Pill Valley didn't take a leading position in this manner, it would make their prestige fall. So whether they were being active or passive, they would have to show up sooner or later. And once they did, they would definitely be coming in the most domineering and tyrannical manner possible. Fine, I admit I didn't think this through thoroughly before. HMPH, this is quite a bit of pressure. Long Chen took a deep breath. Now he had done it. The ancient races, the corrupt path, the ancient family alliance, the martial heaven alliance, Pill Valley, they were all targeting him with their full power. Surrounded by enemies. Interesting. Whoever wants to go against me can come. Time to see if the Huayan sect wants to join them or join me. Long Chen calmed himself down. Since he was surrounded by enemies already, there was no need to think that much about it. Just thinking about it wasn't going to get him out of this. It would just rattle his heart. It was still the same thing. In front of absolute power, all schemes were useless. This was the case right now. There was no way his intelligence could get him out of this. He could only put his life on the line. But before doing that, he wanted to know who was his enemy and who was his friend to prepare himself. Hello, may I ask who? Long Chen entered the largest auction house belonging to the Huayan sect in the eastern Zon city. As soon as he entered, a pretty attendant came to greet him. Tell Zheng Wenlong that an old friend from the eastern wasteland urgently wishes to see him. Long Chen put emphasis on urgently. Long Chen was brought to a private room. Inside it, he simply sat with his eyes closed, not moving. It was like he was meditating. In another place in the building, Zheng Wenlong was looking at a wall, his eyes unfocused. Behind him was the attendant who Long Chen had given his message to. Do I see him? Do I not? Zheng Wenlong clenched his fists, caught in a struggle. Chapter 1477 The Business Tao. Zheng Wenlong stared at the wall silently. He was at a huge turning point in his life. What he decided would determine his future. Have him wait a bit. I will quickly go to see him, said Zheng Wenlong finally, seeming to have made his determination. Yes. The attendant left. Zheng Wenlong slowly stood until he was right in front of the wall. He pressed down on a protrusion on the wall. The wall slowly opened, revealing a large room. This room had a circular curtain of light constantly revolving. Zheng Wenlong walked up in front of the curtain of light. He stood there for a long moment before finally reaching out into it. Fluctuations came from the light, and a figure appeared. Zheng Wenlong respectfully knelt on the ground. Disciple Zheng Wenlong greets sect master. The figure inside the curtain was an elder sitting cross-legged. He had white hair but a rosy face like a baby. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes looked old and a bit turbid. However, they were extremely peaceful, as if he wasn't the master of a sect, but a kind elder. This seemingly ordinary elder was the Huayan sect's master, one of the top figures of the continent, someone on the same level as Pill Valley's master. He was the Huayan sect's master, Hua Mingshang. However, this incredibly powerful figure looked like an ordinary elder and even seemed very friendly. Child, have you run into some kind of difficulty? Hua Mingshang looked at Zheng Wenlong. Through the curtain of light encouragingly. I'm sorry, sect master. I wish to leave the Huayan sect. Zheng Wenlong knelt on the ground, his head to the ground, not daring to look at Hua Mingshang. Oh, why? Hua Mingshang's voice was still calm. I have a friend in trouble. I need to help him, but I don't want to implicate the sect or its millions and millions of members. Since ancient times, it has always been difficult to choose between loyalty and righteousness. I also have difficulty choosing, but with Long Chen in imminent danger, I have to act regardless. So I hope that you can accept my feelings toward the Huayan sect. If there is another life, I will definitely become a disciple of the Huayan sect again and repay your favor. Toward the end, Zheng Wenlong's voice was choked with emotion. The Huayan sect was his home, and it was also his faith. He truly didn't want to leave. Deserting the loyal was disloyal, but ignoring a friend in trouble was unjust. Anyone would have difficulty choosing. The current Zheng Wenlong was not the Zheng Wenlong who Long Chen had met back at the beginning. He was now a large figure with a powerful status. He knew many things that he hadn't known before, and so he knew just how dangerous Long Chen's current predicament was. It was because he knew it that he didn't want to draw the Huayan sect into it. He was prepared to help Long Chen on his own. That way, his actions would be unrelated to the Huayan sect, and he wouldn't need to worry about implicating the Huayan sect. Child, first of all, you should get up. Hua Mingshang smiled faintly. Disciple does not have the face to raise his head. Zheng Wenlong still kept his head to the ground. Foolish child, you are a devout follower of the wealth god, but you still don't comprehend the true essence of the Huayan sect. Let me ask you, what is every disciple of the Huayan sect? A businessman. And what do businessmen exist for? For profit. Then tell me, has your collaboration with Long Chen been profitable? It has. And if you continue your collaboration with Long Chen, will you obtain even more profit? If he lives, the profit will naturally be limitless. Then isn't that all? Businessmen pursue profit. Helping Long Chen is getting more profit. Why would you need to leave the Huayan sect for this? Your actions have not infringed on the Huayan sect's rules, nor have they gone against our faith. Why would you need to do this? Asked Hua Mingshang. But this time, there's Pill Valley, the ancient races, the corrupt path, the ancient family alliance. Forget about them for now. What you need to remember is that you are a businessman, and you must operate your business in good faith. As long as your clients do not break off the collaboration, then as long as there is still profit to be made, you cannot break it off yourself for selfish reasons. That would be a breach of contract and a violation of the doctrines of the wealth god, said Hua Mingshang. But, Zheng Wenlong finally raised his head to look at him. Hua Mingshang smiled. Child, there are no buts. The business Tao is also one of the heavenly Taos. We steadily advance by following the wealth god's directions and conducting our business honestly. All your misgivings are simply the thoughts of a child. No matter how high your intelligence is, can it surpass a god's? Disciple wouldn't dare to compare himself to the wealth god, said Zheng Wenlong hastily. Then why are you questioning the wealth god's intelligence? I wasn't. I understand. I know where I was wrong. Zheng Wenlong was about to quibble when he suddenly came to a realization and became delighted. Not bad, your comprehension is truly good. Remember, no matter what you do, as long as you act within the restrictions of what the wealth god has commanded, you are following the wealth god's directions. If you feel doubt, fear, or misgivings, it's simply because you lack faith in the wealth god. We are humans, not gods. And a god's intelligence isn't something we can reach. In fact, how do you know that Long Chen's arrival here isn't thanks to the wealth god's guidance? Said Hua Mingshang with a thought-provoking light in his eyes. I understand. Many thanks for your guidance. Zheng Wenlong was extremely grateful for this. All right, you can go. As long as you act in accordance with the wealth god's directions, you are in the right. No matter what happens as a result, I will be there to support you, said Hua Mingshang. Long Chen sat cross-legged. Eventually, he opened his eyes and stood. It's been an incense stick's worth of time. Since Zheng Wenlong has no time, I'll take my leave. The attendant standing beside him became awkward, not knowing what to say. It's not that I have no time. It's just that I almost made a grave error during this time. At this moment, Zheng Wenlong walked in. You can go. I will talk to him alone. He sent away the attendant. Long Chen sat back down. Looking at Zheng Wenlong, he said, to tell you the truth, I'm very happy that you came. Of course, I came. It was just a matter of how quickly I could get here. Zheng Wenlong's old confident smile had returned. Thank you. Long Chen finally smiled. Zheng Wenlong's arrival meant that Long Chen hadn't misjudged him. Although he was a businessman, he was a hot-blooded man inside as well. No, you shouldn't act so courteous with me. It would make us seem like strangers. The regular saying is that talking about money will hurt friendship, but to the Huayan sect's disciples, talking about friendship is what will hurt money. It seems I was right to come here. You were prepared to stand together with me. No, I'm not standing with you, but on the side of money. You are my precious client, and I need to protect you. That's the way to get the most profit, said Zheng Wenlong solemnly. Long Chen nodded. Although Zheng Wenlong was acting as a businessman, Long Chen could see his sincere emotions. He was glad he had such a friend. Zheng Wenlong had never disappointed him, not in the past, and not now. I want to know everything that happened in the Eastern Zan region while I was gone. Of course, the most important thing is the Xuantian Dao sect. Does it still exist? And who participated? Long Chen went straight to the point. Here, I've already prepared the information for you. Zheng Wenlong handed Long Chen a stack of papers with various things recorded on it. The Xuantian Dao sect's destruction came too suddenly. The corrupt path announced that it was done by them, but it's not so simple as that. You can look through this. This is everything that was gathered by our intelligence network. Long Chen flipped through the pages one by one. His expression gradually darkened. Zheng Wenlong explained, the corrupt path constituted the main force, but there were several accomplices. The heaven-suppressing magic sect was only one of them. According to the traces left behind on the battlefield, there were at least 5 divine items that went against the Xuantian Dao sect's divine items. Amongst them was the corrupt path's corrupt god skull, the heaven-suppressing magic sect's violet gold soul-devouring staff, and the ancient race's heaven-reaching divine drum. As for the other 2 divine items, because the spatial fluctuations were too intense and their auras were somewhat similar to the Xuantian Tower and the Reincarnation Mirror's auras, it's temporarily impossible to determine which divine items they are. A battle involving 7 divine items is rare, even on the entire continent. At the very least, such a large-scale battle hasn't occurred since the last Dark Era. Long Chen nodded. He went through all the information listed. This information was based on an analysis of the battlefield where the Xuantian Dao sect had once been. It also had the information about various sects and what they had been doing around the time that the Xuantian Dao sect had been destroyed. The majority of sects had acted completely normal. But after the Xuantian Dao sect had been destroyed, the Vice Alliance Master of the Eastern Branch of the Martial Heaven Alliance went to the Heaven-suppressing magic sect, and Pill Valley also became lively during this, with quite a few powers sending experts to communicate with them. Although these things didn't directly prove anything, Long Chen could see a grand scheme. The Xuantian Dao sect's destruction was the result of many powers working together. Zheng Wenlong said, "This is all I know. Long Chen, now that you are surrounded by enemies, what are you going to do?" "This much is enough. At the very least, my head is clearer, and I know a few of my enemies now. As for what I'm going to do, I don't know yet. I want to figure out whether or not anyone from the Xuantian Dao sect survived first. Based on the evidence, there were too many divine items at that time, and the chances of the Xuantian Tower escaping are low. However, there are also no signs that it was destroyed. That is why some experts have deduced that the Xuantian Tower might very likely have been forced into the chaotic flow of space. Perhaps it'll never come back again." Chapter 1478 Bad News and Good News. The chaotic flow of space. Long Chen's heart immediately sank. The chaotic flow of space was the space between 2 worlds, and it was filled with countless spatial blades. Even Life Star experts would be instantly torn to bits. Even if the Xuantian Tower was present to protect them, once they were lost in the chaotic flow, they might never return. This was the worst possibility, but Long Chen had to accept reality. Facing the attacks of 5 divine items that came out of nowhere, there was little that the Xuantian Tower could do. That kind of power could destroy the world. There was no way it could escape, especially considering that this was something their enemies had been plotting for a long time. If the Xuantian Tower had really been forced into the chaotic flow of space, then even if it could resist the spatial blades, it would run out of energy eventually. Killing intent raged within Long Chen. No matter how carefully he acted, he had still ended up implicating the Xuantian Dao sect. In the spirit world, to protect the forest of life, he had become mortal enemies with the ancient races, corrupt path, and ancient family alliance. With his opponents having to pull out after a miserable loss, they had decided to destroy his home. Without the Xuantian Dao sect, he was alone, facing a world full of enemies. Like this, they could find a million excuses to kill him. No one would speak up for him. Long Chen felt himself to be a star of disaster. Wherever he went, disaster would follow. Thinking of Li Tianxuan, Wild, and the others lost in the chaotic flow of space, his killing intent raged. "Brother Wenlong, is there any way to find them? I don't mind paying the price," asked Long Chen. Zheng Wenlong shook his head, sighing, "This isn't something you even needed to ask. You already know the answer. The chaotic flow of space was too powerful. Anything that was lost in there would have difficulty ever getting out. Sometimes, you might even accidentally enter a foreign world, never to return. If the Xuantian Tower had entered on its own, then perhaps there would be some chance of it returning, but at that time, it had been forced in under the sneak attack of 5 divine items. Even if it was claimed to be number 1 in defense, it must have been heavily injured by that sneak attack. In that kind of situation, the best it could do was bitterly endure within the chaotic flow of space. It was powerless to break through into the world, so things did not bode well for the Xuantian Tower. Long Chen unconsciously clenched his fists so hard that they creaked. He felt powerless. He had no way to find the Xuantian Tower, let alone save them. He felt like he was going insane. It was his first time feeling like brains were absolutely useless. Brains, intelligence, they didn't have the slightest use here. Long Chen, don't worry too much. At the very least, according to what I know, the Xuantian Dao sect's heaven and earth divine pool has yet to dry up. That means the Xuantian Dao sect still exists, comforted Zheng Wenlong. How do you know that? Long Chen was surprised. This is actually a very simple law. People have tested it. After condensing a divine pool, when people carve the name of the Xuantian Dao sect within it, they will find that it's still possible to carve it down. The name will then slowly fade away, signifying that the Xuantian Dao sect still exists. If the Xuantian Dao sect was completely dead, it would be impossible to carve the name. The divine pool simply wouldn't be acknowledged by heaven and earth. Many sects have used this method to determine the Xuantian Dao sect still exists, said Zheng Wenlong. It still exists. Good. This is the best possible news for me. I actually didn't think of such a method. Long Chen instantly relaxed a great deal. It had been a week since the Xuantian Dao sect's destruction. If the Xuantian Tower was still enduring at this time, it meant there was a good chance it could survive until Long Chen could find some way to save them. This was truly just the news he needed to raise his spirits. Brother Long, what are your plans now? If you need any help, just ask. I'm prepared to put a large investment in you, promised Zheng Wenlong solemnly. Ha ha ha, just the fact that you can see me without worrying about offending all those powers is enough to make me endlessly grateful. I rarely admire anyone, but I admire the way you conduct your business. Hopefully, our business can last a lifetime. Long Chen smiled. He had obtained a pleasant surprise here. He had been right to come. In the eyes of the outside world, businessmen only invest money. But an investment in friendship is actually the most important investment. I've already gotten huge returns from my investment in you, which further proves that such an investment is the greatest. The profits only continued to soar thousands and millions of times. Zheng Wenlong smiled. Zheng Wenlong was truly a generation's marvel. He had the courage to invest in someone like Long Chen. He was even willing to leave the Huayan sect for the investment he had made. That wasn't something just anyone was capable of. However, Zheng Wenlong didn't mention that. This kind of investment didn't require him to emphasize what he had done. That would simply make it appear fake. I'll remember this. I came here mostly for news, and now I've obtained that. If you could help me out to keep track of any movements in the Eastern Zon region, that would be helpful. I can see my goal clearly now. Since they want my life, I won't let them have it so easily. For now, I'll let the ancient races and ancient family alliance act arrogant. The power structure within them is too complicated. They are both large alliances, and I don't know which particular members within them are the ones who targeted the Xuantian Dao sect. So, I'm going to start with the corrupt path. I'll slowly investigate who directly participated in the attack, and once I'm sure, I'll start my revenge, said Long Chen. The ancient races and the ancient families were both composed of tens of thousands of individual powers. Their internal structure was extremely complicated, and not every power within them was bad. Long Chen wasn't a slaughterer, and he couldn't treat them all as one for his vengeance. Leaving that matter for Zheng Wenlong to determine would be the best, but Long Chen couldn't wait. He was going to use the bloodiest method to shake the Eastern Zon region. Anyone who participated in the attack against the Xuantian Dao sect would have to pay the price in blood. While Zheng Wenlong investigated this matter, Long Chen couldn't simply lay there idly. He was preparing to raise his blade toward the corrupt path. He didn't need to have any misgivings even if he destroyed the entire corrupt path. Brother Long, Zheng Wenlong hesitated. Long Chen laughed and patted him on the shoulder. I know, I won't make things hard on you. He knew what Zheng Wenlong's issue was. Zheng Wenlong couldn't provide him with confidential information about the powers the Huayan sect conducted business with. Therefore, he couldn't provide Long Chen with confidential information about the corrupt path, as they had business with them. Telling Long Chen such secrets would be against the rules. However, Long Chen didn't need this information from Zheng Wenlong. The Xuantian Dao sect had some secret information of their own regarding the corrupt path. At the very least, they knew where some strongholds were located. From the start, Long Chen hadn't expected to force Zheng Wenlong to tell him these things. He understood Zheng Wenlong. Although he cared a great deal about their friendship, he was someone with principles. He followed the wealth god, and he couldn't do anything that betrayed his faith. What Long Chen wanted to know wasn't business secrets. Such things couldn't be told to him by Zheng Wenlong, or it would offend many people. Furthermore, this matter also involved Pill Valley, and it might provoke the endless battle between the two of them. Zheng Wenlong didn't want to implicate the entire Huayan sect just for his friendship. If Zheng Wenlong left the Huayan sect before telling Long Chen these secrets, that would be a different story. Even if others learned about it, it would be the conduct of one person, not the Huayan sect. However, after Hua Mingshang's advice, Zheng Wenlong had retained his status as a disciple of the Huayan sect. He helped to answer some of Long Chen's questions and provided some resources for him, but Zheng Wenlong couldn't betray his sect. "Do you need any other help?" asked Zheng Wenlong a bit apologetically. It seemed just information-wise, he wasn't able to help Long Chen that much. "For now, I don't need anything. But don't worry, when I do, I won't stand on courtesy. Ah, speaking of which, I have some large business that I wonder if you dare to receive." "What business?" "Just some pills that came from Pill Valley. Well, more accurately, it's the entire private stock of Pill Valley. Do you dare to take this business?" asked Long Chen. "You? Damn, so, it was you." Zheng Wenlong stared at Long Chen with shock. He instantly connected him to Long San. "Some of these medicinal pills have Pill Valley's marking on them. I trust you have a way to remove them. However, this matter is very big, so I have to ask if you have the courage to swallow this big piece of meat." Zheng Wenlong smiled bitterly. "This isn't meat, this is a giant dragon. I need to ask the higher-ups. This is too big. This was truly too big. If Pill Valley learned of this matter, they would definitely think that Long San was someone the Huayan sect had sent to Pill Valley. Then Pill Valley wouldn't hesitate to launch a decisive war against them. That wasn't something Zheng Wenlong wanted to see. Zheng Wenlong left for a bit before quickly running back in excitedly. "I've asked. You can leave the medicinal pills behind, and the Huayan sect will help you get rid of them. However, due to the high danger, we will be taking an extra 30% cut of the profits." "Is that all right?" That was naturally fine. There were many medicinal pills that Long Chen couldn't even use. If he kept them, they would just rot in his hands. For the Huayan sect to only take an extra 30% cut made him feel that they truly had a conscience. Long Chen handed Zheng Wenlong all the medicinal pills. Zheng Wenlong offered to show Long Chen the historical sales of these pills to make him understand how much money he might earn, but Long Chen declined. He didn't have the time. Leaving the Huayan sect, Long Chen found a concealed place to remove his disguise. With his real appearance, he appeared in the middle of the eastern Zan city. "Aren't you all looking for Long Chen? Well, I've come." Chapter 1479. Disdainfully looking down on others. When Long Chen first walked out of a small alley, no one noticed. But very quickly, startled cries began to ring out. They couldn't quite believe their eyes. But then they confirmed that they weren't just seeing things. The wanted criminal of the entire eastern Zan region was actually in the eastern Zan city. Long Chen. He actually appeared. What's he doing? Is he provoking all the powers in the eastern Zan city? That's way too arrogant, right? Is he trying to defy the heavens? An uproar exploded, spreading throughout the city. And yet, Long Chen ignored it all. He started walking straight down the main central street. This was the most bustling road in the city. It went from one end of the city all the way to the other, and it was where people were the most concentrated. Following Long Chen's arrival, more and more experts flocked over to confirm that the reports were true. When they saw that black-robed man arrogantly walking down the road, they were incomparably shocked. In the entire eastern Zan region, the most famous person was Long Chen. Even the light of Empyreans was drowned out by him. Seeing him, these experts all felt their hearts pounding with fear. That was because the rumors were that Long Chen had destroyed the Xuantian Dao sect and the heaven-suppressing magic sect. Although no one had witnessed the Xuantian Dao sect's destruction, someone had been recording the destruction of the heaven-suppressing magic sect, and his divine ring had been visible. Now that he appeared in the eastern Zan city and they saw he was only at the peak of the Jade Core realm, they didn't know whether or not they could believe that. A Jade Core disciple could destroy two grand sects. Whoever had come up with that was trying to test the limits of humans' imagination. The huge road was packed with experts. But wherever Long Chen went, they parted like he was a demon. Long Chen, you traitor. Do you still have the face to come out after destroying your sect and killing your masters? If you have the slightest conscience, you'd kill yourself right here to wipe away your sins. Shouted a soul transformation expert from the crowd. Seeing that this wanted criminal was only at the Jade Core realm, several people began to add in their insults. This was only encouraged when Long Chen acted like he didn't even hear that person. He simply continued to walk forward. This person is the devil of the Eastern Zon region. He's wanted by everyone. Don't be afraid. If you kill him, all the various large powers will reward you with an ancestral item. Attack together. A soul transformation expert suddenly raised his saber and left the crowd to attack. He was a rogue cultivator with decent power, but his head wasn't very good. He thought that a single shout would make the crowd follow his lead. He hadn't expected that not a single person would respond to him. Instead, everyone else retreated. He quickly reached Long Chen before putting on his emergency brakes. Only now did he realize he was alone with Long Chen. His soul almost fled out of terror. He was right in front of Long Chen. In that instant, he felt like he was facing a merciless devil, and he was struck dumb. His saber was simply raised in the air, but he didn't dare to slash it down. Only once he approached Long Chen did he realize that this seemingly ordinary youth was giving off an extremely strong air of death. It was like Long Chen wouldn't even need to move to kill him, like a single thought could end his life. He had never encountered such a terrifying person. He stood there in terror, paralyzed with fear. He quivered, wanting to leave but also not daring to move. And Long Chen walked past him just like that. His saber was just a few inches from Long Chen's face, but Long Chen didn't even seem to see it. He continued walking forward just like he had been the whole time. What a coward! Mocking voices could be heard from amongst the crowd. Now facing Long Chen's back, this person was provoked by their insults, and his saber suddenly stabbed toward Long Chen's back. Just as his saber was about to pierce Long Chen's back, a hand caught the tip. Long Chen pushed back ever so slightly. That soul transformation expert instantly blew to bits. As for his saber, it transformed into countless metal fragments that spun through the air. A soul transformation expert was killed without Long Chen turning around. Not even the rhythm of his steps had changed. He looked like he had just swatted a fly. How vicious! Long Chen, aren't you worried about your retribution for such viciousness? Shouted a distant someone in the crowd. Not only was this person hiding in the crowd, but he also made sure to stay a great distance away, so no one could tell who was shouting. Exactly. Long Chen, you're no longer a disciple of the righteous path. You are purely a fiend who slaughtered your own sect. We will kill you. Everyone, attack together. Stop this fiend. The news that Long Chen is here will quickly spread, and powerful experts will be coming to put him in his place. Another person wanted to make everyone else attack. But this person hid in the dark without daring to move, unlike the first person. Long Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. These people were nothing more than a mob. They only knew how to shout obscenities and put on false bravado. Long Chen, you really are brazen to act like this in the Eastern Zon city. Do you think there's no one in the Eastern Zon region who can handle you? Just at this moment, a Life Star expert appeared. He was tall, with an even taller spear in his hand and a manifestation circulating behind him. He was a rank 7 celestial. Senior, quickly kill Long Chen to clean up the righteous path. Don't kill him, capture him alive. Then make sure to make him feel the pain of all his victims. Pull out his soul and burn it for 1,000 years. Someone who would destroy their own sect should never be allowed to enter the cycle of reincarnation again. This rank 7 celestial was giving off great pressure. As for the spear in his hand, it emanated the powerful aura of an ancestral item. Ancestral items could only unleash their full power in the hands of Life Star experts. His arrival caused the crowd to start screaming for Long Chen's death. Their righteous indignation was like Long Chen had destroyed their sects too. In truth, they had no enmity with Long Chen, but they were jealous of him, and so they resented him. None of them was a world-shaking genius like he was. They were simply ordinary, unable to become a world-shaking genius, unable to become the brightest star in the sky. They decided that being able to get another genius killed through their righteous indignation was also quite good. Personally witnessing a genius be killed gave them a sense of accomplishment. In the secular world, that was called hating the rich. Whenever such people saw someone else with more money or living better off than them, they would cry out injustice and be filled with envy and resentment. They didn't know and didn't care about how some of these rich people had been poor people who had worked for their money. They didn't care about how much pain and suffering these people had gone through. All they saw was their wealth. Instead of working to change their own lives, they just felt meaningless hatred and envy for those stronger than them. The secular world had such people, and the cultivation world had them as well. The higher your position, the more people that would be jealous of you. You would end up with personal enemies everywhere. Just because you stood in a slightly higher position, they were irritated and wanted to tear you down. This world was full of garbage people who never thought about working hard to increase their own height. Instead, they always felt that anyone who was in front of them should die. They never thought about how even if there was no one in front of them, if they didn't work hard, they would still be stuck standing in their original location. However, rather than advancing, they preferred that others couldn't advance. They didn't work hard, and they also didn't like seeing other people working hard. Even worse would be seeing other people reap the rewards of their hard work. These people shouting crazily had no enmity with Long Chen, but they were acting like he had personally killed their parents. Just because Long Chen's position was higher than theirs, just because his light was too dazzling, they were excited to urge on his death. People with shadowed hearts always hide in the dark. In the darkness, they curse the world for not giving them what they want, as if the world owed them anything. It's not that the sunlight doesn't shine on them, but that they ignore the sunshine so that their hearts are preoccupied with darkness. Perhaps for them, hurting others is the only way for them to feel a sense of meaning in their lives. Long Chen's lips curled as he looked at the experts crazily shouting. His expression was one of apathy and disdain. Long Chen, if you have any conscience at all, you'll immediately kneel and let yourself be captured. Don't force me to kill you, said the Life Star expert. His spear was raised in the air, and a huge spear image had appeared in the sky. A terrifying aura had locked onto Long Chen. This Life Star expert was very powerful and was on the level of a sect master. Furthermore, he was using a terrifying ancestral item. With his full aura released, the crowd hastily fled further away. They all hid behind buildings that were protected by powerful formations. Furthermore, these formations were all linked together into a grand formation that covered the entire eastern Zon city. Even an ancestral item's attack could be blocked by the grand formation. There is yet to be someone qualified to make me lower my head, not even the heavens. As for you, who do you think you are? Long Chen sneered and continued walking forward. He had no intention of stopping. The reason he had revealed his true appearance was to announce his declaration of war to the eastern Zon region. If anyone wanted to kill him, they could come. Bastard, since you want to act so arrogant, you can just die. The Life Star expert shouted, and his spear smashed down. Chapter 1481 Man, Alone. The terrifying spear crashed down, and countless experts peeked over their cover in order to personally witness Long Chen be killed. A huge pot appeared in front of Long Chen. The spear image crumbled into broken runes, and berserk chi waves surged out. The ground trembled intensely, and barriers appeared around the buildings. The barriers rippled as they were struck by the chi waves. However, this attack was too terrifying. The few buildings closest to the epicenter had their barriers broken, and the buildings were blown away. The experts hiding behind them were also sent flying, coughing up blood. The weaker ones were simply killed. Long Chen, how dare you kill the innocent? Don't blame me for being vicious to remove a scourge from the continent. The spear-wielding Life Star expert was shocked that Long Chen could block his attack. He immediately followed up with another. His goal was to crush Long Chen before he could run. That was because no one believed that Long Chen could have destroyed the heaven-suppressing magic sect with his power. He had to have used some kind of external power. In other words, he had to have some shocking treasure. Once he was killed, that treasure would have a new master. Although Long Chen was terrifying, they knew he was just a Jade Core disciple. A treasure capable of destroying the heaven-suppressing magic sect was definitely a one-time use treasure. There were stories of peerless treasures that could unleash apocalyptic power regardless of the user's cultivation base. However, all those treasures required a long time to charge their energy after use. Due to Long Chen's weak cultivation base, there was no way he was qualified to use a divine item, so the chances of this hypothesis being correct were very high. So even though Long Chen had destroyed the heaven-suppressing magic sect, the true experts didn't feel much fear of him. Well, most importantly, opportunity lay in danger. Whoever could kill Long Chen would be able to take his treasures, so this powerful Life Star expert had come out first. He was now an experiment for other experts watching. After one shocking attack, another even more powerful attack came. He pushed his ancestral item to its full power. I look down on garbage like you the most. Even if you want to push it, those people who were killed died to both our attacks. The blame is equally split. But you want to push all the blame onto me. It's annoying that you still need to make up a pompous excuse when you want to kill me for my treasures, sneered Long Chen, once more smashing his pot. HMPH, quibbling is meaningless. You despicable fiend, if you had simply allowed yourself to be captured, how could those people have died? Just face your death, shouted the Life Star expert, a whistling sound ringing out as his spear reached Long Chen. If garbage like you is still alive in this world, then why would I die? You can die in my place. Suddenly, Long Chen's divine ring appeared. 5 colors filled the sky, blowing away the clouds. Boom! A heaven-shaking explosion was unleashed as Long Chen's pod met the Life Star expert's spear. The Life Star expert was smashed away. As for his ancestral item, it actually shattered. Half the Life Star expert's body was also gone with it, including the hand that had held the spear. An undefeatable will appeared, one that could even suppress the will of the heavenly Taos. Is this real? The experts hiding in the distance were all shocked. That was an ancestral item. But it had been destroyed by this seemingly ordinary pot. The Life Star expert's expression completely changed. His arrogant appearance vanished, and he turned to flee. Don't be in such a rush. I'll send you off. The Life Star expert had just turned when a lightning arrow pierced through his broken body. He died, with even his Yuan spirit exterminated. I, Long Chen, am right here. If anyone wants to kill me, then come. But remember, my temper's not very good. Anyone who attacks should be prepared to be killed. Long Chen put away his pot and continued walking along the path. In truth, Long Chen had long since noticed several extremely powerful auras amongst the crowd. They were Life Star experts. However, they were comparatively smarter and not in a big rush like the spear-wielding Life Star expert who had just died. Because of the disturbance caused by this battle, all of the eastern Zan city was thrown into chaos. Countless experts rushed over, but they didn't dare to get too close to Long Chen. They maintained a distance that could allow them to run at any time and not be affected by any shockwaves from a battle. Long Chen, you traitorous demon, so what if you're powerful? Do you think you can fight the entire righteous path on your own? Shouted someone from the crowd provokingly, but he refused to show himself. I never take the initiative to be enemies with others. It's always others who want to be enemies with me. As for your suspicions of my capabilities, you can absolutely come over and test it instead of shouting like a wild shrew in the crowd, sneered Long Chen. That person's dislikable voice continued, Long Chen, you're too arrogant. A traitor like you actually has the face to live in this world. Your face must be incredibly thick. Your father and mother. As he spoke, his voice floated out strangely from different locations. Die. When he mentioned Long Chen's parents, Long Chen roared furiously. It was like the roar of a god shaking the land. Following his roar, over 100 miles away, behind a certain building, a thin and monkey-like man's head exploded. His corpse fell from the sky. He was the one shouting just now. He hadn't expected that Long Chen's spiritual strength was boundless like an ocean. By the second time he had opened his mouth, Long Chen had pinpointed his location and directly killed him with spiritual strength transmitted through his voice. The monkey-like man was a soul transformation expert and wasn't particularly powerful. But for Long Chen to have killed him while he was concealing himself so well, everyone else's expressions changed. All the people wildly shouting from the crowd turned pale and shut their mouths. After doing evil things, you don't even permit others to criticize you. Long Chen, you're clearly just feeling guilty. Everyone was shocked that someone would still speak, and they hastily looked for the source of the voice, only to see a middle-aged man with a large gourd on his back. He had a long beard and looked to possess some immortal air. It's the master of Gourd Island. He actually came here. This person was the master of his own power, which was equal to a sect. He was a Life Star expert with great fame. The violet gold gourd on his back was his power's core ancestral item, and it was extremely powerful. His arrival caused an uproar. I never care if others want to falsely accuse me of things. Your insults are nothing more than the farts of dogs. I can't be bothered to care. But if someone insults my family, then they shouldn't blame me for being vicious. As for whether or not I have a guilty heart, it's not your concern. You want to kill me for my treasures? Then come. You want to uphold justice? Then come. You want to raise your fame? Then come. Today, I'm walking to the end of this 10,000-mile road. I want to see if there's anyone capable of blocking my path, said Long Chen indifferently. As he spoke, Long Chen continued walking. The people in front of him all retreated, not daring to block him. You're too arrogant. No wonder you'd destroy your own sect without giving an explanation to anyone, shouted the middle-aged man. First, my arrogance is well known by the entire Eastern Zon region. Second, why would I give any of you an explanation? You're already sure I destroyed my own sect, so what's the point of explaining? Rather than playing such senseless games, let's talk openly. What happened to my Xuantian Dao sect is beyond your understanding. Whether you're greedy for my treasures or simply want to uphold justice, I don't care. But I'll just say this. I happen to have a belly full of anger right now with nowhere to release it. If anyone attacks me, they'd better be prepared to be killed, said Long Chen coldly. Long Chen had already walked several miles by now. The experts were parting around him wherever he went. Long Chen, tell me, did you destroy the Xuantian Dao sect? Are those rumors real or false? Suddenly, a woman's cry rang out above the crowd. Idiot, how could he admit to such a thing? He'll definitely say that he didn't. Who would believe him? Before Long Chen could even reply, a man from the crowd sneered. Long Chen smiled. You're right, since you know their rumors, you have the authority over whether you believe it or not. As for when you can't tell if a rumor is true or false, you should use your brain to think about it. What you hear is not necessarily true, and what you see isn't necessarily true either. So at that time, it will become apparent just how good a brain is to have. Unfortunately, many people don't have such a thing. The woman was startled. Long Chen hadn't directly answered her question, but the mocking in his eyes expressed everything. I believe you wouldn't do something like that. Those rumors are definitely false. She shouted suddenly. What nonsense. This woman's definitely Long Chen's companion. She was bought by Long Chen. Immediately, countless experts turned toward her furiously, cursing her. But her expression was still firm. Long Chen was also startled, and he halted. Oh, how are you so sure? Because you are Long Chen, the top genius of our generation. I believe you were wrongly accused, she said confidently. Long Chen, I support you. You definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Just at this time, another person shouted from a distance. Following that, quite a few people shouted along, agreeing with them. There were actually quite a few people supporting Long Chen, completely startling him. Chapter 1481 Book of Death. Long Chen was extremely surprised to see people supporting him. He wasn't friends with them, so he found it almost inconceivable. Long Chen, I trust you. From the eastern wasteland to the central plains, you fought countless bloody battles, putting your life on the line to protect your brothers and sisters without even frowning. You're the pride of us backgroundless people. How could someone who cares so much about relationships destroy their own sect? You're definitely falsely accused, protested someone. In just his few years since arriving in the Central Plains, Long Chen had fought consecutive large battles that had shaken the entire Eastern Zon region. In particular, the battles of the Eastern Sea, the Grand Sha Ancient Nation, and Devil Spirit Mountain. Now, his name was known throughout the Eastern Zon region. Long Chen had long since become an idol for disciples who came from ordinary backgrounds. Through his hard work, he had gone from an ordinary mortal to his current height. He had grown into a legend. Compared to those geniuses who relied on the power of their sect or the connections of their family, they felt more in touch with Long Chen and felt more admiration for him. It was just that compared to the experts who were jealous and thus resentful of him, they numbered far too few. Bastards, you've all gone insane. Do you want to support a murderous devil? Do you want to die along with Long Chen? Roared someone at the people supporting Long Chen. Thank you for your kindness. I'd ask that you no longer speak and back up a bit. It'd be best if you weren't splashed with blood. Long Chen cupped his fists to them. He didn't need their help. If they became too impassioned, they might draw the ire of others. If they were suddenly attacked by the crowd, in a chaotic scene like this, he wouldn't be able to protect them. He'd feel guilty to kill the people who supported him, so he just needed them to back up. He didn't want their help. However, their cries did comfort his heart slightly. This slight feeling of warmth was especially touching in this particular situation. Arrogant, stop right there. It's time for you to face your trial. The middle-aged man with the gourd suddenly vanished, appearing in front of Long Chen. Your first sentence was right, so I won't retort it. Your second one will be decided by your power. As for your third sentence, someone who can put me on trial hasn't been born yet. Long Chen smiled coldly and continued advancing, going straight toward the middle-aged man. Long Chen's voice was full of confidence, and he was determined to advance regardless of any obstacles. That confidence made his words undoubtable. Arrogant brat, since you refuse to change your ways, don't blame me for being vicious. The middle-aged man smacked his gourd, and its runes lit up. Rays of light shot out, transforming into millions of sharp blades. Each of these blades tore through space with an unpleasant screeching sound. The people spectating all felt a chill. The sharp aura coming from these blades made their skins turn cold. What a hypocrite. Whether or not I changed my ways, you would still attack, and as viciously as you could at that. If you want to attack, then just attack. Do you have to make up an excuse? Sneered Long Chen. He stamped down on the ground, flying into the air and smashing the pot down. The countless sharp blades were smashed apart by the pot. Those incredibly sharp swords were unable to damage this seemingly ordinary pot. That pot's definitely a priceless treasure. People stared at that pot with greed. HMPH, so what if you have a priceless treasure? How much spiritual yuan could you possibly have to use it with? Let me see how you plan to block my endless flying swords. The middle-aged man sneered, and an unending torrent of flying swords flew out of his gourd. He was actually fighting a battle of attrition with Long Chen. How shameless. The Grand Gourd Island Master is playing a game of attrition against a Jade Core disciple. If I were you, I would just kill myself out of shame. Cried someone from the crowd. The middle-aged man's expression became extremely unsightly, but he acted like he didn't hear as he couldn't get distracted. In truth, the person shouting was not on Long Chen's side. Instead, it was simply a matter of a spectator wanting to see more excitement. He intentionally provoked the middle-aged man to make him fight at full power. If a Life-Star expert planned on slowly exhausting a Jade Core disciple to death, the battle would be boring. They wanted to watch an intense clash. To these people, whether it was the middle-aged man or Long Chen who died, it didn't matter. All they wanted was a fun fight to watch. That was because even if Long Chen was killed, the good stuff he was carrying wouldn't be theirs anyway, so their attitude was quite normal. They didn't dare to provoke Long Chen anymore, but they didn't mind provoking this middle-aged man. Long Chen enlarged the pot, forming a 30-meter shield in front of him. No matter how those flying swords attacked the pot wasn't harmed in the slightest. Instead, the flying swords exploded one by one. Just like that, Long Chen continued walking forward. The middle-aged man rained down the flying swords, but he began to retreat. The sky full of flying lights was impressive looking, but he was unable to do anything to Long Chen. You dogshit island master, is the only thing in your gourd shit. Do you only have this much ability? If you keep retreating, won't you retreat all the way out of the eastern Zon city? Mocked someone impatiently. By this time, news that Long Chen was here had spread out of the eastern Zon city, and its 4 transportation formations were constantly being activated as countless powers began to send people here. More and more Life-Star experts were arriving, and soul transformation experts were no longer even qualified to get close. They could only retreat into the distance. Shut up, I'm simply trying to capture Long Chen alive. Li Qingshan, don't act so pompous. Roared the middle-aged man angrily. Even the Divine Wind Gates Master, Li Qingshan, has come. But why would he start arguing with that fellow as soon as he arrived? Wondered someone. It's nothing to be curious about. The two of them are rivals. Due to a mine, they've been going against each other for many years. Considering their enmity, insulting each other is simply natural, said an elder indifferently. This elder was also a Life-Star expert. Although he was on the verge of dying from old age, his eyes were still bright. This Long Chen really is a generation's genius. How could he possibly do something like destroying his own sect? It is really incomprehensible. Someone beside the elder shook his head. There are always 2 layers to a person's words. Even if a person believes what they're saying, is it really the truth? Who knows? The elder smiled slightly, but it was a bit contemptuous. The main issue is that Long Chen suddenly appeared here in the eastern Zon city, and it seems that he has no intention of fleeing. All the large powers will quickly arrive. Isn't he just asking to be killed? Someone else shook their head, unable to comprehend Long Chen. According to reason, a small disciple who grew up in the secular world and managed to reach such a height must be both smart and decisive, so this is really foolish. Or perhaps he has some other goal, wondered someone else. More and more experts were arriving, and flying boats were rushing over from every direction. Huge carriages appeared along with giant flying magical beasts, circling the sky. Experts had surrounded the eastern Zan city so that there was no way for Long Chen to escape. Long Chen continued advancing with the pot in front of him, while the gourd-carrying middle-aged man continued to retreat as he attacked Long Chen. He had no idea that Long Chen wasn't wasting any energy at all defending against him. The pot's innate defenses were more than enough to block his flying swords. However, just as he was advancing, he received a spiritual transmission. "Do you need help?" Long Chen smiled when he received it. A certain face that he recognized surfaced in his mind. He had only seen this person once before, and it had been in the Grand Sha ancient nation. This person's name was Yu Mingshan. Long Chen called him the Seventh Elder. Back when Long Chen had seen him then, the Seventh Elder had only been at the Soul Transformation realm. But now he was at the Life Star realm. "Seventh Elder, it's been a long time. Is Xiao Chen still well? Has she come out of seclusion?" Long Chen sent back a spiritual message. "Xiao Chen has already come out of seclusion, and she has managed to awaken the original devil sacred blood, giving her immense power. If you're in trouble now, then just say the word. My entire original devil race will come out in full force to fight for you," said the Seventh Elder as he hid in the crowd, using a secret art to communicate with Long Chen. "I don't need that yet. I'm intentionally drawing my enemies here. This time, I want all my enemies here in order to create the Book of Death," said Long Chen. "But will you be all right?" asked the Seventh Elder. Although he was in the Life Star realm now, seeing all these powerful experts gathered here still gave him a chill. "I'm fine. Everything's going as expected. It's not good for you to be exposed yet, so continue developing in the dark. If there comes a day that I do need your help, I won't stand on courtesy," said Long Chen. "All right then." The Seventh Elder stealthily left. In just the short time that they had communicated, several nearby experts had sensed their spiritual fluctuations. "Chu Yong, you're too useless. You can't even stop a Jade Core disciple. But don't worry, we'll come to help you out." Suddenly, 3 figures charged toward Long Chen, all of them Life Star experts. Everyone instantly held their breath. Chapter 1482 Let the Festival of Carnage begin. 4 Life Star experts were attacking Long Chen at the same time, along with 4 ancestral items. Blinding light and powerful pressure filled the world. "Long Chen, you are too arrogant. Are you looking down on all the heroes of the world? Today, you'll pay the price for your arrogance." A saber-wielding Life Star expert was the first to reach Long Chen. "You think you're the heroes of the world?" sneered Long Chen. As the pot blocked the attacks from the front, he turned around, sending out a single punch. Boom! A scale-covered fist smashed into the saber. Blinding light erupted. What? He blocked an ancestral item with his bare hands. Everyone was shocked, almost unable to believe their eyes. Ancestral items were immensely powerful. Only first-rate sects could possess them, and they would belong to the sect masters. But despite that, Long Chen had blocked an attack from an ancestral item with his bare hands. "In my eyes, you're all just garbage. The only difference between you is size." Long Chen suddenly sent out a kick at the saber-wielding expert's stomach. Horrified, the saber-wielding expert hastily pulled back his stomach. But by retreating like this, the power from his saber sharply dropped. Not good. He had only just reacted when the power behind Long Chen's fist suddenly exploded like a volcano. Boom! The Life Star expert almost lost his hold on his saber. The immense power sent him flying, and he hacked up a mouthful of blood. How? How is that possible? He beat him in one move. That's the sect leader of a first-rate sect. Is Long Chen really defying the heavens? Long Chen didn't know who that saber-wielding expert was, but there were quite a few who recognized him in the crowd. And because of that, they were so shocked. After sending him flying, Long Chen grabbed the pot. It explosively grew, and the sky suddenly turned dark. Boom! Boom! 2 ancestral items struck the pot, but the 2 attacking Life Star experts were blown back instead. Although they didn't cough up blood, their faces were pale from Long Chen's power. They had seen Long Chen fighting before they had joined in. But although they had been prepared, only once they personally attacked did they realize how terrifying Long Chen was. That pot's definitely a priceless treasure. If he didn't have it, he'd be dead, grumbled someone in the crowd. At this moment, the pot became 3,000 meters wide and smashed toward the gourd-carrying Life Star expert like a shooting star. This attack was a complete shock for that expert. Long Chen had spun through the air just to store up energy for this attack. As the pot fell, space twisted wildly, and intense rumbling rang out. The gourd-carrying Life Star expert's expression changed. In that instant, he felt himself being locked down and unable to dodge. Heaven and earth shaking gourd. He smacked the violet gold gourd on his back. It rapidly grew larger, and a vague aura of primal chaos appeared. It stood in front of him like a large mountain. Violet light exploded, covering the sky in violet mist. Heavens, the ancestral item was destroyed. Startled cries began to ring out from the Life Star experts. Their vision was the sharpest, and they instantly realized that the violet mist was the broken powder of the violet gold gourd. That gourd was the core weapon of Gourd Island. It possessed an extremely ancient history. Countless generations of island masters had nourished it, and ordinary ancestral items could not be compared to it. Even Life Star experts, as long as they don't have the heavenly Tao energy of Empyreans, can only release a limited amount of power from an ancestral item, thought Long Chen to himself. In the spirit world, when he had fought against Peng Wansheng, the latter had managed to unleash the full power of his ancestral item, causing the pot to crack. It had taken quite some time for it to recover. As for the enemies he was currently fighting, although they were Life Star experts and powerful celestials, they were not Empyreans. There was a large difference in the power that they could unleash from their ancestral items when compared to Peng Wansheng. Now Long Chen realized that the greater a person's heavenly Tao energy, the more power they could unleash from an ancestral item. As for cultivation base, it was a basic requirement for using an ancestral item. But heavenly Tao energy could cause a fundamental change in the ancestral item. Don't be in such a rush to leave. Let me send you off, said Long Chen. The Life Star expert whose gourd had just exploded felt like his head was splitting apart. He let out a mournful wail as he retreated. Perhaps it was due to the implications of having his ancestral item that was intricately linked to his soul destroyed, but he had lost his sense of direction. Instead of retreating in the opposite direction of Long Chen, he ended up going to Long Chen's left. Long Chen swung his pot once more, and the Life Star expert was struck squarely in the center of his body, exploding. At the same time as his body exploded, his Yuan spirit attempted to flee. But before it could get far, Long Chen raised his left hand and pointed a single finger. Thunder crackled. Lightning finger. A lightning arrow shot from Long Chen's finger, piercing the Life Star expert's Yuan spirit. A miserable cry came from him as his Yuan spirit exploded to dust. Long Chen bound the pot on his back and began to set off again, continuing his slow pace down the street. He acted like he didn't even see the three shocked Life Star experts behind him. This is too arrogant. All three Life Star experts had unsightly expressions. They were trembling from rage at being looked down on like this. They were all people with great statuses, but Long Chen was completely ignoring them. The young disciples in support of Long Chen were all clenching their fists, filled with worship and zealotry. They were people with ordinary backgrounds and ordinary cultivation bases. But these people all had dreams. They had dreamed of becoming someone like Long Chen countless times. Becoming someone who could reach the peak of the cultivation world without relying on any background. They were still young. They still had hope for their lives. Long Chen was their goal, and their idol. Now, even with practically all the Eastern Zon region's experts gathered, Long Chen was still walking calmly, treating all those experts as nothing more than thin air. Just how domineering was that? 3 experts on the level of sect masters were holding their weapons, trembling with fury. But they were still hesitating, not daring to attack Long Chen. They were a stark contrast from the fearless Long Chen. Long Chen truly appeared to be an undefeatable battle god who had come to walk the streets of the mortal world. No one could stop his footsteps. An incense stick's worth of time quickly passed. Long Chen had already passed the center of the Eastern Zon city. He was now heading toward a transportation formation near the city gates. The streets, the buildings, the air, they were all filled with countless experts silently watching him progress. But no one came to stop him. Fuck, what are you all waiting for? Long Chen is intentionally trampling on the dignity of all the experts of the Eastern Zon region. If we just let him leave, he'll create another legend. All the Eastern Zon region's experts are unable to block him. Are you willing to accept such humiliation? He's just a traitor who destroyed his own sect, a devil who slaughters friend and foe. As for you all, aren't you envoys of justice? Don't you even have the courage to stop him? If you let Long Chen peacefully walk out of the Eastern Zon region, it'll become the greatest humiliation of your lives. Roared a Life Star expert. This Life Star expert's roar ended up startling awake quite a few people. This was true. Long Chen was doing this to intimidate all the Eastern Zon region's experts. If they let him do as he pleased, none of them would ever be able to walk with their heads raised again. To be frightened to the point of not even being able to muster the courage to block a Jade Core disciple, the Eastern Zon region would become the laughingstock of the Central Plains. He's right, don't have any misgivings. We're all warriors of the righteous path, and our mission is to eliminate devils. For righteousness, for justice, for the Eastern Zon region's peace and unity, we definitely can't allow Long Chen to walk out alive. A Life Star expert, who seemed to be from the righteous path, wearing sapphire blue robes and a scholar's band, suddenly walked out and shouted, his voice full of bewitching power. We can't let Long Chen leave alive. Long Chen must die, otherwise, what would happen to justice? Righteousness. All sect master level experts, attack together. Slay this devil for the Eastern Zon region. Countless experts began to roar, and a terrifying pressure filled the air. In the distance, there were several large war chariots with magical beasts pulling them. They were all terrifying 11th rank magical beasts. Yet, they simply stopped in the air, silently watching what was happening here. The war chariots had formations present that blocked people from seeing who was inside. The people in the city were all waiting for them to attack, but the people inside the war chariots never made a move. The people in the city could no longer wait. Long Chen, you heinous fiend, today will be the day of your death. Over 10 Life Star experts attacked. At the same time, more Life Star experts behind them rushed over. All the experts with weaker cultivation bases retreated, afraid of being caught up in it. At this moment, dozens of Life Star experts surrounded Long Chen, blocking off all his paths of retreat. You should think this through. I'll warn you last time, those who attack me will have to pay a terrifying price. Long Chen slowly stopped, looking coldly at the experts attacking him. Arrogant brat, why don't you say those words to the dead people of the Xuantian Dao sect? A sword-wielding Life Star expert sneered and attacked Long Chen. He was an enemy of the Xuantian Dao sect, and Long Chen recognized him. He had once come with Pill Valley to threaten the Xuantian Dao sect. I've already said what I had to say. Now, it's time to do what I have to do. Long Chen stamped down on the ground. Lightning wings appeared on his back, and his speed suddenly skyrocketed as he went to greet that expert. Let the festival of carnage begin. Blood splashed. Chapter 1483 finally here. The pot blocked the Life Star expert's sword, while a lightning blade suddenly appeared and slashed through his body. The immense power directly cut him in two. Previously, Long Chen had been using the pot as his weapon. For him to switch to a sudden lightning blade caught this person off guard, and he was struck. Save me, the Life Star expert cried out in horror. Terrifying thunderforce invaded his body, paralyzing him. He couldn't even run. Most terrifying of all, his heavenly Dao energy was actually unable to suppress this thunderforce. Filled with terror, he begged to be saved. What saved him was Long Chen's lightning blade. It clearly cut off his head, saving him from his current predicament. As he killed this Life Star expert, 3 other attacks reached him. However, they were too slow to save him. Long Chen, who could believe you didn't destroy the Xuantian Dao sect when you're so vicious? Raged an expert. I've already explained that whether or not you want to believe me is your own problem. But if you want to kill me, do you expect me to not attack back? Attacking me is simply natural, but me attacking you becomes vicious. Fuck your mother, just die. Long Chen roared and smashed with the pot, shattering the 3 attacks. Thunder force circulated on his feet, and he charged toward the person who had cursed him for being vicious. A lightning blade slashed down. Boom! That expert resisted with his full power, and his ancestral item staff was activated. But he was shocked to find that Long Chen was even more powerful than he had imagined. His lightning blade was not one whit inferior to an ancestral item. But suddenly, the lightning blade exploded into a sky full of lightning runes. Not good. That person's expression completely changed. When the lightning blade exploded into runes, they transformed into a lightning net that trapped him. He smashed his staff into the lightning net to break free, but at this moment, Long Chen's pot came smashing at him. Long Chen's great physical strength was put on full display. That Life Star expert could only make a hasty block, but the lightning net was also numbing his body and affecting his power. The power of this block was less than 80% of his normal power, and as a result, his head was smashed by the pot. His Yuan spirit didn't even have a chance to flee before Thunderforce devoured it, killing him. Another Life Star expert was slain, and his ancestral item was taken by Long Chen. That's terrifying. Whether it was those jealous of Long Chen, those who worshipped him, or whether they were purely experts who had come to watch the fun, they were all shocked. A total of 38 Life Star experts had attacked at the same time, but in the first clash, Long Chen killed 2 of them. Originally, they had thought that Long Chen wouldn't even be able to last a breath's time when surrounded by 38 Life Star experts. But now Long Chen had used his Thunder Force to kill 2 of them. That was outside everyone's predictions. Boom! Long Chen received the attack of 5 Life Star experts at once, and their combination attack ended up blowing Long Chen away. As he was knocked back, a sharp sword appeared where he was going. It stabbed through his back all the way to the hilt. The attacker was an extremely experienced expert who had first calculated Long Chen's path and placed his sword where Long Chen wouldn't see it, just waiting for Long Chen to be thrown onto it. That was why Long Chen wouldn't sense anything, and the moment he was struck, the power accumulated in the sword would burst forth. No matter how fast Long Chen's reflexes were, there was no way he could do anything. The majority of the people were about to cheer that Long Chen was definitely dead. There was also a small portion that sighed in regret and some who tightly clenched their fists. They were Long Chen's worshippers. If he died, the legend in their hearts would be destroyed. They couldn't accept that reality. Long Chen, you've finally paid the price for your foolishness and arrogance. Remember, youngsters shouldn't be too arrogant. The master of the sword sneered. His body felt a bit numb, but he didn't pay attention to it. If they weren't arrogant, would they still be youngsters? Are they supposed to be like an old ghost like you, only knowing how to play little tricks? Long Chen didn't turn back. He looked at the sword piercing out of his chest with a faint smile. At this moment, a startled cry rang out from the distance. But everyone was focused on the stabbed Long Chen, so they didn't care. Even before your death, you refused to repent. Then you can just die, sneered that person. The power within his sword erupted. But his expression suddenly changed, as he found that the energy in his body had been sucked dry. He couldn't bring out the slightest bit of power. Do you know, when you scheme against others, others also scheme against you. Old ghost, remember, arrogant people have the power to back it up. Those arrogant people without the power to back it up have long since died, said Long Chen indifferently. That Life Star expert looked down in horror. At some unknown time, a lightning spear had appeared in Long Chen's hand. This lightning spear had stabbed through the expert's stomach without him even realizing it. There was no pain, only a slightly numb feeling. Even if he wasn't staring right at it, he wouldn't even notice. Only at this moment did he suddenly recall that he had felt the tiniest twitch in his abdomen when his sword had stabbed through Long Chen. It had to have been at that time that he had been struck. This lightning spear wasn't very long, and it hadn't pierced through his body. However, it had pierced his dantian, which was the source of his energy. Although he had stabbed Long Chen, he was unable to unleash his power. Old ghost, we're all busy, so I won't say too many words of goodbye. I'll just send you off. The lightning spear suddenly grew, and the Life Star expert exploded. Now everyone else finally saw the lightning spear in Long Chen's hand. Long Chen forced the sword out of his chest and threw it into the primal chaos space. With the pot present, once the master of an ancestral item was slain, the ancestral item wouldn't even dare to resist. Another one. The spectators gulped. At first, they had felt that Long Chen was doomed. They hadn't thought that he had intentionally taken this sword in order to kill that Life Star expert. What a terrifying scheme. His body was pierced by an ancestral item. There's no way he can heal quickly. Attack together, he won't be able to last much longer. Following one expert's cry, the others attacked once more. They had noticed that Long Chen's injury had yet to recover. Clearly, taking that attack hadn't been so simple. He was very likely heavily injured. The experts once more attacked, and the power of ancestral items raged through the air. Long Chen held the pot in his left hand and a lightning blade in his right, fighting against them all alone. His power was extremely terrifying, and each smash of his pot required several people to work together to receive it. As for his lightning blade, its thunder force meant that anyone who tried to receive it alone would be paralyzed and fall into an extremely dangerous position. So all these experts had to work together for both offense and defense. But as people on the level of first-rate sect masters, they were used to fighting alone. They rarely worked together with anyone, resulting in them being thrown into chaos as Long Chen swept through them. Another Life Star expert was slain by Long Chen's lightning blade, but that revealed an opening that allowed someone else to stab a spear through Long Chen's ribs. Fresh blood flowed out. This Long Chen, why isn't he healing? Seeing Long Chen be repeatedly injured but not heal made people feel curious. Do you not remember? Long Chen isn't a celestial and can't use heavenly Tao energy to heal, said someone else. As soon as someone said this, everyone recalled that Long Chen wasn't a celestial. He was some sort of cultivation oddity. Back then, Pill Valley had accused him of being a heaven Caesar, but that was later proven to be false. So in the end, he was simply known as a freak of the cultivation world. His divine ring was out, but there wasn't the slightest bit of heavenly Tao energy circulating within it. They quickly concluded that without heavenly Tao energy, he wouldn't be able to heal the injuries left by ancestral items, and so he would be quickly defeated. Everyone, don't panic. As long as we exhaust him, he'll definitely die. He reminded a thin elder. Watch out. Just at this moment, Long Chen borrowed his momentum from someone else's attack to spin toward the thin elder, his lightning blade mercilessly slashing down. Due to the distraction of speaking, the elder could only receive it head-on. As long as he blocked this one attack, the others would come to assist him. Regretfully, Long Chen's lightning blade immediately transformed into lightning runes on contact with the thin elder's weapon, forming a net that bound him. It's over for him. The spectators couldn't help sighing. Long Chen had previously used this move to kill another Life Star expert. This was a scoundrel move with practically no solution. As expected, no matter how that person struggled, he was still killed by the pot. However, the others were prepared this time. Just as that person was killed, several of them unleashed fierce attacks on Long Chen. However, their goal of stopping Long Chen from killing the thin expert hadn't worked out. Long Chen had struck first, killing him and then turning to block their attacks. But of course, that meant he was late to block, and so he was sent flying, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Quick, now, kill him. Seeing Long Chen coughing up blood and being covered in injuries, more and more experts joined in. Long Chen fell into a desperate situation in an instant. Just as Long Chen was going all out blocking their attacks, a sword appeared in his blind spot. At that moment, space froze. Ha ha ha, you've finally come. Long Chen laughed thunderously. Golden flames exploded out of his body. Chapter 1484 Blasphemer of the Killing God. Long Chen smiled coldly as flames exploded out of him. A figure materialized within the flames. Shameful thing, I've been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as that figure appeared, the sword that was mysteriously hanging in midair turned, abandoning its attack and suddenly stabbing into the air. The sword pierced outright as Long Chen's pot smashed down at it. Neither of their attacks was aimed at the other. Instead, they were simply aimed at the air. It was like they were randomly striking. The figure holding the sword solidified. The sword strangely bent and then sprung back, allowing him to retreat. Just as he retreated, the seemingly random swing of Long Chen's pot blocked off his path. It seemed to be coincidentally smashing right where he was going. The figure twisted in midair, using some unknown secret art to summon a barrier. Long Chen's pot smashed into the barrier, causing it to quiver. In the end, the barrier exploded, but the pot's power had been reduced to the point where the figure merely coughed up a mouthful of blood. As he was exposed, his manifestation appeared along with him. People cried out in shock, 9 flowers manifest the heavenly Taos. It's a rank 9 celestial. It's an assassin from the Bloodkill Hall. Long Chen actually managed to find his tracks and stop his assassination. Aren't there rank 9 celestials violet gold rank assassins? Isn't it said that they never fail? But now he just did. It seems Long Chen was long since prepared for him. Could it be that he has yet to release his full power? You think you can leave after trying to assassinate me? It's still daylight, so stop dreaming. The assassin turned to leave, but at this moment, Long Chen's lightning blade, which had long since been raised toward the sky, mercilessly slashed down. Split the heavens 4. With Long Chen's current power, the 4th form of Split the Heavens could be unleashed instantaneously by him. And after fighting with the Bloodkill Hall assassins for so long, he had a certain level of understanding in their movement techniques. He had completely cut off his path of retreat. The Bloodkill Hall assassin's sword suddenly blossomed with light. It was an ancestral item, and an extremely powerful one at that. Divine light appeared around it, blocking Long Chen's attack. Die! The Bloodkill Hall assassin's sword shattered Long Chen's lightning blade and then curved, striking at him like a venomous snake from a bizarre angle. A rank 9 soul transformation celestial is truly powerful. But if you want to kill me, then it's still the same thing, stop dreaming. Long Chen's pot grew, protecting him. With an explosive sound, the assassin's sword left a long scar on the pot, and Long Chen was sent flying. The power a rank 9 celestial could unleash from an ancestral item was even greater than these powerful life star experts. Attack, kill Long Chen. For an assassin of the Bloodkill Hall to appear out of nowhere was surprising, but the life star experts didn't let that stop them. Considering the Bloodkill Hall's enmity with Long Chen, it wasn't strange. They attacked once more. They had been forcing Long Chen into desperate straits, and now that the assassin had joined in, killing Long Chen would be simple. His pot can't last any longer. Quick! A sharp-eyed expert saw the scar on the pot. All their previous efforts hadn't managed to damage the pot at all, but the assassin damaged it instantly. If he continued attacking, the pot wouldn't be able to last much longer. HMPH, idiots, you'll pay the price for your idiocy. If you want my life, then come. Long Chen shouted fearlessly, and he swung his pot even fiercer than before, his power exploding. He's afraid. Everyone, kill this fiend together. Long Chen just sent a group of life star experts flying when the Bloodkill Hall's assassin once more attacked. He timed it perfectly before Long Chen could summon any more power. As a result, Long Chen could only move the pot to block, and he was sent flying, another deep cut appearing on the pot. He's running. Stop him, cried an expert. Long Chen had summoned lightning wings and was starting to fly toward the center of the city. Long Chen, weren't you so courageous just now? Weren't you very domineering? But now you're running like a stray dog. You're just a piece of garbage, roared a life star expert as he energetically chased. For Long Chen to suddenly start running was surprising, but then they felt that it was simply natural. His display was already shocking enough. A Jade Core disciple was actually able to fight against powerful life star experts with ancestral items for so long, and even managed to kill several of them. That was admirable. Long Chen, you traitor of your own sect, you irredeemable fiend, you won't be able to get away. The life star experts quickly caught up to him. Long Chen was flying strangely, sometimes going left and then suddenly going right. Occasionally, he would fight a brief bout before flying away again. Some people were startled to notice that as Long Chen rushed away, he had his eyes closed. They didn't know what he was doing. Long Chen flitted around the eastern Zon city, seeming like he was playing an energetic game of manhunt, and he was too fast for them to surround him again. Some of them directly gave up on chasing and instead formed a large formation around him to limit his area of movement. Hee, I've found it. Long Chen's eyes suddenly shot open. They shone brightly as he stared at a large building ahead of him. It was a large and tall building decorated in gold and jade. It was very grand, but when it was placed in a place of soaring skyscrapers like the eastern Zon city, it wasn't eye-catching at all. The experts chasing Long Chen saw him suddenly stop in front of this large building. They immediately launched a barrage of attacks. Long Chen, face your death. Over 10 life star experts had launched attacks with their ancestral items. This kind of power was practically world-shaking, and it was all concentrated on Long Chen. Fuck, stop. The Bloodkill Hall assassin suddenly let out a panicked cry. It was too late. The life star experts' attacks shot out. There were giant swords, flying spears, divine light, and rainbow strikes. They all combined together to form a domain of absolute death. Their combined attack devoured Long Chen. At the same time, it also struck the giant building behind him. No, the Bloodkill Hall assassin let out a furious roar. The giant building exploded, filling the sky with broken bits. This statue is. When the dust settled, Long Chen had vanished. Instead, what they saw was a giant statue 3,000 meters tall. It depicted a man wearing black robes and long hair falling naturally. He held 2 daggers in his hands. His body was slightly bent, and his daggers were striking out in front of him. They flickered with a sharp light, looking like they might reap a person's life at any time. He was the Reaper of Lives. Just looking at him made others feel pain in their souls. The air felt chilly, with an aura of death present. This is the Killing God statue. The spectators covered their mouths, staring in shock. Could this be the Bloodkill Hall's stronghold in the eastern Zon city? It was actually exposed. The Bloodkill Hall was a secret organization that didn't accept outsiders. Even the missions for assassinations had to pass through their secret strongholds. All this time, no one had heard of them having a stronghold here. It had to be known that the Bloodkill Hall only cared about money, not relations. Countless powers were filled with hatred for them, but the Bloodkill Hall was too mysterious, and no one knew where their lairs were. Most importantly, they were so powerful that no one was willing to provoke them. If a stronghold of theirs were to be exposed, that stronghold would be doomed. The Bloodkill Hall had offended practically every sect in some way, and now that people knew there was a stronghold in the eastern Zon city, it was doomed. The combination attack had destroyed the building, but the statue was still standing, not harmed at all. It was unknown how it had been built, especially in the middle of the eastern Zon city. It had to have taken an extremely long time to build in this location, so this had to be their stronghold in the eastern Zon city. There was no other reason to have something of this scale here otherwise. Countless experts flew out of the building once it exploded. They all wore tight black robes. Cold killing intent burned in their eyes as they glared at the experts outside. They were all tightly clenching the swords on their backs, looking like they might slaughter all of them at any moment. There were actually hundreds of people from the Bloodkill Hall, and all of them were extremely terrifying. The majority were Life Star experts, with a few soul transformation experts in between. As for those with weaker cultivation bases, there wasn't a single one. Some people stealthily looked at the ruins below and saw a mass of corpses. Clearly, the weaker ones had already died. Now a mass of terrifying assassins had appeared, and the experts that had just attacked all retreated, terrified. They saw the killing intent in these assassins' eyes. They looked like they might go insane. Blasphemers of the killing god will die. One of the Bloodkill Hall's Life Star experts, who seemed to be the overseer of this place, glared at these experts that had brought calamity upon themselves. Will we really die? I want to try it out. Just at this moment, a lazy voice rang out, causing everyone to look up in shock. Up on the shoulder of the killing god statue was a man with a black saber on his shoulder and a mocking smile. He slashed that saber at the killing god's neck. Chapter 1485 Cutting off the head. People had been too shocked to see the statue of the killing god. They hadn't expected that the Bloodkill Hall would have a secret stronghold right in the middle of the eastern Zon city. They only noticed Long Chen once he spoke. Compared to the giant statue, he appeared incredibly minuscule. He was like an ant on its shoulder. At this moment, a cold saber image hacked toward the killing god statue's neck. He's insane. This action of Long Chen's shocked people more than all the previous fighting. Even Life Star experts felt a chill. Long Chen, you dare. The Bloodkill Hall experts all roared crazily, but it was too late for them to stop him. They were correct. Long Chen did dare. He didn't hesitate at all. A large head flew into the air. The flow of time seemed to pass slowly as people stared at the head flipping through the air. The Bloodkill Hall's experts were all pale. Their faces were twisted with hatred. Long Chen, Long Chen. Your skill in provoking disaster is truly unrivaled. In the distance, Zheng Wenlong was standing on the Huayan auction house's top floor. He wasn't too far from the killing god statue, which allowed him to see what Long Chen was doing clearly. He bitterly smiled. This Long Chen really is attempting to defy the heavens. That one slash of his saber is going to make the Bloodkill Hall go insane, said a white-robed elder beside Zheng Wenlong. There were also a dozen more Life Star experts accompanying Zheng Wenlong. Their auras were reserved, making them look like ordinary people. But a sharp light was hidden in their eyes, like needles hidden in silk. They were all powerful figures. They were Zheng Wenlong's guards in charge of his safety. Zheng Wenlong had already been promoted to the highest level supervisor of the Huayan sect in the eastern Zon region. The Huayan sect would naturally worry about his safety. The leader of these people was the white-robed elder. He seemed to not possess any aura at all. It was difficult to even sense his presence. He continued, I heard that Long Chen once destroyed one of the Bloodkill Hall's strongholds in the eastern wasteland, causing them to send experts to assassinate him over and over. But now it's different. This is Bloodkill Hall's main stronghold in the eastern Zon region, and that statue has their concentrated faith energy. Not only has Long Chen blasphemed their god, but he's also destroyed a portion of their faith energy. Now he's really provoked a disaster. Zheng Wenlong kneaded his temples. He felt a slight headache. In my years of doing business, I'm able to get a general understanding of what people are thinking inside with just a look. But when it comes to this fellow, I've never been able to see through him. I can't see what he's thinking. Do we need to secretly help Long Chen leave here? Probed the white-robed elder after a moment's thought. Zheng Wenlong shook his head. The sect master will not permit us to interfere in matters beyond our bounds. We'll have to keep watching quietly. At this time, the head that Long Chen had cut off finally thudded to the ground. Curiously, the statue, which had been incredibly tough before its head was cut off, now suddenly dimmed. The head splintered and crumbled to dust. Following the head, cracks spread throughout the rest of the statue, and it crumbled. Thanks to its destruction, a divine pool was revealed below it. Damn, there's actually a heaven and earth divine spring here too. Long Chen's eyes immediately turned green with greed. Without saying another word, he reached out a hand, and the divine spring surged toward him. He sucked it into the primal chaos space in an instant. There was even more energy in this one than the heaven-suppressing magic sect. The heaven-suppressing magic sect had been one of the three great heavenly sects, while this was just the eastern Zan branch of the Bloodkill Hall. But it still possessed such an enormous heaven and earth divine spring. Long Chen, you've blasphemed our god and destroyed our stronghold. The Bloodkill Hall will not rest until you are dead, roared a Life Star expert from the Bloodkill Hall. He charged at Long Chen with overflowing killing intent. The rest of the Bloodkill Hall's experts also attacked. Sword chi filled the sky, piercing through the void. They sealed all the space around Long Chen. Good, it would be best if there was no rest until death. Not only did you attack me from the eastern wasteland all the way to the central plains, but you almost killed Chu Yao. Today, we'll add this new enmity on top of our old enmity and settle it all together. Long Chen was just as infuriated as them. He thought of how Chu Yao would have died to the Bloodkill Hall's assassins if it hadn't been for Leng Yuyan. Now they wanted to say that they wouldn't rest until he was dead. He had long since felt that way toward them. Black light suddenly blossomed from Evilmoon, and he slashed it forward. Evilmoon now looked like a blade of slaughter that had come from hell. This one slash caused heaven and earth to tremble. A 3,000-meter saber image shot out, and black light covered the sky. It revealed all the Bloodkill Hall's assassins that were trying to sneak up on him. What terrifying killing intent, people cried out, because in that instant, their souls quivered with pain. That killing intent was enough to make them feel fear. A black ripple spread through the air, killing many of the Bloodkill Hall's assassins. They were unable to endure this attack. The black saber image killed hundreds of the Bloodkill Hall's experts, leaving less than 20 behind. They had relied on their ancestral items to survive, but that powerful attack was like an ice-cold bucket of water over their heads. Their anger and hatred were suppressed by fear. Long Chen didn't press the attack. Instead, he swung Evilmoon so that it rested on his shoulder. One man and one saber, both overflowing with killing intent, both decked in black. The current Long Chen looked like a reaper of lives come from hell. Everyone quivered as they stared at him. The experts who had previously attacked him all felt terrified. Only now did they realize that Long Chen hadn't used his real power against them. He had led them all around in order to search for the Bloodkill Hall stronghold. As soon as this Bloodkill Hall assassin had appeared, Long Chen had felt something was wrong. His power was extremely strange, and it didn't feel like his own power. It was more like he was borrowing some other kind of power. That was what had allowed him to injure the pot. That was when Long Chen had grown suspicious. The second time that assassin had damaged the pot, Long Chen was sure that he was borrowing some kind of energy and that it was coming from nearby. The tiniest traces were captured by the 9-star hegemon body art as he had flown throughout the city. He had baited the assassin to attack him to confirm which direction the energy was coming from. And in the end, he had found the killing god statue. That rank 9 celestial had managed to borrow the slightest bit of the faith energy to increase his attack power. He had never expected that this was simply inviting trouble for himself. The sight of the current Long Chen made people quiver. But there was also a portion of people that felt their hot blood surging. The stronger and more valiant Long Chen appeared, the more they worshipped him. Some maidens in the springtime of their youth were staring at him with adoration. The current sight of Long Chen being unrivaled was a powerful visual impact. It possessed a fatal attraction to these young women. Some young disciples were still filled with hope for their dreams, and they viewed Long Chen as their goal. They longed to also be like Long Chen and one day look down on all other powerful geniuses as nothing. Everyone's gazes were concentrated on Long Chen. Some gazes were worshipful and admiring, while some were jealous and frightened. There was a wide range of emotions. The black ripples coming from Evilmoon increased the visual effect. Staring at the remaining Bloodkill Hall experts, Long Chen sneered, "Don't you say that anyone that's been born is a sinner, so that makes it alright for you to kill them. When they die, they simply return to the killing god's embrace. Then why do you look so shocked and frightened now? Could it be that your belief isn't devout enough? Or is that inside, you still fear death? Or perhaps you've had doubts in the principles of the killing god from the start, so you're greedy for life? Or have you done so many evil things that you're finally feeling guilt and fear? Is that why you want to live so badly? Sinner, don't bother trying to delude others. Today, you'll definitely die. No one can blaspheme the killing god." The leader of this group of Bloodkill Hall assassins charged at Long Chen once more, and the survivors followed. Over 10 ancestral items lit up and attacked. A group of brainwashed idiots. You're just killing tools being used by someone else. You'll never understand the true meaning of life. Since you have no gratitude for life and no respect for death, you're just a pack of idiots. Long Chen raised Evilmoon, and a black saber image tore into the sky. Split the heavens. 4. This time, Long Chen wasn't using the lightning blade, but Evilmoon's body. That black saber image somehow gave off the impression of a bloodthirsty fiend with a cold smile as it slashed down. Chapter 1486. Top experts arrive. Black chi filled the air as the huge saber image slashed down. The experts of the Bloodkill Hall were all blown away despite launching their own powerful attacks. They all coughed up blood. Even together, they were unable to receive his attack. Why does using just the fourth form of Split the Heavens take so much spiritual yuan? Evilmoon, are you messing with me? Demanded Long Chen. Fuck off. The heavenly Daos reject me, so using my body to unleash battle skills will naturally take more energy than with ordinary weapons. Furthermore, you yourself are also not liked by the heavenly Daos. You're even more unwelcome than I am. So in this world, it naturally takes you more spiritual yuan to unleash battle skills, answered Evilmoon irritably. Long Chen could unleash the fourth form of Split the Heavens instantaneously, and the amount of spiritual yuan's cost was almost negligible. But when he used it with Evilmoon, he found that it took over 10 times the amount of energy than when he used it with an ancestral item. After all, it wasn't the fifth form, so Long Chen couldn't understand why it would take this much energy. So he simply assumed it was something done by Evilmoon. But in the spirit world, it didn't take this much energy. The stronger you grow, the more the world rejects you. I'm very curious just what you did to enrage the heavens for them to reject you even more than me, said Evilmoon. Evilmoon's words made Long Chen's heart turn cold. If what it was saying was true, then this was going to be difficult to bear. However, now wasn't the time to consider this problem. After blowing away the Bloodkill Hall experts, Long Chen took a single step with lightning runes on his feet. He appeared in front of a certain someone and slashed his saber down. That person was the rank 9 celestial of the Bloodkill Hall, the one at the peak of the soul transformation realm. Although his cultivation base was the lowest amongst these assassins, his power was the greatest. Long Chen chose him as his main target. That rank 9 celestial's sword blazed with light, but this ancestral item instantly shattered when Long Chen's saber struck it. Both his arms broke, and he violently hacked up blood. Let me send you to your god. After breaking his ancestral item, Long Chen sent a kick to his head. Lightning flashed, and that person was blown into blood mist. His yuan spirit killed as well. Even rank 9 celestials can be killed. This is my first time seeing a rank 9 celestial get killed. This Long Chen is really vicious. Rank 9 celestials were pampered by the heavens and supported by great karmic luck. Although people had heard of rank 9 celestials dying, almost no one here had personally seen a rank 9 celestial die. Now that they saw Long Chen kill a rank 9 celestial, they were all shocked. Furthermore, he was only at the Jade Core realm, and the rank 9 celestial had been at the peak of the soul transformation realm. This was truly heaven-defying. Long Chen, just wait. One of the remaining soul transformation experts of the Bloodkill Hall had just turned to flee when a streak of lightning arrived in front of him. He was killed with a slash of a saber. Long Chen, we can no longer exist under the same sky. Just wait, you'll pay the price for your foolishness. A soul transformation expert who had already fled into the distance was quickly caught and killed by Long Chen. After killing 2 soul transformation experts, the other experts of the Bloodkill Hall had all fled, and there was no way for him to chase them. Long Chen swung his saber, destroying the remnants of the Bloodkill Hall's stronghold. He then once more rested Evilmoon on his shoulder. He was slightly out of breath, and his aura was a bit unstable. This was a normal reaction after fighting all out. However, his terrifying power had shaken everyone. They were all hiding in the distance, staring at him in horror. The Grand Bloodkill Hall stronghold had been destroyed, and all those experts had been slain, with only 10 odd people managing to escape. Just how vicious was that? Seeing the Bloodkill Hall's experts flee, Zheng Wenlong suddenly said, "Send people to the Xuantian Dao sect's branch sects in the Eastern Wasteland, Western Desert, Southern Sea, and Northern Source. Have them temporarily take asylum within the Huayan sect. You're worried that, yes, the Bloodkill Hall might have their faith, but that faith has no bottom line. They're capable of anything. Go and make sure they're safe. Protecting the family of my clients isn't against the business Dao," said Zheng Wenlong. Zheng Wenlong understood the Bloodkill Hall even better than Long Chen. These people didn't care about morality or principles. They had no bottom line. Now that Long Chen had destroyed their Eastern Zan region's stronghold, they were capable of doing anything in their fury. So Zheng Wenlong was helping Long Chen out with the consequences. He understood the Bloodkill Hall and their history of bloody vengeance. The Bloodkill Hall had done many similar things in the past. At that time, there were many sects that had had their geniuses assassinated by the Bloodkill Hall, and in their fury, those sects had moved out in full force to heavily damage the Bloodkill Hall. Then after that, the Bloodkill Hall had carried out a bloody vengeance, and all those sects had their young, old, women, and children killed. Even babies still in the crib were killed. They were extremely cruel. Now on his own, Long Chen had killed this many disciples of the Bloodkill Hall. That might be even greater than the damage the Bloodkill Hall had taken back then. Their vengeance would very likely be greater in scale. "Yes, I'll go right now." One of the Life Star experts immediately left. "Other than that, have the arrangements for the others been completed?" asked Zheng Wenlong. "Yes, it's all done. We have people from all angles, and we haven't missed anything. All the people who attacked Long Chen have been recorded. We'll give him the complete list when this is over." Only now do I realize why he wanted us to make such a list. He's going to settle things with them after this. One of the Life Star experts sighed and shook his head. At first, none of them had understood what Long Chen's goal was right now. But seeing him cut off the killing god statue's head and take the heaven and earth divine spring, they thought of a certain possibility that gave them chills. "Does anyone else want to come and kill me under the banner of justice? Come, let me see whether your life is harder than my blade." Long Chen took a deep breath and forced himself to stop breathing heavily. With a cold snort, he continued walking slowly forward. Those experts surrounding Long Chen all retreated out of his path, not daring to block him. Long Chen quickly returned to where the rank 9 Celestial from the Bloodkill Hall had attacked him. This was where his path had deviated. Now he returned and continued along the road. Last time, he had relied on a black pot to reach this point. But now he had a pitch-black saber on his shoulder. That blade was incredibly sinister, and its fang-like tip was especially frightening. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Long Chen slowly continued forward. Although there were millions of experts around him and the Life Star experts numbered in the thousands, no one dared stop him. The power he had displayed was just too intimidating. Although he was now a bit out of breath and they knew he might be out of energy, they also knew that a tired lion could still easily kill a group of rabbits. As for Long Chen, he was like an unrivaled lion shocking all other beasts. Long Chen's footsteps were as steady as before, and he maintained the same rhythm. That made these experts feel humiliated and infuriated. Those people who had previously attacked Long Chen were especially enraged. Long Chen had no intention of running. All he was doing was expressing his disdain for them. Each step he took increased their humiliation. He was walking over their dignity. In front of this many Life Star experts, this Jade Core disciple was still forcing them back step by step, while they couldn't even muster the bravery to stop him. Those young disciples were all full of worship as they watched Long Chen force away all these experts without even doing anything. What was domineering? This was domineering. What was arrogance? This was arrogance. Long Chen quickly saw the city gates. There was a transportation formation there, and once he was on it, he could leave. That would complete the slap in the face of the Eastern Zan region's experts. "Long Chen, you're too arrogant. Do you really think no one can subdue you?" At this moment, a voice rang out from the sky, and it came from one of the carriages. The voice was very young yet also powerful. It caused people's souls to shake. The most shocking thing about this voice was that it caused heaven and earth to rumble along with it. It was like the world was resonating with his words. Is this an Empyrean from legend? People were gobsmacked. They stared in disbelief at that carriage. There were a total of 4 carriages in the sky, and they were all pulled by giant magical beasts of the terrifying 11th rank. However, after all this time, no movement had come from the 4 carriages, causing people to almost forget about them. But now, someone from the carriages was speaking, and just by speaking, he caused the world to shake. Heavenly Tao energy followed with his voice. That was clearly something only a legendary Empyrean could do. I've been arrogant for more than a few days. As for whether or not someone can subdue me, it's hard to say. However, there's one thing that we can be sure of. A single Sha Guangyan is definitely not qualified to say such big words. Lang Yuan could cut off your arm, so what are you thinking now? Are you asking me to cut off your head? Sneered Long Chen. Long Chen's words caused everyone to suck in a cold gasp of air. Only now did they realize what level of existence Long Chen was. Chapter 1487 Titan Sect. Long Chen smiled coldly. He had long since taken note of those people in the sky, particularly the people within those 4 carriages. There was a powerful pressure coming from the carriages, but it didn't come from the people inside. The formation around the carriages prevented the auras of the ones inside from leaking outside and prevented others from peering inside. This sense of pressure came from his sharp senses. Now that he heard Sha Guangyan's voice, he immediately confirmed that the people inside the carriages were all people with terrifying origins. Other than the 4 carriages, there were also other beasts flying in the sky, with experts on their backs. They also had yet to take action. These were his true opponents. He sensed the auras of several rank 9 celestials on those beasts. Everyone was deathly silent after Long Chen spoke. The ancient family alliance's Sha Guangyan, he was someone no one present had ever seen. But his name was something they had practically all heard. He was an Empyrean, one of the future rulers of the world. The entire world would be his stage in the future. No matter how outstanding someone else was, they would only be a secondary character compared to him. Yet, such a terrifying figure was acquainted with Long Chen, and based on his tone, they had exchanged blows. Furthermore, one of Sha Guangyan's arms had been cut off. Lang Yuan's name was also resounding in their ears. She had fought against Sha Guangyan, and he had been defeated. That was a huge secret. Shut your dog mouth. Even with death at hand, you still dare to spout nonsense. A figure appeared in the sky. As soon as he appeared, the sky became dusky. Sand began to flow around him, covering the sky. He was the Empyrean Sha Guangyan. No wonder you dared to come out again, so you've advanced to soul transformation, said Long Chen. But even now, his footsteps didn't pause. The current Sha Guangyan's aura was raging, and waves of pressure came off of him. That was a sign of not being perfectly adjusted to his new power after advancing. During the battle in the spirit world, Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng had been at the peak of Jade Core. For Sha Guangyan to have broken through to soul transformation wasn't strange. What a joke. Just because you've stayed at the Jade Core realm, does that mean others have to wait for you? Long Chen, today you're definitely dead. I'd advise you to hand over Evilmoon, and I can leave you with an intact corpse, demanded Sha Guangyan icily. He was staring tightly at Dragonbone Evilmoon on Long Chen's shoulder. He was extremely irritated that this terrifying blade had ended up in Long Chen's hands. That's right, Long Chen, hand over Evilmoon, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. From another carriage, a golden-winged figure flew out, and another powerful aura appeared. It's the Golden Peng race's unrivaled genius, Peng Wansheng. The arrival of another Empyrean elicited startled cries. 2 Empyreans had actually appeared at once. What had happened in the spirit world was not common knowledge in the righteous path. The ancient races, corrupt path, and ancient family alliance viewed what had happened as a great humiliation and did not bring it up. As for the experts in the eastern Zan city, the majority of them were from the righteous path, and so they didn't know what had happened in the spirit world. Peng Wansheng was shining as brightly as ever. He had also advanced to soul transformation, and just like Sha Guangyan, his aura was still unsteady. Yet, just by standing in the air, they made it so the other experts felt like they were suffocating in their presence. Long Chen's definitely dead. The appearance of 2 Empyreans completely cut off any chances that Long Chen could survive. His path had come to an end. He would never be able to walk out of the eastern Zan city. He's the one who sent himself to his own death. He viewed all of us as nothing. If he had simply fled at the start, who could have stopped him? Instead, he kept acting like a badass. It was purely courting death, sneered someone. No matter what, Long Chen is still a genius of the righteous path. I don't like him being killed by people from the ancient races and ancient families, disagreed someone else. It had been many years since such a terrifying genius had appeared in the righteous path. He was someone who was able to fight against Empyreans, so he should have been the pride of the righteous path. But now, Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyan, two people who were a major realm above Long Chen, and also the representatives of the ancient races and ancient families, wanted to kill him in front of them all. This was a bit hard to accept. Long Chen was just one step away from the transportation formation. If he had just taken that one last step, he would have been able to escape. But now that one last step was as difficult to traverse as a heavenly chasm. Long Chen's the scum the righteous path. Naturally, the righteous path has to be the ones to tidy up their own mess. Don't you two think using two soul transformation experts to handle a Jade Core disciple is a bit inappropriate? Just as the atmosphere was tense like a knocked bow, another figure came out of the third carriage. Long Chen's pupils narrowed slightly. Another Empyrean. Heavens, has the world gone insane? When they saw that figure, everyone was shocked. They felt like all the shock of their lifetimes had been used up today. That figure was extremely muscular and large. His arms had to be thicker than a normal person's waist. He wore a pair of tiger hide boots, leather shorts, and a scaled vest armor. His hair stuck up straight like needles. The muscles of his shoulders were practically at the same level as his head. His arms were exposed, and it looked like countless snakes were wriggling under his skin. His blood chi was so powerful that it looked like he might explode. Just by standing there, he gave off the impression of an immovable iron tower. The space around him shuddered, as if his power could threaten the world. As for when he spoke, it was like wild thunder yet also like the roars of 10,000 beasts, causing heaven and earth to quiver. His heavenly Tao's fluctuations were also intense, making it so no one doubted that he was an Empyrean. This monstrous muscular man caused an uproar because no one knew this figure. They hadn't even heard of him. How was it possible that someone like an Empyrean was still unknown? My name is Yi Qingquang, a disciple of the Titan sect. Long Chen, I won't waste words with you. Under the name of cleaning up the righteous path, I'll be taking your life and making a name for myself and the Titan sect. The large man introduced himself, his voice piercing people's ears. The Titan sect, didn't they decline and then completely disappear from this world? They've been gone for over 8,000 years, cried out a sect master. The Titan sect had truly appeared in history, and it had been a very powerful sect with a long history. It had also survived the Dark Era. Unfortunately, it had taken such a huge loss in the Dark Era that although they had managed to bitterly hang on for a long time, they still hadn't been able to restore their old glory. Instead, they were surpassed by many sects that were founded later. Under the pressure of so many new sects, the Titan sect had mysteriously vanished in the end. At that time, people guessed that one of their enemies had killed them in secret. The disappearance of a declined sect didn't cause many waves. Only people well versed in history knew about it. The majority of youngsters had never heard of this existence. They lay in wait for 8,000 years, secretly healing and accumulating power for the best moment to come back and awe the world. That kind of endurance is truly admirable. Up in the sky, in the carriage that had yet to move, a beautiful woman in a long dress with a violet gold phoenix hairpin in her hair said, "How regretful. They don't realize that the great era has already come and that the ones awakening aren't just them. After enduring for so long, they still couldn't endure it until the end. There aren't many people capable of understanding their own hearts." That beautiful woman looked to be in her 30s. She was extremely refined, and her voice was extremely moving. Each word she spoke contained a rhythm to it that made it sound like music. "Yes, Master, you've always taught me that playing 1,000 divine songs isn't as effective as tasting the flavors of life when it comes to comprehending the mysteries of humanity. Unfortunately, I, your disciple, have been too foolish to live up to your training." There was a younger woman in the carriage. Her voice was like birdsong, and her jade-like face was filled with shame. If Long Chen heard this voice, he would instantly recognize it. She had had several interactions with him in the past and had even spoken the true feelings of her heart to him. The two of them had a hopelessly muddled relationship. She was the elusive music immortal palace's disciple, Fairy Ziyan. Ziyan stared outside the carriage, looking at the figure surrounded by millions of experts, with a black saber on his shoulder. A touch of pain appeared in her eyes. Do you feel a bit of regret that you didn't kill him in the eastern wasteland? If you had, you wouldn't be feeling such pain, said the beautiful woman to Xian. Xian shook her head. I don't regret it. Even if I had to choose again, I still wouldn't kill him. I know I wouldn't be able to do it. He isn't a bad person. I will never forget how, despite knowing it was a trap from the Bloodkill Hall, he still allowed himself to be struck by a poison needle rather than killing that little girl. I remember the look in his eyes very clearly. There was heartache, pity, warmth, and the only thing missing was hatred. He is kind, and even if he is my fated devil star, I can't kill him. The beautiful woman rubbed Ziyan's cheek gently. She softly said, you have your own missions in this world, and Long Chen is one of them. If he really was an irredeemable devil and you could kill him without any misgivings, he wouldn't be called a devil star. But have you never thought about this possibility? Long Chen might be a good person, but he is walking into the abyss step by step. Whether or not it's because he's forced to by others or himself, he is still undergoing a transformation. Once he transforms, he will become a peerless killer. Your mission is to end his sins. Sometimes, plucking the seed of evil when it has only just sprouted is true kindness. Master, I understand. Can you let me think about it for a bit longer? Ziyan stared at Long Chen, a conflicted look in her eyes. Chapter 1488 Long Chen, go ahead and explode. Long Chen stood on top of the city gates with Evilmoon on his shoulder, looking at the three figures in the sky coldly. Long Chen, you should be careful. These people that came from the 4 carriages have brought real experts with them. In particular, that carriage carried by the multicolored phoenix contains someone extremely powerful, said Dragonbone Evilmoon. How powerful? Asked Long Chen. Stronger than that fellow from the heaven-suppressing magic sect. Furthermore, that person should be holding a half-step divine item, said Evilmoon. Half-step divine item, is there such a thing? Asked Long Chen in confusion. Back in the immemorial path, Long Chen had tricked Huang Junmo by offering him a half-step divine item from legend. And Huang Junmo had fallen for it. You haven't reached that level yet, so you don't understand what a real divine item is. The things you've seen so far can't be counted as real divine items. That stupid skull from the corrupt god is simply a remnant left by an ascender. It only contains a bit of divine essence. Such a thing can only be classified as a quasi-divine item. Ones with more divine essence, ones where experts have branded them with their divine blood and divine blessing, they have the ability to think and live on their own. They have reached the level of half-step divine items. That staff from the heaven-suppressing magic sect has reached that level. However, that fellow's cultivation base was too low, and he wasn't able to unleash the true power of the staff. But the person in that carriage is very powerful. If they attack, I won't be able to stop them, explained Evilmoon. Long Chen had no time to consider this new information about quasi and half-step divine items. He asked the only important thing, if they do attack, can you manage to escape like last time? That would be no problem, said Evilmoon. Then that's enough. Let's have a real battle. Hearing Evilmoon's promise, Long Chen was much more at ease. Based on their agreement, as long as there were no divine items, it wouldn't help even if Long Chen was killed. But if there were divine items, it would have to help him face the battle or escape. The two of them had only come to this agreement because it was mutually beneficial. Up in the sky, Yi Qingquang's arrival was very surprising to everyone, including Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng. They had rushed over here as soon as they had heard that Long Chen had appeared. Now, before they could kill him, they had encountered this gorilla like Yi Qingquang. They didn't quite know what to do. But the arrogance he was displaying did irritate them. The Titan sect, never heard of it, said Sha Guangyan disdainfully. He didn't care too much about this new fellow. Just like Long Chen, Yi Qingquang was still at the peak of the Jade Core realm. Although Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng had only stepped into the soul transformation realm recently, and their spiritual yuan had yet to completely transform, they were still much stronger than when they had yet to take a step over the barrier. So they were confident that they would be able to defeat Long Chen. Ha ha ha, it's fine if you haven't heard of it. Soon, its name will resound throughout the Central Plains, along with the name of myself, Yi Qingquang. Yi Qingquang laughed heartily, his voice like a wild drum. As he laughed, endless heavenly Tao energy gathered behind his back, forming the primal chaos manifestation. In that instant, the world's heavenly Tao energy seemed to be sucked dry by him. Other than Sha Guangyan, Peng Wansheng, and a few others, everyone else became as pale as paper. A few of the weaker ones were shuddering. This is the absolute heavenly Tao energy. We can't even use heavenly Tao energy like this, cried a rank 5 celestial in terror. Heavenly Tao energy was what every celestial depended on. Now that it was taken away, they felt themselves to be fish on dry land. This invoked an innate fear in their souls. HMPH, courting death, Peng Wansheng was just about to attack Yi Qingquang for his arrogance. However, he was stopped by Sha Guangyan. Brother Peng, let it go. Why bother quibbling with a junior? As seniors, we should give our junior a chance to display his power. If you attacked him, it would make others think you were bullying him. For Sha Guangyan to call Yi Qingquang a junior was clearly an insult. Yi Qingquang raged, you two are the ones courting death. Qingquang, power isn't shown with your mouth but your fists. If you want to win your dignity, then bring out your power instead of wasting words. At this moment, the voice of an old man came from the carriage Yi Qingquang had come from. Fine, since that's the case, I'll first handle Long Chen before you two. Don't think that just because you're at a higher realm that you really stand above me, said Yi Qingquang coldly. He didn't forget to challenge them to a fight. The spectators were all shaken by Yi Qingquang's arrogance. He actually wanted to fight two Empyreans that were at a higher realm than him. The atmosphere was so tense that it was hard for them to breathe. And yet, when they turned back to look at Long Chen, they saw him standing there calmly. He wasn't making any movements. Yi Qingquang's arrogance is an outer appearance, while Long Chen's arrogance comes from inside. That's true arrogance, said a young disciple who worshipped Long Chen. He couldn't help clenching his fists tightly. Quite a few people nodded inside. Long Chen didn't put on such arrogant airs. Instead, it was his actions that were so arrogant that they shook heaven and earth. This arrogance was much more shocking. Some of the people that were originally jealous of him now felt a bit of respect for him. Even if he died today, his name would be forever recorded in the legends of the martial heaven continent. Long Chen, sorry, but I'll be using your blood as a display of my power. Have you prepared yourself for your death? The primal chaos behind Yi Qingquang revolved, causing the world to shudder. He had already begun to accumulate energy. Although he was just accumulating energy, the void was twisting wildly around him. How terrifying! Countless experts felt their hearts leaping in their chests. Even Life-Star experts were suffocated and had to retreat. You don't need to feel sorry. You want to show your power, but the truth is that I'm also here to show my power. You don't need to feel guilt over killing me, because I won't feel any guilt when I kill you. Humans are simply foolish. They have no respect or gratitude for life. As long as they get power, they look down on everyone else and have no qualms about stripping them of everything they possess, including their lives. Trying to explain or teach anything to such people is like playing music for a bull. The only way for them to really learn their lesson is to slaughter until they learn what respect is. Since you want my life, then come. Let's see just who takes whose life. Long Chen put away Evilmoon and stood with his hands clasped behind his back as he faced Yi Qingquang. He was actually fighting him with his bare hands. In the carriage, Ziyan's emotions became even more complicated as she listened. The beautiful woman sighed, if it weren't for my absolute confidence in the formation protecting the carriage, I'd suspect he was saying these words just for you to hear and make it harder for you to kill him. Ziyan shook her head. He isn't that kind of person. He has his pride. Even if he had to die, he would definitely disdain using such methods. I understand him very well. It's because you understand that you're in so much pain. Ziyan, you have to remember your mission, said the woman. Ziyan was about to reply when space suddenly shook intensely. Following that, Yi Qingquang let out a fierce cry and shot toward Long Chen, throwing out a punch. Even before the punch arrived, the city gates below Long Chen shattered. Heavens, the grand formation was broken. It had to be known that the city gates were connected with the eastern Zan city's buildings. All their formations were connected. And yet, even before this punch arrived, it crumbled. That was GOBS macking. It's nothing strange. The eastern Zan city's grand formation draws out heavenly Tao energy for its operation. As for Yi Qingquang, he's an Empyrean, and he has sucked all the heavenly Tao energy away, weakening the formation, explained an elder. Long Chen, die. Yi Qingquang's fist reached Long Chen. A huge ripple spread through the air. A figure was sent flying. People were shocked to find that this figure was the large, monstrous Yi Qingquang. Yi Qingquang's attack was practically unstoppable. People had thought that Long Chen would be heavily injured at the very least, if not dead. They had all seen that Yi Qingguang had come to show his power. And the best way to do that was to kill Long Chen in one blow. That was why his first punch was already so terrifying, but this result made them all dumbstruck. Long Chen stood in the air. His robes fluttered and 5 stars revolved in his eyes. The star corresponding to the Divine Gate star had originally been dim, but now there was a trace of light within it. Are you prepared? I'm about to show you my power. Long Chen shot toward Yi Qingguang like a bolt of lightning, unleashing his own punch. Yi Qingguang had yet to fully recover from their first exchange, and his arm was tingling. His hasty block resulted in him being blown away once more by Long Chen. Good. As the Divine Gate star gets stronger, the 5-star battle armor gets stronger as well. Then let me just explode with all my power. Suddenly, Long Chen's body became covered in green dragon scales, and the 108,000 stars within him revolved. Once more transforming into a bolt of lightning, he shot after Yi Qingguang. Chapter 1489 Wild Long Chen. Long Chen's current power made the space around him rumble. It was like space was about to explode. Having tested his power in their previous exchange, he was now more sure what level his body had reached. He had no qualms about silently summoning the green dragon battle armor to unleash his full power. His fist punched forward. This was a punch containing his undefeatable will, a punch that could make gods and devils run. Yi Qingguang was shocked and infuriated. He hadn't expected Long Chen to be so powerful. Having lost the initiative, he had fallen into his current miserable plight. Because he was still rapidly flying backward from the previous exchange, he was unable to concentrate his power and could only use a weak block. This infuriated him so much that he almost coughed up blood. When Long Chen's punch reached him, Yi Qingguang coughed up a mouthful of blood. He tumbled backward across the ground. A long scar was cut into the ground before he smashed into a distant mountain. The mountain collapsed and a wave of dust filled the sky. Is this real life? All the experts within the eastern Zan city found this hard to believe. Just how domineering had Yi Qingguang's display been just a moment ago? He had unleashed practically apocalyptic power. But as soon as he fought Long Chen, he was forced back so hard that he couldn't even retaliate. He was blown back with the first punch and injured with the second. Just what level of a monster was Long Chen? There was no one who wasn't shocked, including Peng Wansheng. He was unable to accept that Long Chen's power had greatly advanced. Long Chen is still being kind. If he had used his full power from the start, then considering how overconfident Yi Qingguang was, he'd have been heavily injured in the first exchange. And with how decisive Long Chen is in his fighting experience, he wouldn't give Yi Qingguang any breathing room to recover. Most likely, Yi Qingguang would have been killed right there under his torrent of attacks. The only reason he didn't was to prevent the shockwaves of their battle from affecting the innocents. Despite there being so few people supporting Long Chen, and the majority being so jealous of him that they want him dead, he gave up this great chance to kill Yi Qingguang. If his true goal had been to display his power, he wouldn't have given up that chance. Master, if you were in my position, what would you do? Asked Ziyan in the carriage. The beautiful woman looked at the figure down below and couldn't help but sigh. She didn't reply to Ziyan. Lightning circulated around Long Chen, and with each step, he seemed to teleport, appearing 100 miles away. With just 7 steps, he arrived in front of Yi Qingguang again. Yi Qingguang had stabilized at this time. A cold light shone in his eyes as he wiped away the blood from his mouth. He roared, Titan art. Divine runes appeared, all along Yi Qingguang's skin. His body began to shine with light as blinding as the sun. Yi Qingguang's power soared. The ground beneath him cracked into thousands of pieces. What terrifying power! How could such a thing exist in this world? In the eastern Zan city, even Life Star experts could only stare from a distance, not daring to get close. Seeing Yi Qingguang suddenly unleash his power stunned them. The power of his first punch would have instantly slain an ordinary Life Star expert. And yet Long Chen had easily blown him away, making people unconsciously think that Yi Qingguang wasn't as powerful as he seemed. But now even from this great distance, Yi Qingguang's aura made them shudder in terror. The current Yi Qingguang didn't even look human. He seemed more like an ancient monster. Die! Yi Qingguang shot forward. The ground beneath him crumbled as he stamped down on the ground. He let out a punch once more. Long Chen was also rushing toward him. It was like 2 shooting stars had collided. Blinding light exploded on the sky, and powerful shockwaves spread, shaking the heavens. Up in the sky, their fists were still connected. Ripples were still spreading from them. Below the ground, everything was exploding and crumbling from their power. What kind of power is this? Compared to this, the previous battle was like child's play. These people finally witnessed the power of peak experts. It was apocalyptic. Before this, Long Chen's battle against the Life Star experts in the Bloodkill Hall could already count as a world-shaking battle. But when they looked at what was before them now, they realized just how short-sighted they had been. Long Chen really is an unrivaled genius. He's not a celestial, nor an Empyrean, but he can contend against peerless heavenly geniuses. Who else can do such a thing? Praised a young woman from the crowd. There were quite a few young disciples now. When Long Chen had been walking on the street alone, the huge crowd had blocked their sight. But now anyone in the eastern Zan city could see the sight of this immense battle. The sight of Long Chen shook the hearts of quite a few young disciples. In this world, everyone worshipped heroes, and Long Chen was like a legend, making countless young disciples view him as an idol. He gave them the motivation to cultivate harder, like the light guiding their cultivation path. Long Chen's own actions told others that as long as they still had a dream for themselves, then a lack of talent, background, and resources wouldn't stop them from growing. Each person had a chance to become a genius. Only those people who were over 100 years old and had failed to break through bottlenecks too many times would resent other people's accomplishments. They wanted to see Long Chen die in front of them. People with shadows in their hearts could only use such a method to vent their hatred. Feeling hopeless for their own cultivation, they felt the greatest delight at seeing others fail. That was why most of the people who supported Long Chen were young and had their own dreams. There was still sunlight in their hearts. They refused to believe that Long Chen would do something like destroy his own sect. It seems Long Chen's being suppressed by Yi Qingguang. Suddenly, someone cried out in shock. At this moment, everyone saw Long Chen's fist seemed to have been pushed back by Yi Qingguang. HMPH, so what if Long Chen is powerful? Empyreans are the favorites of heaven and earth, and the true main characters of the cultivation world. As for Long Chen, he's nothing, a dancing clown. Being killed by an Empyrean is his fate, sneered a soul transformation expert. He was already middle-aged and looked to be a narrow-hearted person with just a glance. If Long Chen is a dancing clown, what are you? Before you criticize others, you should look at yourself and consider whether you're qualified to say such big words or not. All you know how to do is insult others behind their backs. If you really have any guts, then why didn't you do anything when Long Chen was walking along the road just now? A young man with a sword on his back directly spoke back against the middle-aged cultivator. That person pointed his finger at the young disciple and was about to curse him. However, before he could say any curses, a cold light flashed. That person's arm was severed. If you point at me again, I'll cut off your head instead, said the sword-wielding expert coldly. He slowly sheathed his sword behind his back again. Stop fighting and focus on the battle. Most people will never get to witness a battle on this level in their entire lives. Don't miss this chance, advised a Life Star elder. Practically, everyone had activated a photographic jade to record the battle so that they could study it in detail in the future. It seems Long Chen's power is really inferior to Yi Qingguang's, said someone. Long Chen's arm had been forced back now, seeming like he didn't have enough power. Qingguang, watch out, just at this moment, the old voice from Yi Qingguang's carriage spoke once more. The warning came too late. Long Chen's right fist was still blocking Yi Qingguang, while his left hand swung through a beautiful arc and slapped Yi Qingguang's face. Everyone was shocked. How was this possible? How could Long Chen have enough energy to use his other hand? That made no sense. When two people were fighting like this, all their power would be concentrated in their fist. The other places should have no energy to be used unless they gave up the energy on their fists. Is this to say that Long Chen isn't using his full power, so he still has energy left over? Guessed someone. Yi Qingguang smashed into the ground, creating a large hole. A wave of dust rose into the sky. Now's my chance. Lightning wings appeared on Long Chen's back, and he charged into the hole. Yi Qingguang's head was still buzzing from being slapped. Before he could recover, his needle-like hair was caught by Long Chen, and a hard knee slammed into his nose. Chapter 1490 Steel Coiling Dragon Staff. Long Chen's knee viciously slammed into Yi Qingguang's high and arrogant nose. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Clearly, Yi Qingguang's nose wasn't as hard as Long Chen's knee. With Long Chen tightly holding his hair, Yi Qingguang couldn't even escape. Long Chen's knee slammed in for a second time. Consecutive explosive sounds rang out as Long Chen slammed his knee into Yi Qingguang's face over and over again. The dust was flying and the ground where they were was blown apart. The two of them are fighting underground. I can't see. Everyone could only see the ground exploding and guess where the two of them were based on the dust that was flying. Suddenly, an intense boom rang out, and the ground exploded like a volcano. Two figures came charging out of the ground, soaring into the sky. Heavens, what happened? Yi Qingguang is injured. Yi Qingguang's face was covered in blood. Although he had quickly healed his injuries, the people still managed to catch a glimpse of his broken nose. Yi Qingguang threw out a punch once again, but it was caught by Long Chen. Using the former's power, Long Chen spun, throwing Yi Qingguang into the ground once more, deforming it. This was a true battle of peak experts, and it was incomparably intense. As Long Chen once more shot toward him, Yi Qingguang let out a furious roar. His eyes turned scarlet. Titan art, soul-devouring power. Following Yi Qingguang's crazy roar, the primal chaos manifestation behind him began to flow into his body. The originally dim runes around Yi Qingguang's body now blazed with light. He actually absorbed his heavenly Tao manifestation. Sha Guangyun and Peng Wansheng were shocked to see this. It had to be known that while they could summon their own heavenly Tao manifestations and borrow heaven and earth's energy for their own, the manifestation was an intermediary. They could draw it within themselves while keeping it active. Clearly, the Titan sect had a secret art to absorb one's heavenly Tao manifestation. Yi Qingguang's wild aura doubled in power, and that power even made their hearts shake. No one can match my Titan sect when it comes to brute strength. In front of me, you are just an ant, roared Yi Qingguang. Wherever he passed, space would wildly twist, proving his power. What a bitch, he dares to say the dragon race is an ant in front of him. Long Chen, kill that bastard. Long Chen didn't react to what Yi Qingguang had said, but Evilmoon was enraged. Long Chen possessed the essence blood of a green dragon and had summoned the green dragon battle armor, which meant he was using the power of the green dragon. For Yi Qingguang to call that an ant's power ended up provoking Evilmoon. Alright, then I'll kill him. Who said he could be a show-off? Long Chen took a deep breath, and the unmoving divine ring behind him began to rapidly revolve. As it did, the energy within his 108,000 stars gushed forth, linking up with his 108,000 scales. Within his silent mind sea, the divine gate star suddenly shook. Long Chen felt his head heat up. The Feng Fu, Aliath, Life Star, and Enlightenment Palace stars on his hands and feet shook and heated up as well. Terrifying power was rising with them. This was Long Chen's first time encountering such a state. In that instant, he felt like his power was overflowing. If he didn't release it, he would explode. Long Chen suddenly raised his head and roared. He smashed his fist at Yi Qingguang. This time, his punch didn't cause any rumbling or affect space. It was silent as if it had broken through the limits of time and space. That power. It's not the power a human should possess. Within the carriage, the beautiful woman was finally shaken. Their fists collided. It was like two stars had erupted, and blinding light eclipsed the sun. Cracking sounds rang out. Yi Qingguang's arm broke, and he coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood. He was filled with disbelief. It wasn't just Yi Qingguang who found this hard to believe. Everyone found this preposterous. All of them had witnessed Yi Qingguang's power, but even someone as strong as him was defeated with a single punch from Long Chen. From the start, Yi Qingguang had displayed his powerful and arrogant side for them to experience, and yet he had never managed to gain the slightest advantage. He was always suppressed by Long Chen. This is unbelievable. Long Chen is already this powerful. Long Chen really is heaven-defying. Even Empyreans can't suppress him. It's not that Yi Qingguang isn't strong, but that Long Chen is too monstrous. In front of Long Chen, he has no qualification to be arrogant. Everyone was shocked by the power Long Chen currently displayed. That shock also contained terror, especially when it came to those people who had previously insulted or attacked Long Chen. They had ended up insulting such a terrifying figure. If Long Chen continued to grow, the consequences, they were unimaginable. Long Chen stood in the air, his divine ring revolving around him. Like a devil god, he looked down at the shocked Yi Qingguang. Yi Qingguang had long since lost his arrogant expression. You can be arrogant, but don't be arrogant in front of me, because you aren't qualified. You can say you'll kill someone, but don't say you'll kill me, because ever since I stepped into the cultivation world, all my time was spent either on killing people or progressing toward the next person I'm going to kill. You and I are different. You are arrogant to be arrogant, but my arrogance was forced by a group of brainless fools. My arrogance was forced out by their lives and deaths. There's a fundamental difference between us. My arrogance is for survival, to protect myself. As for your arrogance, it's just a joke, said Long Chen from the sky, looking down on Yi Qingguang. Long Chen didn't want to be arrogant. He was only in his early 20s, and that could still be counted as very young. To be young and arrogant was natural, but he had experienced so much that he had long since lost the arrogance of youth. Or perhaps it was simply because there was so much on his shoulders that he wasn't even qualified to have the arrogance of youth. Perhaps he would never have a chance to experience this arrogance in his life. HMPH, young people shouldn't be too arrogant. If you are, you won't be too far from death. Suddenly, an elder walked out from the carriage Yi Qingguang had come from. The elder was also a tall and large man. He still seemed to possess the energy of youth, and his voice was like a loud drum. He had a fiery red staff in his hand. When he appeared, everyone felt like a boulder had landed on their hearts. He was also a life star expert, but he was completely different from ordinary life star experts. The peak of life star. Many life star experts managed to see through this old man's cultivation base. By the life star realm, each minor realm was incredibly difficult to advance. Not only did it require a huge amount of resources, but it also required comprehension of heaven and earth. The 3rd, 6th, and 9th heaven stages were especially difficult to reach. 90% of the life star experts present were in the early life star realm. They might never cross the barrier to reach the mid stage in all their lives. There were also a few people at the mid life star realm. Not one of them was in the late life star realm, but this elder in front of them possessed an aura that crushed all of theirs. Clearly, he had reached the 9th heaven stage of the life star realm. He was a terrifying existence. As soon as he spoke, he drew everyone's attention. This terrifying elder was clearly Yi Qingguang's master, or perhaps his elder. What was he doing now? If youngsters weren't arrogant, would they still be youngsters? You're right when you say that being too arrogant means you won't be too far from death. But some people who are already old won't have many good days left to live even if they aren't arrogant, don't you think? Said Long Chen. In any case, with Evilmoon's promise, he wasn't afraid. He directly mocked this elder for not having much longevity left. Master, don't waste words with him. Give me the coiling dragon staff. I'll kill this arrogant brat. The arrival of the elder gave Yi Qingguang breathing room, and his broken arm was healed along with his other injuries. The Titan sect's divine item, the steel coiling dragon staff. Legend says it's a divine item crafted from the finest divine steel ore from the depths of the Eastern Sea. A fist-sized chunk of that ore is as heavy as a mountain. The steel coiling dragon staff's weight is definitely terrifying. Quiet gossip began to spread through the crowd. Amongst them, there were quite a few erudite people who knew some of the history of the Titan sect. Doesn't this elder's arrival already prove that Yi Qingguang has lost? At the very least, the power of his fists is inferior to Long Chen. I suppose, now Yi Qingguang wants to rely on a weapon advantage to beat Long Chen and regain his honor. In their previous fight, victory and defeat had been clear. Yi Qingguang hadn't even been able to retaliate. The staff in the elder's hand suddenly vanished and appeared in Yi Qingguang's hands. When he grasped it, the steel coiling dragon staff suddenly lit up. Yi Qingguang's aura changed once more. Long Chen, I suppose you might not know this, but my Titan sect's Titan art is inherited through the steel coiling dragon staff. Yi Qingguang laughed crazily, pointing the staff at Long Chen. In other words, the majority of my combat power depends on the steel coiling dragon staff. Now that I have it along with the Titan art, my power is unstoppable. With it, I can split mountains and seas, destroy heaven and earth, and shake the cosmos. Long Chen, you can die at peace knowing you forced me to this point. Yi Qingguang raised the staff. Divine light exploded as it whistled toward Long Chen. Chapter 1491. What is called courting death? A divine item. Startled cries rang out as the steel coiling dragon staff was activated. It was the divine item of the Titan sect. Although he's unable to bring out the power of a divine item, Yi Qingguang's Titan art is closely connected to the steel coiling dragon staff, so he doesn't need to activate its divine power. He can just use its weight to smash Long Chen to bits. Many people assumed that Long Chen was simply doomed now. Dragonbone Evilmoon appeared on Long Chen's shoulder again, and he held it with one hand. Evilmoon's voice rang out in his head once more. Nothing more than a quasi-divine item. Furthermore, that brat can't even unleash its divine power and is only capable of using it to passively increase his power. I'm not going to help you against something like that. If you can't even beat that, you should just kill yourself. Long Chen snorted, but he didn't say anything. In this kind of scenario, he also hadn't been planning on having Evilmoon's help. In terms of power, he had never feared anyone. The Black Evilmoon hacked down like a black bolt of lightning. There was no fanciness. It was a simple direct hack. The two divine items clashed. Heaven and earth lost all their color, and the world lost all its sound. This was the result of the divine runes on the divine items defending themselves. Neither the steel coiling dragon staff nor Dragonbone Evilmoon had unleashed their divine might, but this was a passive defensive power invoked when divine items clashed. The result of their divine runes clashing gave off this misperception of time standing still. But that quickly ended as time began to flow once more. One figure smashed into the ground, unleashing a huge wave of earth. Shockingly, the one blown back was the incomparably confident Xianxia who had been using the steel coiling dragon staff. He was still unable to receive a single blow even when he was using a divine item. People felt like they were going insane. Just how powerful was Long Chen? Look, that black saber, it has to have reached the level of a divine item. Some people managed to see through the clues. Even though they saw this treasure, no one was filled with greed. They were fully intimidated by Long Chen's power. Long Chen lazily rested Evilmoon on his shoulder. Looking at Xianxia crawling out of the ground, his expression was apologetic. Sorry, I didn't hear what you just said. Something about splitting mountains and seas, destroying heaven and earth, shaking the cosmos, and how I can die at peace. Can you repeat it for me? A slap in the face. This was definitely a naked slap in the face. Who would have thought that returning the same words Xianxia had just said would result in such a resounding slap? Xianxia was ashen, his eyes scarlet. He had no way to retort. To Long Chen's words, he had an urge to find a hole to hide in and never come out. That was just how merciless Long Chen's current words were. Seeing that Xianxia had been driven almost insane, Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng exchanged a glance. They both silently nodded. Suddenly, the two of them attacked. A dark gold broadsword appeared in Sha Guangyan's hands, while a golden halberd appeared in Peng Wansheng's hands. Both of these weapons were unleashing terrifying divine might. They were divine items. The two of them silently slashed their weapons at Long Chen's back. They were extremely quick, reaching him in practically the same instant as they attacked. Damn, seriously, two soul transformation Empyreans would actually launch a sneak attack. People were practically unable to believe their eyes. Did they still care about their faces at all? They didn't know that Long Chen had already exchanged blows with Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyan. The two of them knew just how terrifying Long Chen was. Long Chen hadn't even shown his true trump cards yet in his fight against Xianxia. Although both Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyan had broken through to soul transformation, they hadn't solidified their cultivation bases yet. The power they could unleash was limited. Now seeing Long Chen already so terrifying, their original confidence was starting to be shaken. Long Chen was like a deep well. No one could tell how deep he went. You could have learned from anyone, but you still decided to learn the Bloodkill Hall's shameful skills. You really disappoint me. As startled cries were ringing out from the city, Long Chen spun. Dragonbone Evilmoon smashed into their weapons just as they were about to reach him. A powerful explosion erupted, but Long Chen's figure was not shaken in the least. He was like an immovable boulder. Scram! An irresistible power surged through Evilmoon, and Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng were sent flying. Ever since the Divine Gate Star had absorbed the heaven and earth divine spring of the heaven-suppressing magic sect, his physical body had undergone a huge transformation. He was now much stronger than before. Furthermore, the Divine Gate Star was still slowly absorbing the divine spring from the Bloodkill Hall. The 9-star hegemon body art was going through some kind of transformation. Now, in terms of power, Long Chen had reached an unprecedented level. This was something he hadn't even realized until he had started fighting all out. Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng didn't specialize in power in the first place, so they were both blown away by Long Chen. With a one-handed simple swing of his saber, Long Chen had knocked back two Empyreans. All the experts had a certain thought unconsciously surfacing in their hearts: Long Chen was truly about to defy the heavens. He would no longer have an equal opponent within the same realm. After blowing them away, Long Chen suddenly gripped his saber with both hands, hacking Evilmoon down. Boom! Just at that moment, Yi Qingquang's steel coiling dragon staff smashed over. Their weapons clashed once more. Yi Qingquang coughed up blood and was sent tumbling back once more, blood pouring from his hands. Bastard! It's because my bottleneck is too loose that it's making my fighting power unstable. Since you want to die, then just die. Yi Qingquang suddenly let out a furious roar, and his aura began to surge violently. Heaven and earth became dim. Heavens, he still has another trump card. What a monster. People were shocked. At this time, he actually wanted to advance. Trump card my ass. He's undergoing tribulation. This bastard, is he trying to draw in everyone in the city? Run. When people looked up at the sky, their expressions changed. Heavens, these are tribulation clouds. Does he want to undergo tribulation here? That bastard, how many people will he kill like this? Furious roars rang out. Long Chen and the others were fighting thousands of miles away, but these tribulation clouds covered tens of thousands of miles. Anyone who was sensed by the tribulation would be annihilated. Yi Qingquang was a jade core expert advancing to soul transformation, and as an Empyrean, the power of his tribulation was extremely great. Chaos spread in the eastern Zan city as experts fled, but the weaker people couldn't possibly escape in time. The ones who were most terrified were the people who had families in the city. There were some women and children who hadn't even reached the Shantian realm. Rumbling filled the sky. The tribulation lightning was about to descend. It's over, all over. Despair filled people's hearts. Those people below the Shantian realm couldn't possibly escape. Although the core of the tribulation was Yi Qingquang, a lightning tribulation on this scale covered a huge range. Anyone within that range would be sensed and killed. Furious roars rang out from within the city, as well as the cries of women and children. This person deserves to die. A touch of killing intent blazed in Ziyan's eyes. She was about to go out. Don't panic. We have the 7-string C suppressing zither. We can protect them, said the beautiful woman, holding her back. However, that Titan sect's master and disciple really are good for nothings. The young one goes through tribulation, while the old one doesn't do anything. The righteous path really isn't the original righteous path. Their carriage had a formation to screen them from the heavens, so they weren't afraid of the tribulation. They had no intention of dodging. There was also another group of experts that had retreated, but not completely. They had their own ancestral items that could screen them from the heavens. Save us, we don't want to die. The weak people in the city cried out, hoping for the experts to protect them. But no one bothered with them. Old Bai, if the tribulation lightning falls on the city, activate the 9 heavens nether passage formation to divert the lightning that falls. That brute Yi Qingquang, he's going to cost us 2 years of profit. Zheng Wenlong was still in the city, having an aggrieved expression. If this formation was activated, the Huayan sect would be paying a large price out of their pocket. Just as the tribulation clouds finished forming and were about to unleash their lightning, a saber image tore into the sky, breaking the tribulation clouds and creating a hole in them. It was like tribulation clouds that were about to take off their pants and piss on all of them were kicked in the ass, and as a result, their piss ended up held in. This Long Chen, he actually attacked the tribulation clouds. Is he crazy? After a brief moment of stunned silence, shocked cries rang out. The one to attack was actually Long Chen. The tribulation clouds were forced to regather, giving them more time to escape. However, the tribulation clouds that were regathering contained a terrifying will. The heavens were enraged. Now the tribulation clouds were even stronger than before. As for Long Chen, after destroying the clouds, he attacked Yi Qingquang, blowing him away. Long Chen chased after him, blowing him away time and time again. Yi Qingquang repeatedly coughed up blood as he was forced further away from the eastern Zan city. Long Chen. He's sacrificing his life to win time for us. Only now did people realize Long Chen's goal. The tribulation clouds finished gathering again. Just as the lightning was about to fall, Long Chen attacked it, destroying the clouds again. This time, heaven and earth rumbled. Endless tribulation clouds surged. The heavens. They were enraged. All my investment, it's all gone. Long Chen really is doomed this time. Zheng Wenlong was filled with despair as he looked up at the endless black tribulation clouds in the sky. Chapter 1492 Five-Colored Lightning Thunders. The very first time Long Chen had attacked the tribulation clouds, he had provoked the heavens' fury. He was completely locked onto by the tribulation clouds, and he would be forced to go through the tribulation with Yi Qingguang. However, Long Chen hadn't broken through. His cultivation base was still at the peak of the Jade Core realm, so now he had truly courted death. Having gone straight up against the heavens, the conclusion was obvious to all. So, that cold and hard exterior actually hid such a kind heart. Long Chen is a true peerless hero. On one hand, we have an evil, despicable person who, despite clearly having been defeated, drew heavenly tribulation to kill his opponent with external power. On the other hand, we have a savior who is willing to go against heavenly tribulation, sacrificing his life to save the lives of the innocents. Just how grand is his heart! Praised an elder. Now Long Chen had forced Yi Qingguang far away. Although the tribulation clouds still covered the eastern Zan city, the core was already very far away, and the lightning tribulation wouldn't reach the city. The people who hadn't managed to escape in time had all been saved. They looked at that indistinct figure in the distance, filled with gratitude. They had no relationship with Long Chen. In fact, many of them had looked at him with indifference, or with the attitude of people watching a show when he had been surrounded by enemies just now. However, for them, he had repeatedly attacked the tribulation. No one could survive after infuriating the heavens, so his actions made them all feel ashamed. He actually sacrificed his life to save us, who have nothing to do with him. You're saying that such a person would destroy his own sect? You're all despicable slanderers. A youth only at the Shantian realm roared angrily. His roar shook everyone's hearts. If Long Chen really was such an evil person, how could he sacrifice his life for them? Obviously, he's just trying to leave behind a good name for himself before his death. What a cunning and sinister man. Truly despicable. Fuck off. That person couldn't even finish speaking before an expert cut off his head. Blood spurted into the air. An idiot like you isn't fit to live in this world. An arrow pierced the head, destroying that person's yuan spirit. Long Chen said that we have our own eyes, that we have our own heads. We have to decide right and wrong for ourselves, not blindly follow others. As for those prejudiced people with a shadow on their hearts, their words are nothing more than farts. In any case, you could beat me to death before I'd believe Long Chen is that kind of person. Roared the man who had shot the head. I also believe that Long Chen isn't such a person. Following that, all the people in the city roared along. Although their cultivation bases were low, the roaring of millions and millions of people caused the sky to change color. Even the tribulation clouds in the sky shook. This was the belief of all these experts. They had been stuck in the city and had been about to die from the tribulation. They firmly believed that Long Chen was a peerless hero, and this belief gathered together to form a kind of invisible energy that even affected the heavens. With this one move, Long Chen has proven himself to be innocent. What unrivaled intelligence, praised an elder beside Zheng Wenlong. You've overestimated him. With my understanding of him, he'd disdain doing such a thing. His thinking is very simple. It's simply because some of these people supported him. Even if there was only one child who believed him, he'd draw the lightning tribulation away for that child. Long Chen is simply Long Chen. He is unique and unmatched. This world will never have a second one like him. However, now he's in trouble, and I can't help him. Zheng Wenlong's voice was first full of pride and admiration, but toward the end, it became vexed and unresigned. In the face of such a terrifying tribulation, no one could save Long Chen. Within the carriage, Ziyan and the woman were silent. The woman's expression was complicated. Now, even if it was her, she wouldn't be able to harden her heart enough to attack Long Chen. Just as everyone was watching from the distance, two figures shot into motion, charging into the lightning tribulation as well. What are they doing? Everyone was shocked. The world of peak experts isn't something we can comprehend. But my guess is that Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyun aren't confident that Long Chen will die, so they've charged in as well to make sure he dies. Because Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyun have already gone through their soul transformation tribulation, they're confident of surviving this one. Along with Yi Qingguang, they're Empyreans, the favorites of heaven and earth. The heavenly tribulation won't kill them. To the heavenly tribulation, 3 of them are like sons, while one is an outsider that dared to provoke it at that. Long Chen, he's definitely dead. A white-haired elder learning on a cane sighed regretfully. However, despite his age, there was a reserved light in his eyes. He was an extremely powerful figure. This elder had seen through the clues. When Sha Guangyun and Peng Wansheng charged into the tribulation grew even stronger. However, they hadn't provoked the anger of the heavens, so they wouldn't be killed by the tribulation. It was like there was a farmer, and 4 children had made a mess of his farmhouse. 3 were his children, while 1 was an outsider. The fury of the heavenly tribulation was concentrated on Long Chen. Yi Qingquang's tribulation was growing stronger and stronger. This strengthening of his tribulation would actually be beneficial to him as long as he survived, which was essentially guaranteed since he was an Empyrean. As for Sha Guangyun and Peng Wansheng, they had just gone through their own tribulation, and it just so happened they could use this tribulation to wipe out some of the flaws from their advancement. Long Chen saw that the distance he had created was about enough, and so he stopped. He was no saint, but he didn't want to implicate the people who had supported him or the people who knew nothing. As for provoking the heavenly tribulation, that wasn't something rare for him. He had long since become the target of the heavens, and he didn't mind provoking them some more. It just so happened that he wanted to confirm something. He saw Sha Guangyun and Peng Wansheng arrive in the tribulation and surround him. However, he ignored them. He once more attacked the heavenly tribulation with a black saber image. Crazy, he's definitely gone crazy. Is he worried he hasn't doomed himself enough? Zheng Wenlong felt like he was also going crazy. Long Chen wasn't giving himself the slightest chance at survival. The tribulation clouds were once more broken and then even more gathered. In the beginning, the tribulation clouds had just been a couple of 100 meters thick, but now they were thousands of meters thick. It was like a huge black pot had covered the sky, and the might of the heavens was growing stronger and stronger. Even the people in the distant eastern Zan city could feel that apocalyptic power. In front of this heavenly might, many people in the city were forced to kneel on the ground, their faces pale. They didn't even dare to raise their heads. These kneeling people were ordinary cultivators or some lower-ranking celestials. They had no choice but to submit. Cultivators cultivated the heavenly Taos, so no one dared to go against the heavenly Taos. Only higher-ranking celestials could keep themselves standing. They were now so far that even with the eyesight of cultivators, they could barely see 4 indistinct figures. Long Chen, your ability at courting death is admirable. Sha Guangyun was happy to see Long Chen continuously attack the tribulation clouds. In their eyes, Long Chen was purely courting death for himself. They were Empyreans, and the heavenly tribulation treated them as family. Even if they closed their eyes, they could pass their tribulation. They wanted to borrow the heavenly tribulation to kill Long Chen, but unexpectedly, Long Chen was even helping them by attacking it himself. He was vainly trying to increase the power of the tribulation to make it more difficult for Yi Qingquang to pass. They found such foolish thinking laughable. Long Chen also found it laughable. He was smiling just like them, but his smile was very strange. He indifferently said, Peng Wansheng, do you remember when you said favored were commoners, celestials were officials, and Empyreans were crown princes? Back then, I was very puzzled. If you are the crown prince, who is the emperor? But now I know that it's the heavenly Taos. So today, I want to see just how much this emperor really loves you. Long Chen suddenly charged at the tribulation clouds again, and black light shot out of his saber, stabbing into it. Will you refuse to attack your sons? Fuck, where did all your vigor go when you were attacking me? Garbage thing, do you need me to slap you? Split the heavens 4. Now Long Chen was no longer just using ordinary attacks, but the power of split the heavens. The tribulation clouds were split in 2. In that instant, the world suddenly froze and lost all sound. Up in the sky, the only thing people saw was Long Chen holding Evilmoon, coldly looking at the dome of the heavens. That sight would never be forgotten by anyone who saw it. The sky suddenly exploded, and the world turned dark. The sun was completely gone. Endless heavenly might fell, and the air felt like it had vanished. Even in the city, people were suffocating. The tribulation clouds no longer gathered. Instead, huge cracks appeared in the clouds, and what came from those clouds was endless 5-colored lightning. It's 5-colored tribulation lightning. Long Chen has completely infuriated the heavens. Now even they might not be able to escape. The tribulation will not differentiate between friend and foe. The beautiful woman in the carriage looked at this with shock. Chapter 1493 Fighting Against Heavenly Geniuses. The legendary 5-colored tribulation lightning was a destructive lightning, one that could destroy anything in the world. Anything that had been locked onto by 5-colored divine lightning would be annihilated. In the cultivation world, the most solemn oath was sworn on being struck by 5-colored lightning. Beneath 5-colored lightning, you would be destroyed in body and soul. And now, up in the sky, 5-colored tribulation lightning was pouring out of the crack Long Chen had cut in the sky. It rapidly spread, filling the sky. Even as far away as the eastern Zan city was, the experts were all petrified by the sight of the radiant 5-colored lightning. They were afraid that the slightest movement might draw the lightning's attention and kill them. This 5-colored lightning was something that only existed in legend. It was recorded in ancient tomes, but no one had ever seen it personally. There's been different colored lightning before, but not a 5-colored one. Good, then let me see whether your love for your 3 sons will hold when I'm added to the mix. A cold smile appeared on Long Chen's face as he looked at the 5-colored lightning. Long Chen, Yi Qinghuang, Sha Guangyan, and Peng Wansheng were all within the domain of the 5-colored lightning. Other than Long Chen, all their expressions changed. Not only did their expressions change, but even the expression of Yi Qinghuang's face became unsightly. Furthermore, 2 elders also came out of 2 other carriages, looking at the scene in front of them nervously. These 2 elders came from the ancient races and ancient families. They were extremely powerful, but despite that power, they could only watch from a distance. They didn't even dare to speak for fear of being locked onto by the lightning. It seems your father is angry. I wonder whether he'll exterminate all of you just because of a little outsider like me. Long Chen then slashed his saber at the sky once more in front of everyone's horrified gazes. A huge saber image created another crack in the tribulation clouds. Along with the previous clash, it formed a huge cross. A torrent of 5-colored lightning grew even stronger. In the distance, the experts wielding photographic jades had their photographic jades destroyed by some kind of power. Long Chen, you madman! Kill him quickly, roared Sha Guangyan. He could see that Long Chen didn't want to live. What he wanted was to bring them all down with him. The 5-colored tribulation lightning was booming above. It had completely escaped its restrictions, wanting to destroy them as well. Even their status as Empyreans had lost effect against it. If they didn't kill Long Chen immediately and allowed him to continue infuriating the tribulation, they would all be doomed. However, before the 3 of them could attack, the 5-colored lightning crashed down. Huge thunderbolts shot down, enveloping Long Chen, Yi Qinghuang, Sha Guangyan, and Peng Wansheng. This lightning was incredibly powerful, and it was full of terrifying destructive will. The 3 of them were forced to go all out against this lightning. Their bodies were quivering. Yet, Long Chen was immersed within the torrent of lightning. The lightning would explode when it landed on him and transform into 5-colored runes. That natural and easy appearance was like he was taking a bath, not undergoing tribulation. This 5-colored lightning was extremely berserk. Each strike was equivalent to the full-strength attack of a normal life star expert. Most terrifying of all was the destructive will within it. It was something that destroyed a person's body and mind. It made people feel despair. However, this lightning was unable to cause any injuries to Long Chen. After all, since the blood condensation realm, Long Chen had repeatedly undergone tribulation. All his experiences had accumulated into a large immunity against lightning. This fatal lightning wasn't much to him. At the very least, he didn't have to bother with it at this intensity. Not bad, Long Chen, you have some guts. Now I understand why the heavenly Daos don't like you. Dragonbone Evilmoon sent Long Chen a message. Its voice contained the slightest bit of admiration now. Clearly, this fearless courage of Long Chen's had surprised it a bit. That was because Evilmoon had always looked down on Long Chen personally. It felt Long Chen was too soft-hearted, but this display made its impression of Long Chen change. Evilmoon was rejected by the heavenly Daos due to undergoing too much slaughter. That was why Long Chen had to use more energy. To use battle skills with it. However, Long Chen was also rejected by the heavenly Daos, and he even dared to go against them. That won him some praise from Evilmoon, because it didn't dare to do the same. Long Chen, within this domain of 5-colored lightning, no one else can interfere in your battle. I can't, and they can't either, including those people in the carriages. No one would dare to activate the power of divine items here. In other words, the 4 of you will be fighting entirely with your true, personal power. Whether they kill you or you kill them, no one will be able to save anyone, said Evilmoon. Why is that? Asked Long Chen. This 5-colored lightning has condensed endless destructive will. It is independent of the heavenly Daos, and so it will kill anyone, including Empyreans. But if a divine item was activated within this domain, it would be instantly caught by the heavenly Taos. This 5-colored lightning would instantly become divine lightning. Let alone you four, no one within tens of thousands of miles would exist in that case. So as long as they don't want to die, none of them will activate their divine items. That would be no different than suicide, explained Evilmoon. What if someone activates their divine item in panic in order to bring me down with them? Asked Long Chen. He had to get a grasp of this new information. What a joke, do you think divine items can be activated by anyone? Without reaching the life star realm and condensing astral energy, how could they activate the power of their divine items? The only exception would be if the divine item wanted to help them, but do you think divine items are stupid? Would they actually be willing to end up destroying themselves? Let alone them, even those old fellows over there wouldn't be able to force a divine item to do anything if it didn't want to. So be at ease, said Evilmoon a bit irritably. Hearing this, Long Chen was delighted. Without the threat of divine items, and with the protection of this 5-colored lightning, he could dominate this fight. Lei Long had already finished devouring the lightning chains from his last tribulation. It had grown incredibly powerful, and now this 5-colored lightning was being silently absorbed by it. It was full of excitement as if it had encountered a peerless delicacy. I'm not in a rush to handle them. Lei Long, do your best to absorb as much of the 5-colored lightning as you can, but be careful. For now, don't get sensed by the tribulation, said Long Chen. He found that the current tribulation was different from before. The first wave of this tribulation was already so terrifying, so Lei Long needed some time to slowly digest this new energy. Suddenly, the rain of lightning around him exploded as a staff smashed toward Long Chen. Finally, the three of them had lost patience. Yi Qinghuang was the first to attack. At the same time, Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng also launched attacks. Their 3 divine items were hurling toward Long Chen. I wasn't in a rush, but it seems these sons have gotten anxious. Then today, let's have an all-out fight. Long Chen slashed Evilmoon. His first target was Yi Qinghuang's steel coiling dragon staff. In terms of power, Yi Qinghuang was fundamentally not a match for Long Chen. He was blown away. Void Breaker, Heavy Earth Ascension, Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng's attacks arrived. The runes on Peng Wansheng's wings were lit, while the earth rune on Sha Guangyan's forehead was glowing. Down below, the ground began to shine with a dark gold luster. Endless energy was gathering from it. Although the two of them weren't able to activate the power of their divine items, when they unleashed their full power, they also possessed the power to shake heaven and earth. When the two of them combined forces, they seemed unstoppable. Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng were feeling an intense sense of crisis. This 5-colored lightning was in existence from legend. Just the first wave was already so difficult to bear. Who knew how terrifying it would become later? Their status as Empyreans was no longer able to protect them. This heavenly tribulation didn't care about them. It would kill them all. Their only choice was to kill Long Chen before the tribulation reached its strongest level. Otherwise, they would really be in danger. The lightning tribulation was Yi Qinghuang's, but it was Long Chen who had drawn the 5-colored lightning. Even if Yi Qinghuang died and the tribulation ended, the 5-colored lightning would continue. If Long Chen didn't die, the 5-colored lightning wouldn't stop. Long Chen's slash met with their 2 divine items. Lightning exploded as their 3 divine items were locked together. Die. Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng poured their power into their weapons, wanting to send Long Chen flying. This was an extremely important exchange. If they could blow Long Chen away, they would take the advantage. Under a torrent of attacks, Long Chen, who was forced into a passive position, might very likely be defeated just like that. However, as they unleashed all their power, they were shocked to find that Long Chen's power seemed endless. They were unable to shake him in the slightest. Just at this moment, Yi Qinghuang came flying back, the steel coiling dragon staff smashing toward Long Chen's side. Just wait, it'll be your turn soon, snorted Long Chen. Dragonbone Evilmoon shook 3 times suddenly, and Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyan felt their wrists almost break. They noticed a portion of their energy being absorbed. As for Long Chen's saber, it knocked their weapons into the air as it slashed toward Yi Qinghuang. Not good. Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng's expressions changed, but it was too late to warn Yi Qinghuang. They could only focus on attacking Long Chen again. Long Chen's saber viciously slashed into Yi Qinghuang's staff. As for Sha Guangyan's sword and Sha Guangyan's halberd, they landed on Long Chen's back. Chapter 1494, just a bit off. Dragonbone Evilmoon slashed heavily onto Yi Qingquang's steel coiling dragon staff. Yi Qingquang's arms were instantly broken, and the steel coiling dragon staff smashed into his own body. Blood spurted out of him. His body cracked like porcelain and almost exploded. Yi Qingquang smashed into the ground. It was unknown if he was alive or dead. This attack of Long Chen's hadn't just contained his own power, but also some of Sha Guangyun and Peng Wansheng's. It was incredibly powerful. Most terrifying of all was that this attack had not been a battle skill. He hadn't accumulated any energy or shown any signs of using it. Sha Guangyun and Peng Wansheng hadn't even had a chance to warn Yi Qingquang before Long Chen's attack struck. However, as for Long Chen himself, at the same time as he sent Yi Qingquang flying, his back was struck by Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyun's weapons. The sound of bones breaking came from his back, and he also coughed up blood and was blown into the distance. He had exchanged injury for injury, but it had been planned. Having borrowed and cancelled out part of their power, Long Chen got struck by less than 30% of it. That was why he had dared to take their attacks on his back. But divine items were still divine items, and even when they weren't releasing their divine might, they heavily injured him. However, he didn't mind. The life energy within the primal chaos space poured through his body, rapidly healing him. Oh, so the power contained within divine items is actually this difficult to expel. Long Chen found that these injuries required much more energy to heal. Furthermore, they took several times as long. Fortunately, his injuries weren't that grave. Although he didn't instantly heal, his injuries were suppressed quickly and didn't affect his movements. Lightning wings appeared on Long Chen's back and he flew toward the one who had smashed into the ground, Yi Qingquang. Injuring 10 fingers wasn't as good as severing one finger. That was why he had taken the risk to exchange injury for injury. He wanted to kill Yi Qingquang to remove one of his 3 opponents. The 3 of them were all Empyreans, and they had advanced to soul transformation. Furthermore, they were holding 3 divine items, and so Long Chen's weapon advantage was non-existent. When surrounded by the 3 of them, the slightest mistake would cause him to lose his life, so eliminating one of them as fast as possible was the key to victory. Sha Guangyun and Peng Wansheng were delighted that their weapons had landed. They expected Long Chen to be heavily injured, allowing them to kill him with the next blow. However, they quickly saw that Long Chen was still lively and rushing straight toward Yi Qingquang. Stop him. If any of you dies, the other 2 will definitely die as well. Within the 5-colored lightning, no one can save you, Yi Qingquang's elder shouted from a distance. Before he could finish speaking, a bolt of 5-colored lightning struck him. It was like divine retribution. The world froze, and no one dared to move, including the experts from the carriages. The elder exploded on contact with the lightning. Everyone's hearts shook. That had been a peak life star expert, and he had been killed in one blow. The 5-colored lightning's power was based on the provoker. Clearly, this elder's shouting had been captured by the heavenly Taos and was treated as a provocation of the heavens, resulting in this terrifying blow. After that terrifying attack, everyone felt suffocated and panted crazily. The door to the carriage was opened, and a large figure walked out once more. It was the elder who had just been slain by the 5-colored lightning. It was actually a substitute art. Some people saw through the clues. No wonder this elder had dared to give a warning. He had used his substitute art while his true body hid in the carriage. The carriage had a heaven-cheating formation around it to screen off the heavens. So although the substitute was killed, the main body was safe in the carriage. However, this elder's face was now slightly pale. Clearly, the loss of his substitute came with a price. However, it had been worth it. Through his warning, Sha Guangyun and Peng Wansheng realized just how dire their current situation was. Peng Wansheng flapped his wings and instantly vanished, reappearing in front of Long Chen and attacking with his halberd. "Scram!" shouted Long Chen. His injuries had mostly healed, and Evilmoon hacked down like a bolt of black lightning. Peng Wansheng's halberd shook violently, and he was sent flying. In terms of power, he was not even close to Long Chen. After blowing him away, Long Chen continued to go after Yi Qingquang. He could see him covered in blood and terrified. Long Chen's first attack had almost killed him. Now he was using his heavenly Tao energy to heal, but he was horrified to find that his injuries had some kind of evil energy in them. It was like a curse, constantly worsening his injuries. This energy came from Dragonbone Evilmoon's innate will to slaughter. Because it had slaughtered too many lifeforms, it had been infected with endless resentment. As an ancient, Evil weapon, it had existed for countless years and had lived for slaughter. Its attacks naturally contained endless resentment. To be injured by it was to be invaded by all that resentment. This resentment was the resentment of all the lifeforms that had been slain by it. It was like a curse. Yi Qingquang's heavenly Tao energy was going all out to heal himself, but this terrifying resentment made the healing process too slow. He still couldn't move and definitely couldn't receive Long Chen's next attack. Now he was terrified as he looked at Long Chen. His body quivered as he prepared to block, but he knew that this block would be useless. Earthen borders. In the distance, Sha Guangyan had landed on the ground at some unknown time and stabbed his broadsword into the earth. Huge earthen swords soared out of the ground, shooting at Long Chen. Split the heavens four. A huge saber image slashed through these earthen swords. The swords exploded, but just as the saber image was about to reach Yi Qingquang, the ground split open, and a large hand slammed out. The hand exploded, while the saber image created a bottomless ditch in the ground. Yi Qingquang had vanished. You want to beat us one by one? Too bad, we won't let you. Sha Guangyan sneered in the distance. Yi Qingquang was by his side. He had used some sort of secret art to summon two defensive moves at once and save Yi Qingquang. Many thanks. Yi Qingquang had long since lost his original arrogance. If it hadn't been for Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyan's interference, this world would no longer have a Yi Qingquang in it. As an Empyrean, he had never imagined a day where he would be killed by someone. But today, he had almost died. Thinking about it gave him chills. Long Chen rested Evilmoon on his shoulder and looked at them with a cold smile. Under the endless torrent of lightning, his expression was still calm. If I can't beat you one by one, I don't mind beating you all together. Long Chen had long since gotten used to the heaven-defying karmic luck of heavenly geniuses. Killing them was truly difficult. Their luck was always so good. Yet, he trusted that you couldn't survive off luck. If he couldn't kill his opponent, he couldn't blame their luck. He could only blame himself for not being strong enough. If he was strong enough to kill them in one blow, then no matter how great their luck was, it would still be nonsense. Yi Qingquang, focus on healing. Long Chen's difficult to handle, and we'll need to work together. Furthermore, we have to kill him before the tribulation reaches its strongest state. Otherwise, who knows what will happen, said Sha Guangyan. Right now, Yi Qingquang was the only one that could compete with Long Chen in terms of power. Without him, there was no chance of them killing Long Chen. Sha Guangyan's voice now contained some worry. He found that the lightning was growing stronger and stronger. The five-colored lightning was difficult to endure, and if it continued growing stronger, it would gravely affect their fighting power. What made them feel the most helpless was that their heavenly Tao runes were ineffective against this five-colored lightning. Long Chen simply stood there with no intention to attack again. Yi Qingquang was quickly healing. Having lost the chance to kill him, Long Chen wouldn't be given another chance. After all, they were peak experts, and they wouldn't make the same mistake twice. The four of them simply stared at each other. The people watching felt like a boulder was crushing their hearts. This battle was absolutely terrifying, so terrifying that they almost couldn't believe that what they were witnessing was reality. As more time passed, the lightning transformed into huge spheres that fell from the sky and exploded like bombs. Each sphere was 300 meters wide and was like a raindrop, but they created huge pits in the ground. Attack! Suddenly, Sha Guangyan, Peng Wansheng, and Yi Qingquang attacked at the same time. It seemed they wanted to settle victory or defeat right here and now. Chapter 1495 Lightning covers the land. Sha Guangyan, Peng Wansheng, and Yi Qingquang had summoned all the power they had at their disposal. They couldn't hold back at all. Light flowed around their divine items as they attacked once more. They were intent on killing Long Chen in one breath. Long Chen let out a furious roar, and green light soared from his scales. Wielding his saber with both hands, he charged out at the three of them. The collisions of divine items caused the world to alternate between light and dark. As they crazily fought, the torrent of lightning exploded around them. The people in the distance could only vaguely see four figures within the lightning. That terrifying pressure had completely twisted space and made it seem like what they were seeing was illusory. No one dared to even blink an eye. They were afraid of missing even an instant of this scene. In this kind of terrifying barrage, one of them could die at any moment. Long Chen's too terrifying. If Empyreans are monsters, then Long Chen is a monster amongst monsters. He's not at a disadvantage even 1 against 3, praised the white-robed elder beside Zheng Wenlong. Be careful. If you say the wrong thing, you might lose your life, warned Zheng Wenlong. The white-robed elder's expression changed slightly. He had actually forgotten that saying the wrong thing within the domain of this tribulation could be sensed by the heavenly Taos and invoke karma. Yi Qingquang's master was a good example of that. The white-robed elder shut his mouth. He didn't even dare to send spiritual messages and simply watched. As for weaker experts, they couldn't even speak under this terrifying pressure. The huge eastern Zan city was silent. The four of them were crazily fighting in the lightning. Sha Guangyun and Peng Wansheng's hearts shook. As they fought, Yi Qingquang was growing stronger. This five-colored tribulation lightning was tempering him rapidly. He had already gained the aura of a soul transformation expert. His aura was still chaotic and fluctuating, but his power was now soaring. Although he couldn't match Long Chen, he could still manage to block him with their help. Long Chen's heavy attacks were all blocked by him. It was only because of Yi Qingquang that the other two could fight against Long Chen. They thanked their luck that they had saved Yi Qingquang back then, or without him, they wouldn't have been able to survive. Five-colored lightning surrounded Long Chen. It had formed a set of armor around him, preventing him from being injured by the torrent of lightning falling from the sky. As for Sha Guangyun, Peng Wansheng, and Yi Qingquang, they were forced to divert a part of their energy to resist the lightning. As a result, both sides ended up having their advantages and disadvantages. They fought for a full 2 hours without determining a victor. Damn it, how can he have so much spiritual yuan? He clearly isn't absorbing energy from heaven and earth to replenish it. Sha Guangyun ground his teeth. It wasn't just Sha Guangyun who was confused by this. Considering there were 3 Empyreans with their manifestations in full bloom, all the energy of heaven and earth was sucked dry by them. Long Chen couldn't absorb energy to replenish his spiritual yuan. His divine ring was active, but it was focused on resisting the suppression of their 3 manifestations. It wasn't absorbing any energy from the world. According to reason, Long Chen's spiritual yuan should have run dry an hour ago. Even the 3 of them who were absorbing all the energy in the air were using more energy than they were replenishing. They didn't even have half their spiritual yuan left. Just as the 3 of them were growing anxious about this, an explosive sound came from the sky. They saw that the cross-shaped crack Long Chen had cut into the sky had exploded due to some energy. It had formed a huge hole in the sky. Countless 5-colored figures began to descend from the sky. They were terrifying lightning beasts. There were drakes, phoenixes, wolves, insects, tigers, leopards, essentially anything that existed. Flying ones, swimming ones, running ones, they were all present. Some of these were beasts that no one had ever seen or even heard of. Each of these lightning beasts was as large as a mountain. They charged toward the 4 of them. Sha Guangyun was the first to be struck. He was sent flying by Long Chen into the mouth of a lightning python. Break! A roar came from within the lightning python's mouth, and its head exploded. Sha Guangyun flew out. However, his face was a bit pale with fright. When he had been devoured, he had entered a strange space with endless lightning chains coming to bind him. If he hadn't had a divine item to break those lightning chains, he might have been bound. This lightning python was just one of the millions of lightning beasts that had appeared. He had almost died to just one. This 5-colored lightning was truly worthy of being the legendary annihilation lightning. They were Empyreans, and every time they underwent tribulation, the heavens would pamper them. The heavens would send down powerful but gentle lightning to expel the impurities in their bodies and make sure their advancement was as perfect as possible. To them, heavenly tribulation was like a gentle mother. But today, it had become an evil stepmother who wanted them dead. The 4 of them had no choice but to focus on blocking these lightning beasts. In truth, the majority of the lightning beasts were charging toward Long Chen. That proved that the main target of the 5-colored lightning was still Long Chen. When the endless lightning beasts appeared, over 1,000 5-colored dragons also appeared around Long Chen, fighting crazily against them. How? How is that possible? Ziyan was filled with shock. How could the lightning beasts start fighting against each other? In the next instant, she realized that these dragons were not the beasts of the lightning tribulation, but Long Chen's thunder force. Long Chen had had Lei Long absorb the 5-colored lightning from the start. It had silently sent its split bodies throughout the lightning tribulation, absorbing it. Having already transformed to become 5-colored as well, its split bodies were like fish in water. No one had noticed them. When Long Chen had been fighting against them, he hadn't used any thunder force. He had merely kept Lei Long's main body with him to absorb any tribulation lightning that attacked him. Lei Long was truly gluttonous. It had summoned 1800 split bodies in one go. That was its limit. 1800 split bodies had been greedily devouring the five-colored lightning tribulation this entire time. When the time came and they merged together, Lei Long would grow to a terrifying level. However, right now, they had yet to merge again. Its split bodies might not be extremely powerful individually, but they had completely transformed to become the same as this five-colored lightning. The tribulation lightning beasts ended up viewing them as coming from the same source, and so they didn't attack Lei Long. They only charged at Long Chen. Fortunately, Lei Long didn't view them as coming from the same source. It viewed them purely as fat pieces of meat, and it crazily devoured them. These huge lightning beasts were incredibly fierce, but they didn't possess minds. They didn't know how to fight against themselves and simply continued charging at Long Chen without attacking Lei Long. As a result, Lei Long devoured them without any misgivings. The lightning essence it was devouring was the best meat to it. 1800 dragons were pouncing on the lightning beasts in the sky while protecting Long Chen. But even like this, there were too many of the lightning beasts. Many of them still got past the lightning dragons to attack Long Chen. Long Chen slashed his saber at those. His saber was flickering with five-colored lightning as well. This was the power of Lei Long's true body. If Long Chen was using his own power against the lightning beasts, it wouldn't be this effective, and it would take more spiritual yuan. But with Lei Long's assistance, killing these lightning beasts was much easier. He killed one with each slash of his saber. When he killed the lightning beasts, they transformed into lightning runes and were absorbed by Lei Long's true body that was still within Long Chen. Its growth rate was even faster than the split bodies, as the split bodies still required a great deal of effort to devour the lightning beasts of the tribulation. After all, each of those lightning beasts was just as large as them. However, Long Chen could destroy them with a simple swing of his saber, and that efficiency allowed Lei Long's true body to grow much faster. Long Chen was handling his lightning beasts without much effort, but on the other side, Sha Guangyan, Peng Wansheng, and Yi Qingquang's expressions were growing unsightly. Each time they attacked one of the lightning beasts, they needed to use a huge amount of energy. But worst of all, when the lightning beasts exploded, the exploding lightning would harm their bodies. Even their souls would feel a prickling pain, making them almost cough up blood. The three of them were soul transformation experts who had already started condensing their yuan spirits. If they were still in the Jade Core realm, their souls might not be able to bear the impact of this lightning. Seeing Long Chen's expression was so calm as he killed the lightning beasts without the slightest pain, they felt like they might go insane. Although the majority of the lightning beasts were charging toward Long Chen, around 30% of them were still attacking the trio Empyreans. This 30% was horrifying, and the three of them were battered and exhausted. After 2 hours, Sha Guangyan was the first to start wildly coughing up blood. After 4 hours, Sha Guangyan, Peng Wansheng, and Yi Qingquang were covered in blood. Having been injured multiple times, their combat power was starting to fall. After 6 hours, the three of them had reached their limit. They had entered a deathbed struggle. As for Long Chen, he was also covered in blood amongst these endless lightning beasts. There were just too many of them, and he was starting to run out of breath. The people in the distance were watching with rapt attention. They knew the end was coming. Suddenly, the lightning tribulation clouds in the sky began to rumble. They slowly gathered together, eventually forming 5 different colored clouds right above Long Chen's head. This is the real 5-colored lightning tribulation. People stared in shock at the 5 clouds above Long Chen. Chapter 1496, A world-destroying blow. The 5 clouds revolved rapidly around each other. Lightning surged within like raging waves. The 5 clouds were like 5 petals of a flower, with the center right above Long Chen. What the fuck? This is no normal 5-colored lightning. This is 5-colored world-destroying tribulation lightning. Long Chen, what did you do to anger the heavens so much? Even Dragonbone Evilmoon was shocked. How am I supposed to now? These damn heavens just find me displeasing and do everything possible to kill me, said Long Chen hatefully. Suddenly, the world trembled. The lightning beasts exploded into runes and vanished. In that instant, a pillar of light shot out from the 5 tribulation clouds and enveloped Long Chen. He felt endless heavenly might lock him down. The surrounding space was frozen, and he couldn't move. As for the distant Sha Guangyan, Peng Wansheng, and Yi Qingquang, they were exhausted and about to collapse. They despaired. The pillar of light also affected them, making it so they couldn't flee. However, At that instant, the three of them were blown away by a strange force. That force was hard, making them cough up blood and feel like their bones would collapse. But they were delighted. Ha 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 ha, Long Chen, in the end, you still lose. Your own trap killed you PFFT. Yi Qingguang laughed wildly while also coughing up blood. The lightning tribulation had ended up letting them off. Now it was locked onto just Long Chen. That meant that this five-colored lightning still did show some concern for Empyreans. Even before, 70% of the lightning beasts had been targeting Long Chen, with only 30% attacking the three of them. That showed how great the karmic luck of Empyreans was. Even heavenly tribulation looked after them. Now as the lightning tribulation prepared for its final blow, it actually sent them out. The three of them had escaped death and were filled with both joy at life and joy at Long Chen's misfortune. Don't worry, Long Chen. Once you die, I'll immediately go to the spirit world and let the rest of the Dragonblood Legion join you. As for those beauties of yours, hee, I'll properly look after them. Laughed Sha Guangyan as he wiped off the blood from his mouth. Endless destructive will was gathering within the five clouds. That was the will of the heavenly Taos. If the heavens wanted someone dead, that person would have no choice but to die. This was the power of the heavens. Will Long Chen really die? If he dies, that means he's not my destined devil star. If he isn't my destined devil star, wouldn't that be a huge joke? Ziyan looked at the distant Long Chen who couldn't move under the light of the five tribulation clouds. A pained expression appeared in her eyes. The current Long Chen was unable to move, but he had no intention of submitting. He was standing tall, glaring furiously at the tribulation clouds. In this situation, no one could save him. No human could surpass the heavens, but Long Chen was trying anyway. The beautiful woman didn't say anything as she watched. If Long Chen really died to this lightning tribulation, it would truly be a huge joke. She trusted that the divination spoken by the elusive music Immortal Palace's ancestor was correct. But she couldn't imagine how Long Chen would survive this terrifying tribulation. This was a tribulation with no chance of survival. Nothing could save him, not even a divine item. Long Chen, you can't die. You're my greatest investment. Grand Wealth God, please protect my client. Zheng Wenlong had almost despaired, but he clung onto the slightest shred of hope. Senior brother Long Chen, you can't die. Long Chen, if you die, the world will no longer have a hero like you. Long Chen, you're the miracle of the martial heaven continent. You have to continue your legend. You can't die. Countless youngsters were praying for Long Chen to survive. They stared nervously. Suddenly, the five tribulation clouds stopped revolving and gathered into one multicolored cloud. All the lightning that had been brewing within them was suddenly unleashed. From the distance, it looked like five torrents of lightning had been unleashed, devouring Long Chen. The five torrents blew apart the earth. Lightning runes formed a giant mushroom cloud in the air that rapidly spread. Not good. Sha Guangyan, Peng Wansheng, and Yi Qingguang were horrified. They hadn't expected this attack to be so huge. They had already retreated so far away but were still caught by it. The three of them summoned their defenses but were still blown away, tumbling back across the ground and coughing up blood. Sha Guangyan's body was covered in cracks, and he almost died. Even from this distance, the three of them almost perished. Then just how powerful was the core of this lightning? It was truly worthy of being a legendary world-destroying tribulation. There was no chance of survival for Long Chen. Once the torrent of lightning was unleashed, the lightning clouds vanished. The sun once more bathed the land with its light. The lightning was gone, and space had stopped shaking. The world was once more warm and clear, but the territory beyond the eastern Zan city had been reduced to ruins. In particular, there was a bottomless pit tens of thousands of miles wide. The leftover might of the heavens was so terrifying that just looking at it would make a person feel like their soul was being stabbed. That giant hole was like the gaping maw of some fiend. No one dared to make a sound in front of that hole. Long Chen, your little plan of drawing five-colored lightning tribulation to kill us was truly laughable. Did you think you could scheme against Empyreans? Mocked Sha Guangyan as he looked at the hole. Suddenly, the ground split open, and a figure charged out of the earth, slashing a black saber at the three of them. That figure was covered in blood, his flesh ripped off. He had practically no skin left and many of his bones were exposed. His face was gone, but that black saber caused everyone to let out startled cries. He didn't die. Although they couldn't recognize Long Chen in his current state, Dragonbone Evilmoon's sinister appearance allowed them to easily tell who he was. Sha Guangyan was the first one to be struck, and he was cut in two at the waist. He didn't even have time to use his broadsword to block. Evilmoon didn't pause after cutting through Sha Guangyan. It continued toward the shocked Peng Wansheng and Yi Qingquang. The two of them were originally behind Sha Guangyan, and so they had some time to raise their divine items. But both their arms were broken, and they were sent flying. One of Peng Wansheng's wings had been cut off by Long Chen. Damn it, if it weren't for that damn lightning tribulation, I could have killed all three of them with this blow, cursed Long Chen inside. Right now, he was heavily injured and almost out of spiritual yuan. If it weren't for that, those three would have died. You're complaining when it was all your fault. You actually dared to absorb that five-colored world-destroying tribulation lightning. You really have a death wish. Evilmoon's voice contained a new emotion within it. When the lightning had crashed down on Long Chen, at that moment, he hadn't blocked it. Instead, he had opened his body to absorb as much of it as possible. At that time, Evilmoon had truly thought Long Chen had gone insane. Even if someone wanted to die, they wouldn't do it like this. Did he really need to raise his chance of death to 10,000%? However, Long Chen had allowed the lightning to enter his body. Just as his body had been about to explode, he had activated the primal chaos bead, drawing the lightning into the primal chaos space. The lightning had immediately destroyed a large swath of the world trees the instant it entered, but before it could continue rampaging, the primal chaos space shook slightly, and the divine might suddenly filled it. Then the berserk lightning actually went quiet and condensed into a ball. Long Chen had almost died from the impact, but having survived the first wave, he used the life energy in the primal chaos space to heal as he continued absorbing more. The terrifying lightning had only continued for a few breaths' time, but the berserk energy had almost destroyed him. If it hadn't been for the vast energy in the world trees, there would have been no chance he could have survived. The lightning that had been drawn in destroyed a large swath of the world trees, but compared to the huge forest of world trees in the primal chaos space, it was nothing. Yet, despite that, all the world trees had withered from how much life energy Long Chen had sucked out. That was how terrifying the lightning had been. Having survived this unsurvivable lightning tribulation, Long Chen had gathered a huge ball of lightning in the primal chaos space. This was his harvest after risking death. Dragonbone Evilmoon didn't know why Long Chen would take such a risk, but Long Chen knew that he had to absorb as much thunder force as possible in order to raise his chances of surviving his next tribulation. Once the tribulation had ended, he had stealthily approached the three of them with his weary body and launched a sneak attack. Yet, he had underestimated the terrifying five-colored lightning tribulation. He had not only exhausted almost all his spiritual yuan, but even the might of the heavenly Daos was still present on his injuries, racking his body and causing his power to drop. He had no more life energy to draw out, so he could only bear it. Regretfully, even such a great opportunity hadn't succeeded. Having sent Peng Wansheng and Yi Qingquang flying, Long Chen shot toward Sha Guangyan's upper body. If he couldn't kill three, one was good as well. However, he had only just moved when the broadsword in Sha Guangyan's hand flew out of his control and at Long Chen. Long Chen, your sins are so grave that even the heavens can't handle you. So let this old man do it instead. A cold shout rang out from a distance. Sha Guangyan's elder was forming hand seals, and a blood rune had appeared on his forehead. He was actually controlling the divine item from a long distance. Under his control, the broadsword was flowing with divine light. A huge sword image slashed toward Long Chen. Chapter 1497 Evilmoon splits space. This broadsword was a divine item and was unleashing its divine might. Now that the heavenly tribulation had ended, the divine items could be activated without worry. Evilmoon, called out Long Chen. Don't worry, I'll handle it, replied Evilmoon. The two dragon images on it lit up, and an endless air of slaughter appeared. It was truly like an evil dragon had awakened. It left Long Chen's hand and slashed toward the broadsword. Evilmoon's divine marks lit up, and a frightening power gathered. However, when the two divine items clashed, it didn't cause a shockwave. Instead, a pillar of light soared into the sky and blew apart the clouds. Both Evilmoon and the broadsword were directing the shockwaves of their power upward. If they simply allowed their divine power to explode in all directions, then even Long Chen in his peak state would be killed at this distance, to say nothing of the others. Suddenly, a clear cracking sound rang out that caused the elder controlling the broadsword to cough up blood. A peanut-sized nick had appeared on the broadsword. What? The divine item was damaged. Shocked cries rang out. Divine items were unrivaled existences in people's eyes. However, the broadsword had actually been damaged in the first clash. Divine power exploded from the broadsword, trying to force away Evilmoon. But Evilmoon was like a viper, stubbornly biting the throat of its prey. Long Chen knew that Evilmoon was absorbing the divine essence of the broadsword to replenish its own energy. It definitely wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip away. You two, hurry up. That blade is an atrocity. We have to immediately eliminate it. This elder from the Ancient Family Alliance shouted toward the other two Peak Life Star elders. He was shocked to find that no matter how the broadsword struggled, it was unable to escape Evilmoon. Its item spirit was sending him a terrified cry for help. Those two elders made their move at the same time. Yi Qingquang's steel coiling dragon staff and Peng Wansheng's golden halberd flew out of their hands and smashed toward Evilmoon. Facing two more attacks from two divine items, Evilmoon was forced to divert its attention. The broadsword managed to escape its grasp, and then all three divine items unleashed their divine power at Evilmoon. 3 rays of light shot toward it. Black chi revolved around Evilmoon. Astral winds surged around it as it unleashed its own black light, blocking the attacks of the 3 divine items. Heavens, just where did that black saber come from? Even without Long Chen controlling it, it protects him against 3 divine items. Now everyone realized that the true priceless treasure in Long Chen's hand was not the pot but this saber. Countless experts almost went crazy with envy, especially the sect masters. Even as sect masters, they only had ancestral items to maintain their sect's karmic luck. Furthermore, the majority of them didn't even have top ancestral items. As for Long Chen, he was just a little jade core disciple. That pot was able to smash apart other ancestral items, so it had to be at least a peak ancestral item, the strongest type of existence below divine items. And now that black saber in his possession was able to block the attacks of 3 divine items controlled by 3 peak life star experts. At this moment, the 3 elders exchanged a look and formed new hand seals. Ripples of light came from their divine items, forming a huge light barrier around both Long Chen and Evilmoon. Everyone, Long Chen's mind has been taken over by this evil blade. We need your help. Pass your energy into our bodies so we can seal this evil blade together. We must kill this fiend Long Chen to save the world from calamity, shouted the ancient race elder. The 3 of them had found that their current power was not enough, and they needed everyone's help. However, the people present were no longer as fanatical as they had been at the start. Many of them had become aware of just how serious this problem was. Just before this, when Yi Qingquang had summoned his lightning tribulation, it had been Long Chen who had saved all the commoners here, throwing himself into danger by attacking the lightning tribulation and drawing it away. There were countless people grateful to him. Now the story of a fiend who had destroyed his own sect and had his soul controlled by an evil blade had lost its power. Not everyone was an idiot, and not everyone was overcome with envy. Although they didn't know the exact details of what was going on behind the scenes, since Long Chen was someone who would do such a thing to save people who were total strangers to him, how could he possibly do something like destroying his own sect and master? The people who had attacked before had been able to use the righteous excuse of eliminating a scourge of the righteous path in order to cover up their envy and greed. But now, that excuse was clearly groundless. If they really attacked, they would be denounced by others. After all, this was the Eastern Zan City, and there were countless experts here. No one dared to make a move without considering things properly. When it came down to it, whether it was the ancient races, the Ancient Family Alliance, or the Titan sect, they were unable to represent the Eastern Zan region's righteous path. The wrong decision here could cost them everything. If they helped and Long Chen was killed, then that was all right. After all, he was dead, and a dead man wouldn't be able to argue about his innocence even if he was innocent. However, what if on the off chance they failed to kill Long Chen? What then? Other than the destroyed Xuantian Dao sect, Long Chen also had the support of the Heaven-Splitting Battle sect, the Wine God Palace, and even the Wine sect. Was doing this worth it or not? I will use my status as the Eastern Zan region's Pill Tower's master and the name of Pill Valley to ask everyone to attack together to eliminate Long Chen. This person is the calamity of the Eastern Zan region. He has colluded with foreign races to kill fellow humans. His sins are irredeemable, and he must be executed. Suddenly, an elder wearing the Pill Tower's robes appeared. He was the first to come up and pat his hands on the back of the Ancient Family Alliance's elder, pouring his spiritual yuan into the latter. My Martial Heaven Alliance also supports Pill Valley's decision. Through our investigation, we've confirmed that Long Chen had colluded with alien races to harm the righteous path. The evidence is undeniable, and he must be punished. Another elder flew out of the crowd. He tore off his bamboo hat and came to support them as well. Isn't that the leader of the Eastern Zan branch of the Martial Heaven Alliance, Qin Mingxian? He also supports killing Long Chen, cried out someone who recognized this elder. Qin Mingxian was the one with the highest authority in the Eastern Zan region's righteous path. He had actually appeared. Since the two of them have come, it means Long Chen really is a fiend. We have to execute him. Immediately, quite a few people flew out as well to pass their spiritual yuan to the three elders controlling the divine items. Having gained the help of dozens of people, the three divine items began to shine even brighter. The huge barrier around Evilmoon and Long Chen locked them in place. There was nowhere for them to go. Long Chen, so what if you escape the heavenly tribulation? Having done so many heinous deeds, you won't be able to escape this tribulation. Did you think you could escape the trial of righteousness? Death is your only end, shouted Sha Guangyun's upper body. He had been cut in two by Long Chen's saber at the waist. His upper body had escaped, but his lower body was still within the barrier the three divine items had formed to trap Long Chen. One of Peng Wansheng's golden wings was also within it, and both of them couldn't get them back just yet. Right now, they had no energy left to heal, and it took all they had just to not collapse. Yet, they forced themselves to stay conscious so that they could personally see Long Chen die. Long Chen watched as more and more experts arrived to strengthen the three of them. The barrier around him was growing stronger and stronger, and it was also shrinking. However, his expression didn't change. He was covered in blood, and his skin hadn't even recovered. His appearance was very frightening, with several of his bones sticking out. He suddenly shot up and kicked a severed body part. That body part slammed into the formation and immediately exploded on contact. Long Chen, Sha Guangyun roared. Although he had known that there was no way for him to retrieve his lower body and he would need to spend some time to regrow it, Long Chen's action was still extremely humiliating. I'm not interested in 2 legs and a butt, but I'll accept this. Chicken wing. I'm quite fond of roasted chicken. Long Chen pulled the golden wing into the primal chaos space. Peng Wansheng's chest heaved, and he almost fainted. He had reached his limit, but he still forced himself to stay awake. He had to witness Long Chen's miserable death. You're all framing Long Chen. We refuse to believe Long Chen is such a person. You're intentionally eliminating a genius. As more and more experts flocked toward the side of Pill Valley and the Martial Heaven Alliance, someone finally roared furiously. More and more furious roars rang out, but they were too weak, coming from people with low status. No one bothered with them. By this time, over 100 sect masters had gone to help. Zheng Wenlong stared at those people with a touch of pity in his eyes. He sighed, how foolish. They've sent themselves to the death god. Write down those people's status, names, and sects clearly. My guess is that the old list is pretty much useless now. What Long Chen wanted was this list. More and more experts appeared, but there was still one carriage in the sky that hadn't made a move. That's about enough. We should go. Once I get the list, I'll properly settle the debt from today. Long Chen was weary. Evilmoon was still fine, but he was starting to feel like he couldn't last much longer. Alright, Evilmoon's dragon marks shook, and a faint dragon roar could be heard. A saber image exploded into existence, instantly piercing the barrier created by the 3 divine items. A black light shot into the distance, vanishing from their sight along with Long Chen. When Evilmoon broke the barrier, the elders wielding the 3 divine items all coughed up a mouthful of blood, their faces pale with terror. Chapter 1498 Bad Luck Ghost. Although the 3 divine items had over 100 life star experts supporting them, when Evilmoon unleashed its divine power, it still pierced through their barrier and escaped with Long Chen. When the barrier broke, the 3 peak life star experts received an intense backlash and coughed up blood. The other experts that had supported the formation also turned pale from the backlash, but it wasn't as severe. That black saber is even stronger than we expected. But why would such a terrifying weapon listen to Long Chen's orders? The beautiful woman softly muttered as she looked at the distant battlefield. Master, if you had interfered, then with the power of the 7-string C suppressing zither and your half-step nether passage cultivation base, Long Chen definitely wouldn't have escaped, said Ziyan with a complicated expression. The woman was startled. Girl, you even calculated against your master. You don't need to overthink things. You are the future master of the elusive music immortal palace, and you aren't able to escape your fate. While Long Chen is still a righteous hero, you aren't able to kill him, and as your master, I can't either. He is your devil star, and there is karma between you two that must be settled. You can't kill him because he hasn't turned completely evil yet, but did you not see that evil blade listen to Long Chen's orders? The two are clearly connected, and perhaps there will soon come a day when he is completely infected by it, or... The woman suddenly shut her mouth, a trace of unease in her eyes. Or what? Asked Ziyan. Perhaps I'm wrong, and it sounds funny when I say it out loud, but I feel like it's not the black saber infecting Long Chen, but Long Chen infecting the black saber. I know it sounds illogical, but Long Chen has never walked the normal path. Anything can happen with him. Ziyan, your primal chaos manifestation has reached its initial awakening. Although it hasn't fully formed, it is easy for you to suppress other Empyreans. Now is your best chance to kill Long Chen. You've also seen how frightening he is. Even the five-colored world-destroying tribulation lightning was unable to kill him. He is a divergent. Suddenly, the carriage quivered, and countless runes lit up before it returned to calm. The woman smiled faintly. You see, the word was sensed by the heavens even with a formation to block them. Long Chen definitely isn't an ordinary person. As your master, I know why it's so difficult. You can't attack a good person. But as your master, let me warn you that when Long Chen becomes a devil, you cannot be soft-hearted. This is your fate, as well as your responsibility. Her expression gradually grew grave. Ziyan lowered her head, tightly clenching her robes. Because she was clenching so hard, her fingers turned a bit white. Her expression was pained. She couldn't understand why fate would arrange for things to happen like this. Why did she have to be enemies with Long Chen? Seeing her appearance, the woman simply sighed. No one understood Ziyan better than her. But some things were unavoidable, and they had to be faced head-on. Comforting someone with lies was meaningless. The woman ordered the magical beast pulling the carriage to turn. They were preparing to leave when the carriage was suddenly surrounded. The people surrounding them were the three elders of the ancient races, Ancient Family Alliance, and the Titan sect. Following them, the others also came, blocking their path. Who are you? Why did you refuse to show yourself from start to end? Are you someone who can't see the light of day, or are you with Long Chen? Shouted the expert from the Ancient Family Alliance. His tone was extremely hostile. He was Sha Guangyun's great-grandfather and the master of the Sha family within the Ancient Family Alliance. He was someone with quite a high status in the Ancient Family Alliance. Now he had a belly full of fire. The divine item he had inherited had been permanently damaged by Evilmoon. The nick that was cut into it would never heal, and the item spirit would require hundreds of years of nourishment to recover from the impact. Now its power had sharply dropped. This carriage had been silent here the entire time, with the ones inside never revealing themselves. That now caused the others to feel resentful. If the ones inside this carriage had also come out to suppress Long Chen, then perhaps he wouldn't have escaped. So their anger was now being released on this mysterious carriage. Immediately come out and explain everything, or don't blame us for not being courteous. Demanded Yi Qingquang's master. His posture looked like he would immediately attack if they didn't comply. Now, 3 divine items in the hands of 3 top experts were pointing at the carriage. The terrifying divine might made the magical beast pulling the carriage quiver. Ziyan had a disgusted expression. Unable to hold back Long Chen, these people now cast their anger on them. It was absolutely shameless and ridiculous. Master, the elusive music immortal palace's mission to protect the martial heaven continent refers to protecting people like this. Demanded Ziyan. The woman shook her head. Our mission is to protect the life of the martial heaven continent, which refers only to existences which can threaten the martial heaven continent. That mission has nothing to do with people like them. Although that was what she said, her expression was also unsightly. These people's actions were truly loathsome. Although the elusive music immortal palace stood aloof from worldly affairs, this was just that irritating. Ziyan nodded and coldly shouted to the people outside, "We were just passing by. We came to see what was happening. Is that not all right?" Ziyan had no good opinion of these people, especially that Yi Qingquang. He had drawn heavenly tribulation and almost killed all the commoners in the city. He was human scum. To have raised such a disciple, the master couldn't be that much better. In order to show their power, he was fine with doing anything. That arrogance was one that didn't care about anyone else. You came to watch. What a joke. Hurry up and get out. Don't make me force you, shouted Yi Qingguang. Upon hearing a woman's voice, he was very surprised, but that just gave him more confidence. At this moment, the door to the carriage slowly opened, and a beautiful woman walked out. Ziyan was originally a peerless beauty, but after cultivating the music Dao, there was now an ephemeral air around her, as if she was a fairy who didn't consume the food of the mortal world. However, this fairy was now icy-faced, showing her mood. The woman inside the carriage shook her head and didn't stop her. She knew that Ziyan was aggrieved at the world from having to accept her fate. Just as she had to deal with that, this group of idiots came to find trouble with her. Ziyan's appearance shocked everyone. They had never seen a female cultivator with such an air. Yi Qingguang in particular almost began to salivate. You shouldn't go too far. As I said, we were just passing by, said Ziyan coldly. So there are still people inside the carriage. Have them all come out, demanded Yi Qingguang's master. I've already said that you shouldn't go too far. We were just passing by and had no responsibility to help you. Now we're leaving. Ziyan moved to return to the carriage. HMPH, I suspect you're Long Chen's companion. Take a trip back to the Titan sect with me, demanded Yi Qingguang, suddenly lunging toward Ziyan. Having rested, he had recovered about a tenth of his energy. Seeing a peerless beauty like Ziyan actually ignore him, he wanted to capture her and bring her back to the Titan sect. He was already smitten with her beauty. Impudence. Ziyan's expression sank. With a wave of a single hand, rainbow light condensed into a vine that whipped Yi Qingguang across the face. The skin of Yi Qingguang's face split open, and the wound was so deep that people could see bone. The vine had a strange power on it that threw him into the distance. Everyone couldn't help being shocked. Yi Qingguang was an Empyrean, but he was easily blown away. Slut, you're asking for it. Yi Qingguang roared like a berserk beast. His primal chaos manifestation appeared once more, and he flew at Ziyan. As a result, the other side of his face was viciously struck as well, and he was blown away. This is, shockingly, a primal chaos manifestation had also appeared behind Ziyan, but her manifestation had some vague figures within it. Although they were unclear, it was different from the primal chaos manifestation of other Empyreans. Who are you? Demanded Yi Qingguang's master upon seeing Ziyan's manifestation. You aren't qualified to know who I am, said Ziyan frostily as she returned to the carriage. The magical beast prepared to pull the carriage away. Courting death. You dare act so arrogant? Yi Qingguang's master roared furiously. Yi Qingguang was his disciple, and he loved him dearly, to the point that he pampered him endlessly. He was naturally infuriated that Yi Qingguang had been struck in the face twice by someone else. The steel coiling dragon staff lit up and smashed toward the carriage's magical beast. Although he didn't know Ziyan's origin, he knew she wasn't an ordinary person. Rather than attacking Ziyan, he attacked her magical beast. The twang of a zither rang out, and a streak of light came from within the carriage. It looked like an ordinary piece of string as it swung through the air and at the steel coiling dragon staff. The steel coiling dragon staff was blown into the distance, while the elder's arms exploded into bloody mist. For a moment, everyone was deathly silent. The magical beast pulling the carriage rushed away, and it along with the carriage vanished from everyone's sight. The 7-string sea-suppressing zither. They were from the elusive music immortal palace. The 3 elders were absolutely shocked. Chapter 1499. If you come out to play, there will always be a price. Long Chen had left despite a barrier created by 3 divine items and over 100 life star experts. Ziyan had also left with her carriage. Yi Qingguang's master had tried to block her, only to be almost killed by a single sound of a zither. Everyone was filled with shock. Ziyan's attack had come and ended suddenly. They felt it to be over before it began. Yi Qingguang had 2 deep cuts on his face, and the heavenly Dao energy within his injuries made it so he couldn't heal them. He could stop the bleeding, but his wounds refused to close. Many people didn't know what had happened or who that person was, but they heard 2 names be repeated over and over again, the 7-string sea-suppressing zither and the elusive music immortal palace. The 3 elders from the ancient races, ancient family alliance, Titan sect, the master of the Pill Tower, and the Martial Heaven Alliance's eastern branch's master all had extremely unsightly expressions. The appearance of the elusive music immortal palace was shocking, but it wasn't particularly important. The elusive music immortal palace was a transcendent power and wouldn't quibble with them over what had happened. However, Long Chen's escape made their hearts clench. They had all seen how terrifying Long Chen was. The 5 of them glanced at each other and then vanished from sight. Clearly, they had gone somewhere to discuss this in further detail. As for the experts that had attacked Long Chen, their faces were also extremely unsightly. They all felt like a disaster was about to befall them. Only the youngsters in the eastern Zan city sighed with relief. That battle had been amazing to watch. They finally learned what it truly meant to be unrivaled, to be arrogant, and to be domineering. Zheng Wenlong also sighed. He looked at his palm and bitterly smiled. His palm was covered in sweat, and even his back was drenched in it. The slightest breeze made him feel cold. Make sure there are no mistakes with the list of people who attacked Long Chen before and after the tribulation, said Zheng Wenlong before retreating to a private room. His people immediately nodded and left. Zheng Wenlong shook his head. Looking at the ceiling, he sighed. The eastern Zan region was about to be thrown into chaos. Space shook as a black light fell to the ground. This was a wild mountain range. Dragonbone Evilmoon had simply randomly chosen a place to teleport to. Thank you. Long Chen sat on his butt. But as soon as he did, he clenched his teeth from the pain. His entire body was covered in injuries. Just sitting made him feel like needles were stabbing him, but there was no way around this. He had no energy left to stand, and at least sitting was a bit less painful than lying down. No need to thank me. The price of this transportation was paid by that stupid sword, said Evilmoon indifferently. I'll pay you back for this. Long Chen nodded and put Evilmoon into the primal chaos space. Long Chen didn't know what exactly he felt toward this evil weapon. He couldn't trust it, but at least his cooperation with it was going swimmingly. However, he still had to be on guard toward it. He couldn't let it invade his mind while his desire for slaughter was at its strongest. If he allowed his desire to control him, he would become Evilmoon's puppet. With his character, he definitely wouldn't trust such a thing. He wouldn't even keep such a thing by his side normally. While Long Chen was dependent on Evilmoon, Evilmoon was also dependent on him. It needed him to undo the Sovereign Seal. Sovereign Yunshang had taught him the way to undo the seal. In other words, in this world, no one but Long Chen could help it undo its seal. Without undoing the seal, no matter how much divine essence it absorbed, once its power surpassed a certain limit, the seal would prevent it from growing any stronger. Most importantly, as soon as Evilmoon did anything harmful to Long Chen, the seal would automatically activate. So while it could use some energy to handle enemies, it couldn't do anything to Long Chen. The only exception was that it could infect him with its own desire for slaughter. That would make it easier for him to be lost in his hatred and killing intent. Dragonbone Evilmoon was something Sovereign Yunshang had left for Long Chen. Otherwise, if he had obtained it through normal means, Long Chen would have attempted using the Primal Chaos Bead to erase Evilmoon's item spirit and create a new one. However, he trusted that Sovereign Yunshang, who had managed to see a corner of the future and thus decided to leave Evilmoon to him, had to have his important reasons for leaving him Evilmoon. So his relationship with Evilmoon was very strange. They weren't companions but weren't necessarily enemies. They were simply collaborators. Evilmoon needed to make up for its lost divine essence after being sealed for so many years, while Long Chen needed its help as well. Evilmoon, what level of weapon is this pot? Asked Long Chen. According to your standards, it was originally a scrap ancestral item, which was later forcibly strengthened with a divine mark. However, its innate body is too low quality, so it can only count as a peak ancestral item. Despite its divine mark, it is unable to reach the level of divine items, answered Evilmoon. Long Chen sighed inside. That was about what he had expected. This pot was something that the Elder had simply randomly branded with a mark. Only then had it undergone its transformation. However, that wasn't enough for it to be counted as a divine item. However, this pot had saved his life many times. He couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed over this. Just at this moment, the pot sent Long Chen a message. It asked him to let it go. Its meaning was that it could no longer help him out that much, and it hoped for him to return its freedom. It wished to return to the Four Nations' ancient remnant, as it had profound emotions for that place. You can stay with me. I don't need you to do anything, said Long Chen. He didn't want to part with the pot. After all, it had helped him out so much. He felt very grateful for it. The pot's item spirit had been in slumber for so long. Now not long after it woke, it actually wanted to leave. That made Long Chen feel a kind of emptiness in his heart. The pot didn't reply. After a moment, Long Chen pulled the pot out of his spiritual space. There were still marks on it left by the Bloodkill Hall's expert. It hadn't fully healed yet. The pot sent him one last message before turning into black ray of light that vanished into the sky. Seeing the direction it went, Long Chen felt disappointed and frustrated. He knew that the pot had always been thinking of its old master. The pot had been created as a record of that expert's childhood, and it had extremely thick ties to its master. Rather than forcing it to stay with him, it was better to return its freedom. These human emotions are so senseless. Evilmoon snorted with derision, but its voice contained a trace of emotion. Perhaps it didn't even sense that itself. Now Long Chen's primal chaos space only had the blazing dragon cauldron and the heaven-flipping seal that had been in slumber this entire time. This brick's not bad, it's much stronger than that pot. Once it wakes up, it will be able to help a bit, said Evilmoon. Long Chen was startled. Evilmoon could actually see his spiritual space. But when he thought about it, considering how terrifying an existence it was, that wasn't too strange. Now Long Chen felt even more anticipation for the day when the heaven-flipping seal woke. Evilmoon was extremely disdainful toward other weapons, so for it to say that the heaven-flipping seal was not bad was an extremely high evaluation. However, the heaven-flipping seal was still in slumber. Some fluctuations were coming from its item spirit, but Long Chen couldn't disturb it. He needed it to wake up naturally. It wasn't possible to make an egg hatch faster by breaking the shell yourself. Only when it woke naturally would it truly be perfect. Pulling his mind out of his spiritual space, Long Chen looked into the primal chaos space. All the world trees had completely withered. The final blow of the five-colored lightning tribulation had truly been powerful. If it hadn't been for these world trees, it was unknown how many lives he would have lost. Still, the greater the danger, the greater the gains. There was a 1,000-mile, five-colored lightning sphere in the primal chaos space now. This was the treasure he had gained by risking his life. But at the moment, Lei Long had no energy to absorb it. It was busy digesting all the thunder force it had absorbed itself. Its 1,800 split bodies had returned completely full. It was so full that it needed to focus on digesting what it had eaten before eating any more. Hee, it was all worth it. Long Chen smiled proudly. Perhaps no one else in this world dared to be as crazy as he had been. This danger had definitely been worth it. Lei Long was his greatest trump card against heavenly tribulation. The stronger Lei Long was, the greater his chances of surviving his next tribulation. Once Lei Long absorbed this lightning sphere, then even ignoring how much stronger it would grow, just the fact that it could temper Long Chen's body with five-colored lightning constantly would greatly increase his body's resistance toward lightning. He wouldn't have to be so passive during his next tribulation. Although he hadn't managed to kill even one of the three Empyreans, his gains were so great that he was extremely satisfied. This time, his injuries were so severe that it took him half a month to fully recover. Fortunately, Lei Long had absorbed all the destructive power lingering on his injuries, or it would have taken half a year to recover. He was now healed and recovered, but the world trees in the primal chaos space were all lifeless. Reviving them would take a lot of time because he had no magical beast corpses anymore. Without the support of the world trees, he would have to be a bit more careful. Long Chen took out a jade plate, and many words appeared on the plate as he scrolled through it. This was a communication jade from the Huayan sect. The information on it was precisely what he needed at the moment. If you come out to play, there will always be a price. Now it's time to pay your debts. A cold smile appeared on Long Chen's face. He vanished from this wilderness. Chapter 1500 The Revenge Begins. Heavenly River Valley. It was a huge river valley located in the eastern Zan region's western side and slightly northward. There was a vertical waterfall dozens of miles tall. It was like a river of stars was pouring down, which was why it was called Heavenly River Valley. Heavenly River Valley wasn't just a location, it was also the name of a sect. Heavenly River Valley had been created 8,700 years ago. Although its history wasn't that long, amongst sects that had been created in that era, it was well known. Having 8,000 years of history, Heavenly River Valley had hundreds of thousands of disciples and dozens of minds. They possessed both great power and wealth. Compared to the declined Xuantian Dao sect when Long Chen had joined, it was many times better. 600 years ago, Heavenly River Valley had had some conflicts with the Xuantian Dao sect. Of course, the cause of this conflict was due to profit. Heavenly River Valley had established their own mine on the border of one of the Xuantian Dao sect's mines. They had brazenly snatched the Xuantian Dao sect's resources. After a battle between them, through the Martial Heaven Alliance and Pill Valley's mediation, they decided that since Heavenly River Valley was closer to the mine, based on territorial rights, the Xuantian Dao sect had overstepped its bounds by mining here. However, this mine was extremely old. In fact, it was even older than Heavenly River Valley. In other words, this mine had been here before Heavenly River Valley had even been established. It was just that mining this ore was very difficult, and the Xuantian Dao sect didn't have the extra manpower to put too much energy into mining it quickly. They could only mine it in the easiest, most efficient manner. As a result, Heavenly River Valley had set their sights on it. Through this mediation, the mine was taken by Heavenly River Valley. In name, they were to compensate the Xuantian Dao sect with some resources. But in comparison to the mine, that compensation was nothing. Afterward, Heavenly River Valley had become another member of the powers suppressing and bullying the Xuantian Dao sect. They went against them in every possible way. As for the Valley Master, he had participated in the attack against Long Chen in the eastern Zan city at the beginning and also joined the others to capture him after the Heavenly Tribulation. Over half a month had passed, and the Valley Master kept himself locked in his calm room. But he didn't manage to calm down much at all. He felt like there was a fire in his heart torturing him. Long Chen had managed to escape in the battle of the eastern Zan city. The instant that had happened, the Valley Master's heart had risen into his throat and never gone back down. He spent each waking moment praying for Long Chen to succumb to his heavy injuries and vanish from this world. With each passing day he felt worse. He was filled with terror, afraid Long Chen would come to find him. Just as he was sitting uneasily, an explosive sound came from outside, and his room quivered. At the same time, the voice that he had least wanted to hear rang out. The Xuantian Dao sect's Long Chen is here. If you don't want to die, then hurry up and scram. If you want to reincarnate, then come quickly. The Valley Master charged out of his secret room and into the plaza. He saw Long Chen holding Dragonbone Evilmoon up in the air, overlooking Heavenly River Valley's experts like a devil god. Long Chen, you. The Valley Master had just opened his mouth when Long Chen's saber slashed down. He wasn't aiming at the Valley Master but a statue. That was their ancestral statue. Despite the protective formation, it immediately exploded, revealing the divine spring below. That was Heavenly River Valley's spring of karmic luck. The heaven and earth divine spring was almost always placed below the ancestral statue, or if the sect worshipped a god, it was beneath the statue of their god. Through thousands or even tens of thousands of years, the devout actions of the disciples would condense faith energy that strengthened the divine spring. This heaven and earth divine spring was an extremely mysterious existence. Everyone knew that it was the foundation of any sect, and once it was destroyed, a sect would quickly decline. The sect would definitely vanish within 100 years. You fiend Long Chen, what do you think you're doing? Demanded the Valley Master. Long Chen was completely destroying Heavenly River Valley. But while he roared furiously at Long Chen, he didn't dare to charge out. Not only him, none of Heavenly River Valley's experts dared to charge forward. They all knew who this person was. Probably there was no one within the eastern Zan region who wouldn't recognize this black-robed man with a black saber on his shoulder. It was because they knew who he was that they didn't dare to charge forward. They all knew that if they did, there would only be one conclusion for them: death. Long Chen didn't say anything else. He waved his hand, sucking away the divine spring and putting it into his mind sea for the divine gate star to absorb. Gong Wanshao, today I didn't kill one member of your Heavenly River Valley, but Heavenly River Valley will no longer exist in this world. The enmity between us has been settled. If you don't want to accept this, I will face your challenge at any time, said Long Chen toward the Valley Master. Long Chen knew all the information of Heavenly River Valley's inheritance, the cultivation bases of their experts, the name of the Valley Master, and more. This was information Zheng Wenlong had given him. These were not business secrets. Even without the Huayan sect, Long Chen would have been more than capable of asking around about this. So Zheng Wenlong hadn't betrayed the Huayan sect's rules by giving him this information. Long Chen looked over these people. These people were either terrified, infuriated, or resentful. But not one of them dared to attack. If no one's going to attack, I'm going to leave. Your Heavenly River Valley is the 9th sect I've destroyed. I'm busy, so I won't stay any longer. Long Chen turned and left, vanishing from their sight with just a few steps. The 9th. Originally, they were simply stunned that their divine spring had been destroyed. But now that they heard this number, they were filled with shock. So Long Chen had already destroyed 8 sects before them, After a moment of shock, they were simply overcome with a feeling of loss. They knew that Heavenly River Valley was no more. There would never again be a Heavenly River Valley in this world. Their divine spring had been taken and its foundation destroyed. Heavenly River Valley would quickly be met with great misfortune. Not only would their old enemies come to settle their debts, but all kinds of bad luck would appear. Right now, their smartest option was to hurry up and leave. Valley Master. The elders turned to look at the Valley Master. Clearly, they were unwilling to just leave like this. They didn't want to abandon their old glory. We're disbanding. This is all Heaven's will. No, this is all because of me. The Valley Master seemed to age a great deal. His voice was desolate. He was filled with regret. He regretted ever going to the eastern Zan city. He regretted attacking Long Chen. He regretted listening to the directions of Pill Valley. He even regretted ever being incited by Pill Valley to snatch away the Xuantian Dao sect's resources. Now that regret was useless. He thought of when he had received Pill Valley's summons to go condemn the Xuantian Dao sect. In front of hundreds of Life Star experts, Long Chen had declared that the Xuantian Dao sect was soaring, and anyone who dared to block them would pay a great price. Now he realized that wasn't a warning, it was a promise. Long Chen had used his actions to prove this promise of his. But realizing it now was meaningless. There were no ifs in this world. Open the treasury and distribute all the resources in accordance with people's ranks and merit contributions. Do it quickly. Once the news spreads, all our enemies will be coming, and not only will our treasures be taken, but even our lives will be lost. The Valley Master simply sighed. The elders could only follow his orders. The treasury was opened, and all the resources they had accumulated over the years were distributed. In just a day, Heavenly River Valley disbanded. The facts proved that the Valley Master was at least slightly smart. There were other sects who didn't have the courage to face reality. They hid the fact that their divine spring had been destroyed. As a result, their enemies gathered together to attack them, plundering their treasuries and creating rivers of blood. In the following days, the entire eastern Zan region was flipped on its head. Sects were being destroyed with each passing day. Sometimes, 3 sects would be destroyed in just a single day. All these powerful sects had grand protective formations and Life Star experts defending them. They had ancestral items maintaining their karmic luck. But in front of that terrifying person, all of this was useless. That person was Long Chen, an existence that was dominating the eastern Zan region. On his own, he challenged the sects one by one. If no one blocked him, he would only destroy their divine spring. But if someone tried to stop him, he would mercilessly slaughter them. For a moment, the eastern Zan region was filled with panic. The ones who had once been enemies of the Xuantian Dao sect nervously waited for their doom. They called for reinforcements, but at this time, everyone was worried about themselves. They had no power left to go help others. People quickly realized that the sects being destroyed belonged to the ones who had tried to capture Long Chen in the end. As for the ones who had attacked Long Chen at the beginning but hadn't participated in the end, they didn't suffer any reprisal. By the time that Long Chen had destroyed over 50 sects, people realized that the ones that Long Chen hated were the ones who clearly knew he was innocent and still acted against him for profit, currying favor to Pill Valley, the Martial Heaven Alliance, the Ancient Races, Ancient Family Alliance, and the others. That was what had truly infuriated him, so they all met with terrifying retribution. As for the ones who had attacked him at the beginning but hadn't done anything to him after he had drawn away the lightning tribulation, saving all the commoners, they weren't attacked by him. Clearly, he had forgiven them. All those sects felt a stone fall from their hearts. At the same time, they were won over by his magnanimity. Yet, those sects who had participated in the attack after the lightning tribulation completely despaired. They begged for help from the Pill Tower, Ancient Races, Ancient Family Alliance, and Martial Heaven Alliance, but none of them came to help. They were all strengthening their own defenses in fear of Long Chen coming to them. The ones who had attacked him at the end had all been sect masters or people at their level. Their actions represented the attitude of their sects, and his revenge was naturally toward the entire sect. Some sects wisely chose not to resist. In any case, Long Chen would simply destroy their statue and divine spring. He didn't kill anyone who didn't resist. Many sects fought to the death, but they were annihilated by Long Chen. The more sects that were destroyed, the more sects that directly gave up. The sects that had their divine springs destroyed were filled with resentment. They began to gather together, criticizing Long Chen. Long Chen was being hunted throughout the eastern Zan region. Several experts possessing divine items banded together, searching for Long Chen. Chapter 1501 Who is the Madman? More and more sects were destroyed by Long Chen. The entire eastern Zan region became tense. Those people who had once attacked Long Chen in the eastern Zan city were especially nervous. Yet unexpectedly, news suddenly came from a certain sect. They swore that if Long Chen dared to come, the entire sect would fight to the last drop of blood against him. They would never surrender to brute force, and most certainly not to a treacherous fiend who would destroy his own sect. This was clearly a provocation, and it astonished countless people. Was this sect really courting death? Long Chen came and went like a ghost. They were truly brazen to provoke him. However, curiously, after destroying 50+ sects, Long Chen suddenly vanished. It had been several days without any movement from him. People guessed that the sect that had provoked him had definitely been reinforced by others and had most likely laid down a heaven-encompassing net. They were just waiting for him to jump into it. This sect was called the Seven-Star Gate. It wasn't particularly large or small. However, because it was a devout follower of Pill Valley, it was doing quite well for itself. On this day, within a tall tower of the Seven-Star Gate, over 10 powerful Life Star experts were lying in wait. One of them was a small man with a long beard, and he was the gate master of the Seven-Star Gate. But now, amongst these people that had gathered, his position was the lowest. The highest position went to a somewhat sinister-faced elder whose eyes were blazing with such fierce killing intent that no one else dared to look at him. This person was someone Long Chen was very familiar with. He was someone whose sect had already been destroyed by him, the master of the destroyed heaven-suppressing magic sect, Qi Yunao. Qi Yunao had previously looked to be in his 40s or 50s and had looked powerful and grand, just like a sect master should. Now, his face was covered in wrinkles, and it was blotchy. He looked to have deteriorated with age. He clenched the famous violet gold soul-devouring staff without saying a word. Other than Qi Yunao, there was also an icy-faced elder in fiery red robes. The mark of Pill Valley was on his chest, but behind this mark was a ball of flames. That was a special mark in Pill Valley. It meant he came from the Flame Divine Palace and was one of Pill Valley's fighters. He was the Vice Palace Master of the Flame Divine Palace. Long Chen had caused such a ruckus this time that he had been sent to handle him. Other than those two, the others were also extremely powerful existences. But they were all silent. They were waiting for a certain person. It's already been 7 days. Long Chen's definitely sensed something and has hidden himself. The Flame Divine Palace's Vice Palace Master suddenly opened his eyes. This trap had been Qi Yunao's idea. After Long Chen had destroyed the heaven-suppressing magic sect, Qi Yunao had almost gone insane with fury. By the time he had recovered from that state, Long Chen had already started getting his revenge. With Dragonbone Evilmoon still in his hands, Qi Yunao didn't dare to directly attack him. He didn't know where Long Chen would show up. After all these days, half the sects had been destroyed, but there were still half left. Who knew which one Long Chen would appear at? Most importantly, even if Qi Yunao did run into Long Chen by accident, the latter wouldn't foolishly fight to the death against the former. Even if Qi Yunao could defeat Long Chen, he would still get away with Evilmoon's protection. If he wanted to leave, then Qi Yunao wouldn't be able to stop him. So Qi Yunao had gone to Pill Valley to ask for their aid. The Vice Palace Master had even brought one of Pill Valley's special treasures just to make sure Long Chen couldn't escape. As long as Long Chen came, he would find it difficult to ever leave. To be even safer, they had invited other experts to help, making sure that this plan would go off without a hitch. The Seven-Star Gate was now home to many powerful experts. This plan had been made by Qi Yunao. At first, the Vice Palace Master hadn't said anything, but he felt extreme disdain toward it. What kind of garbage plan was this? As long as Long Chen wasn't an idiot, he wouldn't just jump right in after that blatant provocation. But he hadn't said anything and had simply allowed Qi Yunao to continue with the plan. That was because the current Qi Yunao was on the border of insanity. No one wanted to provoke a madman. After 7 days of no news from Long Chen, the Vice Palace Master finally lost his patience. Isn't it all because of your fake righteousness? If you had simply let me capture the people of the Eastern Wastelands branch Xuantian Dao sect, Long Chen would be forced to appear. Qi Yunao glared at the Vice Palace Master resentfully. As soon as he said this, everyone else's expressions changed. Qi Yunao had truly gone insane. Whoever talked to him would be bitten like a mad dog. The Vice Palace Master's expression sank. Although flame cultivators were not on the same level as alchemists within Pill Valley, in the outside world, who would dare to be rude to Pill Valley? But seeing Qi Yunao's scarlet eyes, he suppressed his fury. The current Qi Yunao was the most terrifying. What was frightening wasn't his cultivation base, but that craziness combined with his sharp fangs. Qi Yunao only had himself left, and he had nothing to cause himself any misgivings. No one could guess what he would do. Originally, Pill Valley hadn't even been planning on following through with Qi Yunao's plan or even acknowledging him. But he had managed to threaten them with some confidential information, forcing them to send someone to cooperate with him. The Vice Palace Master had been warned by the higher-ups not to provoke Qi Yunao, as he was a madman. Still, he couldn't help coldly saying, "That's not in accordance with the rules. Don't involve people who aren't part of the problem. Or are you planning on getting attacked by everyone else?" The righteous path had the righteous path's rules. No matter how great the grievance, it was against the rules to involve a person's family. If the Xuantian Dao sect still existed and Qi Yunao wanted to use it to threaten Long Chen, well, that was one thing. However, the Xuantian Dao sect was gone. The branch sect in the eastern wasteland had absolutely nothing to do with what had happened with Long Chen now. Furthermore, the branch sect was so weak. It was completely unsuitable for Qi Yunao to go target them. What rules? Did Long Chen follow the rules when he destroyed my heaven-suppressing magic sect? As I see it, Pill Valley is nothing more than a cowardly bully. Even when it came to the Xuantian Dao sect, you didn't dare to personally do anything, instead forcing us, roared Qi Yunao. Arrogance. The Vice Flame Master became enraged. He shouted, "Qi Yunao, do you think you can act without a care now? Do you believe that a single message from me is enough to guarantee that within 3 days, you will no longer exist in this world?" The Vice Palace Master finally lost his patience and cut off Qi Yunao's words. If he kept talking, he would expose Pill Valley's secrets. All the other Life Star experts nervously stood and retreated further away. The two of them were not people they could provoke. Nonsense. Isn't the fact that my heaven-suppressing magic sect declined to its current state also because of your Pill Valley? Qi Yunao also stood, pointing the violet gold soul-devouring staff at the Vice Flame Master, his hair flying through the air like a furious lion. The Vice Palace Master took a deep breath and suppressed his rage. He coldly said, "Tell me, what do you want? I don't want anything special at all. Having lost the heaven-suppressing magic sect, all I want is to kill that brat in the most painful way possible. I don't care what I have to do. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I wouldn't mind if I could bring him down with me," said Qi Yunao with a chilling killing intent. The heaven-suppressing magic sect had been famed as one of the 3 great heavenly sects. However, now its divine pool had been destroyed. In just a few days, all their mines and businesses had been plundered by mysterious experts. Clearly, this was the result of the bad luck of the heavens. The heaven-suppressing magic sect could no longer exist. Not only that, but the violet gold soul-devouring staff, which had been used to maintain the sect's karmic luck, had started to decline. It was like a large and healthy man was rapidly aging. It wouldn't be long before the violet gold soul-devouring staff's divine energy was completely exhausted. At that time, it would shatter. This was one of the laws of the heavenly Daos, something not even divine items could resist. This was also one reason Qi Yunao was so crazy. Once his divine item shattered, let alone getting revenge, he wouldn't even be qualified to challenge Long Chen. According to what the violet gold soul-devouring staff said, in 1 year, it would fall to the level of a quasi-divine item, and in 3 years, it would lose all its divine essence and vanish from this world. In other words, if Qi Yunao couldn't kill Long Chen within a year, then it would be Long Chen killing him in the future. That was what both infuriated and terrified him, making him insane. His mind was on the verge of crumbling. So he didn't care about the methods. He just wanted Long Chen dead, but Pill Valley had blocked part of his plans, causing him to also hate Pill Valley. Do you think you could threaten Long Chen with this? The very next day after the battle in the eastern Zan City, the Xuantian Dao sect's branches in the eastern wasteland, western desert, southern sea, and northern source all disappeared. Their higher-ups and talented disciples have vanished, while the ordinary disciples were disbanded. They've long since protected them in anticipation. Do you think that you could be faster than the Bloodkill Hall? Sneered the Vice Palace Master, clearly contemptuous of Qi Yunao's brains. Pill Valley was aware of everything within the continent. Such large movements couldn't possibly escape them. Who did it? Raged Qi Yunao. You want revenge? Alright, then I'll tell you. It was done by the Huayan sect. Go ahead, I wish you luck. If you succeed, every member of Pill Valley will arrange a celebration for you, said the Vice Palace Master disdainfully. Hearing that it was done by the Huayan sect, Qi Yunao gave up. No matter how crazy he was, he knew he couldn't go against the Huayan sect. Right now, the only ones with connections to Long Chen are the heaven-splitting battle sect and the Wine God Palace. I wish you luck taking them hostage, snorted the Vice Palace Master. Qi Yunao also snorted and sat back down. He suddenly shouted at the 7-Star Gate's master, hurry up and investigate if there's any news of Long Chen. If you can't find him, I'll destroy your 7-Star Gate. Just as the entire eastern Zan region was searching for Long Chen, a black-robed man with a black saber on his shoulder and a black bamboo had arrived in front of the eastern Zan region's Pill Tower. Chapter 1502 Those who block me will die. Long Chen looked at the empty gates of the Pill Tower, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Last time, the gates had been packed with people coming and going. But this time, it appeared cold and lonely. The old glory of it had been reversed. Now there were just a few dispirited guards in front of it. They didn't even notice Long Chen approaching from the distance. Long Chen was in a particularly good mood today. That was because Zheng Wenlong had sent him news that had lifted a weight from his shoulders. That news was that the Xuantian Dao sect was safe. The Xuantian Tower had brought away the Xuantian Dao sect, but due to some particular reasons, Li Tianxuan was stuck inside and couldn't leave. However, he had used a secret art to transmit news to the Huayan sect. Although Long Chen had felt that the chances that the Xuantian Dao sect had been destroyed weren't that high, this news still allowed him to relax. As long as the Xuantian Dao sect was fine, everything was alright. Hearing that the Xuantian Dao sect was fine, Long Chen immediately had Zheng Wenlong contact the heaven-splitting battle sect, Wine God Palace, Heavenly Sword Gate, and the original Devil Race. He couldn't directly communicate with the original Devil Race as he didn't know where their base was in the eastern Zan city. But he could pass information to them through their stronghold in the Grand Sha Ancient Nation. Long Chen had them not make any moves temporarily. He had enough power to protect himself, and so they could just watch for now. Although the Xuantian Dao sect was fine, he knew that the fine ones were just the elite disciples. There had to have been terrible casualties amongst the outer sect disciples and commoners. Against such a sudden attack, maintaining 0 casualties was impossible. So even though the Xuantian Dao sect was fine, his revenge didn't stop. This time, Long Chen would make sure all those people lying in wait, like stalking predators watching their prey, would never be a problem again one way or another. Those people had been watching the Xuantian Dao sect the entire time, waiting for an opportunity. Last time, the Xuantian Dao sect had been reinforced by the Huayan sect, Wine God Palace, Heavenly Sword Gate, and Heaven-Splitting Battle sect. That had intimidated their enemies. Now, he found that it was useless. Intimidation was only temporarily effective. If he wanted to make them stop their predatory stalking, he had to kill. He had to kill until they were completely terrified and didn't even dare to be his enemy. That was the only way he could be safe. As for the 7-Star Gate's provocation, Long Chen scoffed at it. He wasn't stupid. Why would he jump into such an obvious trap? Furthermore, through the information he had gathered on his own, he had learned that Qi Yunao had appeared and then vanished again. He guessed this matter to be 90% likely related to him. He wasn't afraid of Qi Yunao himself, but his violet gold soul devouring staff was a half-step divine item. In Evilmoon's current state, it couldn't beat it. Furthermore, the 7-Star Gate wasn't very powerful. Its divine spring was limited and not worth the risk. The greater the sect, the more divine spring they would have. And the opposite was true as well. The more a sect declined, the sparser their divine spring. Although the heaven-suppressing magic sect had been one of the 3 great heavenly sects, its divine spring had been less abundant than the eastern branch of the Bloodkill Hall. Having plundered the divine springs of over 50 sects, the Divine Gate Star had finally reached its fully condensed state. But although it had been fully condensed, it still wasn't perfect. It had to go through the 9-star transformations to be complete. Long Chen had long since given up on consuming the Divine Gate pills. Absorbing divine springs was millions of times more effective. At the time when the Divine Gate Star was fully condensed, the Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Fate, and Enlightenment Palace stars also entered a strange state, as if they were undergoing another transformation with the Divine Gate Star. Now Long Chen was unable to see through the 9-star hegemon body art even more. He could only let it do as it pleased. After learning of the 7-star gate's provocation, Long Chen had gone into seclusion, and today, he came out, once more heading to the eastern Zan city. After the last battle, many of the people within the eastern Zan city had fled far away. Although thanks to him, the commoners had escaped the tribulation, many people found that the eastern Zan region was in chaos now. The eastern Zan city was no longer safe, so it was better to find a more secluded place to wait this period out. Long Chen's revenge was shaking the entire eastern Zan region, and large battles were being fought every day. No one wanted to be caught up in a fight, as their lives were more important. Now Long Chen entered the city easily just by wearing a wide, black bamboo hat. No one was investigating the transportation formations, because no one believed that Long Chen would come back to the eastern Zan city. The word on the streets was that Long Chen had hidden himself since he was being hunted by all the eastern Zan region's experts. There were also rumors that he had already been killed. In any case, there was a mass of contradictory information. Long Chen slowly walked across the wide and empty street. Evilmoon was already on his shoulder as he walked toward the Pill Tower. "Who's there?" "This is the Pill Tower." Long Chen." The few guards that were standing there suddenly saw the black saber on his shoulder and turned pale. "I won't make things hard on you. Everyone needs to eat, and you're simply doing your job, so there's no need to lose your life over this. Leave. This place will be razed to the ground today." Long Chen took off his hat, revealing his face. Having learned the Xuantian Dao sect still existed, he had an excellent mood, so he said a few extra words. These guards were all terrified. They all knew what he was about to do. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, that's unacceptable. This is the Pill Tower. You can't go back after this. I reached that point a long time ago." Long Chen swung down Evilmoon, and the huge gates were blown apart. The guards fled for their lives, no longer daring to say anything else. "Who dares to attack my Pill Tower? Are you provoking Pill Valley?" Furious roars began to ring out from within as experts flew out. They had only just rushed out when they saw a black-robed man with a black saber on his shoulder slowly walk in through the dust. They all sucked in a cold gasp of air. Long Chen was recognizable by everyone now. Although the photographic jades had been broken by the heavenly tribulation, there were plenty of descriptions and pictures. These Pill Tower elders all turned pale when they saw him, and there was one in particular who was terrified. That person was their leader, the new Tower Master. Last time, when Long Chen had been caught by the 3 divine items, he had been the first to go assist and call for other experts to help. Now seeing Long Chen come, he felt a chill run through his body. But he put on a tough act, shouting, "Long Chen, what do you think you're doing? This is the Pill Tower, and if you dare to act wildly here, you'll regret it. What do you think I'm doing?" Long Chen returned the question with a cold smile. Once again, he was walking step by step, slowly but at a steady pace. That appearance was just like when he had walked down the street of the eastern Zan city. "Long Chen, I'd advise you not to misunderstand. Perhaps you were wrongly accused, but even if you were, you shouldn't go too far. If you have any grievances, you can just tell us. I can record them and send them to Pill Valley, and the Valley Master himself will come to right any wrongs. But if you act willfully, you'll be going further and further onto the evil path, and you won't be able to come back. In truth, you," advised the Tower Master as he slowly retreated. "Shut up," Long Chen frostily said. "Do you think I'm an idiot? Aren't you the one clearest about whether or not I was wrongly accused? Now you have the face to spout such sanctimonious words at me. Could it be that Pill Valley doesn't focus on refining pills, but on refining the thickness of your skin? Let me put it simply, I've come for revenge. It was your Pill Valley that first schemed to destroy my Xuantian Dao sect and then summoned a pack of idiots to come and kill me. As I see it, you've been living too peacefully. Do you really think no one in this world dares to become enemies with Pill Valley? What nonsense is that? Slander," shouted the Tower Master. The originally empty and deadly silent eastern Zan city's streets were now filled with experts. They were all watching and listening to their conversation. What is Long Chen doing? Does he really dare to take vengeance on the Pill Tower? All of them were shocked. When Long Chen went to get vengeance on those other sects, that was shocking enough but understandable. However, this was the Pill Tower, with Pill Valley behind it. That was an overlord existence within the martial heaven continent. This was just insane. Looks like someone on your level isn't qualified to touch those secrets. Then I won't waste words with you. Long Chen coldly smiled. In Li Tianxuan's message that Zheng Wenlong had given him, Li Tianxuan had clearly told Long Chen that Pill Valley, the corrupt path, the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, the heaven-suppressing magic sect, and several other powerful existences had participated in the attack, and Long Chen had to be careful when it came to them. However, looking at the expression of this new tower master, it seemed like he didn't know about that matter, so Long Chen couldn't be bothered to explain it. If you don't want to die, then scram. If you want to reincarnate, come quickly. Today, those who block me will die. Long Chen raised Evilmoon. A huge black crescent fang appeared in the air, slashing toward the main tower of the Pill Tower. Chapter 1503 Flipping the Pill Tower. A huge crescent fang slashed toward the Pill Tower's main tower. That was the most sacred place of the Pill Tower. Long Chen, you dare. The tower master let out a furious roar. Boom. He was correct. Long Chen truly did dare. His attack cleanly blew apart the main tower. The Pill Tower didn't have much of a protective formation, nor did it need one. In all these years, no one had dared to run rampant within the Pill Tower. So while the Pill Tower looked glorious, it wasn't particularly defensively strong. The tower crumbled. However, as the tower crumbled, two statues appeared in the air. They were the two gods that Pill Valley worshipped, Lord Brahma and Fallen Daynite. The two stone statues were less than 100 meters tall and were originally located at the highest level of the tower. But now that it was destroyed, they simply floated in the air, emitting divine light. They were completely untouched, truly like two gods looking down on heaven and earth. That kind of divine might was irresistible. What dense divine light! These two statues are inheritance statues, and the masters of the statues are still alive. Evilmoon let out an excited shout. Without waiting for Long Chen to do anything, it transformed into a streak of black light that struck the two statues. Boom! Divine light exploded. The two statues exploded, but the divine light suddenly condensed into chains that bound Evilmoon. Evilmoon also hadn't expected to be met with such resistance. It struggled, black chi surging out of it to devour the chains. These chains were condensed of divine light and had no true form. In front of this divine might, Long Chen felt like the world was frozen, and it was difficult to even move a finger. He hadn't expected these two statues to possess such power. Evilmoon was actually caught. Evilmoon, are you alright? Asked Long Chen. Fuck, these two statues have their divine essence connected to other places as well. I'm too weak right now and can't absorb their energy at all. Roared Evilmoon furiously. It was doing its best to absorb this divine energy, but it wasn't able to absorb the slightest bit, causing it to curse helplessly. Long Chen knew that this Pill Tower was just the tower of the Eastern Zon region. These were connected to the statues in the other regions and even the two statues within Pill Valley. It was natural that Evilmoon was struggling. If it's no good, let's go, said Long Chen. No, I have to keep trying. Meat that's found its way into my mouth can't get away. You busy yourself with your own work. Black chi continued to surge out of Evilmoon. It refused to give up. Long Chen activated his divine ring, and with it present, he immediately felt much more relaxed. The world had previously felt frozen, but now it was like he was in the water. Although there was great resistance, he could still move. As for the experts on the side of the Pill Tower, they couldn't even move. They were all horrified. Long Chen punched the ground, revealing the divine spring below the tower. Nice. Seeing the divine spring, Long Chen was delighted. The Pill Tower's divine spring was dozens of times larger than the heaven-suppressing magic sects. It had also condensed into a pure gold color. Without another word, Long Chen waved his hand, sucking it all away. Danger. Long Chen's expression suddenly changed as an intense feeling of crisis fell upon him. Evilmoon, focus on drawing the chains with me into the primal chaos space. Long Chen grabbed Evilmoon's hilt and began circulating the primal chaos bead, attempting to pull Evilmoon into the primal chaos space. The sky turned dark. These chains seemed to be connected to heaven and earth, and pulling Evilmoon into the primal chaos space was like pulling the world inside as well. 5-star battle armor. As Long Chen unleashed his full power, cracking sounds came from the void as if the world was shattering. We're close. Long Chen, just a bit more, shouted Evilmoon. Previously, it had been the chains binding it and not letting it escape, but now it was Evilmoon using its black chi to prevent the chains from slipping away. The world violently shuddered, and the chains vanished along with Evilmoon. They were now in the primal chaos space. Time to go. Lightning wings appeared on Long Chen's back, and he shot toward the transportation formation. He easily knocked the guards unconscious and activated it. There were 2 platforms in the transportation formation. One was for coming, and one was for going. Long Chen had just vanished from one when a large group appeared on the other. This group belonged to the Pill Valley's Vice Palace Master, the heaven-suppressing magic sects Qi Yunao, and the others. They had appeared just in time to see the space in the distant violently twisting. Long Chen, you're courting death. The Vice Palace Master roared when he saw that the majestic and soaring Pill Tower had now vanished. Where is Long Chen? Demanded the Vice Palace Master when he saw the Tower Master sitting on his butt with a miserable expression. His divine sense had spread throughout the eastern Zan city, but he hadn't found any traces of Long Chen. Their group had been waiting in the 7-star gate the entire time when the Vice Palace Master had received an urgent distress call. The Tower Master had secretly sent a message to the Vice Palace Master the instant that Long Chen had attacked, and he had also intentionally stalled for time. Long Chen didn't actually give him a chance to stall. He attacked and then immediately left. In the end, the Vice Palace Master was one step too late. He just left through the transportation formation, said the Tower Master despondently. He had just gotten this position and hadn't even completely figured out all the departments before such a thing happened. He felt himself to be too unlucky. You idiot, why didn't you stop him? Raged the Vice Palace Master. What was I supposed to use to stop him? He has such a terrifying divine item. I sent you the signal as soon as Long Chen arrived. Why did it take you so long to get here? Check your status and then check mine, and then take note of your words. The responsibility for this matter falls entirely on you. The new Tower Master suddenly let out a furious roar and cursed the Vice Palace Master. He was an alchemist, while the Vice Palace Master was a flame cultivator. A Tower Master's status in Pill Valley was even higher than the Flame Divine Palace's Vice Palace Masters. Only by pushing all the responsibility onto the Vice Palace Master could he lessen his punishment. After all, alchemists weren't fighters, so putting the blame on the Vice Palace Master was quite effective. The Vice Palace Master furiously slapped the Tower Master across the face. Caught off guard, the Tower Master was sent flying, blood spurting out of his face. Fuck your mother, I moved out as soon as I received the news. I used 3 transportation formations in less than 10 breaths time to get here. You couldn't even stall him for that long, and you still dare to blame me. Do you believe me when I say I'll kill you right now? Roared the Vice Palace Master. As a flame cultivator, he was always looked down on by alchemists, and he had long since grown irritated by this. Now it was clearly the Tower Master who was useless, yet he tried to push the blame onto him. The Vice Palace Master had an urge to kill the Tower Master. Vice Palace Master, calm down. Long Chen just left through the transportation formation. If you chase him immediately, you might be able to catch up, said one of the Pill Tower's elders hastily. The Vice Palace Master took a deep breath and suppressed his rage. He shook his head. It's impossible. Long Chen isn't stupid enough to go directly to the next transportation node. He'll use his divine item to interrupt the formation midway, and no one will be able to find him. Although the Vice Palace Master was enraged, he was still cool-headed enough to think things through. Let alone a divine item, even an ancestral item had enough power to interrupt a transportation formation. A single transportation could go tens of millions of miles, or even billions. Who knew where he would end up? So there was no way they could catch up to him. The Tower Master was dizzy from being slapped and didn't dare to make a sound any longer. He really was afraid that the Vice Palace Master would kill him in his rage. He would settle this debt later. Now what should we do? Demanded Qi Yunao. What else can we do? Of course we can't be like a certain idiot and simply lie in wait for him again. Sneered the Vice Palace Master. Clearly, he was finally truly enraged, and no longer cared that Qi Yunao was a madman. That was because he felt like he was also going crazy. The Pill Tower had been destroyed along with its divine statues and divine spring. This matter was now so huge that both he and the Tower Master would be facing fallout for this. If it hadn't been for Qi Yunao's stupid plan, perhaps things wouldn't have reached this point. Qi Yunao merely snorted upon hearing the Vice Palace Master curse him. He was actually a bit happy inside. The Pill Tower's destruction made him feel a bit better. Long Chen has really done it this time. I'll immediately report this to the Valley Master. The rest of you stay here and wait for orders, said the Vice Palace Master, vanishing from sight. Chapter 1504 First Star Transformation. Black chi suddenly exploded out of the sky, and a figure slowly surfaced from within it. It was Long Chen. The Vice Palace Master was correct. Long Chen had only gone through half of the transportation before leaving. That required enough power to withstand the spatial tearing, and even soul transformation experts would require an ancestral item to protect them in order to do so. However, this was simple for Long Chen. Even without Evilmoon, Long Chen could use his brute strength to do the same thing. He looked around. He was in a desolate mountain range. Thus, he took out a map Zheng Wenlong had given him. It was a jade tablet, and there was a small speck of light with his general location. That's about where I thought I'd end up. I'm far away enough. Time to digest my gains. Long Chen found a secluded place within the mountain range. He looked inside the primal chaos space. He saw divine chains floating in the air, motionless. Evilmoon was also floating in the air, and black chi had spread out of it, enveloping the divine chains. Long Chen clearly sensed Evilmoon greedily devouring the divine energy within the chains. Evilmoon, what are these chains? They clearly aren't divine items, so how could they have divine essence? Asked Long Chen. He didn't know whether or not it was because having such a feast had improved Evilmoon's mood, but it actually gave him a detailed explanation. This so-called divine energy was related to gods, and this energy was above all other energy. When cultivators reached the peak, they would ascend to become immortals or gods. But before that, they would have already touched upon the air of immortals and gods. For example, life star experts could possess the slightest immortal aura. But that kind of aura was truly just an aura and was not the true power of immortals or gods. It could not be used to attack others, nor could it be used to protect themselves. However, it was this slightest aura that allowed them to use quasi-divine items. Quasi-divine items were the result of ascenders leaving behind weapons with the slightest trace of divine energy. That was what gave them their divine nature and such high intelligence. However, quasi-divine items were normally just some protective tools left behind by an ascender for their descendants. They weren't their true wealth. People were all selfish. If an ascender was willing to part with part of their divine soul and divine blood to empower a weapon, such an item would not be a quasi-divine item but a half-step divine item. However, that would cause their power to drop. Ascending was not as simple as simply wanting to ascend. It involved tribulation. Ascension and anything related to it only existed in stories. After the Great Battle of the Immortal Era, there were no confirmed cases of people passing the Ascension tribulation. It wasn't that their cultivation bases weren't high enough, but that people who reached that realm didn't even go through their tribulation, because ever since the Immortal War, those who underwent the final tribulation were all turned to dust beneath the divine lightning. As for after the last Dark Era, let alone someone attempting the tribulation, there weren't even any rumors of people who managed to cultivate to that level. So before coming into contact with Evilmoon, Long Chen hadn't even known that divine items were classified into different grades. Only at this time did Long Chen learn that the divine pool had the effect of nourishing divine items. But not every sect was qualified to possess divine items. Many sects could only use ancestral items. The divine energy within divine items could be linked to a sect's karmic luck, their heaven and earth divine pool. This so-called maintaining karmic luck was mutually beneficial. The divine item protected the sect, whose divine pool nourished the divine item. The more the sect flourished, the greater its divine pool grew. Like rolling a snowball, they continued to grow stronger. That was one case, but another case was for a divine item to gather faith energy. When he heard about gathering faith energy, Long Chen was startled. He seemed to have heard of such a thing before. Weren't only true gods capable of condensing faith energy? According to what you're saying, Lord Brahma and Fallen Daynite are still alive? Asked Long Chen. Obviously. As for that statue of the killing god that you destroyed, he is also alive. You haven't reached the level, so you don't understand. Although these heaven and earth divine springs all look the same to you, they all have an intrinsic difference. All divine springs gather faith energy, but ordinary sects simply use that faith energy to support their karmic luck. As for Pill Valley and the Bloodkill Hall, they worship true gods, and their faith energy is offered to their gods. So not only do they condense the divine spring, but they also condense divine energy within their statues, said Evilmoon. Then are the gods also on the Martial Heaven continent? That would be impossible. A low-level place like the Martial Heaven continent cannot contain gods. They are on another side, while this is just one place they gather faith energy. Your primal chaos space is very strange. Once this divine energy entered, it was isolated from the outside world, allowing me to absorb it easily. However, you should be careful. These gods can bestow their divine energy to their believers through the planar barriers. I'm still in a weak state and wouldn't be able to block such power, warned Evilmoon. Long Chen suddenly thought of Pill Valley's master, Yu Xiaoyun. He had used some kind of mysterious energy to kill that Aldevil monster. Now Long Chen connected this divine energy to that. Alright, I'm going to properly digest this energy. This is a big gain, said Evilmoon. Long Chen also decided to be quieter for the next period. He knew that he had truly provoked a scourge. Pill Valley was now completely infuriated. However, he wasn't afraid. Since Pill Valley had participated in the scheme to destroy the Xuantian Dao sect, he had to get his vengeance. He definitely wouldn't retreat just because they were Pill Valley. That would be contrary to the essence of the 9-star hegemon body art. For some unknown reason, a figure with kind eyes suddenly appeared in Long Chen's mind. She was the Pill Fairy. According to reason, Pill Valley's radical faction should have been suppressed, and they should have stopped interfering in the matters of other sects. Could it be that the radical faction had somehow recovered? When he thought of the Pill Fairy, he also thought of that crying girl, Wan Qing. He didn't know how far her alchemy arts had progressed through the Pill Fairy's pointers. The message that Li Tianxuan had sent to him through the Huayan sect was extremely short, as well as vague. He only said that Pill Valley had participated in the attack and for Long Chen to be careful. Long Chen felt that the Martial Heaven Continent's shadow was also present, and yet, Li Tianxuan hadn't even mentioned them. Could it be that the Zan Master still has some hope for the Martial Heaven Alliance? Wondered Long Chen. According to Long Chen's original plans, after destroying the Pill Tower, he was going to go to the Martial Heaven Continent for revenge. That damn alliance was definitely corrupt, and he was planning on tidying it up. However, for Li Tianxuan to not mention the Martial Heaven Continent implied that he had some other plans for it. Long Chen decided to not go attack them temporarily. Right now, he needed to calm down for a while. Having destroyed the Pill Tower, Pill Valley definitely wasn't going to let him off. They would flip over every stone in the eastern Zan region to find him. For now, he should lie low. Suddenly, the divine gate star in his mind shook. At the same time, his hands and feet also trembled. Long Chen hastily looked within himself to see that the Feng Fu, Aliath, Life Star, Enlightenment Palace, and Divine Gate stars were all blazing with divine light. They're collectively going through the 9-star transformations. Long Chen almost couldn't believe his eyes. Having absorbed the Pill Tower's divine spring, the Divine Gate star had reached the first of the 9-star transformations, and the other 4 stars had entered the same state as well. It seems the 5th star is a dividing line. It transforms the other 4 stars with it, guessed Long Chen. The 5 stars slowly dimmed once more, and a faint halo of primal chaos revolved around them. Long Chen felt endless energy surging through his body. This energy went through his 108,000 acupuncture points and concentrated on the 108,000 stars within them. They formed a cycle, with endless energy circulating. Long Chen wasn't intentionally doing this. He simply allowed them to circulate on their own, and he felt these 108,000 stars form a perfect cycle. They had formed their own cosmos containing all things. However, this cosmos was still in an embryonic form and not fully formed. As the 5 stars revolved, endless energy danced within him. Long Chen felt incomparably relaxed, as if all his pores were singing. Just at this moment, as his energy surged throughout his body, the primal chaos space activated on its own. The withered world trees began to pulse with life once more. Long Chen was given a pleasant surprise. After reaching the 1st star transformation, the primal chaos space went through a large transformation of its own. The death of the world trees was a loss of one of his strongest trump cards. That was why he had been forced to be careful during this time. Now, the world trees were recovering 10,000 times faster than they had been before and without any magical beast corpses. Before, just trying to grow the sprouts of the world trees was so slow that the progress wasn't even visible with the naked eye. However, now the world trees were recovering at a visible rate. He expected that it wouldn't take that long for them to fully recover. Most importantly, he wouldn't have to gather so many corpses in the future. The world trees were still a bit small and quite a ways from fully grown. Once they were fully grown, he would practically be unkillable. After relishing in this pleasant surprise, Long Chen calmed himself down and focused on circulating the divine gate star to absorb the divine spring from the pill tower. Chapter 1505 8th Star Transformation. 7 days later, Long Chen's body shook. The centers of his feet and hands, as well as the space between his forehead, were blazing like suns. A terrifying pressure shook the mountain range. A wave of sand and pebbles tumbled down the mountains. Countless birds and beasts were startled and fled for their lives. As expected of Pill Valley, this golden divine spring was amazing. It brought me all the way to the 8th star transformation, just one step from completion. Long Chen had an ecstatic expression. The energy within the Pill Tower's divine spring had been pure and vast, and had allowed all his stars to undergo transformations. He managed to reach the 8th transformation as it ran out of energy. Although he had gone through the 9-star transformations before, this time was different. It took a huge amount of energy as all 5 stars were undergoing transformations at the same time. He felt his body and the 108,000 stars transforming along with them as well. The change in the 108,000 stars was very strange. They weren't growing larger or smaller, but he felt the flow of energy change. That wasn't something he could control. As his 5 stars circulated, the energy from his 4 chi seas was drawn out and thrown into a cycle through the 108,000 stars. This cycle brought forth endless energy. This power could be used to unleash terrifying power in battle, or it could be used to nourish the life within the primal chaos space. After 7 days, the withered world trees had recovered the majority of their vitality and were once more a large source of life energy for Long Chen's healing. Evilmoon, how's your state? Asked Long Chen. Evilmoon had finished absorbing the divine energy, and its black body contained a slight luster to it now. A portion of its murderous aura had also been pulled in. Excellent. This divine energy was very pure. That fallen Day Knight and Lord Brahma are definitely extremely terrifying existences. The faith energy from their believers is extremely beneficial to me, said Evilmoon. Its voice was a bit excited, and it was very satisfied. Then how much have you recovered? 30%, asked Long Chen. The stronger Evilmoon was, the more things he could do. 30%, are you dreaming? At most, I've recovered 5%. If I managed to recover 10%, I'd be suppressed by the sovereign seal. Don't tell me you didn't know, said Evilmoon irritably. Oh, I forgot because I was too excited. Long Chen forced a smile. In truth, Long Chen really hadn't known about this. Sovereign Yunsheng hadn't told him much about his seal or Evilmoon. He had only put on an act that he knew all about it in order to trick Evilmoon. Now he had almost exposed himself. It seemed he would have to be more careful in the future to avoid drawing Evilmoon's suspicions. If he let Evilmoon learn that he had been tricking it this entire time, it might stop cooperating with him in the future. After all, Evilmoon was a descendant of the true dragons. It might be fierce and sinister, but it still had the inherent pride of the dragon race. 5%. Repeated Long Chen, a bit disappointed. Then would you be able to fight on par with a half-step divine item? It's not whether or not I would be able to. The problem is you. I don't have to fear half-step divine items, but you aren't able to give me the slightest bit of energy. How am I supposed to fight against them? You haven't even reached the life star realm and don't have the slightest trace of divine energy. As for me, under my seal, the power I can unleash is very limited. So I would be barely able to hold out against a half-step divine item. At best, I would be able to bring you away, said Evilmoon. Really, what if I were to undo the sovereign seal right now? Would you be able to kill half-step divine items then? Asked Long Chen. What are you going to undo the seal with? Without having reached the life star realm, you aren't able to activate the divine might of the sovereign seal. Did Yunsheng tell you nothing? Evilmoon's voice suddenly turned cold. Nonsense, I was just trying to make a comparison. How could I not know something so obvious? I just don't know how much power you would have after your seal is undone. If you weren't even able to handle half-step divine items, why would I bother undoing your seal? Sneered Long Chen. He couldn't help feeling guilty inside. There were many things that he had learned from Evilmoon. If Evilmoon realized the truth, it would be troublesome. Evilmoon, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. What is your soul essence supposed to do? Sovereign Yunsheng said that he left your soul essence to me, but it was taken by Leng Yuyan. Back then, I didn't have a chance to ask her about it. Can you explain what's the use of it? Sovereign Yunsheng didn't tell me anything about it, said Long Chen, changing the subject. Fuck that Yunsheng. Evilmoon suddenly broke into curses. Why are you cursing him? Demanded Long Chen. Long Chen was full of gratitude towards Sovereign Yun Shang, and he had been completely won over by his style. So Long Chen was naturally angry that Evilmoon would curse his benefactor. How could I not curse him? That bastard, your human race really is trash. That Yun Shang was a sovereign, someone who stood at the peak of this world, and after defeating me, he should have simply killed me. Why did he have to humiliate me? Roared Evilmoon. Humiliate you? Long Chen was startled. According to Sovereign Yun Shang's style, he would disdain doing such a thing. After cutting off my head, he extracted my soul and used my skull to reforge my weapon. How is refining me into a weapon not a humiliation? Roared Evilmoon. Wait, Evilmoon is your weapon? Or is it your skull? Asked Long Chen. Evilmoon was originally my weapon, but that bastard refined my soul and bone into it, turning me into this state. That fucking fucker. Evilmoon let out a string of curses to the point that Long Chen didn't even understand it toward the end. But he understood the main point. After refining Evilmoon into its current state, Sovereign Yun Shang had called it Dragonbone Evilmoon. As for Evilmoon, it called itself Evilmoon, removing the Dragonbone part. It also had Long Chen call it Evilmoon. It seemed the Dragonbone part was an insult to it. It was natural for Evilmoon to feel that way. For a dragon to be refined into a weapons item spirit was definitely hard to accept. Long Chen suddenly recalled the claw he had seen smashing through the sky when he had used the 9-star hegemon body art to peer back into time in the ancient battlefield of the spirit world. Who asked you to act like such a badass and attack the spirit world out of nowhere? Your claw came out of the sky, shaking everyone. You killed so many of Sovereign Yun Shang's followers, so he'd naturally hate you. He probably did this as retribution. What bullshit, a man can be killed, but not humiliated. Roared Evilmoon. Alright, I won't argue with you over this. Plus, you're not a man. Can you tell me about your soul essence? If I were to get it back for you, how much stronger would you get? Asked Long Chen. In truth, Long Chen had had another reason for bringing that up. He had now confirmed that the owner of that claw he had seen had been Evilmoon. That was a shocking discovery. If he allowed Evilmoon to recover to its peak, wouldn't he be able to dominate the martial heaven continent? That was my crystal core. But my soul was already extracted out of it, and my soul essence is now useless, all because of that Goodman bastard. I'm not just a weapon. Evilmoon suddenly let out a hysterical roar. Its delight at having recovered to 5% completely vanished, replaced with hatred. Get over it. So what if you're a weapon? Can't a weapon's name also shake the ears of anyone who hears it? If you follow me, I guarantee your name will shake the entire martial heaven continent, and anyone who hears it will be terrified, comforted Long Chen. Evilmoon interrupted his enticement, cursing, stop fucking bragging, you're just a jade core brat. Without me, you'd have died countless times over. Now, aren't you just a hiding mouse? TCH, I'm not talking to you anymore. I need to rest, so don't disturb me. Evilmoon went completely silent after saying that. It seemed it had received quite the blow. Long Chen was a bit dumbfounded. He had originally just wanted to change the subject. He hadn't expected to have raised such a sore point. It seemed that this was Evilmoon's reverse scale and Long Chen couldn't mention it again, or it would turn hostile. If it did refuse to cooperate with him, he wouldn't be able to fight against divine items. However, he was very curious about that soul essence. Sovereign Yun Shang had intentionally left it for him, so there had to be some deeper meaning behind it. But it had been taken by Lang Yuyan, and Evilmoon didn't want to talk about it. Long Chen had plenty of questions but no answers. Well, whatever, only the 9th star transformation remains. After the 9th transformation, I'll be able to bring out the complete 5-star battle armor and my power will definitely rise to a new level. I should first finish the 9th transformation, but where am I supposed to find such a huge divine spring? Based on how much energy the latter transformations have been requiring, maybe not even all the sects left on the list would have enough divine spring for me to reach the 9th star transformation. Plus that's too dangerous. I need high quality, not quantity. Right, Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng's families have extremely ancient histories. Their families are definitely rich. Long Chen suddenly thought of the two of them. One was from a domineering ancient family, while one was from an elite ancient race. Empyreans were born from karmic luck, so their families were definitely big fish. Revenge is a dish best served cold, but I like eating all my dishes while they're hot. Let's keep them coming. Long Chen laughed sinisterly and vanished from the mountain range. Chapter 1506 Eastern Madman and Western Wretch. The Pill Tower's destruction shook the eastern Zan region and even the Central Plains as a whole. Long Chen's name had spread from the eastern Zan region throughout the martial heaven continent. Pill Valley's fury erupted. They issued the highest-level arrest order, alerting all powers connected to them to hunt down Long Chen. The righteous path, the corrupt path, the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, they all responded instantly. Countless powerful existences were mobilized. This time, Long Chen had truly provoked a huge calamity. Destroying the Pill Tower was challenging the giant Pill Valley. Experts from every area were looking for him. The allure of forming a good relationship with Pill Valley was too strong. Furthermore, Pill Valley had promised a favor to whoever could kill Long Chen. A favor from Pill Valley was incredibly important. Even if it was a third-rate sect that killed Long Chen, this favor would lead them to directly become a supreme sect. As long as Pill Valley didn't fall, no one would dare to provoke them. Furthermore, there was also the fact that Long Chen had priceless treasures in his hands. Both the black saber and the pot were treasures. However, that black saber was a blade of evil. Anyone who obtained it had to destroy it immediately, and it could not be allowed to be kept. So no one dared to care about the black saber, but the pot was a different story. There were also suspicions that Long Chen had another treasure that could raise the rank of Celestials. Although those suspicions had been quelled by the Wine God Palace, there were still quite a few people who believed it and felt like Long Chen had to have many secrets. Pill Valley had announced that anyone who killed Long Chen would get to keep all his treasures other than the black saber. If anyone tried to snatch those treasures away, they would become enemies with Pill Valley. With such a promise from Pill Valley, countless powerful experts as well as many old monsters that had been slumbering for many years appeared, searching for Long Chen. The eastern Zan city was originally quiet and calm, but during these days, it became lively as experts came from every direction. Some of these people were supreme experts. They included rank 9 Celestials at the Soul Transformation realm, as well as old monsters at the Life Star realm. These people were all targeting Long Chen and were confident in their power. Of course, those people were just a small portion. 99% of the people rushing over had just come to watch the fun. They wanted to see the main street of eastern Zan city. Long Chen had walked down this street with no one able to stop him. They also wanted to see the battlefield outside the city, as well as the destroyed Pill Tower. The main street of the eastern Zan city, the battlefield outside, and the ruins of the Pill Tower had instantly become popular tourist spots. Although the photographic jades from the battle back then had been destroyed, some talented artists had drawn the scenes of Long Chen walking along the path alone, his annihilation of the Bloodkill Hall, his tribulation with 3 Empyreans, and more. They weren't cheap, but they were constantly sold out. Countless young men and women were trying to buy them. Long Chen had become a god in their eyes. His courage and domineeringness, as well as his will to not submit to powerful enemies, had profoundly affected them. Young people were naturally rebellious, and the sight of Long Chen going against his circumstances, piercing a way straight through the entire eastern Zan city on his own without anyone being able to stop him, and his unyielding fighting had completely won them over. People didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but quite a few of these youngsters were wearing black robes with a black saber on their backs. Those black sabers were quite similar to Long Chen's Evilmoon. These were Long Chen's worshippers. If one were to glorify it, they were dressing themselves as a sign of respect to their hero, but in reality, they were just doing it to draw attention. When people first saw them, they would always be given a fright, thinking that Long Chen had appeared. They had dressed themselves up to be just like Long Chen, but their cultivation bases exposed their status. These people were too young and the majority were only at the Shantian realm. These people never tired of it, and they swaggered down the streets, drawing countless shocked looks. However, sometimes this came with a price. Several Jade Core fellows did the same and were beaten to death. Only once they were dead did people realize that they weren't Long Chen. After a few of those cases, Jade Core experts stopped trying to dress up like Long Chen. The only exceptions were those who had gotten tired of life. Within a certain packed restaurant, there were all kinds of people, but young people made up 80 to 90% of them. There were men and women, and they had all come here thanks to the fame Long Chen had brought. Long Chen's the man of the moment in the eastern Zan region. He's got enemies all over, with all of them shouting for his death. He's just like a certain person from my western Zan region. 2 men were sharing a table beside a window in this restaurant. The middle-aged scholar swirled his wine as he spoke to a slender man in front of him. This man's eyes were bright, and there was a scorpion tattoo on his arm. He looked a bit dark. The slender man was startled. He asked, "I've always been in the Eastern Zone region, and I don't know much about the other regions. Is there really someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Long Chen in the Western Zone region?" The two of them were life-star experts and were originally total strangers. But because there were too many people in the restaurant, they ended up sharing a table. As a result, after chatting a bit, they found their characters meshed quite well and began to talk more. The middle-aged scholar came from the Western Zone region and had come to watch the fun. In truth, he was the master of a first-rate sect. He had come purely out of curiosity. It had to be known that going to different regions cost a lot. The price for the transportation formations wasn't something an ordinary cultivator could pay for. Furthermore, there were many dangerous places that required flying boats to travel through. Normal people would never survive the trip. The middle-aged scholar smiled. "You should know that the Central Plains is filled with rising geniuses now. But most people are more low-key and not as crazy as Long Chen. The Western Zone region also has countless monstrous geniuses shaking the region, but their light is all drowned out because of one person. After surveying the Central Plains as a whole, only those two fellows in the Eastern Zone region and Western Zone region are standing out in particular. Now the two of them even have nicknames." "What nicknames?" "Hee, perhaps they should be called titles. In the Eastern Zone region, Long Chen has been given the title of the Eastern Madman." The slender man nodded. "That's a good name. Long Chen really is a madman. I don't think anyone else has ever been as crazy as him." "Then what about that fellow from the Western Zone region?" The middle-aged scholar laughed mischievously. He said, "He's called the Western Wretch." "What?" The slender man didn't comprehend. The middle-aged scholar filled their cups with wine and raised his cup to the slender man. "His name is Mo Nian. Rumor is that he's an old acquaintance of Long Chen. He truly is an odd one. He just broke through the soul transformation realm, but his battle power is shocking. He was able to fight against the Empyreans without losing. With a divine bow, he dominates all his enemies. But the strange thing is that he's set on being enemies with the Western Zone region's ancient family alliance. He's being hunted down by them constantly. Long Chen is called the Eastern Madman because he's too crazy, while Mo Nian is called the Western Wretch because he's too wretched." "What do you mean by wretched? What did he do?" The slender man raised his cup and touched it to the middle-aged scholar's cup. Now he was curious. It's unknown whether Mo Nian is doing it as revenge or for some other reason, but he spends every day digging up the ancestral graves of the ancient families. Each time, he'll flip through their tombs. No one knows what he's doing. He's grave robbing. That's too immoral, isn't it? All sects are large family powers offered worship to their ancestors. Their ancestors' remains were all properly cared for. This was also a kind of inheritance, as well as a kind of acknowledgement and gratitude toward their ancestors' accomplishments. It was so their descendants wouldn't forget what they had done for them. Even in the mortal world, grave robbing was extremely immoral. No one would do it. How could a peak genius like Mo Nian do such a thing? Exactly. Long Chen destroys a sect a day, while Mo Nian robs a tomb a day. So the names of the Eastern Madman and Western Wretch have spread throughout the Central Plains, said the middle-aged scholar. Is that Mo Nian really so powerful? The entire ancient family alliance of the Western Zone region is unable to handle him. The middle-aged scholar's voice dropped. He whispered, "You don't know this, but Mo Nian received an ancestral inheritance. As for the details, all you have to do is read the short stories at the details of what happened to Mo Nian during his ancestral inheritance are all there. People aren't able to read about it without going there." The slender man was startled. He said, "Yes, I understand what I have to do." Just as the two of them were conversing, rumbling rang out from the sky. A golden battle carriage could be seen, pulled by an ancient golden flying horse. "Long Chen, come out and fight if you dare." A clear shout rang throughout the Eastern Zone city, drowning out the voices of the two people drinking wine. A long-haired man wearing blood-colored robes walked out of the carriage. He also held a blood-colored spear. He stood in the air, looking down on the entire city. There is a short little segment here based on wordplay which doesn't make sense in English, so it's been moved to this footnote. The word for wretch, sword, and arrow all sound the same. Here's the segment with some italics. The middle-aged man laughed mischievously. He said, "He's called the Western Wretch. The Western Sword, just hearing that I can tell he's a terrifying sword cultivator," said the slender man. The middle-aged scholar laughed. Hee, you're wrong. Although he uses arrows, the wretch I'm talking about is the wretch as in a wretched man. This is actually a plug for the author's WeChat account. Ping Fan Mo Shu Shi. Chapter 1507 Mysterious Girl. His voice was like a thunderous drum that shook the eastern Zan city, instantly breaking its silence. That's already the third person. People shook their heads. During these days, many experts ran over here and declared that they were challenging Long Chen. But those people were all ignored. Not even rank 9 celestials were qualified to challenge Long Chen. However, this man with the red robes had the power of the heavenly Tao's revolving around him, the power that made all celestials feel suppressed. He was an Empyrean. In just a few days, it was unknown how many experts had come out to say that they were challenging Long Chen. But all rank 9 celestials were simply ignored, and they later stopped. Many people directly cursed them and told them not to cause a ruckus just because they wanted to gain the fame of challenging Long Chen. If Long Chen really was here, they would be instantly killed in one blow. They only dared to shout because they knew he wouldn't appear. Before this, there had also been 2 other powerful Empyreans that had appeared and challenged Long Chen to a fight. They knew that this news would quickly spread through the eastern Zan region, and Long Chen would also hear it. However, their challenges were never answered. There wasn't the slightest news from Long Chen. Now another powerful expert had appeared. All the eastern Zan region's experts were searching for Long Chen, and everything boded ill for him. Long Chen, if you're a man, you'll come out and fight me. Don't hide like a turtle in its shell, shouted the man with the red robes. Long Chen's a coward. He won't dare to come out to face any challenges. Shouting over there is meaningless. A cold voice rang out from the top floor of a restaurant. That restaurant was extremely luxurious, and the top floor only had 1 table with 1 person. This person was very tall and muscular. He had a sword on his back just as tall as he was. He gave off immense pressure just by sitting there. He didn't even look at the new challenger, but all the people in the city knew that he was the first Empyrean who had come to the city to challenge Long Chen. He had stayed on the highest floor of the restaurant the entire time, and no one had dared to get close to him. Just shouting once is enough. If you shout more, it'll irritate others. If you have the power, then go pull Long Chen out instead of shouting here. A woman was sitting in the air on top of another tall building. Her face was covered with a black veil, but her voice was arrogant and icy. She was also an Empyrean, but most shocking of all was her viciousness. Several rank 9 celestials had come shouting to challenge Long Chen after she had arrived, and they had been slain by her. Her reason was that she was testing whether or not they were qualified to challenge Long Chen. Of course, the results of her test were disappointing. They weren't qualified and were unable to receive a single attack from her. The man in the red robes looked at the 2 of them coldly and smiled. That's all right. When the time comes, I'll be able to experience your skills. Up to you. Whatever. The large man and woman only gave an indifferent, brief reply. They clearly didn't care about this man. I've taken a liking to this building. The people inside should scram if they don't want to die. The red-robed man pointed his spear at an extremely tall building. There were originally 2 buildings that were the tallest within the eastern Zan city, but one had been destroyed by Long Chen, so the remaining one had become the absolute tallest. This red-robed man was extremely arrogant and wanted to occupy the highest place to symbolize his position. As soon as he said this, the man with the sword on his back suddenly sneered. If you dare to come in, I guarantee that let alone challenging Long Chen, you will never see him in your life. At this moment, an indifferent voice came from the highest level of the building. Zheng Wenlong appeared in front of it. Idiot, are your eyes blind? That's the Huayan sect stronghold in the eastern Zan region. You actually wanted the people in there to scram or die. Haha, admirable, sneered the large man. The red-robed man's expression immediately became extremely unsightly. His attempt at showing off ended up being a slap in his own face. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself for being so arrogant that he didn't even look at the mark on the building. The main gates weren't on this side, so he had actually said something so bold. You can't put it like that. The Pill Tower was originally as tall as the Huayan sect stronghold. Long Chen destroyed the Pill Tower, so isn't he trying to be a second Long Chen by destroying the Huayan sect stronghold? I really do want to see that. I hope you won't disappoint me, said the veiled woman expectantly, but the ridicule in her voice could not be more obvious. All the eastern Zan city's people looked at the red-robed man with odd expressions. They saw that his originally white face was blushing fiercely. Was this a joke? It had to be known that the building with the strongest defensive power within the entire city was this building. It was different from the Pill Tower. The Pill Tower had Pill Valley behind it and no one dared to touch them. But the Huayan sect was a business, and businessmen had to display their wealth. These were the wealth god's instructions. This was the business Tao. Businessmen had to be able to show that they had enough wealth so that others would feel they could trust them safely. This building not only had a divine item within it, but there was also a formation composed of millions of divine runes. It was capable of both offense and defense. Anyone who dared to attack it would simply be courting death. This was also why Zheng Wenlong hadn't panicked when Yi Qingquang had activated his tribulation back then. It was because he had the confidence to block the tribulation lightning, but the price would have been very high. However, if this red-robed man were to attack, Zheng Wenlong definitely wouldn't mind activating the formation to kill him instantly. The red-robed man didn't know what to do. He had slapped himself viciously in the face in front of countless experts. But he really didn't dare to attack Zheng Wenlong. "Sorry, can you let us through?" Just as everyone was looking at the red-robed man with mocking smiles, a slightly immature voice rang out. At some unknown point, a new group of people had appeared on the streets. There were a total of 7 of them. The one at the front was a girl covered in a cloak that blocked most of her face. It only revealed her nose and her mouth. She wasn't tall and was a bit slim. Her skin was pure like jade. She had been the one to speak, and her voice was even a bit melodic. It was pleasant to listen to. Behind her was a large, handsome man with long hair. He didn't say a word as he followed her. There were also 5 other men behind him in tight black robes, and none of them were releasing any aura. They looked like ordinary people. The girl had been walking down the street when she ended up blocked by the people who had come out to watch the spectacle, so she asked them to let her through. Quite a few people felt these people to be strange. There were plenty of people who wore black robes, but very few who wore such tight robes. When people probed their cultivation bases, their expressions instantly changed. "They're assassins from the Bloodkill Hall." Startled cries rang out. These people's auras were concealed, but when people attempted to probe them, they sensed ice-cold killing intent. The only ones capable of such a thing were the Bloodkill Hall's assassins. After guessing their identity, everyone hastily opened up a path like they were fleeing from a demon. The Bloodkill Hall's assassins were reapers of life, and very few people ever got to see their true faces. Those who saw them died. They never walked out in the sunlight, nor did they ever expose themselves in front of others. And yet, today, they had openly appeared here. They felt that was against the Bloodkill Hall's assassination Tao. The atmosphere became extremely strange. The girl continued onward, and the men behind her silently followed. The entire city was silent, all looking at this strange group. "Why don't we go faster and go directly to the battlefield outside the city?" probed the handsome man behind the girl. He felt a bit unnatural being stared at by so many people. "No," he walked this road from start to end. "I want to experience the same thing." The girl shook her head and continued walking forward, neither slowly nor quickly. The handsome man's expression became a bit helpless as he obediently followed. Everyone was secretly guessing who this mysterious girl was. Zheng Wenlong's pupils shrank. His expression completely changed. Could it be that legendary existence? If it is, Long Chen's in danger. The red-robed man was still floating in the air, not knowing whether he should leave or not. But now, everyone was focused on that girl, and he was completely disregarded. That infuriated him. This girl's arrival had actually helped him escape his embarrassing position, but he didn't feel any gratitude. Instead, he felt fury. Are the Bloodkill Hall's shameful people not afraid of being slaughtered once they appear out in the open? Shouted the red-robed man disdainfully. Chapter 1508 Bloodkill 1. Everyone's hearts shook as soon as the red-robed man finished speaking. Just what origin did he have to dare to go against the Bloodkill Hall? It had to be known that the Bloodkill Hall was the most difficult force to deal with within the entire Martial Heaven continent. Some people would even prefer to offend Pill Valley than offend them. That was because the Bloodkill Hall was a group of death gods. They were incredibly vicious, and when their vengeance came, it signified a sect would be slaughtered to the point that no life remained. As for offending Pill Valley, it would usually just cause a sect to decline until it disbanded. At least, they would stay alive. Zheng Wenlong shook his head when he heard the red-robed man open his mouth. An elder beside him sighed. The Dream Blood Spirit Creek spent all their resources to raise an idiot like this. Both the Elder and Zheng Wenlong were aware of this red-robed man's origin. The Dream Blood Spirit Creek was an extremely ancient sect that was almost completely cut off from the rest of the world. It was just like the Titan sect. It had gone into hiding and endured for a long time before finally giving birth to an Empyrean. They wanted to make a resounding move that would shake the world and show their power. The Wealth God's prophecy predicted that the martial heaven continent would enter an era of rising geniuses. Could that era have come? The elder beside Zheng Wenlong looked at the red-robed man, the sword-wielding man, and the veiled woman, as well as the girl walking on the street. Zheng Wenlong shook his head. The era still hasn't come yet. This is just a kind of omen. According to the Wealth God, when the geniuses rise and thousands of powers are revived, a leader must be born. The true great era will be able to give rise to a sovereign. As for these Empyreans, they're a long way from reaching that level. Currently, the martial heaven continent's chi flow is going through some subtle changes. Some sects that have been hidden for millennia are starting to move, giving birth to peak heavenly geniuses. This is the premonition that the great era is about to descend. But only once those ancient powers all awaken will we have truly entered the great era. There's still some time before that. The water still needs to heat up a bit more before it boils over. The elder nodded. He suddenly looked at Zheng Wenlong. You've managed to catch this era. Have you ever considered fighting for the peak as well? After all, it's rare to be born in this era. The martial heaven continent's karmic luck is gathering onto you youngsters. Rank 7, Rank 8, and Rank 9 Celestials are appearing in droves, and even Empyreans are appearing. That shows that this era will belong to you youngsters. With your devout faith in the Wealth God, you could easily ask to undergo the divine blessing. You would not be any bit inferior to these Empyreans. Zheng Wenlong smiled faintly. To be in the same era as Long Chen is both fortunate and unfortunate. If I did choose to fight for the peak, it would be a kind of sorrow. But if I choose to comprehend the business Tao, it's a kind of blessing. Furthermore, I have no interest in fighting for the peak of the martial path. I rather like my business and constantly accumulating wealth. Using my wealth to change this world is the path I want to walk on. As for this little fellow, he's about to run into a disaster. He's already provoked the Bloodkill Hall. Do you see that girl? She's very likely that legendary existence of the Bloodkill Hall. There will be a good show to watch. The elder hastily looked back to the Bloodkill Hall's group. He saw that the girl had completely ignored the red-robed man's insult and was still walking forward. However, the people behind her all had angry expressions. He's very irritating. I want to kill him, said the handsome man behind the girl. It sounded like he was both talking to himself and asking the girl's opinion. Of the 10 commandments of the Bloodkill Hall, what are the first and 9th commandments? Asked the girl suddenly. Her voice sounded a bit immature, and yet it possessed unquestionable dignity. To guard against anger and to not attack without profit, answered the handsome man. Your anger shows your cultivation is lacking. No one offered a price or assigned you a mission to kill him. To kill someone without that is against the killing God's directions. Each person can be killed, but each person's life also has value. Only once you've determined that value can you kill them. That's the true essence of assassination, said the girl. Yes. The man nodded and stopped speaking. Although the two of them were not talking loudly, the entire street was silent with terror. Their voices clearly came through, and that made everyone's expressions change. The girl was like a senior teaching a junior, which sounded funny. The person she was lecturing kept saying he wanted to kill the red-robed man. That wasn't funny, it was terrifying. Ha ha ha, you shameful fellows, you actually dared to spout such wild words. You're going to make me laugh to death. Your killing God statue was smashed by Long Chen and you couldn't do a single thing. If your killing God was still alive, he'd probably kill you himself. Laughed the red-robed man mockingly. He forced himself to do this. If he had simply accepted their words without saying anything, that would be admitting that he was afraid. The girl's footsteps paused. She slowly raised her head to look at the red-robed man. When she raised her head, she revealed her face, evoking startled cries. She looked to be only 13 or 14 years old. She had bangs covering her forehead and 2 incredibly bright eyes. They were like the eyes of a child and seemed innocent. While she was still too young, she was beautiful enough to make other people forget how to breathe. The most important thing was the indescribable air around her. It was like she was a god. Although she was beautiful, that beauty contained danger. It was a mix of beauty and slaughter, and it gave off very conflicting feelings. Originally, your name wasn't on the killing gods list, but you just had to add yourself to it. The girl shook her head with pity. At that moment, the handsome man behind her vanished. When he reappeared, he was right beside the red-robed man. He was like a phantom, and a bright sword appeared in his hand, stabbing toward the red-robed man. The red-robed man's focus had been on the girl's face, and he was caught off guard. He hastily dodged, but a large cut still appeared on his body. Blood poured out. If he had been one step slower, he'd have been cut in two. If this was a hidden assassination, you'd have lost your life. How is an idiot like you qualified to mock others? Do you think you're capable of blaspheming the killing god? Sneered the handsome man. When he had been behind the girl, it had felt like he was just an attendant. But as soon as he made a move, he shocked everyone. Who are you? State your name, shouted the red-robed man. His manifestation appeared behind him, and he pointed his blood-colored spear at the handsome man. The handsome man smiled slightly and raised a hand, revealing a tattoo on his arm. That tattoo was the number 1. Heavens, he's Bloodkill 1. He's the strongest assassin of the Bloodkill Hall's junior generation. He's not from the Eastern Zon region but the Central Zon region. The strongest assassins of each generation of the Bloodkill Hall were ranked by number. Furthermore, these assassins had to be young. Once they were older than 50, their number would be erased. As for Bloodkill 1, although no one had ever seen him before, they all knew that Bloodkill 1 was the strongest assassin of each generation of the Bloodkill Hall. He was a ghost that no one ever saw. He silently took people's lives without them being capable of defending. Even if you were 10 times stronger than him, he would still kill you. That was what inspired the most terror. The sword-wielding man and the veiled woman were also shocked at this time. They both stood up. 3 moves. Bloodkill 1 raised 3 fingers. He suddenly began to fade away. Everyone was shocked. What kind of move was this? In clear sunlight, he suddenly vanished like this. They all felt a chill on their backs. Seal the heavens, lock the earth, blood ripple. The red-robed man suddenly stabbed his spear into the air, and space shook. A blood-colored wave spread with him at the center, forming a powerful defense around him. However, just as his defense formed, a sword appeared out of thin air and stabbed him in the ribs. You're too slow. I'm already here, and you haven't even finished your defense, said Bloodkill 1 disdainfully. The red-robed man was horrified. Just as the power in Bloodkill 1's sword was about to erupt, blood runes appeared around his body. His body exploded, but shockingly, that wasn't his true body. Another body suddenly appeared in the distance. Just at that moment, countless images of Bloodkill 1 appeared in the sky, charging at him. The red-robed man's spear launched a powerful attack, and spear images filled the air, blocking them. But after just blocking 2, his expression changed. Each of these images seemed like the real one. He felt like his death was certain. Just wait. The red-robed man suddenly activated the spear in his hand. It was a divine item, and he wanted to use its power to escape. However, at that moment, a cold light split through the forbidden space he had created around him. His head was caught in a small hand. Chapter 1509 Terrifying Others. A cold light flashed, and in that instant, the world shook. The red-robed man's spear was unleashing divine light, but it was cut off by the cold light. The red-robed man, who had been about to break through space, suddenly had his head leave his body. His head was caught by a small hand. Up in the air, the girl was calmly standing there with a head in her grasp. Her expression was calm as if what she held was something unspeakably minor. But everyone, including the other 2 Empyreans, was shocked. This girl was absolutely terrifying. They hadn't even seen what she had done to cut off the red-robed man's head. The red-robed man looked at his body that was falling to the ground. He cried out in terror, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." His head was caught in the girl's hand. Although the heavenly Tao's still protected him, preventing him from dying, there was no way he could resist if the girl tried to kill him. In the face of death, he was afraid. In his terror, he begged for mercy. The girl ignored him. She said to Bloodkill 1, "With your power, even if it wasn't an assassination, you had a 30% chance of killing him. But you were too confident and gave him a chance to get away. You've violated the killing god's teachings. You should know what to do." Everyone's hearts shook as they looked at the terrifying Bloodkill 1. Bloodkill 1's expression was solemn as he nodded. He suddenly took out a blood-colored dagger. The dagger had countless barbs on it that made it look exceptionally sinister. Furthermore, there was a blue light coming from the barbs. It was definitely poisoned. Shockingly, Bloodkill 1 stabbed himself in the chest with the dagger. When he pulled it out, blood spurted. The barbs all had his flesh caught in them. It was like a beast had taken a big bite out of his body. He then stabbed himself again twice, for a total of 3 times, leaving large and horrifying holes in his body. His face was twisted in pain. Everyone was shocked, not knowing what was happening. Just now, Bloodkill 1 had injured the red-robed man in one move, showing his great power. But why did he have to mutilate himself just because of one sentence from that girl? No matter how high your cultivation base, no matter how strong you are, you have to remember your status. You are an assassin, and an assassin can't make mistakes. Unless there comes a day when you surpass the killing god, you cannot betray the killing god's teachings. Understood. The girl didn't have the slightest emotion on her tender face nor in her voice. Bloodkill 1 nodded, but his face was shuddering from how much pain he was in. Clearly, that dagger was not ordinary. Please, spare me, I know I was wrong, The red-robed man begged for mercy. He now realized just how vicious this group of people was. He was filled with regret that he had ever provoked them. The girl tossed his head to Bloodkill 1. Bloodkill 1 produced a hook, piercing it through the red-robed man's jaw and out his nose, sealing his mouth. He could no longer cry out, and the pain made his eyes bulge. This scene gave everyone chills. Although they hadn't experienced the same thing, just the sight of it was unbearable. The Bloodkill Hall was vicious. Not only were they vicious to others, but they were also vicious to their own people. Although it was noon and the sun was still high in the sky, everyone was shivering. Don't worry, we won't kill you. Each life has a value, and the Bloodkill Hall never wastes life. Just wait for your sect to pay the ransom for you, said Bloodkill 1 coldly. He then tossed the head to one of the people behind him. They had long since collected the red-robed man's headless body, as well as his spear. This spear was a divine item, but Bloodkill 1 hadn't been at a disadvantage when he had been fighting against it. But most shocking of all was that this divine item didn't even try to flee. It just obediently allowed itself to be brought over. The girl slowly began to walk down the street once more. There were no fluctuations coming from her body, and it was like she was an ordinary girl. She appeared cute and lovable. If they hadn't personally witnessed it, no one would believe that this seemingly innocent girl was actually so terrifying. Bloodkill 1 had been so powerful that he had injured the red-robed man in one move and forced him into desperate straits in 3 moves, forcing him to flee. As for the girl, she was even more terrifying. No one had even seen what she had done. But somehow, she had broken the seal the divine item had created to sever the red-robed man's head. She then made Bloodkill 1 punish himself for his failure. The girl was walking once more, with Bloodkill 1 behind her and the others behind him. They were holding the red-robed man's head and body, obediently following without a word. No one dared to make a sound within the entire eastern Zon city. They only watched as they advanced. It was a bizarre sight. Last time, Long Chen had walked along this road, completely domineering and unstoppable. And now, the girl was also walking down the same path. No one dared to make a sound. Both of them had been so shocking and breathtaking. Only once the girl had reached the end of the street and gradually faded from their sight did everyone feel a stone fall from their hearts. These terrifying assassins could take someone's life at any moment. Even Empyreans wouldn't be able to protect themselves. The sword-bearing man and the veiled woman both felt a chill. Now, in the Eastern Zon region's junior generation, the most famous person was Long Chen. If anyone defeated him, they would indisputably become the #1 person of the Eastern Zon region. All these people had come here not because they had any enmity with Long Chen, but for that title. However, these thoughts were blown away by what they had just seen. Bloodkill 1 had struck as quick as lightning and had been as ephemeral as the wind. He had been untouchable, and that was in an open battle. If it was an assassination, who would be able to block him? Furthermore, that girl was even more terrifying. They weren't able to see her move, and even a divine item's transportation had been forcibly severed by her. It had to be known that they were Empyreans, and their divine items had been given offerings for many generations. With their cultivation bases, the Empyreans were unable to use divine items, so the main purpose of having a divine item was to show off. However, even if they couldn't unleash a divine item's divine might, when they ran into danger, they could ask the divine item to bring them away. That made a divine item a life-saving talisman. It was also why they dared to come out like this. However, that girl had severed the divine item's transportation, which had turned their hearts cold. If you couldn't beat her and couldn't run away from her, then you were simply doomed. Long Chen is someone the Bloodkill Hall will be killing. The rest of you should go back to wherever you came from. With your power, you're not qualified to challenge Long Chen. The girl's voice floated over from the distance, causing the expressions of all the experts in the city to grow unsightly. However, no one dared to retort, including the two Empyreans. Let alone the terrifying girl, just Bloodkill 1 wasn't someone they could handle. Even if they were both Empyreans, there was a huge difference between them. Zheng Wenlong's heart was a bit heavy. Others might not know much about the Bloodkill Hall, but the Huayan sect knew many of their secrets. That was because the two of them had some business cooperation. Should we warn Long Chen? Probed the elder beside Zheng Wenlong. Zheng Wenlong shook his head. The Bloodkill Hall and Long Chen are our clients. We can't betray the rules. We can do a vague warning, said the elder. Zheng Wenlong looked at him severely. What men do, gods see. Gods can't be tricked. The elder shook and he hastily apologized. This kind of thinking was a kind of blasphemy toward the wealth god. Don't worry about it, the god has arranged for everything. Our worrying is useless. What we need to do is calmly do what we need to do, and go in the direction the wealth god is leading us, said Zheng Wenlong. He knew the elder had good intentions, but there were some things that were too far out of line to do. That was what faith was. Outside the eastern Zan city, at the center of the old battlefield, the girl stood there with her eyes closed, looking like she was sensing something. Her mouth was curled up slightly. It was probably a smile. Bloodkill 1 and the other assassins were standing in the distance. They didn't dare to disturb her. They also felt the remnant aura on this battlefield. They felt the powerful wills and berserk auras that hung in the air. The girl stood in the center of the battlefield for a full day and night. On the next day, when the sun was slowly rising over the horizon, she finally opened her eyes. Looking at the sunrise, she smiled faintly. You will always be you. No matter what you go through, you are always so warm. Perhaps in this entire world, you are the only thing that won't change. After muttering to herself, she suddenly turned to Bloodkill 1 and the others. We're going back, but what about Long Chen? Asked Bloodkill 1, stunned. The girl shook her head. He currently isn't a match for me, and killing him is meaningless. I'll wait for him to take his next step before killing him. It doesn't need to be you. I could also. Oh, the girl's expression sank ever so slightly. If you have any objections to my decisions, you can kill me with your weapon at any time. I wouldn't dare, cried Bloodkill 1 hastily. Since you don't dare, then you have to listen to my orders. Don't worry that Long Chen might be killed by others and we won't be able to wash away our humiliation. The killing god has long since arranged for everything. He's already given me his prophecy. He has ordered to wait until Long Chen is at his most dazzling in order to kill him, said the girl. Great killing god, please forgive this disciple's foolishness. Bloodkill 1 hastily bowed toward the sky in prayer. The girl led them away. Just before leaving, she took a profound look at the battlefield. Chapter 15:10 Falling into a Trap. The ancient family alliance was composed of all the powerful ancient families. Their inheritance stretched back all the way into the ancient era. After the Battle of the Immortal Era, the majority of the powerful families at that time were destroyed, and only a small portion survived. Then after experiencing successive dark eras, the ancient families declined and were whittled down by the flow of time. After the last dark era, the martial heaven continent became filled with strife and internal conflict. The battle between the righteous and corrupt paths in particular grew to a greater intensity. The flames of battle spread throughout the continent. The ancient families that were on the verge of fading out of existence finally banded together, forming the ancient family alliance to jointly face their enemies. These enemies weren't people they had offended. These enemies were people greedy for the powerful foundations and wealth of the ancient families. Anything that came from the ancient era had to have powerful origins. Some ancient inheritances or secret tomes were enough to make anyone envious. If these ancient families hadn't banded together, both the corrupt path and the righteous path would pose a great danger to them. After the ancient family alliance formed, they began fighting alongside the righteous path against the corrupt path. That was because before they formed their alliance, it had been the corrupt path who had launched several sneak attacks on them, snatching their wealth as well as their secret arts. It was because the corrupt path was the main offender that they ended up planting the seed of hatred. Although the ancient family alliance couldn't count as a member of the righteous path, they would always stand on their side as soon as it came to standing against the corrupt path. It was thanks to the righteous path and the ancient family alliance joining hands that the corrupt path, which had been growing in power, was finally suppressed again. They could only hide in the dark and secretly raise their power. After the ancient family alliance was formed, the ancient families finally had a measure of safety and began to rapidly grow. After all, although they had declined, they had powerful foundations and inheritances. It was just that they didn't reveal them for fear of drawing killers. In the end, after so many years of development, the ancient families grew stronger. Now some powerful families were finally revealed. The Shah family was one of those. Back when the ancient family alliance was first formed, they were an extremely unremarkable family. However, in the last few centuries, the effects of their powerful foundation were brought to bear. They actually possessed a divine item that maintained their karmic luck. Back then they had been extremely weak and focused entirely on growing unnoticed. Once they were powerful enough to be fearless, they began to show their power. All those powers that had once offended the Shah family had to pay miserable prices. Even 5 of the ancient families were destroyed by them. Those 5 ancient families had once bullied and kept the Shah family down. But now the Shah family had grown to the point that they were one of the top 3 ancient families in the eastern Zon region. The other 2 were well established as the top powers, but the Shah family's rise ruined their original board. It now became a 3-way deadlock. It could be seen how powerful the Shah family had grown. Giving rise to an Empyrean in the form of Shah Guangyan in particular had set the Shah family's rise in stone. They had been prepared to shake the eastern Zon region. Unfortunately, Shah Guangyan, who had been supposed to rise to glory, had only just released a bit of light before he was beaten down from the heavens. This beating dumbfounded the Shah family. This beating had been given to them by Long Chen in the spirit world. It was such a strong beating that the Shah family was seeing stars. Their peerless genius Shah Guangyan had been defeated, and extremely miserably at that. Not only had he lost to Long Chen, but Lang Yuan had cut off one of his arms as well. It was practically an insult to the entire Shah family. When they heard that Long Chen had appeared in the eastern Zon city, the Shah family's master had directly gone out with Shah Guangyan and their divine item to kill Long Chen, wiping away their humiliation. Yet, that plan had also been ruined by Long Chen. 3 Empyreans had still been miserably defeated, and if it hadn't been for the heavenly tribulation locking onto Long Chen in the end, the 3 of them would definitely have been killed. Most depressing of all, even when 3 experts on the same level as their family master had joined hands with divine items to seal Long Chen, he had still gotten away. That slap in the face was too resounding. The Shah family was located in an ancient city within the eastern Zon region. The surroundings were filled with rising and falling mountains, and everything within tens of thousands of miles was the Shah family's territory. On this day, a person appeared within the mountains and stealthily approached the city. It was Long Chen. Long Chen had 2 targets. One was Peng Wansheng and the other was Shah Guangyan. But after considering things, he had chosen Shah Guangyan. That was because the Shah family was located in a rather remote area. There weren't any powerful forces nearby that could reinforce them. All the ancient families had their own territories. As for the ancient races, because they didn't like mixing with the human race, they gathered in their own region, far away from them. The Shah family had to be rich and not just in money. Their heaven and earth divine spring had to contain a great amount of karmic luck, or they wouldn't be able to give rise to an Empyrean. However, when he got closer to the Shah family's city gates, Long Chen suddenly felt a slight sense of unease. Something's wrong. Long Chen's heart suddenly shook. He saw that the Shah family was bustling. With people coming and going like everything was normal. It was because it was so natural that he felt something was off. During this period, he had been getting vengeance on many powers, and they had all locked their doors for fear of his arrival. For the Shah family to be acting normal meant that something was amiss. The longer he observed them, the more uneasy he felt. Long Chen, leave. We've been caught in an ambush. I sense the auras of several divine items, warned Evilmoon just as Long Chen was hesitating over whether he should advance or retreat. Hearing that, Long Chen hesitated no longer and rapidly retreated. Ha ha ha, since you've come, don't think about leaving. Thunderous laughter rang out, and divine light exploded in the sky. A golden light shot toward Long Chen. Without even thinking about it, Long Chen slashed Evilmoon at it. Black light came from Evilmoon, and when the two lights collided, a powerful explosion blew Long Chen back. His arms tingled. Long Chen, I've finally caught you. This time, I'll make sure to kill you in the most painful way possible. A chilling voice rang out. Qi Yunao. The golden light faded, and Long Chen finally managed to see who had attacked him. When Long Chen saw his opponent, his heart sank slightly. It was the heaven-suppressing magic sect Qi Yunao. His face was twisted with hatred and rancor, and he was holding the violet gold soul-devouring staff. Long Chen, you were really brazen to attack the Pill Tower. Now let's see where you can run. Pill Valley's Vice Palace Master spoke, his voice blazing with killing intent. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, since you've come to my Xia family as a guest, I have to treat you with the right hospitality. I feel like there's no need to say any unnecessary words to someone about to die a very miserable death. Long Chen recognized the elder that had just spoken. He was the elder who had come with Xia Guangyan to the eastern Zan city. He was the head of the Xia family. Xia Guangyan was standing beside him, smiling maliciously at Long Chen. Long Chen, even if you grew wings, you wouldn't be able to get away. What Long Chen found surprising was that Peng Wansheng was also present, as well as the elder from back then. Yi Qingquang and his master were also here. The two of them were just coldly staring at Long Chen and didn't say anything. Perhaps it was because everything they had to say had already been said by the others, so they simply chose to keep their mouths shut. Other than them, 5 other elders were floating in the air, looking at him like prey. Looks like you've been waiting for a long time. Long Chen smiled indifferently. His face was calm, but large waves were raging in his heart. He couldn't understand how they had known he would attack the Xia family. He hadn't told anyone after he had decided to attack the Xia family. No one had known. There were plenty of targets he could have attacked. Furthermore, he had just attacked the Pill Tower. Considering the huge waves, people should have assumed he'd go into hiding until things died down a bit. Even if people were able to correctly guess that he would brave this danger anyways, how could they guess his target would be the Xia family of all things? Even if someone had guessed he would attack the Xia family, how could they be so sure? There was no way so many experts were here by coincidence. They had clearly been fully prepared and sure that he would attack the Xia family. Even Peng Wansheng and his elder had come. That proved beyond the shadow of a doubt that they had known he would attack the Xia family. That was what shocked Long Chen the most. However, he didn't display that shock. The head of the Xia family laughed. Ha ha, Long Chen, I'm impressed that you can stay so calm in the face of death. Your guts are quite big. Who would have thought that you would attack my Xia family in this kind of situation? If it hadn't been for cough, there's no need to say that much. Long Chen, are you going to come willingly with us, or do we need to use force? Demanded the Vice Palace Master, cutting off his words. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. The head of the Xia family had been about to expose a clue. A name suddenly surfaced in his mind. If it hadn't been for the support of some heaven-peering arts, you would have never imagined such a thing, is that right? A touch of shock appeared on everyone's faces. Long Chen clenched his fists. Another enemy was courting death. Chapter 15:11 Brahma Divine Diagram. Such precise calculations were probably something only Heavenly Fate Island was capable of. But Long Chen couldn't be sure that it was them, so he only brought up fortune-telling. However, their shock was his answer. Back then, Zan Jizi had found trouble for Long Chen multiple times with his despicable means. In the end, he and the Pill Fairy had killed Zan Jizi in Pill Valley. Because Zan Jizi had been abandoned by Heavenly Fate Island, Long Chen hadn't found any trouble for Heavenly Fate Island. Once Zan Jizi died, Long Chen had let that matter go. But while he didn't go find trouble for Heavenly Fate Island ended up helping Long Chen's enemies scheme against him. Now Long Chen was infuriated. Fine, if they wanted to play, he would play. Looking at the experts in the sky, Long Chen was overflowing with battle intent. Evilmoon was on his shoulder. Long Chen, I'd advise you to go quietly with me back to Pill Valley. The Valley Master will deal with you. That's your only chance of living, said the Flame Divine Palace's Vice Palace Master. Ha ha ha, Long Chen laughed. If I went quietly, I wouldn't be Long Chen. Since I dared to destroy your Pill Tower, I never had any intention of turning back. Your Pill Valley might like to consider yourselves the upholders of justice in this world, while you actually use despicable means and a monopoly over medicinal pills to control the world. You act neutral, while you secretly stretch your hands throughout the continent, sowing chaos with the intent of controlling everyone. Don't think that no one knows that you were the ones who secretly destroyed the Xuantian Dao sect. Long Chen found himself feeling more and more hatred for Pill Valley. From the start, he had suspected that the Xuantian Dao sect's destruction had been related to Pill Valley. Even if they hadn't personally attacked, they had to have been part of the plot. Otherwise, who would dare to destroy a supreme sect so brazenly? Then Li Tianxuan had sent him a message through the Huayan sect that had confirmed his guess. Long Chen, don't spout nonsense. The Xuantian Dao sect's destruction was done by the corrupt path. It was part of the conflict between the righteous and corrupt paths. However, you went berserk and wrongly released your fury on the heaven-suppressing magic sect. You've committed uncountable atrocities, but you still dare to slander others. Shouted the Vice Palace Master. Fuck your mother, old ghost, do you dare to swear to the heavens that you didn't participate in the attack against the Xuantian Dao sect? Cursed Long Chen, his voice ringing like thunder in the air. HMPH, why would I waste my time convincing someone about to die? How childish, snorted the Vice Palace Master. Sanctimonious hypocrites are the most hateful. You scheme against others in the dark and then feign righteous indignation when they get their revenge in the open. Since you want to kill me, then just come. I promise to pull a few of you old ghosts with me. Long Chen pointed Evilmoon at them, and an unstoppable will surged out along with chilling killing intent. Long Chen, you destroyed my heaven-suppressing magic sect. Today, I'll definitely kill you. Qi Yunao was the first to charge out. His violet gold soul-devouring staff unleashed its divine might, and he used it as a spear, stabbing it at Long Chen. Considering his hatred for him, Qi Yunao immediately launched his sharpest killing blow. There are too many of them. We have to run, said Evilmoon. Black Qi poured out of it, condensing into a huge saber image. A collision of divine items shook heaven and earth. Divine might filled the world, and blinding light drowned out of the sun. After blocking the attack, black light surged out of Evilmoon and enveloped Long Chen. It shot toward the sky, wanting to bring Long Chen away. Want to run now? Stop dreaming. Suddenly, the Vice Palace Master took out a diagram. The world shifted. Endless stars filled heaven and earth, completely sealing this space. The Brahma Divine Diagram. Fury appeared in Long Chen's eyes. That diagram was Pill Valley's divine item. The Brahma Divine Diagram was a priceless treasure, and the information about it was limited to legend. Practically, no one in the current era had ever seen it. It had completely sealed this space in the diagram's own world. There was nowhere to run. Now we're in trouble. That diagram possesses the will of a god. It's a true divine item, and after being nourished by endless faith energy, it's extremely powerful. Although this person is unable to bring out its full power, I'm currently too weak to break its seal, said Evilmoon. Its voice contained a hint of vexation. Long Chen cursed inside. This trap was truly well laid, as all Long Chen's trump cards had been calculated in. Clearly, the Vice Palace Master had brought out the Brahma Divine Scripture specifically to handle Evilmoon. Let's see where you can run to this time. The Brahma Divine Scripture is even more powerful than your Xuantian Dao sect Xuantian Tower. You're definitely dead, so why bother struggling? Shouted the Vice Palace Master. Of course it's stronger than the Xuantian Tower, or how could the Xuantian Tower be forced to flee into the chaotic space between worlds? Sneered Long Chen. When Long Chen said this, the Vice Palace Master's expression twitched, but it quickly returned to normal. Long Chen, don't bother trying to infuriate me. I won't quibble with someone about to die. Long Chen cursed again. Even now, when he was forced into this trap of definite death, the Vice Palace Master refused to admit anything. Although Li Tianxuan had said that Pill Valley had participated, Long Chen didn't know the details. But at the very least, this little test revealed just how terrifying the Brahma Divine Scripture was. It was what had forced the Xuantian Tower to flee into chaotic space. Is there really no way to escape? Asked Long Chen. Your only chance is to capture that fellow and use his life as a hostage. Otherwise, even if you killed him, this space has already been formed, and it won't let us out even if he dies, said Evilmoon a bit helplessly. Suddenly, divine light blazed. Qi Yunao was attacking once more with the violet gold soul-devouring staff. Why don't you fuck off? Split the heavens 5. Long Chen's divine ring surged behind him. A huge black saber image slashed down. 5 stars appeared in Long Chen's eyes, and green dragon scales covered his body. Long Chen unleashed all his power. Before, Long Chen was forced to slowly increase his power in battle. First, he would activate the Divine Ring, then the 5-star battle armor, and then the Green Dragon battle armor. It wasn't for showing off, but that if he didn't have this warm-up process, instantly raising his power to the peak would be a great burden to his body. Yet now, having reached the 8th star transformation, his body had strengthened to the point that he didn't need to worry about that. Moreover, Qi Yunao's twisted expression enraged Long Chen. Qi Yunao acted like he was a victim when he had been one of the main factors that destroyed the Xuantian Dao sect. Although Li Tianxuan was still alive, he refused to come out. Something must have happened to the Xuantian Tower, or he would be the first one to come out and defend Long Chen. Qi Yunao's appearance had fully infuriated Long Chen. He wanted to kill him right now. The huge saber image contained an unstoppable will as it slashed down. That huge power shocked Qi Yunao, and he hastily switched to defense. However, he was still sent flying. Half his body exploded, and he almost died. That shocked everyone, but then when they thought about it, they also felt that Qi Yunao was truly stupid. He was the first to charge at Long Chen with his weak physical body. Maybe Qi Yunao wanted to kill Long Chen too badly, or maybe he felt that Long Chen was a turtle caught in a jar, unable to resist. However, he had forgotten that Long Chen was not a turtle. He was a dragon, a berserk dragon. Anyone who got close would be risking their life. Die. After almost killing Qi Yunao, Long Chen attacked again. Long Chen, don't be so arrogant. The other experts immediately activated their weapons, attacking Long Chen. Long Chen was blown away by their combined might. He coughed up blood. In front of this many experts, he was outmatched. Kill him. An elder raised his sword. He charged at Long Chen, his sword unleashing divine light. If you want to kill me, we'll have to see if you have that ability. Long Chen sneered and slashed Evil Moon out. An explosive sound shook everyone's ears as that elder was blown away. He wasn't a match for Long Chen in terms of power. If he hadn't had a divine item to block a portion of Long Chen's power, he'd have been killed. He coughed up blood, shocked. That shock quickly transformed into killing intent. Such a person definitely couldn't be left alive. Long Chen had just sent the first one flying when the others blew him away again. He coughed up blood, but in that instant, he formed some rapid hand seals. A golden flame dragon and a 5-colored lightning dragon roared into existence, causing everyone's expressions to change. Chapter 15:12 All trump cards exhausted. Lei Long and Huo Long roared, their voices shaking everyone's ears. When they appeared, all the experts' expressions changed. 5-color tribulation lightning, they were all experienced top experts. As they recognized the origin of the lightning dragon and flame dragon, they hastily switched from offense to defense. Lei Long and Huo Long crashed through them and suddenly exploded. Their huge power blew all those experts away. They were all shocked. Even with divine items protecting them, they felt their blood flipping inside their bodies. If they hadn't had divine items, they would have at least lost a layer of skin, if not their lives. Sha Guangyan, Peng Wansheng, Yi Qingquang, watch out. Long Chen wants to kill you. One of the experts suddenly let out a startled cry. Within the sky full of exploding runes, a single figure was using them as cover to approach the three of them. Long Chen, do you think we're easy to bully? Die. Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng sneered, while Yi Qingquang roared furiously. The three of them extended their hands, and 3 divine items that had been in other people's hands suddenly appeared in their grasp. With 3 divine items and their primal chaos manifestation surging, they attacked Long Chen. The full power of 3 Empyreans erupted. The instant their attacks were about to smash into Long Chen, an explosive sound rang out in the distance. Someone was coughing up blood and flying back, startling everyone. The Vice Palace Master. The one coughing up blood was the Divine Flame Palace's Vice Palace Master. One of his arms had been slashed off. Just at this moment, everyone realized that the Long Chen that Sha Guangyan, Peng Wansheng, and Yi Qingquang had attacked was nothing more than a flame clone. It's a trick. Only now did everyone react. Long Chen's target wasn't the Empyreans but the Vice Palace Master. The Vice Palace Master was busy maintaining this space, and he had no other divine items to protect himself. Protect the Vice Palace Master. They believed that if the Vice Palace Master was slain, the Brahma divine scripture would no longer be able to hold Long Chen. Then their whole enterprise would end in failure. Just as they reacted, a huge saber image appeared, slashing down with boundless killing intent. Split the heavens 5. The Vice Palace Master was pale. If this attack struck him, he'd be turned to dust. Long Chen was too fast and didn't give him any chance to breathe. The Vice Palace Master hastily waved his hand, and ripples appeared in space. This world shook as a huge barrier appeared around him. This was a defense created by the Brahma divine scripture. It had been this barrier that had also saved his life from Long Chen's first attack. However, this barrier instantly shattered when Long Chen's terrifying attack struck it. The saber image struck the Vice Palace Master, causing him to wildly cough up blood. His body almost exploded, and he fainted. Long Chen was delighted and hastily shot forward, reaching for his neck. It seemed that the Vice Palace Master was unable to fully bring out the Brahma Divine Diagram's power and was only capable of capturing people inside this space. If he was able to use its full power, he would become the absolute ruler of this space, capable of killing anyone with just a thought. As long as Long Chen could capture the Vice Palace Master, he'd have gained a divine protective talisman and instantly reverse the tide. Scram! Just as Long Chen was about to reach his goal, a magical staff appeared in front of him. It was Qi Yunao. Qi Yunao had recovered from Long Chen's first assault, and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood onto the violet gold soul-devouring staff. Divine light formed a large cross-shaped shield in front of Qi Yunao and the Vice Palace Master. Long Chen slammed into the shield and shot back like a shooting star. Popping sounds came from his bones as they almost shattered. Damn it! Long Chen cursed inside. Everything had depended on this, but now his plans were ruined by Qi Yunao. Having consecutively used the fifth form of Split the Heavens and the Double Dragon Destruction, he had used up the majority of his spiritual yuan. He was no longer in his peak state and wouldn't be able to create a second chance to capture the Vice Palace Master. Attack together! Sha Guangyun roared. He sensed that Long Chen's power was starting to drop after unleashing 3 of his strongest moves. This was their best chance to kill him. You want to kill me? It'll cost you your life. Lightning Spirit Explosion. A huge lightning sphere appeared in Long Chen's hands. He pressed down on it with brute force, and the destructive power exploded. 5-colored lightning shot out in every direction. This is 5-colored tribulation lightning. Quick, come and protect me. Sha Guangyun, Peng Wansheng, and Yi Qingguang's elders shouted out. They no longer had a divine item to protect themselves, and they were terrified of this lightning. This was annihilation lightning, and even if it didn't immediately kill them, once it invaded their bodies, it would be extremely difficult to expel. No one wanted to be infected by something much more terrifying than poison. Perhaps Empyreans would be able to slowly expel it, but Celestials were not capable of that, not even rank 9 Celestials. Sha Guangyun, Peng Wansheng, and Yi Qingguang hastily flew back to their elders, protecting them from the lightning. Everyone was using their divine items to protect themselves. Thunderous rumbling rang out, but they weren't injured. However, they were still shaken. They couldn't imagine that a single person would be able to control this much terrifying lightning. This 5-colored lightning had filled this world. It was practically endless. Within this endless lightning and thunder, divine chanting suddenly appeared. Long Chen was chanting up in the sky, and a huge flame sphere was growing in his hand. This was the Brahma Divine Diagram's world, but as he chanted, space became unsteady. This is the 2nd volume of the Nirvana scripture. How can he know it? The Vice Palace Master recovered thanks to Qi Yunao's protection, and hearing this chanting, he cried out in shock. The 1st volume was offered to any disciple of the Pill Towers to learn, but the 2nd volume of the Nirvana scripture was something only the core disciples of Pill Valley could learn. Each disciple who had cultivated it was recorded. It was not allowed to be transmitted at all. Somehow this was actually the 2nd volume of the Nirvana scripture. There was no mistaking it. The Brahma Divine Scripture was actually giving off a feeling of fear, shocking the Vice Palace Master. The flame sphere in Long Chen's hand rapidly grew. It became a 30,000-meter star blazing with light. Space was crumbling around it. That sight was horrifying. The world shuddered, and cracks began to appear. The Vice Palace Master hastily formed hand seals. Sweat covered his back. He begged, "Senior, please, you can't let him out. Please hold on just a bit longer." He was begging the item spirit of the Brahma Divine Diagram. It actually told him that it wanted to release Long Chen. But if that happened, they wouldn't be able to kill him. The Brahma Divine Diagram was uneasy. When Long Chen began chanting the Nirvana scripture, it felt a kind of sacred aura around him that made it afraid. Attack together! Kill Long Chen! Shouted the Vice Palace Master. At this time, everyone recovered from their shock. Divine light began to shine from each of their weapons. Long Chen's face was pale and he was breathing heavily. The huge sphere in his hand shot down. The sphere was like a star about to reach the end of its life and explode. A sensation of death spread as everyone's attacks struck it. Endless destructive power erupted. Ripples of death spread throughout every corner of this world. The void exploded over and over again. Chaos reigned and a whirlwind of destruction unfurled. Long Chen was covered in black chi. This was the protective domain that Evilmoon had created to protect him. Evilmoon's 2 dragon images lit up, and a huge saber image struck the sky. Countless cracks appeared in the sky, but they quickly recovered and vanished. How regretful, it's still not enough. Just a bit more and we'd have been able to get out. This Brahma divine diagram really is hard to deal with, sighed Evilmoon. Just now, the explosion of star fall had weakened the barrier of this world, and Evilmoon had taken that chance to attack it. However, it still wasn't enough to break out. It's fine, if we can't get away, we'll just pick off a few of them. Within this torrent of destructive runes, Long Chen saw a vague figure. Not caring who it was, he slashed his saber down. A miserable scream rang out as that expert blew apart, but Long Chen also coughed up a mouthful of blood. He felt the world spinning around him and he almost collapsed. Long Chen, face your death. Just at this moment, 3 figures charged at him, wielding divine items. Fuck, why is their luck so good? Long Chen didn't have any more energy. He was filled with unwillingness. The 3 of them were actually Sha Guangyan, Peng Wansheng, and Yi Qingquang. The person he had killed was just some random expert. Just as Long Chen thought that his death was certain today, a fierce fluctuation came from his mind. See Chapter 15:13 The Might of the Heaven Flipping Seal. 3 divine items fell toward Long Chen at the same time. Sha Guangyan, Peng Wansheng, and Yi Qingquang's expressions were all twisted. Only by personally killing Long Chen could they wipe away their humiliation. Long Chen had exhausted almost all of his spiritual yuan. His final trace of energy was only enough to drag one of them with him. Evilmoon was currently attacking the barrier, but it wasn't succeeding. Although it had some energy left, it would be useless against this many experts and divine items. Just as Long Chen thought that he was about to die, an intense fluctuation came from his mind. See a cyan light enveloped Long Chen, forming a thick barrier. The 3 divine items smashed into the barrier, emitting blinding light. A powerful explosion sent Sha Guangyan, Peng Wansheng, and Yi Qingquang tumbling back, their arms almost breaking. Everyone looked in shock to see a cyan brick slowly revolving around Long Chen. The cyan light was coming from the brick, protecting Long Chen. The Heaven Flipping Seal. Long Chen was ecstatic. He hadn't expected the Heaven Flipping Seal to awaken at such a time. The Heaven Flipping Seal had been in slumber ever since he had used the Aldeval monster's soul essence to create a new item spirit. It had been nourished in his spiritual space the entire time. It was like a newborn who viewed Long Chen as a father. Seeing Long Chen injured, it unleashed terrifying divine might that spread like furious ocean waves. The Heaven Flipping Seal suddenly grew explosively, becoming 30,000 meters long as it smashed toward the experts. Block it together. The huge brick smashed down with such frightening power that Qi Yunao and the others' expressions all changed. All their divine items activated, and their attacks rained down on the Heaven Flipping Seal. Shockingly, all their attacks exploded on contact with the Heaven Flipping Seal. It continued falling mercilessly. They scattered in terror, but one elder dodged too slowly. The Heaven Flipping Seal smashed him to dust. His divine item was fine, but his yuan spirit was annihilated. Long Chen was surprised and delighted by the Heaven Flipping Seal's power. He was just about to direct the Heaven Flipping Seal to kill all these people when an angry roar came from Evilmoon. Hurry and stop it, it doesn't know how to use the power of its divine runes. If it attacks again, it'll use up all its energy. Have it come back and give me its divine energy. We'll smash this barrier together. The Heaven Flipping Seal's item spirit was like a newborn and didn't know how to control itself. It was simply using its anger to randomly strike with its power. That was wasting the majority of its power. Long Chen hadn't realized that, but Evilmoon was well aware of it. The Heaven Flipping Seal was like a powerful child. It had immense power, but no idea how to properly use it. 90% of the energy in its attack had been wasted, causing Evilmoon to want to curse. If Long Chen allowed the Heaven Flipping Seal to attack again, it would use up all its energy and would only be able to kill a few of these people. That was useless. If it used up all its energy, then they really Would be doomed. Heaven flipping seal, get back here. Long Chen beckoned, and the heaven flipping seal obediently returned. It shrank and transformed into a cyan light that returned to his hand. Long Chen's soul was intimately connected to the heaven flipping seal. He directly ordered it to transfer its divine energy to Evilmoon. The heaven flipping seal didn't hesitate when it came to Long Chen's orders. Its runes lit up, and a pillar of light shot into Evilmoon. What the fuck, will this even work? It's wasting all its energy. I can't even absorb half of it. Cursed Evilmoon, stop cursing. The heaven flipping seal is still a child and doesn't know how to use its energy, said Long Chen. Fine, I'll absorb it myself. Tell it not to resist. If all its energy is wasted like this, I won't be able to break this barrier. Evilmoon's black runes lit up, and a huge saber image appeared. The heaven flipping seal quivered as it felt a powerful force absorb its energy. It instinctively resisted, but that instinct was suppressed by Long Chen. Divine energy poured toward Evilmoon. Having obtained the heaven flipping seal's power, Evilmoon's 2 dragon images lit up. The roaring of a dragon could vaguely be heard. The huge saber image slashed into the huge barrier. Space exploded as the laws of heaven and earth were shattered. The sky suddenly shattered like ice, and a huge hole appeared. Long Chen was delighted to see that hole, but Qi Yunao and the others' expressions completely changed. Stop him, roared Qi Yunao. He coughed up another mouthful of blood onto the violet gold soul-devouring staff, launching the first attack. Even he was too late. The instant the barrier broke, the black saber image shrank and pulled in Long Chen. As for the others, they were dumbfounded that Evilmoon had broken the barrier. They only reacted once Long Chen vanished. I'll remember everything you've done for me today. Long Chen's figure vanished, but his voice still hung in the air. Damn it, he actually got away. Qi Yunao stabbed the violet gold soul-devouring staff into the ground and let out a furious bellow. This meticulous plan they had been preparing for so long had still failed. The other experts looked at each other, all seeing each other's fear. Long Chen would definitely get his revenge for this. Other than Qi Yunao, the others had powerful families or sects. On the other hand, Long Chen didn't have anything to cause him any misgivings. He didn't fear anyone. Now it seemed they might have doomed themselves. Who knew when Long Chen's revenge would come? Thinking of Long Chen's viciousness, his heaven-shaking combat power, and his bottomless trump cards, they all felt a chill. Vice Palace Master, you should hurry and contact Heavenly Fate Island to calculate Long Chen's next position. Otherwise, we'll be forced to live in constant fear, sighed an elder. He regretted coming now, but regret was useless. The Vice Palace Master waved his hand, and the world changed. They reappeared outside the Shah family's city after he put away the Brahma Divine Diagram. His expression was extremely unsightly. Even with the Brahma Divine Diagram, Long Chen had gotten away. That cyan brick in his possession was absolutely terrifying. Furthermore, he felt like he had heard of it from somewhere, but he wasn't able to remember. The thing that made him the most uneasy was that Long Chen could use the second volume of the Nirvana scripture, and when he used it, even the Brahma Divine Diagram felt uneasy and afraid. The Vice Palace Master could also use the second volume of the Nirvana scripture. The scripture was the same and the rhythm of the chanting was identical, but when Long Chen used it, he felt an innate feeling of reverence. That made him feel extremely uneasy. Long Chen had too many secrets. Previously, he had heard that Long Chen knew the first volume of the Nirvana scripture, but he had never heard that Long Chen could use the second volume. Where had he managed to learn it? Vice Palace Master. Seeing the Vice Palace Master silently standing there with a dark expression, someone finally called out. What did you just say? The Vice Palace Master finally came out of his thoughts. I said you should go alert Heavenly Fate Island to calculate Long Chen's next position. We should kill him now while he's still heavily injured. Otherwise, none of us will be able to rest easy, repeated that elder. The Vice Palace Master bitterly smiled. Heavenly Fate Island's people are too arrogant. I'm not qualified to speak to them. In truth, their help this time was thanks to the Valley Master personally asking, or Heavenly Fate Island wouldn't have bothered with us. Alright, I'll go report to the Valley Master. Long Chen must be eliminated. If Long Chen takes revenge during this time, said the elder worriedly. Don't worry, Long Chen will be frightened by this experience. He'll definitely hide for a while. Furthermore, the Valley Master has his own arrangements. We just need to wait for his orders. I'll be leaving first. The Vice Palace Master didn't give anyone a chance to argue before leaving. Staring in the direction he went, the other people's expressions became unsightly. Long Chen was too vicious. None of them could handle his revenge. Unfortunately, he had already escaped, and there was nothing to say. They could only place their hopes on Pill Valley. Each day during this time would be like torture as they waited for Long Chen to come to their doors. The void crumbled, and Long Chen fell from the sky. He saw stars spinning around him, and he fainted. Chapter 15:14 True Cooperation. Endless darkness descended and that familiar voice appeared once more. Long Chen felt himself to be drifting within the endless cosmos, with time and space frozen. I can sense you once more. The ancient voice rang out. Long Chen didn't say anything. He had already gotten used to this. Even if he spoke, the other side wouldn't hear him. He couldn't be bothered any longer. Although I don't know where you are, I can sense your existence. However, the barrier between the 10 planar worlds is weakening, and space-time is chaotic. It's difficult for me to transmit my voice to you. Perhaps you've already gotten tired of hearing this, but let me repeat myself, time is running out. If you cannot grow up before the 10 planar worlds are destroyed, everything will be over. The endless darkness faded and Long Chen opened his eyes. Rubbing his face, he self-mockingly said, I can't even look after myself right now. How am I supposed to look after the 10 planar worlds? What a joke. This voice had first appeared in the Phoenix Cry Empire. But even now, he didn't understand what it was saying. Each time, the voice said time was running out. But so what? What did it have to do with him? He was busy struggling on the border of death himself and couldn't bother with that. Sometimes, he even suspected the voice had gotten the wrong person. Perhaps it had gotten mixed up with someone else called Long Chen. Suddenly, his spiritual space shook. The heaven-flipping seal appeared in front of him, and it unleashed waves of cyan light that enveloped him. Thank you. If it hadn't been for you, I'd have been doomed. Long Chen patted the heaven-flipping seal gratefully. This time had truly been too dangerous. If the heaven-flipping seal hadn't woken at the right time, he would be dead. If he had to die, then fine. But falling into their hands would mean death would become something very luxurious for him. They would definitely make him live a life worse than death. The heaven-flipping seal's cyan light revolved around him. It was like a child trying to hug him. Its item spirit was created by Long Chen, and it had a great dependence on him. There was no need to doubt its loyalty. Otherwise, a divine item wouldn't allow its divine energy to be sucked away by another. The quality of this brick is good. It's a very decent half-step divine item. However, its original item spirit died, and the new item spirit doesn't understand how to use its power. It can only be used to blindly smash others, said Evilmoon. Then it'll be up to you. Long Chen smiled. Up to me? You couldn't possibly expect. Of course, teach the heaven-flipping seal how to use its power. Only you're capable of that, so it's up to you. Why would I bother teaching it? I don't have the patience. Evilmoon directly refused. You will teach it, if you want to get stronger, if you want your seal to be undone, if you want to return to your former glory, you'll have to depend on it, said Long Chen confidently. Although he didn't fully understand divine items, he had learned much during this time. For the safety of the master, as well as the safety of this world, divine items had to be restricted. Otherwise, if a divine item were to betray its master, it might destroy this entire world. However, the heaven-flipping seal was different. Long Chen hadn't placed any restrictions on the heaven-flipping seal when creating its item spirit. Other divine items had a trace of their spirits controlled by someone. Once the divine item went out of control, destroying that trace of spirit would destroy the item spirit. This was the contractual binding on divine items. Divine items were just too powerful. If they betrayed their masters, they could bring about an apocalypse. But Long Chen hadn't done the same to the heaven-flipping seal. The heaven-flipping seal had no restrictions and was capable of fully unleashing all of its power, which resulted in such a terrifying force. It was just that it still didn't know how to use its power, otherwise, its first attack wouldn't have killed just one person. It was very likely that other than Xianxia who was in possession of the powerful violet gold soul-devouring staff, all the others would have died to it. That was why Evilmoon had cursed it for being stupid. If Long Chen had simply allowed it to blindly smash its opponents, they wouldn't have been able to get away. However, while not restricting it gave it greater power, it also was extremely dangerous. If one day the heaven-flipping seal wanted to leave Long Chen, without any restriction, Long Chen wouldn't be able to stop it. He might even be killed by it. The reason other people's divine items weren't able to unleash their true power wasn't because they weren't strong enough, but because they were restricted. Their power was under the control of Life Star experts, and because Life Star experts weren't strong enough, they were only able to unleash a portion of that power. If they tried using power beyond their control, there would be a danger to their own lives. Furthermore, due to this restriction, and a portion of their spirit being under someone else's control, the intelligence of those divine items was restricted. They would be like children and wouldn't have many thoughts about wanting freedom. Although this limited their power, it was safe. As a result, practically all divine items were like this. This included Evilmoon. A trace of its spirit had been extracted by Sovereign Yunsheng and sealed. If Long Chen didn't undo its seal, its spirit would never return to a complete state, and it would never reach its peak again. The Sovereign Blood hadn't just sealed Evilmoon's power, but it was also the key to Long Chen being able to control it. Although Long Chen had a deal with Evilmoon, the initiative was still in Long Chen's control. "What do you mean?" demanded Evilmoon frostily. "I don't mean anything in particular. I'm not threatening you. You know my character, and you know I disdain doing such a thing. It's simply that helping the heaven-flipping seal is also helping yourself. Once I'm strong enough, I will undo the seal and return your freedom," said Long Chen. "Really?" Evilmoon's voice quivered slightly. "I disdain lying. I can return your freedom, but you'll need to promise me not to bring disaster to the martial heaven continent." "You can simply return to wherever you came from," said Long Chen. "You're not tricking me," demanded Evilmoon. "There's no need for me to do that. You might be strong, but you aren't even able to defeat a sovereign." "You won't be able to stay with me for long," said Long Chen indifferently. "What is that supposed to mean? Are you abandoning me because I'm useless?" raged Evilmoon. "You're too sensitive. I'm not looking down on you. It's just that my goal is to surpass the sovereigns. This is Sovereign Yunsheng's expectations for me. If I am not able to surpass the sovereigns, I'll die sooner or later. There are still many things for me to do, so I want to live. And to live, I have to get stronger," said Long Chen solemnly, as well as with some chilling killing intent. It wasn't that he was vicious, but that this world was simply forcing him to be like this. If he wasn't vicious enough, he wouldn't be able to live. Today, he was bluntly expressing his attitude to Evilmoon. He hoped they could cooperate fully. He truly did need a powerful helper. He was alone, while his enemies were too powerful. Evilmoon was silent for a long time before it said, "Fine, I'll trust you once. I will help you with my full abilities. But you must return my freedom to me when the time comes. If you dare to trick me, I'll sacrifice my soul to unleash the ancient evil dragon curse on you." Long Chen smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I'm not such a person. We aren't suited to tricking others, right? Fine, then we can cooperate fully. I trust someone that Yunsheng favors won't be too useless," said Evilmoon. Long Chen was much more at ease now. Evilmoon might belong to the evil dragon race, and while it possessed its sinister and bloodthirsty nature, Long Chen also felt it to possess the pride of the dragon race. Once it decided on something, it wouldn't change its mind so easily. It wasn't likely to betray him in that manner. "Evilmoon, according to your predictions, how long will it take for the heaven-flipping seal to control its power and become our trump card?" asked Long Chen. "It's like a child right now. It'll take a long time for it to learn how to control its power. Furthermore, although its item spirit is complete, it hasn't activated many of its runes. What it used was only the remnant divine runes from before its original item spirit died. After that one ridiculous attack, as well as helping me break out of the Brahma divine diagram seal, it doesn't even have a tenth of its divine energy. It's not able to help temporarily," said Evilmoon. Long Chen was stunned. He had originally been hoping for the heaven-flipping seal to become his trump card during this time. So this was quite the blow. Unfortunately, it was also very normal. The heaven-flipping seal was a very powerful half-step divine item and was even stronger than the violet gold soul devouring staff. But it would need to slowly activate its divine runes and gain control of them before being able to unleash its true potential. "Fine, then I'll leave it to you. Don't be too vicious," said Long Chen with a warning. He didn't want the heaven-flipping seal to be scarred by Evilmoon's teaching. As expected, the heaven-flipping seal's item spirit was a bit afraid of Evilmoon. Long Chen had to comfort it before he sent it and Evilmoon into his spiritual space. Having formed a true promise of cooperation between himself and Evilmoon, Long Chen wasn't so defensive toward it. He allowed it into his spiritual space. He could oversee everything there and make sure Evilmoon didn't treat the heaven-flipping seal too badly. Evilmoon controlled its temper as best as it could as it tried to teach the heaven-flipping seal how to control its divine energy. The heaven-flipping seal nervously received its lessons. After arranging this, Long Chen sank into thought. Suddenly, his expression changed. Would Heavenly Fate Island target his parents who were hidden in the eastern wasteland? When he thought of this, he immediately became uneasy. Taking out a flying boat, he determined his orientation and rushed off toward the east. Chapter 15 Divine Orders. He got away. Within a large palace, the Vice Palace Master of the Flame Divine Palace had his head lowered. He was silent, not daring to speak. There were over 10 other elders present, and they were all shocked. At the highest position of the palace was a throne. A middle-aged man was sitting on top of it, his eyes closed in thought. This middle-aged man was Pill Valley's master, Yu Xiaoyun. At this point, his eyes were closed after hearing the Vice Palace Master's report. It was unknown what he was thinking. Beside Yu Xiaoyun stood a beautiful woman. She was Pill Valley's top beauty, as well as their top genius, the Pill Fairy, Yu Qingshan. At this time, Yu Qingshan had a complicated expression. She didn't know why her father had invited her here, but after listening to the Vice Palace Master's report, she couldn't help feeling a bit helpless. However, she didn't say anything. What is your Flame Divine Palace worth if you couldn't even catch Long Chen with that many people, that many divine items, and even the Brahma Divine Diagram? You've lost the face of Pill Valley, said a Grand Elder frostily. The Flame Divine Palace is getting worse and worse. The 18 Divine Guards weren't able to capture Long San. 18 late life star experts, and you still didn't manage to capture him. Now even the Vice Palace Master was unable to capture Long Chen even with that many divine items. If it were me, I wouldn't even have the face to return, added another elder. If Long Chen was present, he'd definitely be very surprised. These two elders were actually from the radical faction and the conservative faction respectively. They were in tune now against the Flame Divine Palace. All of you, stop placing blame. It isn't the Vice Palace Master's fault. I saw everything that happened through the Brahma Divine Diagram. That Long Chen's extremely strange. Not only does he possess that evil weapon, but he also took out another powerful divine item at a critical moment. If my memory is correct, that divine item might be the heaven-flipping divine brick whose name shook the land during the Dark Era. It is also called the heaven-flipping seal. Yu Xiaoyun waved his hand, suppressing their mocking and grumbling. The heaven-flipping seal, didn't it meet its end in the Dark Era along with the heaven-flipping venerate? Another elder let out a startled cry. The heaven-flipping seal's name was familiar to him as well. The heaven-flipping venerate died, but there are no records of what happened to the heaven-flipping seal. People simply assumed it was destroyed, but there was no proof to back it up. Looking at the history of the continent, the only one to use a cyan brick as a weapon was the heaven-flipping venerate. Most likely, the only cyan brick that could possess that much power is the heaven-flipping seal, said Yu Xiaoyun. Everyone was shocked. The heaven-flipping seal was a very well-known existence amongst divine items. Its power was extremely great. How could Long Chen have obtained another terrifying treasure? This Long Chen's luck is heaven-defying. He has countless secrets, and he even obtained the second volume of the Nirvana scripture. We have to capture him alive and can't let him fall into other people's hands, said a Grand Elder. Long Chen had so many secrets that it made them uneasy. Just Evilmoon and the heaven-flipping seal were enough to entice countless people, and Pill Valley was no exception. Are we capturing Long Chen because he slaughtered the people on his own side or because he possesses priceless treasures? The silent Pill Fairy finally spoke, but as soon as she did, everyone else was embarrassed. Cough, of course it's because Long Chen is an evil sinner. We are doing this to remove a disaster for the common people and protect the peace of the continent. If such a terrifying weapon was left in the hands of Long Chen, it would be a disaster for the continent. We are both punishing an evildoer and protecting the innocent. That is our duty, said an elder with great righteousness. The Pill Fairy smiled. That smile was indescribably odd. It was so strange that everyone present felt a slight burning sensation in their faces. All right, I've been informed. Elder Tong Li, go take a trip to Heavenly Fate Island again. I'll leave this matter to you, said Yu Xiaoyun. The Elder Tong Li was the one who had righteously answered the Pill Fairy's question. The others can go and handle your own business. Yu Xiaoyun waved his hand, and everyone retreated, leaving behind only himself and the Pill Fairy, father and daughter. The Pill Fairy stared at the empty space within the Grand Palace. Her eyes stared absently, and it was unknown what she was thinking. Yu Xiaoyun also seemed to be lost in thought. The drop of a single pin could be heard in the palace. Do you want to tell me what you think? Finally, it was Yu Xiaoyun who broke the silence. The pill fairy shook her head. What I think isn't important. I can't change your decision. I feel like a fool. Oh, what are you talking about? Asked Yu Xiaoyun. If Long Chen was present, he would definitely find it strange. The pill fairy had always been full of reverence for her father. As for Yu Xiaoyun, he felt sorry for his daughter for not being there for her. The two of them loved each other, yet their tone now was very strange. I always thought that Pill Valley was this world's sacred and holy land. I didn't expect it to be a place filled with hidden rot and corruption. Every person here is a hypocrite. Before, everything I saw was just what others wanted me to see. But one day I saw him. He was like a mirror, showing me how twisted Pill Valley was. The Pill Fairy's voice shuddered lightly as she was unable to fully control her emotions. She continued, I almost can't believe that what I'm seeing is true. Now you tell me that the conservative and the radical faction were nothing more than a pretense, while everything was under your control. Everything the radical faction did was tacitly accepted by you. I really can't understand why you would do this. Are you really trying to gain control of this entire world? Yu Xiaoyun slowly stood and walked until he was facing the Pill Fairy. He felt somewhat guilty as he said, Xianxia, I didn't trick you on purpose. This is simply reality. Now that you're older, you need to face reality. Pill Valley doesn't belong to us, but to God Brahma and God Daynite. Everything I do is following their divine orders. Divine orders, correct, so don't blame your father. You've grown up, and your Empyrean manifestation is already showing signs of awakening. You are the divine emissary decided by the gods, so I have no way to let you continue living a carefree life. I can only let you see reality. Perhaps it's a bit cruel, but you would have to face it sooner or later. Hence, showing you these things is just a kind of preparation, sighed Yu Xiaoyun. Dad, what is going on? I don't understand. The Pill Fairy was still confused. All you need to know is that you are your father's daughter. I definitely won't harm you, and if anyone tries to do so, I will put my life on the line to protect you. However, you need to learn about this world's rules. They are very cruel, but they must be followed. No one can resist them. Yu Xiaoyun gently touched his daughter's cheek helplessly. Go back into seclusion. Once you fully awaken your Empyrean manifestation, you will receive the divine orders as well. You'll understand everything at that time. Yu Xiaoyun waved his hand, and runes enveloped the Pill Fairy. In spite of her expression which said that she wished to keep talking, he forcibly sent her away. The Pill Fairy vanished, leaving behind only Yu Xiaoyun. In the large palace, he appeared very lonely. Yu Xiaoyun looked around and sighed, muttering to himself, the divine orders say that a new era is about to descend. This is the best era but also the worst era. Whether it will be a blessing or a disaster, no one knows. A single flying boat rapidly sped across the martial heaven sea ring. It was going in a straight line and was causing large waves to surge. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with the dangers of the sea. He pushed the flying boat's speed to its peak. He didn't care if he drew the attention of the sea demons. He had to return to the eastern wasteland as quickly as possible. Long Chen knew his own weakness, and others knew it as well. The Xuantian Dao sect had vanished. Of the other powers that were related to him, the Wine sect was an existence no one dared to touch, and the Wine God Palace was such an existence as well. As for the heaven-splitting battle sect, they were a bunch of fighting madmen. No one wanted to provoke them, because that was provoking death. Now, the only ones that they could use to threaten him were his father and mother in the eastern wasteland. This was his weakest point right now. If his parents were captured, his enemies would have truly caught him. His father, his mother, and his sister were holed up in a secluded mountain. Only he knew their position. It was a secret no one else knew. Now, Heavenly Fate Island had been thrown into the mix. With their abilities, it would be easy for them to calculate the position of his parents. So he had to rush back as quickly as possible. Hopefully, he'd make it in time and they would still be safe. Despite being a warrior of 100 battles, Long Chen was still very worried. He was unable to understand how they had managed to calculate where he would be for this trap. According to reason, a divine item like Evilmoon was more than capable of screening itself from the heavens. Back then, Li Tianxuan had done the same thing with the reincarnation mirror, blocking others from being able to read the lines of fate of the Xuantian Dao sect. That had resulted in Zhan Jizi miscalculating and resulted in the corrupt path being dealt a vicious blow on Devil Spirit Mountain. For existences on the level of Evilmoon, others wouldn't possibly be able to calculate anything about it or him. But somehow they had, and Long Chen had almost lost his life. That made him feel a sense of danger. What he didn't know was that when Heavenly Fate Island received a request from Pill Valley's master to calculate his position, that Grandmaster had ended up exploding as soon as he tried. There had been no warning at all. That had frightened all their people, as they had never encountered such a thing. That Grandmaster had been a life star expert skilled in reading the heavens, but he had met with a terrifying backlash and was killed without the slightest ability to resist. At that time, Heavenly Fate Island had declared that they wouldn't calculate anything about him no matter what. He was such a fearful figure that just calculating anything about him resulted in a karmic backlash. No matter what Pill Valley said, they refused. Chapter 15-16 Failure to Subdue. At that time, someone had come up with a plan to not calculate Long Chen's position, but to calculate which sects or powers that were about to be destroyed within the eastern Zhan region. Pill Valley had given them a list of sects that had attacked Long Chen within the eastern Zhan city. By calculating the fate of those sects, it was possible to determine which one would be Long Chen's next stop. In the end, they had really ended up calculating that the next one to be destroyed would be the Xia family. But the calculations were muddled, and it was impossible to confirm anything for sure. Then after calculating the lines of fate of the other sects, they found that those sects wouldn't be destroyed in a short time, so they confirmed that Long Chen's next target would be the Xia family. That was why Pill Valley had gathered its forces and laid a secret trap at the Xia family, lying in wait for Long Chen. Being unaware of this, Long Chen thought that Heavenly Fate Island had some special ability to peer through the shielding of divine items, which allowed them to calculate his next move. That made him very uneasy. What he was most afraid of was Pill Valley's next move. If they really did target his parents, then it would be over for him. He pushed his flying boat as fast as he could, and it sped through the water. It was unknown if it was because it was too quick or because it came from Pill Valley, but no sea demons came out to stop him. Wait, this place is... Long Chen suddenly sensed something and hastily took out a map. This is near where the Azure Dragon reverse scale is. Long Chen immediately changed directions to the left. He put away the flying boat and charged into the water, swimming down. Last time, due to his cultivation base, he was very slow to descend. This time, it only took an incense stick's worth of time to reach the depths of the sea. The initial water pressure that had been suffocating was now nothing. This is an Azure Dragon reverse scale. A startled cry came from Evilmoon in his spiritual space. The dragon scale still had a barrier around it. Back then, he had been helpless to enter because this barrier was formed of dragon might. Other than great defensive power, it possessed the pressure of the draconic bloodline. When he approached it, he clearly felt his blood flowing faster. When he tried to charge through the barrier, it felt like he had entered thicker water. But it didn't take him much effort to enter. However, he felt his blood flow even faster, and his hair stood on end. His blood vessels began to bulge alarmingly. "Don't tell me you're trying to subdue that Azure Dragon reverse scale," said Evilmoon with shock. "Yes, I want to try it." Long Chen nodded. "Then you should wait a moment. First, bring me and the heaven flipping seal out. Otherwise, no one will be here to gather your corpse," said Evilmoon. What is that supposed to mean?" asked Long Chen. "What I mean is, if you try to subdue it, you'll die without a doubt." "No way." "What do you mean, no way?" "That's an Azure Dragon reverse scale. It's completely different from the Green Dragon reverse scale. Green dragons are what you call a baby dragon, while Azure Dragons are grown-ups. The difference in power between them is more than 10,000 times. Furthermore, when the Azure Dragon reverse scale sheds, it's the molting of when the dragon rises to a higher realm. It contains the will of that molting. The Green Dragon scale only needed you to form a resonance with it to subdue it, as it fell naturally as part of the growth process. But the Azure Dragon reverse scale contains the berserk will of its molting, and you must suppress that with brute strength. Let me put it to you this way. When the Azure Dragon molts, it goes through dragon tribulation, and it is far beyond your imagination. This reverse scale fell from the Azure Dragon only after it went through its dragon tribulation, so it contains the will of the Azure Dragon fighting against the heavenly Daos. Anyone or anything that tries to subdue it will face intense resistance. Even its original owner would be no exception. Whoever this scale is from, they were definitely an extremely pure-blooded dragon. Even without my body of flesh and blood, I can sense the dragon might coming from it. If you don't want to die, don't try this. After all, we just established a solid cooperation relationship. I don't really want you to die, said Evilmoon sincerely. It didn't want him to die. That was a strange way of saying something like that. Long Chen didn't bother quibbling over that though. I can sense a reaction from my own blood. I feel like this scale is very likely from the same dragon as the original green dragon reverse scale I obtained, said Long Chen. So what? I'm telling you, after going through the dragon tribulation, this scale is a separate entity. Let alone you, even its original master would have to use brute power to subdue it. Even if you advance to the Life Star realm, you wouldn't necessarily be able to subdue it. I'm from the dragon race, so don't you think I know more about this topic than you? Why are you arguing against me over this? Are you afraid I'm trying to harm you? Demanded Evilmoon. It was a bit angry now that Long Chen didn't trust what it was saying. As a prideful being, that was unacceptable. Fine, I'll listen to you. I just want to touch it. Long Chen reached out and touched the azure dragon scale. When he touched it, he silently circulated the energy in his blood, trying to form a bloodline resonance with it. With Evilmoon's warning, he gave up any thoughts of immediately subduing it. Right now, all he wanted was to use his bloodline energy to form a closer connection to the scale and pull it into the primal chaos space. When his hand touched it, the jade-like dragon scale began to shine. That light enveloped Long Chen's hand. In that instant, he felt his dragon blood flowing even faster. But he didn't sense any danger. There is a way. Long Chen was delighted. He slowly circulated the primal chaos bead, preparing to move it into the primal chaos space. In that instant, the soft light of the dragon scale vanished. The scale instantly became like a wild beast, and a fierce aura erupted. Long Chen's arms exploded in mangled bits, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He felt like his body was about to shatter. Horrified, he hastily tried to retreat. However, he suddenly found that the dragon scale was pulling him back in. He couldn't retreat. At the same time, lines began to surge on top of the scale. He could vaguely see the image of a huge white dragon roaring through a sea of lightning, its huge claw striking the dome of the heavens. A sensation of death enveloped Long Chen. No matter how he resisted, he couldn't get away. A black saber image slashed into the dragon scale. The saber image instantly exploded, but thanks to it, the suction force decreased, and Long Chen managed to pull out of the region of the azure dragon reverse scale. Long Chen's heart was pounding, and he was pale. His upper body was a mangled mess, and his bones were covered in tiny cracks, looking like they might shatter at any moment. HMPH, you deserve it. Now you'll listen when I speak. Evilmoon's voice rang out, containing a hint of mockery. It was quite satisfied to see Long Chen suffer after not listening to it. Fine, I should have listened to you. I deserve it. Long Chen nodded. Taking one glance back at the quiet dragon scale floating at the bottom of the sea, he swam back up. He activated the flying boat and began rushing back to the eastern wasteland. He healed using the primal chaos bead. Evilmoon, how many realms does a true dragon have? How is the second realm already so powerful? The image of the huge white dragon tearing through the heavens with its claw had been truly shocking. I don't want to talk about the true dragons. All you need to know is that even with your power and control over lightning, trying to subdue it before reaching the Life Star realm would be purely courting death, said Evilmoon. Every time Long Chen asked anything about the true dragon race or why the evil dragon race had betrayed the dragon race, Evilmoon would shut its mouth and refuse to say a word. The Life Star realm, that's too far. Long Chen sighed. With his current cultivation speed, he didn't know how many years it would take to reach the Life Star realm. After reaching the 10th heaven stage of the Jade Core realm, his cultivation base had essentially stopped advancing. He had run out of the useful medicinal pills from Pill Valley, and now, no matter how many pills he consumed, his cultivation base didn't increase. That wasn't because he had been slacking, but because the amount of energy required to advance to the next level was ridiculous. As he sped through the sea, no sea demons stopped him. He quickly arrived at the storm region. Seeing that, Long Chen felt a wave of emotion. He had finally returned to the eastern wasteland. He didn't slow down. Using the flying boat's powerful defenses, he tore straight through the storm zone. After going through, he quickly saw a stretch of land. That familiar scene made him feel homesick. Slightly correcting his direction, his flying boat sped off. In just an hour, he put it away and took out his lightning wings. After half an incense stick's worth of time, he arrived at a small village. Seeing this village, Long Chen's heart pounded. His divine sense swept through it, but he didn't find any aura of his parents or sister. Have they already been captured? Long Chen's expression changed. Chapter 15:17 The warmth of family. Long Chen hastily spread his divine sense, and his hard gaze quickly softened. He managed to find them. They were living in a simple thatched hut on a hillside a few dozen miles from the village. The small courtyard outside of the hut was filled with sprouting vegetables. Not far from it, one could also see a stretch of orchard that was blocked by a wooden fence. It was a quiet and content place, isolated from the clamor of the world. There was a woman in the orchard, picking a newly ripened fruit. Rubbing it clean with a towel, she handed it to a girl beside her. This girl looked to be around 8 or 9 years old. Her hair was tied in 2 small pigtails, and she had a pair of pure and innocent eyes. "Mom, you spent all day weeding. You should eat the first one," said the girl cutely. "Xiaoyu, I'm not tired. This is the first ripened fruit of the orchard. You have to taste it to see if it's good or not." The woman smiled lovingly. "No, you have to eat it first. Otherwise, I won't eat it either." The girl insisted. The woman smiled. "You really are just like your brother. So stubborn." The woman helplessly took a small bite of the fruit before handing it to the girl. Only then did the girl happily receive the fruit and take a big bite of it. The fruit's juice dripped down her face, but she was very happy with the taste. "Eat slower. A young lady must be refined. You can't eat so inelegantly. You really are just like your brother." The woman lightly rebuked the girl. Taking out a handkerchief, she wiped the juices off the girl's face. The girl seemed to be used to it and continued happily eating the fruit. "Mom, you said my brother went out to study and he'll return when his studies are finished. How come he still isn't back? The fruit's already ripe, and if he doesn't come back, he won't make it." Suddenly, the girl sensed that she had said the wrong thing as her mother's eyes turned red. "Mom, I'm sorry." The woman slowly knelt and looked the girl in the eye. "Your big brother Long Chen is working hard at his studies. He's just like you, a smart and thoughtful child. If he hasn't returned, it just means he's still working hard. Once he succeeds, he'll definitely come back to see us. Mom, your unfilial son has returned." At this moment, an equally emotional voice rang out not far from her. The woman's whole body shook as she slowly turned around. She saw that at some unknown time, a tall, handsome young man had appeared behind her. The immaturity that had been present on this face the last time she had seen it had been removed by the passing of time. It was still the same face, but after going through hardships, it looked different. The things that hadn't changed were those emotional eyes. "Chen Long Chen's mother felt like she was dreaming. "Mom, your child has been unfilial." Tears flowed out of Long Chen's eyes. He was filled with guilt as he was truly an unfilial son. He had 1,000 things he wanted to say, but he wasn't able to say any of them. "Chen it really is you." Mrs. Long was also crying as she held Long Chen. She held him tightly as if she were afraid he would fly away. No matter how high his cultivation base rose, no matter how his name shook the land, he would always be a child in front of his mother. Within his mother's embrace, all his emotions spilled out like a dam that had been opened. In front of his brothers and beauties, he was the most dependable companion. In front of his enemies, he was fierce and vicious, striking fear into their hearts with just his name. Only in front of his mother was he neither an unrivaled hero nor a fierce fiend. He was just a completely ordinary child. Ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had never lowered his head in the face of the countless obstacles and setbacks. Even in front of the slander of the entire world, he could wave it off with a smile. With his mother, it was like he had returned to his childhood, and all his grievances spilled out. Only in his mother's embrace could he feel warmth and comfort. "Good child, don't cry. As long as you're back, everything's fine. Xiaoyu, why are you hiding? Haven't you been missing your brother every day? Now your brother's back, do you not recognize him?" After a while of crying, Mrs. Long helped Long Chen wipe away his tears as well as her own. Only then did she see Long Xiaoyu hiding behind her, stealthily staring at Long Chen. When Long Chen looked at her, she hid herself completely, seemingly afraid of him. "This child," sighed Mrs. Long. "Xiaoyu, do you not remember me? I brought you a gift," enticed Long Chen. "I remember you, but you look different. You're too frightening and..." You don't look quite the same. Xiaoyu stuck out her head to glance at Long Chen before retracting it once more. Long Chen bitterly smiled. After all these years, his appearance hadn't changed that much. However, although his aura was suppressed right now, he had slaughtered too many people. Perhaps his mother was unable to sense it, but a child's pure nature was very sensitive to such a thing. For her to feel afraid of him was instinctual. Long Chen took out a small ball. Rainbow light roved around it, and flowers of light blossomed on it repeatedly. He smiled. This is a gift I prepared specially for you. Do you like it? Yes, it had been prepared specially. But the amount of time he had spent preparing was rather short. Actually, it was just a few breaths' time. As soon as Long Chen had seen Xiaoyu, he had had the blazing dragon cauldron work with Huolong to refine this special medicinal pill. It was a 9th-tier medicinal pill, but in reality, it had no medicinal effect. It was not used for consuming, but for testing an alchemist's control over their pill flame and spiritual strength. The greater their control over their pill flame and spiritual strength when refining this pill, the more beautiful the end result would be. This pill was purely used to test an alchemist's talent. However, the quality was so high that some extra lines had appeared on it, making it appear even more glorious and attractive. It was as enticing as a shining pearl, but that pearl now seemed to possess its own life. Let alone a child, even an adult would be drawn over by it. When Xiaoyu saw this fun object, it was unknown whether her aversion toward him had vanished or not, but she accepted it. Your father's fishing beside the river. You should go see him. Mrs. Long Chen was extremely happy to see Long Chen return, and she wanted her husband to be happy too. Father really is in an interesting mood. He can calm down enough to fish. Long Chen was surprised by this, as well as a bit sad. Back in the day, Long Tianxiao had been the Phoenix Cry Empire's famous and powerful border suppression marquis. He had used his great power and leadership abilities to protect the borders from the invading barbarians. He had been a brilliant warrior, but now he was forced to live in seclusion within the wild mountains. That made Long Chen feel guilty. This was all because of him. He's actually gotten in a better mood after coming here. Back in the Phoenix Cry Empire, we often bickered, but your father actually seems much calmer now. He lets me have my way most of the time. Perhaps a person's environment can really change them. We're now in the Green Mountains, living a carefree life away from the struggle of the world. We don't have to worry every day like when we were in the Phoenix Cry Empire, and your father is no longer busy with work all day. He likes living this comfortable life. Although he wasn't a bit used to it at the start, we both feel very satisfied with our current lives. Mrs. Long smiled at Long Chen. After undergoing huge upheavals, a person's frame of mind would change. Mrs. Long was like that. This was precisely the kind of life that she wanted. Her husband and daughter were beside her from sunrise to sunset, and each day passed peacefully. These days were ordinary, but they were happy. Hearing this, Long Chen's guilt was alleviated slightly. He asked them why they had moved from the village to this place. Those villagers are actually very nice. At first, they warmly welcomed us, and your father helped them with hunting. But later, the flavor changed. Although your father didn't expose his status as a cultivator, the villagers sensed that he was particularly powerful. Each day, he would bring back as much as a month's worth of hunting spoils from several other people. Plus, there was no danger to anyone's lives. It was very easy. Mrs. Long sighed. A slight sneer appeared on Long Chen's face. And then they grew dependent on him, saying that since he was so powerful, why didn't he go hunting some more and split what he couldn't finish with them? Mrs. Long nodded. As soon as Long Chen had heard the start, he had known the conclusion. Long Chen shook his head. This is moral extortion. They feel that stronger people should put in more effort and that wealthy people should donate their wealth more. They don't realize that this kind of thinking turns them into parasites without the slightest feeling of urgency or danger to better themselves. If they lose their parasitic target, they simply end up dying. Other people can help you for a while, but they can't help you for a lifetime. Father was right to leave the village. If they relied on him too much, it would result in apathy from them. But I trust when he left, he had to have been cursed quite a bit. Hey, if you help someone once you're a good person, but if you help them 1,000 times and then don't help them once, you're an irredeemable devil. Viewing other people's help as simply proper without being grateful is a common problem in this world. Chen you have really grown up. Mrs. Long sighed emotionally upon hearing Long Chen speak with such frank assurance. Long Chen was no longer that willful child. He had matured, but perhaps too much. Mom, can you make some food? I'll go find Dad. Let's have a proper meal together. You should know that I dream about your cooking. Long Chen smiled. All right, then I'll make your favorite pork with spring bamboo. Mrs. Long smiled and returned to the grass hut. Long Xiaoyu was playing with the medicinal pill delightedly. She was a bit enraptured and didn't even pay attention to Long Chen. Helplessly, Long Chen walked to the riverside on his own. Chapter 15:18 A Father's Teachings. The river was only a few dozen meters wide, and the water was very clear and slow running. It reflected the surrounding mountains. A person was sitting on a rock beside the river. He had a fishing rod in his hand and he was staring at the ripples coming from the float on the river. A fish was currently teasing the hook. Most fish would test the bait a couple of times before eating it to confirm it was edible. Suddenly, the float sank and the fishing rod bent. The fish had taken the bait. Ha ha ha, my luck's pretty good today. I got a big fish. He laughed heartily. His voice was still heroic and unrestrained. He was the old border-suppressing Marquis of the Phoenix Cry Empire, Long Tianxiao. A 2-foot-long fish flew out of the water. Long Tianxiao pulled fiercely. The fish was strong, but it was pulled over by Long Tianxiao in just a short moment. He caught it in a net. This fish had to be over 10 pounds. Such a catch was quite rare, delighting Long Tianxiao. Now Xiaoyu will have a good snack. Long Tianxiao smiled. Yup, I'll also have a good snack. A voice rang out behind Long Tianxiao. Long Tianxiao jumped, almost dropping the fish. He saw a black-robed man smiling at him. Chen, you're back. Long Tianxiao dropped the fish and grabbed Long Chen's arms, shaking him fiercely, his eyes reddening. Little brat, you're getting quite strong. With Long Tianxiao's power, how could he possibly shake Long Chen? Although Long Chen had given Long Tianxiao some medicinal pills to change his constitution, his innate talent was limited. Even now, he hadn't broken through to the Shantian realm. Yes, if I wasn't strong, I would be suppressed by others. How else am I supposed to block the wind and rain? Long Chen smiled. Back when Long Chen was a child, Long Tianxiao would always give his share of meat to Long Chen, often saying that men needed to grow up strong to shield others from the wind and rain. Now, Long Chen was no longer that small child. He had become a true expert. Have you seen your mother and sister yet? Asked Long Tianxiao. I saw them first, said Long Chen. Good, let's go home. You really came back at the right time. This small river has a kind of fish called the golden-mouthed catfish. Ordinary catfish live in dirty water and eat rotten meat. Its meat is like mud and has a bad mouth feel. There's also a strange taste to it. But these golden-mouthed catfish eat the fruit that drops to the top of the river. Their meat is delicious and feels good as it flows down your throat. Today, my luck is good, and I actually caught such a big one. It seems the heavens knew you would be back and specially prepared it for me, ha ha ha, laughed Long Tianxiao. Long Chen smiled self-mockingly. If the heavens had known he was coming back, it probably would have been impossible to fish up anything at all. He helped his father carry the net. Other than the golden-mouthed catfish, there were a dozen other random fish. There was definitely enough to eat. If the golden-mouthed catfish tastes so good, why don't I catch a few extra? Asked Long Chen. With his current power, catching fish didn't take any effort. If he wanted to, he could pick this entire river clear. No, then it wouldn't have any meaning. Fishing is a kind of pleasure, not a means of survival. These two things must be differentiated. Long Tianxiao walked alongside Long Chen as he slowly said, although your cultivation base is higher and you're stronger, your mental realm hasn't progressed. That isn't a good thing. Dad, are you transmitting your teachings to me? Long Chen smiled. What, because your cultivation base is higher, you're looking down on me? Demanded Long Tianxiao humorously. How could I dare? In front of you, I will never strike or curse back when you beat and curse me, laughed Long Chen. Little brat, wasn't that because you were too naughty? If we weren't strict enough and instead indulged you, you'd have long since ascended, scolded Long Tianxiao. Long Chen laughed and didn't argue. To be scolded by his father was a kind of blessing as well. They quickly arrived at the grass hut, and they saw Long Xiaoyu playing with the medicinal pill, throwing it high into the air. When it was thrown, the medicinal energy would ripple and unleash light similar to fireworks. She was so focused on it that she didn't even notice Long Tianxiao and Long Chen, making them speechless. There was a stone table outside the grass hut with 4 stone seats around it. Seeing that 4th seat, He knew it had been prepared for him this entire time, but it had gone empty. Even while he wasn't present, his family was always thinking of him. As for him, it had been so many years, but he hadn't even returned once. Mrs. Long ran out when Long Xianxia returned, taking the golden-mouthed catfish. Seeing such a big one, she smiled. She told them to have some tea while she prepared the fish. Long Xianxia took out a teapot and placed it on the stone table, steeping the tea. Long Chen hastily said, "I have some good tea leaves here." Tea isn't differentiated by good or bad. What matters is the state of mind of the drinker. When it comes to fish, what matters isn't size, but what you want. Long Xianxiao shook his head and used his own tea leaves. "Chen you're too tired. I can see the weariness in your eyes. You need to adjust yourselves, or if you continue like this, with your nerves tight constantly, you won't be able to release your burden. Your mind will close off, and when you encounter troublesome situations, you won't be able to make the correct decision. Although I don't know what you've experienced, I can feel that you're under too much pressure. If you stay in that state for too long, it'll cause problems." Long Xianxiao looked at Long Chen with some distress. Long Chen's worn-down face couldn't conceal his weariness. However, he had also become an adult now and had his own world. Long Xianxiao could not block the wind and rain for him. "Some stuff has really been causing me some trouble lately, and it feels a bit hard to breathe because of it," said Long Chen. As soon as he had returned to the martial heaven continent, he had seen the Xuantian Dao sect's destruction and become surrounded by powerful enemies that wanted to kill him. Practically, the entire eastern Zan region was after him. Pill Valley, the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, and the Bloodkill Hall were all watching him. As for the corrupt path, they had been silent this whole time. But he knew they were plotting something. That was the most frightening thing. The open dangers could be defended against, but the enemies at your back would lie in wait until they could launch one fatal blow. This kind of pressure was something that would probably drive someone else mad. "You're tired," said Long Xianxiao. "Yes, a bit." Long Chen nodded. "If you're tired, then stop for a moment." "But I can't stop." Long Chen bitterly smiled. "Why can't you stop? Do you still remember the first time you learned to swim?" Long Xianxiao passed Long Chen a cup of tea. Long Chen received it. He scrunched his eyebrows. "How could I not remember? Back then, you really were vicious and directly tossed me into the pool. I choked and floated on the water. I still remember you had a fierce fight with Mother because of it." Long Xianxiao nodded. "That's right, your mother loved you too much to do that. But some things can't be taken step by step. That's why it just took you a few hours to learn how to swim. Although you were just 2 years old, I trust you remember everything at that time." "Of course I remember. I remember your dark face very clearly. It was just as frightening as Yama King's face," grumbled Long Chen. Long Xianxiao had truly been frightening at that time. If Long Chen had a son, he wouldn't be able to treat him like that. Long Xianxiao shook his head. "It seems you don't remember enough. Do you still remember when I told you this? Life is like drowning. The more you panic, the more afraid you are, the more you struggle, the closer you are to death." Long Chen was startled. Now that Long Xianxiao brought it up, Long Chen truly did recall that he had said this. "Your current situation is like drowning in a sea. You are struggling to maintain a moment's safety, but you are unable to escape the crisis. You can't see hope. That's why you're tired, because you can't see the shore or any islands. In this kind of situation, the more you struggle, the more energy you're wasting. Do you still remember how you managed to learn how to swim in just a few hours?" Long Chen sank into thought. "You told me that in a crisis, when no one else can help you, you have to learn a way to breathe for yourself. Once you get a chance to breathe, you adjust your current state to face the danger, instead of blindly fighting against the crisis. What you're saying is, yes, just like back then, you have to think of a way to breathe. Your nerves are tight all the time now. That won't help you, and it'll hold you back instead. You don't have a way to relax. That's just an excuse. You have to relax, and that's the only way you can face the next challenge better. When drowning, you have to find a way to breathe before learning how to swim. Only once you know how to breathe can you begin the race against time. With it, you'll be able to last longer on the waves. You can last until someone saves you, or until you reach the shore. Sometimes, the principles behind a single breath of air can be the foundation of the entire world cycle. The Tao is always right beside us, but most people turn a blind eye to it. So, Chen don't be in such a rush to run. Sometimes, you have to stop and look at the scenery around you. You might even have to look back at your path. Then you might come to an enlightenment. Don't blindly follow the flow of the waves. Having a target doesn't mean you won't get lost. You have to comprehend your own Tao. Don't follow the same path that someone else walked, because if you do, you won't surpass them. Chapter 15:19 True Wisdom. Long Chen was deeply shocked. He hadn't thought that his father, who hadn't even reached the Shantian realm, would have such a deep understanding of the heavenly Taos. His last sentence struck a special chord in Long Chen. He couldn't walk the same path as his predecessors, or he would never be able to surpass them. He had always relied on the Pill Sovereign Memories, the 9-star Hegemon Body Art, the Dragon Blood Body Tempering Art, the Nirvana Scripture, and his other peerless techniques. He felt that these techniques were incomparably powerful, and that as long as he could comprehend them, he would be unrivaled. It was because he relied on them so much that he had never created his own move. Now his father's words woke him up to this point. The paths of other people, no matter how far they managed to walk, would always come to an end eventually. What would Long Chen do once he reached the end? Was he supposed to just stop there? If he walked someone else's path, wouldn't their end also be his end? This was a problem he had never thought about. He had been too dependent on what he possessed. What if one day he couldn't progress in the 9-star Hegemon Body Art any longer? Or what if the 6th star never revealed itself? Thank you for your teaching. Dad, you really are the wisest, said Long Chen respectfully. Wisdom doesn't mean anything. The difference between us is our viewpoints. You are looking from within, while I am looking from outside. I've escaped the clamor of the secular world. Each day, I go fishing or hunting, and I see Xiaoyu growing. These days have been the happiest days for me and your mother. By leaving the struggles of the world, by distancing yourself from the devils of your heart, you will be able to understand many things that you couldn't before, said Long Tianxiao. You're too modest. I've seen many people in the Central Plains, but only a few of them can match your intelligence, said Long Chen. That was truly the case. Although there were many experts with powerful cultivation bases and great power, in Long Chen's eyes, they were just a pack of strong fools. In terms of intelligence, the only ones he had ever admired were Sovereign Yun Shang, the High Priest, Li Tianxuan, and now his father. Long Tianxiao shook his head. This so-called intelligence is just based on different viewpoints. One single kind of intelligence that can fully explain everything doesn't exist. If it did, then that could only be called the heavenly Taos. The lives of everything in the world, the myriad of Taos, the interchange between life and death, the cycle of karma, heaven and earth. All right, stop talking about philosophy. Chen Er's back, and he didn't come back to hear that. Hurry up and tidy the table. The food's done. Mrs. Long came walking out with 2 plates of piping hot food. Long Chen hastily stood to put away the tea set. But he was stopped by his mother. Chen Er, let your father do it. He only stops talking about philosophy when he's working. That's the only way our ears have peace. Long Chen's expression was odd. He looked at Long Tianxiao only to see him shrug and wink. Sometimes, keeping your mouth shut is true wisdom. The table was quickly filled with delicacies. There were 4 hot and 4 cool dishes, and they were all Long Chen's favorites. A large fish dish at the center was emitting an enticing scent. Long Chen was startled. The first gulping sound was his, but the second wasn't. He looked down to see Xiaoyu had run over. Her eyes were shining as she stared at the food. The two of you really are the same when it comes to this, laughed Mrs. Long. It's because we haven't had this much food in a long time, protested Xiaoyu. Long Chen was startled. He looked at Long Tianxiao. Was his family really too poor living here? Chen Er, you haven't experienced this kind of thing. Let me ask you, what is happiness? Asked Long Tianxiao. Happiness? I've never really thought about it. Long Chen scratched his head. Long Tianxiao smiled. In truth, happiness is just a state of mind, a state where your desires are satisfied. It's very simple. For example, when a hungry person eats, when a thirsty person drinks, when a cold person is warmed, when a tired person has a place to rest, they will all feel happiness. But happiness doesn't last forever. It only stays for a short time. Once you are used to that happiness, you won't be able to feel it any longer. So the majority of the people who feel very unhappy, in truth, have food to eat, water to drink, warm clothes to wear, and a roof over their heads. They feel unhappy because they've forgotten what made them unhappy before. So if you want to be happier longer, you have to know what sadness is. I don't want to hear philosophy. I just know that right now I'm hungry, and if I still don't eat, I'll starve to death," cried Xiaoyu finally after being forced to wait for Long Tianxiao to finish speaking. "Tianxiao, stop prattling. Hurry and eat. In particular, the golden-mouthed catfish should be eaten while it's hot," said Mrs. Long. "All right, let's eat," said Long Tianxiao. The Long family's rules were very strict. They taught Xiaoyu that until the seniors touched their chopsticks, the juniors couldn't either. Only then did Xiaoyu move her chopsticks. But what Long Chen didn't expect was for her to immediately dig out a big piece of fish meat and put it in his bowl. "Big brother, thank you for the ball. I like it a lot. I don't have anything good to give you, so you can eat this fish first." Xiaoyu stared at Long Chen very solemnly. "Ah, thank you." Long Chen smiled. He liked his sister very much, and he also helped her pick out some food with his chopsticks. "Long Chen, have some wine." "Ah, you should have some good wine yourself, right?" Long Tianxiao was just about to open a jar of wine when he stopped himself. "With your realm, wouldn't drinking anything be the same? Good wine is fine, bad wine is whatever. The important point is the drinker's heart. Wasn't that what you said?" laughed Long Chen. This was exactly what Long Tianxiao had said about drinking tea. It seemed Long Tianxiao still found it difficult to resist good wine. "Stop talking nonsense with me and bring out the wine," said a vexed Long Tianxiao. Long Chen laughed and took out 2 jugs of wine. They were from the wine god palace but weren't very powerful. They were made by a woman, and instead of fiery heat, they contained a rich mellowness. If he brought out the wine made by the male disciples, Long Tianxiao might collapse after one taste. This wine in particular was called the 100-flower wine. It was not true wine in the strictest sense and was not intoxicating, making it suitable for Mrs. Long and Xiaoyu to drink with them. The sky gradually turned dark, and birdsong surrounded them. This place was peaceful and warm. The grass hut only had 2 beds. One was for Long Tianxiao, while the other was for Mrs. Long and Xiaoyu. Long Chen directly made his bed on the floor. Long Tianxiao tried to switch with him, but Long Chen refused no matter what. With his current body, even if he were to lie in ice water, he wouldn't get cold. This night, Long Chen slept particularly soundly. He didn't remember the last time he had felt such a sense of true peace. Furthermore, through Long Tianxiao's instructions, he had a feeling like his heart was growing clearer. He had to continue his path, but he had to maintain a hopeful heart. If he couldn't find hope, then he still needed to find opportunities to relax. Even if he could only relax for a single breath, it was better than nothing. He couldn't let his heart feel exhausted like that. Making sure a blade was sharpened to its best state was half the battle. Only by maintaining that relaxed state of mind could he focus his best and face the oncoming challenges. This would increase his odds of victory invisibly. He slept late into the day. Long Tianxiao went out as soon as the sun rose, saying he wanted to catch some different kinds of wild game and fruit for Long Chen to try. Mrs. Long accompanied Xiaoyu, playing outside, not letting her disturb Long Chen. No one knew a son better than his mother. Although she didn't know what he had experienced during these years, she could see his weariness. She couldn't give him anything except a good sleep. Long Chen woke refreshed. He walked out of the grass hut and felt the warm sunlight strike him. He stretched, feeling full of energy. "Big brother, play with me." Seeing Long Chen come out, Xiaoyu immediately ran over to him. After a day, she was much friendlier with Long Chen. "Let's go play on a boat." Long Chen didn't have any good things on him for children to play with. "What's so fun about a boat? Are we catching fish?" asked Xiaoyu. Long Chen waved his hand, summoning the flying boat. When the huge flying boat appeared in the sky, Mrs. Long jumped in shock. Xiaoyu also jumped, but then she cried out in excitement, immediately crying out to go on top of the flying boat. Long Chen had the flying boat descend onto the hillside. He opened the door and lowered the staircase, bringing his mother and sister up onto the flying boat. The two of them had never seen a flying boat before, and only once they got on did they realize the interior was dozens of times greater than how it appeared on the outside. Xiaoyu was incomparably excited and refused to get off. When it was noon, Long Tianxiao returned, and they ate lunch on the flying boat. Long Chen spent each day playing with Xiaoyu. When she was tired, she would crawl into his lap and sleep. Long Chen held her as he chatted with his parents. But he didn't bring up anything about the cultivation world. Time passed by quickly. A week went by before Long Chen brought up his true purpose in coming here. He wanted his parents to switch to a new environment. What ashamed him was that his parents didn't even ask for a reason before agreeing. They said switching environments was good for a change of pace, but he knew they were just comforting him. His parents were both sentimental people. Back then, they had left the Phoenix Cry Empire for him, and now he was sending them to another foreign place. He was truly making things hard on them. He wanted to send them to the Huayan sect. With the Huayan sect's protection, no one would dare to touch them. Furthermore, Xiaoyu couldn't be isolated from the rest of the world. That wasn't good for her development. If they didn't like the secular world, then he could send them to the spirit world later. But that would be bad for Xiaoyu. Long Chen couldn't help being infuriated. He had gone out himself, but he had ended up implicating the normal lives of his father and mother. He couldn't even give them an ordinary life. On the 8th day, while he was accompanying Xiaoyu, the sky suddenly rumbled and a terrifying pressure descended. Another flying boat appeared. Chapter 15:20 Heavenly Fate Island. The flying boat was extremely quick, and the air rumbled as it passed through rapidly. The villagers all hid themselves in terror. As expected, they came. Ice-cold chilling intent appeared in Long Chen's eyes. A dozen figures walked off the flying boat. One of them was holding a feng shui compass and pointing it at something. "It's right here." Everyone split up. The middle-aged man holding the feng shui compass had a long beard and mustache. He possessed a slight immortal air. But as he was speaking, he realized something was off. He realized everyone was looking in one direction. He looked up to see 3 adults and 1 child standing in front of a grass hut. But when he saw the face of the black-robed man, his expression completely changed. "You should go back and rest. My guests have come," said Long Chen. Long Tianxiao nodded. He didn't say anything as he pulled Mrs. Long and Xiaoyu back into the grass hut. He closed the door. Long Chen. One of them stuttered out Long Chen's name. He was pale with terror. There were 3 powerful life star experts amongst their group, but in front of a single Jade Core disciple, they didn't even dare to move. "You come from Heavenly Fate Island." Long Chen ignored the others, focusing on the middle-aged man. "Correct. This matter has nothing to do with me. My Heavenly Fate Island is only in charge of calculating things. We don't care about anything else," said the middle-aged man. Contrary to the others, he was very calm. It seemed he was very confident in the protective talisman that was the name of Heavenly Fate Island. He then turned to the others. "My mission ends here. The rest is your affair. Goodbye." The middle-aged man then took out a teleportation talisman. He immediately crushed it, and spatial runes wrapped around him. All of a sudden, a 5-colored spear pierced through his body. Not only did it break the spatial runes, but it also left a bloody hole on his body. The middle-aged man let out a miserable cry as he fell from the sky. Lightning runes sparked around his injury, causing his body to twitch. He was only a peak soul transformation expert and couldn't resist Long Chen's 5-colored lightning at all. He constantly wailed under the attack of the Thunder Force. The others glanced at each other and immediately fled. They even abandoned the flying boat and scattered in every direction. Before they could get anywhere, space shook. A cyan ripple spread, blowing those experts to pieces and extinguishing their souls. "Heaven Flipping Seal, you've learned how to control your power. Nice job." Long Chen was delighted and looked up at the Heaven Flipping Seal that was slowly revolving in the air. The Heaven Flipping Seal immediately began to spin rapidly upon hearing Long Chen's praise. It was like a child. "It's been so many days, but you've only managed to grasp such a rudimentary technique. It's not worth being proud of. Hurry up and return. I'll teach you how to use your second kind of divine rune." Evelmoon's harsh voice rang out. The Heaven Flipping Seal immediately went still and returned to Long Chen's spiritual space. "Evelmoon, the Heaven Flipping Seal is still like a child. Make sure to balance work and rest. Don't be too ruthless," said Long Chen. He could sense the Heaven Flipping Seal's fear of Evelmoon. "Stop talking nonsense. Does this little bit of strictness count for anything? My evil dragon race is tossed into a sea of slaughter as soon as we're born. We're sent into a sea of powerful beasts, and we're essentially prey for them. If we want to live, we have to rely on our own power. During that time, we are on the border of death constantly. TCH, is this little bit of work worth a damn?" snorted Evelmoon. Long Chen was helpless toward this. Evelmoon's strong desire for slaughter was connected to the environment it had grown up in. No one could change it. He could only comfort the Heaven Flipping Seal. If Evelmoon was the bad cop, then he would have to be the good cop. That way the Heaven Flipping Seal wouldn't feel so bad. The middle-aged man was still wailing. Long Chen gave him a kick, sending him tumbling back. But after that kick, his wailing stopped. It wasn't that he had died, but that Long Chen had pulled back his thunder force. Although it had just been a few breaths' time, this soul transformation expert's meridians had been destroyed by the thunder force, and even his dantian was destroyed. He was like a living corpse now. This was the terror of five-colored lightning. Not just anyone could resist it. It was even more terrifying than the strongest poisons. Long Chen, you dare to attack me, a disciple of Heavenly Fate Island. You are courting death, raged the middle-aged man. He glared at Long Chen with rancor over having his dantian destroyed. This is retribution. Your Heavenly Fate Island decided to cooperate with them to scheme against me. If you were just targeting me, although I would be angry, I could accept it. But you actually decided to target my parents. Now you've touched my reverse scale, said Long Chen coldly. That's a joke. My Heavenly Fate Island only helps others calculate the lines of fate. We don't participate in any struggles. This is our iron law that hasn't been broken for tens of thousands of years. If you have the ability, you should find retribution with them and not cast your anger on my Heavenly Fate Island. However, it doesn't matter anymore. You've already committed a taboo against my Heavenly Fate Island. Now, no matter where you go in the Martial Heaven continent, you won't be able to get away. Long Chen suddenly stamped his foot down on that person's leg. The middle-aged man immediately turned white as paper and quivered intensely. The intense pain made it so he couldn't even speak. With his understanding of the human body, Long Chen was proficient in targeting the most painful parts of his enemies' bodies. The so-called iron law of your Heavenly Fate Island might be able to restrict others, but it can't restrict me. My iron law is that whoever provokes me will endure my reprisal. Your way of speaking is just like how the Bloodkill Hall spoke back then. It was like the entire world had to play by their rules. Perhaps others are afraid of you, but I'm not. If Heavenly Fate Island doesn't give me a satisfactory explanation for this, I will sooner or later destroy it, said Long Chen coldly. Ha. Cough. You are courting death. The middle-aged man endured the pain to sneer at Long Chen. But his voice was shuddering, and the veins on his forehead almost exploded. Long Chen smiled faintly, and his killing intent vanished. He indifferently said, "It'll be clear who's courting death in the future. However, you will not see that day." Long Chen had originally been controlled by fury, and he had wanted to crush this arrogant fellow in front of him into pieces. But then he suddenly recalled what his father had said. He couldn't play along at other people's tempo. He had to give himself a chance to breathe. The more his enemy wanted to infuriate him, the more he couldn't let himself get angry. Even if he killed this person in front of him, it wouldn't resolve his current predicament. Anger was an instinct. Suppressing one's anger was the true skill. Only by suppressing his anger could he make the correct decision. Long Chen pulled the middle-aged man's finger and took off his spatial ring. Long Chen's divine sense entered it, and he saw some strange diagrams and bizarre tools. However, he didn't know how to use any of them. He pointed a finger at the middle-aged man's forehead. His spiritual strength forced its way into his mind. See. Oh, so there's a defensive restriction. Be broken. Long Chen snorted, and his spiritual strength burst out, shattering those defenses. At that moment, light exploded. A gate of light appeared in front of him, and an indistinct figure showed up from within it. This indistinct figure grew clearer until it revealed a cold-faced, white-haired elder with a strange vertical crack on his forehead. The elder sat cross-legged within the light, staring coldly at Long Chen like a god. "You are the boss of Heavenly Fate Island?" asked Long Chen equally coldly. The elder's eyes turned even colder. "Release the disciple of my Heavenly Fate Island. Don't make a mistake. Are you not the boss?" sneered Long Chen. "Don't force me to kill you. No one can provoke the dignity of Heavenly Fate Island. Let me warn you, you might have some room to live after provoking Pill Valley, but if you provoke Heavenly Fate Island, you'll have no chance of surviving." The elder's gaze was sharp like a blade piercing through space to stab into Long Chen's eyes. "I don't believe you. I want to test it," mocked Long Chen. His spiritual strength surged forward once more, attacking the middle-aged man's defenses and peering into his memories. "Since that's the case, then you can just die." This mysterious elder suddenly roared and the crack on his forehead opened. A ray of divine light shot out, actually entering Long Chen's mind even when they were separated by endless space. This ray of divine light was extremely strange. Long Chen couldn't block it no matter what he did, and it charged directly into the depths of his mind. A burst of intense pain came from Long Chen's soul. That light was trying to kill him. Long Chen was shocked. He hadn't expected there to be such a technique that allowed one to kill others even when they were in completely different places. None of his defenses were able to stop the divine light. If he allowed it to pierce straight through his mind sea, his spiritual space would collapse, and he would die. Bastard! Stop! Long Chen roared and summoned all his spiritual strength to form powerful spiritual walls. Unfortunately, these spiritual walls were all pierced one by one without even slowing the divine light down. I already gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. You can only blame yourself, sneered the elder like a supreme judge. Just as he sneered and Long Chen was horrified, the divine gate in the depths of Long Chen's mind sea unleashed endless divine might. The divine gate star within it emitted its own ray of divine light. Chapter 15:21 The Divine Gate Star's Power. The divine gate shook, and light blossomed from the divine gate star. A sacred pressure erupted. The divine gate star seemed to have been provoked, and a ray of light shot out of it. That light was larger and fiercer than the elder's light attack. The two light beams crashed together. The elder's light beam exploded, while the divine gate star's light continued onward, charging out of Long Chen's mind sea and at the elder. It happened so suddenly that neither Long Chen nor the elder could react. Divine light exploded. The middle-aged man's spiritual space and body were blown to pieces. At the same time as the middle-aged man died, in a mysterious residence an unknown distance away, an elder coughed up a mouthful of blood and let out a mournful cry. This white-haired elder was precisely the elder with a crack on his forehead who attacked through space. He was holding his forehead. Blood was currently dripping from it. The heavenly eye just condensed. Long Chen, I will kill you. Long Chen was currently stunned. Just now, things had happened so quickly that he still hadn't reacted. The elder's attack had actually ended up provoking the divine gate star. He felt a burst of lingering fear. Just now it had truly been dangerous. Although Evilmoon and the heaven-flipping seal were present in his spiritual space, if they were the ones to block it, the attack would have exploded in his spiritual space, and he would have met the same ending as the middle-aged man. The divine gate star's attack had also been a spiritual attack, instantly wiping the other side's attack out of existence and even counter-attacking. Regretfully, without the middle-aged man's soul as an intermediary, there was no way for Long Chen to see what had happened to the elder. If Long Chen knew that the elder had been injured, he would definitely be smiling brightly. Heavenly Fate Island. All remember this enmity. Long Chen took a deep breath. He waved his hand, and a wave of golden flames blew up, eliminating the bloody stench in the air. Long Chen put away his own flying boat and used the flying boat the other side had brought. He had his family enter it. His flying boat had the mark of Pill Valley. Although he had concealed it, it meant he couldn't use it as openly as this flying boat. This flying boat was a bit small and wasn't as fast as his. But to Xiaoyu, it was always new things that were best. Once they were on the flying boat, Long Chen didn't immediately speed off back to the central plains. Instead, he had to go deeper into the eastern wasteland. The first place he went to was the branch Xuantian Dao sect. When he arrived, he saw that it was empty. All the people within had vanished. Even the monasteries and supermonasteries had mostly been disbanded, with only a few people left to look after them. Seeing this, Long Chen was at ease. He knew that Zheng Wenlong had arranged this to prevent him from worrying. Zheng Wenlong was truly dependable. In the end, Long Chen activated the flying boat's stealth ability and slowly flew over to the Phoenix Cry Empire. He had it float in the air above. The Phoenix Cry Empire was still flourishing. Under the rule of the former fourth prince, Chu Yao's little brother, the empire and its people were prospering. He was actually a formidable ruler. Long Chen's divine sense spread throughout the city. He saw Fatty Yu, Shou Hu, Shi Feng, and the others. They were now in high positions. As for the border suppression marquise's former land, it was extremely lively, with a flood of people coming and going. This place had been completely renovated and was extremely grand. There was a huge statue within the main mansion. It was of Long Tianxiao. As the border suppression marquis, Long Tianxiao had become a hero of the empire. His loyalty to the common people and his defense of the empire had won him the entire empire's respect and gratitude. Seeing that statue, Long Tianxiao couldn't help but sigh emotionally. Mrs. Long teared up from the sight, and Xiaoyu helped her wipe away her tears. Only after floating there for a while did Long Chen bring his family to the martial heaven sea ring. When they saw the endless sea, Xiaoyu cried out excitedly. Even Mrs. Long was shocked by the size of the sea. Their sadness caused by leaving their home was replaced by this novelty. Personally, seeing all these new sights shocked them. The sight of the huge waves and buffeting winds was one that made humans feel minuscule. Xiaoyu was lying in the front of the flying boat and had the best view. Suddenly, a huge mouth devoured the flying boat. Ah! Long Chen pressed a button lightly, and a ray of light shot out of the flying boat, blowing a hole in the mouth that the flying boat continued through. Long Tianxiao turned back just in time to see the strange fish. The fish's head was practically as large as a mountain, but it was killed in one attack from the flying boat. Wow, big brother, you're so powerful. Xiaoyu looked at Long Chen worshipfully. You can do the same. Come, I'll teach you how to control the flying boat. Long Chen beckoned. He truly did love her and wanted to pamper her. Long Chen, don't spoil her. How could a child control such a huge object? Said Mrs. Long worriedly. It's fine. In any case, it's free and I won't mind if it gets ruined. I have plenty of flying boats. Long Chen smiled. Mrs. Long shook her head helplessly. But as she watched Long Chen teach his sister which symbol was for attack, defense, charging forward, and dropping down, his sincere appearance elicited a gratified smile. Suddenly, under Xiaoyu's control, the flying boat tilted downward and smashed into the sea. It then bounced back up and then down again. Long Chen hastily reached out to help, allowing the flying boat to regain its balance in the air. Xiaoyu was pale with fright. It's fine, making a mistake at the start is normal. You're a fast learner, comforted Long Chen. Xiaoyu truly was smart. She remembered things very quickly. After 2 hours, thanks to Long Chen's teachings, Xiaoyu had basically learned how to control the flying boat. Whenever they encountered a sea demon, she would launch an attack and destroy it. That grand feeling was indescribable. The flying boat was filled with her excited cries, and the atmosphere was very lively. Long Chen was also very gratified. He knew that as long as she was happy, his parents would also be happy. Their mood depended on Xiaoyu. What they were worried about the most was that Xiaoyu would be unhappy about going to a new world. But now they found that she was practically a wild child and curious about everything. She had no fear of the unknown world. Dad, I've decided to change plans. Instead of the Wine sect, I'm thinking of sending you to the Wine God Palace. Once the waves calm down, you can then go to the Wine sect. What do you think about that? Asked Long Chen. The Wine God Palace. Alright, I fully approve. Ah, do you think you could ask them if I could become a full member of the Wine God Palace? Long Tianxiao immediately agreed. You wine addict, are you basing your decision on the right motives? Demanded Mrs. Long. Of course, I simply feel like I should go somewhere where I can make a living and create a home for us, away from trouble. Long Tianxiao had a righteous expression, but neither Long Chen nor Mrs. Long believed it. Fine, I admit this decision might have been backed by the slightest of selfish motives. But just the slightest. Long Chen laughed. Dad, you should give up on joining the Wine God Palace. Mom definitely won't accept it. The Wine God Palace would definitely accept you considering your understanding of the heavenly Tao's and wine, but the Wine God Palace's disciples must have no cares for the rest of the world, and must be fully immersed in the wine Tao. They have to abandon everything other than wine. Can you do that? Definitely not. Fine, just pretend I never said anything, said Long Tianxiao disappointedly. Only then did Mrs. Long's expression improve slightly. She naturally didn't want Long Tianxiao to be distracted by such things. She would rather they always be together. The reason Long Chen had changed plans was mostly because of that mysterious elder from Heavenly Fate Island. He was worried the Wyan sect would be unable to protect his family. After all, the Wyan sect's power was stretched throughout the continent and not concentrated. It might be possible for Heavenly Fate Island to take advantage of some small openings. He didn't want to be careless. So after considering it, the safest options were to send them to the spirit world directly or to the Wine God Palace. Based on the current situation, only the Wine God Palace could guarantee their safety. As for his other allies, whether it was the Wyan sect or the Heaven-Splitting Battle sect, they weren't as dependable. He also didn't want to send them to the spirit world. The main reason for this was his little sister. Being forced to live isolated from the world was unfair to her. She needed to learn how to interact with others, and she needed to experience the joy and privilege a child should experience. The flying boat flew rapidly. On the way to the eastern wasteland, Long Chen hadn't run into many sea demons, but now that Xiaoyu was flying, sea demons appeared quite often. However, She easily activated the flying boat's offensive measures to kill them. She cried out excitedly. As to her, controlling the flying boat was a fun and stimulating game. After several days, the flying boat finally reached the other side of the martial heaven sea ring, entering the central plains. Long Chen brought them over to the Grand Sha ancient nation. Once they were close, Long Chen put away the flying boat and randomly captured a 6th-rank magical beast as a mount to carry them to the border. This was the same place he had entered the Grand Sha ancient nation from the first time he had come. The guard captain had been very courteous and even treated him to some wine. "Stop here. Hand over your identity plate." Long Chen. At the top of the border town's gates, a person stopped halfway, staring at Long Chen in disbelief. Chapter 15:22 A Chance for Regret. Qi Hao. Long Chen couldn't help being stunned. This person was precisely the guard he had seen the first time he had entered the Grand Sha ancient nation, Qi Hao. He had even treated Long Chen to some wine. Back then, the two had ended up bonding over the Grand Han ancient nation's despicable and shameless actions. It was because of that bonding that they had talked like old friends, and Long Chen had given him a few medicinal pills. "Ha ha ha, so you still remember me. I'll be able to brag about that in the future," laughed Qi Hao. He jumped off the gates and ran over. He was originally going for a handshake, but Long Chen gave him a fierce hug. "Even after all this time, you're still guarding here. It seems you still haven't gotten the hang of the Grand Sha's bureaucratic culture," teased Long Chen. Qi Hao was extremely moved that Long Chen still remembered him. Just what kind of figure was Long Chen? Even surrounded by enemies, he had slaughtered his way out. After his fight on Devil Spirit Mountain, his fight against 3 Empyreans, breaking out of a seal created by 3 divine items, destroying dozens of sects, he was the #1 figure in the Eastern Zon region. "Long Chen, you came here thanks to Prince Yunchang's invitation, right? Good. With you present, the Grand Han won't dare to be arrogant," cried Qi Hao excitedly. "Invitation? The Grand Han? What's going on?" Long Chen was startled. "You weren't invited to come and help." Qi Hao was surprised. "I came this time because I have some things to discuss with the Wine God Palace." "Did something happen in the Grand Sha? Wasn't the Grand Han on the verge of destruction?" asked Long Chen. "This isn't the place to talk. Come, let's talk inside. These people are." Long Chen hastily gave the introductions. When Qi Hao learned they were Long Chen's parents, he hastily greeted them as a junior would to a senior. He then led them into the town and found them a place to rest before ordering some food. Xiaoyu seemed to be addicted to playing, and Qi Hao called over 4 people to accompany her as she played on the town walls. Mrs. Long wasn't at ease with just that and also went to accompany her. Now only Long Chen, Long Tianxiao, and Qi Hao were present. They were drinking wine and eating. Qi Hao began to tell them of the recent changes in the Grand Sha ancient nation. After the 4 nations ancient remnant closed last time, the Grand Han ancient nation's capital had been essentially destroyed by a formation expert called Sha Chen. Everyone had thought that the Grand Han would quickly collapse and be consumed by the Grand Sha, Grand Zhou, and Grand Chu. However, despite its core being destroyed, the Grand Han suddenly began to produce one expert after another. It was unknown where they were getting the support for this, but it was like these experts were sprouting out of the dirt. The Grand Han not only recovered, but their power became greater than ever. Unfortunately, Qi Hao was not a core figure of the Grand Sha and didn't know the inner workings behind this. But his guess was that there was some great force supporting the Grand Han from the shadows. He guessed that these geniuses that were rising out of the Grand Han were not actually the Grand Han's people. They were very likely people from various sects. However, these geniuses all claimed to be from the Grand Han. They claimed that they were born and grew up there. It was just that they were secretly raised until this time, like a demon sword storing up energy until it broke out its seal in one blow. The rate of the Grand Han's growth could be described as monstrous. Rank 7 Celestials were like dogs, Rank 8 Celestials were common, and even Rank 9 Celestials weren't that rare. The Grand Han had actually produced 3 Rank 9 Celestials. Most terrifying of all, half a year ago, the Grand Han announced that they had produced their first Empyrean. An Empyrean? How is that possible? Now Long Chen jumped in shock. Empyreans were geniuses born through karmic luck. They needed an incredible amount of karmic luck as a foundation to be born. The Grand Han couldn't possibly be in possession of that much karmic luck. Furthermore, even if they had given birth to an Empyrean, with their wealth, there was no way for them to raise one. Phoenixes did not land in worthless places. There was no way to raise an Empyrean in a place as poor as the Grand Han. Back then, Sha Yunchang's father, Sha Yuyong, had told Long Chen about karmic luck. The four nations' karmic luck was not enough to give birth to Empyreans. In that case, there was only one possibility, and that was someone was supporting them secretly. With the Grand Han's shameless methods, such a thing could definitely happen. They were using other people's geniuses to put up a front. So that's why it's so exaggerated. We started getting suspicious as soon as they started producing that many rank 7 and rank 8 celestials. Then let alone rank 9 celestials, they even produced an Empyrean. Don't you think that's too fake? Absolutely shameless, cursed Qi Hao. Qi Hao drank a mouthful of wine and continued, now the Grand Han is acting strangely. The Grand Sha, Grand Zhou, and Grand Chu are all a bit afraid. The main thing is that they don't know just who is supporting the Grand Han. We've tried to investigate them, but we find that these geniuses have never appeared in the Eastern Zan region. It seems like they were really born in the Grand Han. Long Chen sank into thought. If they haven't appeared in the Eastern Zan region, what about the other regions? The other regions? No way. Who would have the ability to draw over geniuses from the other regions? Gasped Qi Hao. Long Chen smiled faintly and didn't say anything. If his guess was accurate, then it probably was only them who had this ability. It seemed their hands had stretched even deeper than he had thought. He felt like he had previously been thinking too simply about them. After saying a few more things, he got up and called for Xiaoyu and Mrs. Long. Qi Hao personally sent them onto the transportation formation. Long Chen, this time, you must protect the face of the Grand Sha and give them a vicious slap, called out Qi Hao. Long Chen gave him a thumbs up and activated the formation. He was sent straight outside the Grand Sha's capital. As soon as he arrived and before he could even see what was around him, the people in charge of registering the people arriving let out startled cries. You, report to Sha Yunchang that I've arrived, but don't tell the others. Have Sha Yunchang come find me at the Wine God Palace, said Long Chen to those people. Naturally, there was no one in the Grand Sha that didn't recognize him. He had a definite emotional connection to the Grand Sha, having once taken on the mantle of their general just for appearance's sake. The attendants hastily flew out. Long Chen took out a cloak and covered his face, not wanting to cause too great of a fuss. He led his family into the city, and the capital was flourishing just as it had been. Xiaoyu was looking in every direction, soaking in the sights. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry I can't accompany you to play in the streets. We have to do our work first before play, understand? Asked Long Chen as he held her hand. Yes. Xiaoyu nodded obediently. Long Chen led them forward. He saw many people wearing very conspicuous strange clothes on the streets. The robes of the Grand Han. Have they once more come to poison the Grand Sha's youths? Sneered Long Chen. Long Chen ignored them and continued on his way. But he just happened to bump shoulders with another group. Are you blind? Or did you not bring your eyes? Cursed a woman wearing a large dress. Her dress now had part of a small footprint on it. But it was so small that it was impossible to see without looking closely. Sorry. I'm very sorry. Apologized Mrs. Long. You think it's enough to apologize? Are all the Grand Sha's people so rude and don't even know how to walk? Considering our large group, don't you think you should have walked to the side? Why did you have to get close to us? Were you trying to steal our things? Demanded the woman. They had a total of 56 people wearing luxurious robes. They seemed to possess quite a high status. As for Mrs. Long, she was wearing her ordinary clothes. In comparison, she naturally appeared lower in class. In truth, Mrs. Long had been quite a rare beauty in her youth. Later, because the Long family had declined, she had worked so hard that she had ended up aging early. Thanks to Long Chen, her beauty had been restored, and she looked to be no more than 30, in the prime of her beauty. This woman clearly contained some envy toward her. Or perhaps she simply felt that Mrs. Long's clothes were too low class so she could refuse to accept her apology. Cursing people is wrong. This footprint wasn't made by my mom. Xiaoyu was the first to interject to protect her mother. Where did this brat come from? You dare to randomly shout on the streets. Is the entire Grand Sha just like this? Clean your mouth before you speak. My sister is correct. This footprint wasn't done by my mother, as it doesn't match her shoe. I'll give you one chance to apologize to my mother and sister right now. Otherwise, you won't even have a chance to regret it, said Long Chen coldly. Brazen peasant, you dare. Today, if you don't kowtow to me, this matter won't end," shouted a large man in their group. His voice was extremely loud, frightening Xiaoyu. She hid behind Long Chen, and he hastily comforted her. "Don't be afraid, you're a bit sleepy. Once you go to sleep, everything will be over." Following Long Chen's words, Xiaoyu suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion and fell asleep. "Dad." Long Chen looked at Long Tianxiao. "Haha, calling for your father is useless. If you don't kneel and beg for forgiveness, you can give up on leaving," sneered the man. At this time, there was already a large group of people watching. They were all infuriated by what they were seeing, but no one came up. "I understand." Long Tianxiao nodded and lightly patted Mrs. Long on the back. She immediately collapsed, and he carried her on his back. Long Chen, while holding Xiaoyu, turned to those people. He coldly said, "As I said, I won't give you a chance to regret it." He raised his finger and pointed at the sneering woman who had intentionally found trouble for them. A bolt of lightning flew out. Blood splashed as the lightning pierced her head. The cold smile still hung on her face, but her eyes lost their light. With a thumping sound, she landed on the ground. Chapter 15:23 Returning to the Wine God Palace. He killed someone with a point of his finger, making the men and women wearing the Grand Han's robes shocked. It had to be known that they were no ordinary people. They were all powerful cultivators. Although their celestial rankings weren't very high, they had reached the foundation forging realm. Seeing that they couldn't sense Long Chen's aura, they assumed that he was an ordinary person. After all, amongst Long Chen's group of 4, the only one whose aura they could sense was Long Tianxiao, and he was only at the late meridian opening realm. As he hadn't even reached the Shantian realm, they naturally didn't view them as a threat. However, Long Chen killed a rank 5 foundation forging celestial with a point of his finger, without her being able to resist. "Bastard, how dare you use a secret mechanism to attack? Die!" roared one of them, thinking Long Chen had used some kind of hidden mechanism to kill her. Long Chen snorted, and he caught that person's fist. He twisted it ever so slightly, and a cracking sound rang out. That person's arm was forcibly torn off at the shoulder by Long Chen. "Ah!" That person let out a pained cry. His face twisted from the pain, and blood quickly covered his luxurious robes. When Long Chen tore off that person's arm, someone in the crowd couldn't help but cheer. In the past few months, experts from the Grand Han had been coming to the Grand Sha quite a bit. They were all powerful cultivators and large bullies. They would often cause trouble on purpose, while the Grand Sha's imperial family adopted a restrained attitude. The Grand Sha had issued orders saying that people were to do their best not to cause conflicts with them. The commoners didn't know what the higher-ups were thinking, but they were extremely dissatisfied with these orders. These people that intentionally ran over to the Grand Sha to cause trouble were just that hateful. "Who are you?" shouted one of the Grand Han's people. Long Chen's face was still half covered by his cloak, making it so they couldn't tell who he was. When people tried to look with their divine sense, they found spiritual strength blocking them. Long Chen didn't say anything. He merely raised another finger, and a bolt of lightning flashed. Another one of them was killed by a lightning arrow to the head. He collapsed on the ground lifelessly. The Grand Han's experts were shocked. When the first woman was killed, it had happened too suddenly for them to see. But this time, they saw it clearly. Long Chen had slowly raised his finger and pointed it at the person he had just killed. That person had clearly been terrified, but he hadn't dodged. He had just waited there for Long Chen to kill him, as if there was some energy suppressing him, preventing him from moving. After that person was killed, Long Chen pointed his finger at another. That person's face instantly turned pale, and he let out a terrified cry as he tried to run. He had only just turned and raised one of his feet when his body stiffened. A lightning arrow shot through his head. In just a moment, 3 of the Grand Han's experts were killed. The commoners within the capital of the Grand Sha all felt their blood blazing with excitement. The Grand Han's unreasonable bullying had long since provoked their anger. Now that Long Chen had killed some, they felt like he was venting their anger. "These 3 insulted my family and touched my reverse scale. As I said, I didn't give them any chance to regret it. As for you, you didn't insult my family and only attacked me. I took your arm as the price. Now I'm going to leave. If anyone wants to stop me, be prepared for it to cost your life." Long Chen started walking again while still holding his sleeping sister. Long Tianxiao followed while carrying his wife. However, Long Chen had only taken a few steps when several figures rushed over from ahead. These people had much stronger cultivation bases. They were soul transformation experts, and the heavenly Tao pressure from them was stronger, marking them as rank 8 celestials. Seeing those people, the previous group of Grand Han experts, who had been frightened into wooden chickens, immediately became revitalized and shouted, "Senior apprentice brothers, these bastards killed our members." That person's shout was cut off when a figure appeared in front of him like a phantom. A large hand tightly caught his throat. "You don't know what respect is. Being merciful to you really is unnecessary. Since that's the case, you can all die." Now Long Chen's voice was like thunder and full of killing intent. The heads of these people exploded all at once. Only one young woman remained, covered in blood and too terrified to move. This woman was the only one who hadn't immediately thought of revenge when she saw these experts coming from ahead. So the rest had all died, while she was the sole survivor. "Bastard, you dare to kill the experts of my Grand Han. You'll pay the price for your foolishness." One of the Grand Han's rank 8 celestials charged over with a sword. A cold light flashed like lightning. This one attack was incredibly powerful, and if it landed on the ground, the street would crumble. It was unknown how many of the commoners watching the battle would be killed by the results. Long Chen's killing intent blazed. These people didn't even view the Grand Shah's people as human. Although he wasn't a member of the Grand Shah, he had a definite connection to the Grand Shah, and he was infuriated. Long Chen reached out, intent on catching the blade with his bare hand. This sword was not an ancestral item, but it was extremely sharp. The rank 8 celestial sneered. Originally, he had been holding back lightly, but now he unleashed all his power, wanting to blow Long Chen to bits. As for the other people around, he didn't care. A sharp sound rang out when it slashed into Long Chen's hand. However, that sound ended in an instant, and the immense pressure from that person's attack also vanished. The other Grand Han experts were stunned. From the start to the end, Long Chen hadn't used his cultivation base. He had blocked that person's full-strength attack with just the power of his physical body. They immediately started to get a bad feeling. Long Chen gripped the sword and turned his wrist slightly. The sword snapped in half, and the broken half in his hand suddenly slashed back toward the rank 8 celestial. Blood rained down as that rank 8 celestial was cut in two. The other experts were all stunned. However, they had already started launching their own attacks and couldn't stop in time. Long Chen snorted and swung the broken blade in his hand. A huge sword image devoured those experts. Blood mist exploded as those experts were blown to bits along with their weapons. For a moment, the streets were so quiet that it was possible to hear the drop of a single pin. Everyone stared in shock at the mysterious, cloaked man who was still holding a broken blade. Long Chen dropped the blade to the ground. Carefully holding his sister, he switched her to a more comfortable position and continued walking forward. Long Tianxiao followed as well, and he stared at Long Chen's back proudly. This was his son. His son had gone from a tiny child to an unrivaled hero. The most gratifying thing to him was that despite Long Chen growing so strong, he didn't let his new power cause him to lose his bearing. As much as possible, it was best to leave leeway and not implicate the innocent. He had seen everything Long Chen had done to spare the innocent. He was full of pride for his son. Long Chen quickly arrived in front of the Wine God Palace. Hence, he woke up Xiaoyu and Mrs. Long. They entered the gates. The disciple at the entrance instantly recognized Long Chen, as his fame in the Wine God Palace was extremely great. The medicinal wine formulas he had come up with had greatly benefited all the Wine God Palace's disciples, and they were very grateful to him. That disciple hastily opened the path for Long Chen, indicating that he could go on his own without anyone restricting him. Once he was inside the Wine God Palace, Long Chen relaxed quite a bit. Perhaps it was only within the Wine God Palace that a person could fully forget their worries and troubles. In this aspect, they were even superior to the spirit world. After entering the Wine God Palace, it felt like a mysterious energy was cleansing his mind, allowing him to fully relax. It truly is a good place, sighed Long Tianxiao emotionally. Xiaoyu and Mrs. Long weren't able to sense it, but as a cultivator, he was greatly affected by the scenery and artistic realm that filled the Wine God Palace. "Mr. Long Chen, you've finally returned. I have some wine that is anxiously waiting for your appraisal." Long Chen had just reached the first pavilion when a disciple came out to block his path. This was precisely the first disciple he had conned wine out of his first time in the Wine God Palace. Long Chen's words had enlightened him and allowed him to progress greatly on his wine Dao. Hence, He had always eagerly waited for Long Chen to return and appraise his new wine. "Ah, I'm a bit busy today. I have to go see the high priest. How about another day?" said Long Chen. If it was during normal times, he would naturally be delighted to drink the wine god palace's fine wine and then brag about his amazing knowledge. But unfortunately, he didn't have the time, and he wasn't in the mood. That's fine. I'll just give you my wine. You can taste it whenever and come guide me when you're free." That person hastily took out some wine. Long Chen was extremely embarrassed by how highly this disciple viewed him, and he could only accept his wine before continuing onward. As he continued, more of the wine god palace's disciples came to greet him. Seeing Long Chen's relationships with other people were so good, Mrs. Long was smiling brightly. She even stealthily whispered to him that one of the young women was quite good, meaning he should get even closer to her. Long Chen almost coughed up blood. That woman might look young, but her age was definitely frightening. His mother's imagination was absolutely terrifying. "Taste my blade." Long Chen was in the midst of continuing forward when a large, burly man appeared and attacked Long Chen without saying anything further. Chapter 1524 Find a female fatty. Cold saber light slashed at Long Chen. This move was very sudden but didn't contain any pressure. However, there was a kind of fierce and unyielding will within it. Long Chen smiled and let out a punch. Two invisible wills clashed, as both he and that person retreated a step. "Fatty 2, this is your greeting." This person was the fierce young butcher, Tu Qiansheng. Currently, he had reached the middle stage of the Life Star realm. Back when Long Chen had first come to the Wine God Palace, Tu Qiansheng had been stuck at a bottleneck and unable to progress past the peak of soul transformation. Now, in just over a year, he had progressed to the mid-Life Star realm. That showed just how long he had been stuck and what a solid foundation he had built for himself. Now his cultivation base was rising at a shocking speed. During this time, Long Chen had killed an unknown number of Life Star experts. But in that exchange just now, he had sensed power 100 times greater than other Life Star experts. Even if you ignored the power behind Tu Qiansheng's attack, just his powerful spirit was enough to make the will of his enemies crumble. "Ha ha ha, Long Chen, it really is you. You are getting stronger." Tu Qiansheng's laughter was like thunder. He had conveniently tested Long Chen's power with his greeting. "Xiaoyu, come, don't be afraid. Greet your big brother Fatty." Long Chen smiled and pulled over Xiaoyu who was hiding behind his back. "Hello, big brother, Fatty." Xiaoyu let out a quiet greeting with her head down. Tu Qiansheng's appearance was quite frightening. Even adults wouldn't dare to look him in the eye. "Fatty, big brother." Tu Qiansheng's expression became odd. The name of the famous fierce young butcher had shaken the continent 3,000 years ago. Now this girl was calling him big brother. When he thought about it, he supposed that when he drank wine with Long Chen, they didn't let seniority affect their friendship. He had never viewed Long Chen as a junior, and Long Chen had never viewed him as a senior. They viewed each other purely as brothers. "All right, hello, little sister," said Tu Qiansheng helplessly. "Fatty, how are you getting more and more shameless? Did she call you big brother for nothing? Don't you even have a greeting gift to give her? Don't tell me all this fat of yours was accumulated through being stingy toward others," demanded Long Chen. Tu Qiansheng's expression immediately turned purple. He was someone who had escaped the mundane world. Other than wine and his saber, he had nothing else. What was he supposed to give a little girl as a gift? He knew Long Chen did this on purpose. This was the revenge for his greeting. "Chen, don't be rude. You're the one with the thick face. Gifts are supposed to be given freely by others. How can you demand a gift from others?" said Mrs. Long. Tu Qiansheng was extremely grateful to her. He accompanied them to the high priest's residence. "Long Chen, you're not doing too bad for yourself. The entire eastern Zan region is in chaos because of you. Compared to you, what I did back in my day was nothing more than a small scuffle." Tu Qiansheng gave Long Chen a thumbs up. Compared to the other disciples of the Wine God Palace, Tu Qiansheng was more connected to the rest of the world. He had a certain understanding of the news sweeping through the continent. Long Chen's name had long since shaken the entire eastern Zan region. Even these wine cultivators, who didn't care about the rest of the world, had heard of it. Back in his day, Tu Qiansheng had gotten revenge on the ancient races for the death of his brother. Now, Long Chen was hunted by the entire world. His enemies didn't just include the ancient races, but also the righteous path, corrupt path, ancient family alliance, Bloodkill Hall, and so on. The most shocking thing was that he had even destroyed a pill tower. That was a vicious slap to Pill Valley's face. So even Tu Qiansheng praised Long Chen's guts. Previously, whenever Tu Qiansheng mentioned how he had fought against the ancient races and exterminated quite a few of them, he had been quite prideful. But now he found that this pride was a joke in front of Long Chen. Hee, I was just blindly messing around. Is the Wine God Palace doing well these days? Long Chen intentionally changed the subject. He didn't want to talk about this here. If it was just the two of them, he naturally wouldn't mind bragging a bit. But right now, his mother was present. He didn't want to worry her. Tu Qiansheng wasn't a fool and immediately understood. He said, "It's thanks to you. Your medicinal wine formulas have benefited us greatly. Speaking of which, how was the realm of my greeting?" "Not bad." Long Chen forced himself to say this. What is that supposed to mean?" Long Chen's reply was very unsatisfactory to Tu Qiansheng. "Do you really need me to say it? Fine, what I mean is, amongst everyone, your progress is the slowest. The attack of yours contained the peak of the Yang path. It was fierce and domineering, but it only contained the slightest trace of the soft, yin side. If I wasn't familiar with you, I wouldn't have even been able to sense it. So I said not bad, mostly because I've drunk so much of your wine. I just feel bad criticizing you," said Long Chen helplessly. Although Long Chen's cultivation base was not as high as Tu Qiansheng's, his eyesight was very sharp. Tu Qiansheng had always pursued the domineering Yang side, wanting to push that Yang side to the peak. Such a path was limited. So when Long Chen had prepared the medicinal wine formulas for him, he had added in the softer yin side. These wine formulas had even been praised by the high priest, and he had said that they were very suitable for Tu Qiansheng. Unfortunately, this was incredibly difficult for Tu Qiansheng. It was like asking a fierce butcher to put down his blade, and wield handkerchiefs in a graceful and light dance. That sight was practically unimaginable. So even after all this time, Tu Qiansheng had only progressed very slightly on that path. His progress was the slowest amongst the Wine God Palace's disciples. His character was just too fierce, and it was difficult to change it. "Then what should I do?" demanded Tu Qiansheng, vexed. He naturally understood the reasoning behind this, but he just wasn't capable of doing so. "Perhaps you should find a female fatty to study with you." Long Chen shrugged. He raised his eyebrows a couple of times. That appearance, it was a bit wretched. "Are you serious?" Tu Qiansheng was stunned. "What, do you think I would trick you?" "But, the Wine God Palaces are prohibited from marrying," said Tu Qiansheng. "What, how are you so perverted? What I was saying is, you should find a woman to discuss the Tao with. You should learn from each other, one man and woman, one yin and one yang, one soft and one hard. Yin and yang cannot exist without each other. You need to learn how to control yin energy, and to do that, you need to learn what yin is, what softness is. It's not like I was telling you to do that. How are you so dirty-minded? What are you thinking about all day?" demanded Long Chen disdainfully. Tu Qiansheng glared at him, knowing that he had been conned again. "Young friend Long Chen, you really are the blessing of my Wine God Palace." Long Chen came to a stop. He realized that they had arrived in front of the high priest's residence without him noticing. The lean and hearty high priest looked the same as ever and was standing outside. Seeing him actually come out to greet him, Long Chen hastily bowed. Long Tianxiao, Mrs. Long, and Xiao Yu followed suit. When Long Chen stated his true purpose in coming here, the high priest laughed. "My Wine God Palace hasn't had guests staying long-term for a long time. Just like you said, yin and yang cannot exist on their own. We must be both apart from the world and a part of the world. The Wine God Palace has been cheerless lately, and having a few guests will be good. I will represent the Wine God Palace in welcoming our new guests. Hong Yan, bring our respected guests for a tour." A female disciple appeared and smilingly held Xiao Yu's hand as she led Long Chen's family away to familiarize themselves with their new home. "Many thanks, High Priest." Long Chen gratefully bowed. Long Chen was especially grateful now. The Wine God Palace was supposed to be a pure cultivation land for wine, and it never allowed outsiders in. The High Priest was entirely giving him face. Originally, with Long Chen's pride, he would never beg others. But within the entire continent, only the Wine God Palace had the power to guarantee his family's protection, and the High Priest hadn't hesitated to agree. Long Chen made sure to remember this favor. "Come in." The high priest smiled and beckoned Long Chen into his residence. He took out a jar of wine and poured out 2 cups, handing one to Long Chen. Long Chen gratefully received it with 2 hands. Looking at the wine, he cried out in shock, "High priest, you succeeded." Long Chen saw that the wine had countless small bubbles flowing within it naturally. They were flowing slowly but never paused, revolving according to a profound trajectory. It was like the transformations of heaven and earth were represented within it. It can't count as a success. It's just an initial advance, and it's thanks to your help. Your brazen ideas and inferences were what gave me the insights to break through my bottleneck and advance once more. Don't you want to taste it? The high priest smiled warmly. Long Chen took a sip of the wine and almost choked. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, all the flavors of life were intertwining. This flavor was overwhelming. This definitely couldn't count as fine wine, but it couldn't count as bad wine either. It was almost impossible to swallow. However, when it entered his stomach, the wine began to circulate in it, and then streams of energy flowed through his body. What shocked him was that his 108,000 stars activated on their own to absorb the wine energy. At the same time, streams of energy entered his mind, and it immediately became empty. He entered a state of total enlightenment. His thought process became incomparably clear, and he almost seemed to grasp some kind of profound law. That feeling was indescribable. Good wine. After an unknown amount of time, Long Chen slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 15:25 Time-sensitive mission. "Oh, what about it is good?" asked the high priest with a smile. "It's good in that it's free." Long Chen also smiled. "Ha ha ha," laughed the high priest. "Hee hee, it was just a joke. If I were to compare your wine to a painting, then last time, the wine you gave me was a vast masterpiece containing every aspect of the world and endless profundities. However, my cultivation base was too low to comprehend those profundities. Yet this time, you didn't give me a painting but a white piece of paper. You also provided every possible color of the paint. The first one was too profound for me to understand, and even if I did, I would only be able to copy it. But now you've given me my own canvas and paint, along with the 100 flavors of life, so I can plot and extrapolate my own Tao onto it. I can clearly sense the difference between the 2 realms contained within your first and second wines. The former was a shaped demonstration, while the latter is a shapeless teaching. Last time, because the high priest's wine contained a realm that was far too distant from his level, Long Chen could only feel that he was extremely minute, and he didn't gain anything. This time, the high priest's realm had clearly increased to a whole new level. Before, his wine was vast like a sea, surging with such power that only peerless experts could control it. Now, his wine was a clear spring, and the water could be drawn up at will. Although the opening to the spring looked small, who knew how vast the source of its water was? Who would dare to say for sure that the source of the spring was not just as vast as a sea? One looked vast, but while it looked big, it had to have an end. The other looked smaller and more reserved, but had a limitless foundation. The possibilities that existed for it were limitless. Ha ha ha, no wonder you were capable of shaking the entire eastern Zan region. This perception is quite terrifying. I gave all my wine god palace's disciples a chance to taste this new wine, but none of them were capable of putting it like this, praised the high priest. Hee hee, that's because I'm examining it from the viewpoint of someone outside the wine Tao. When I drink this wine, I am a blank piece of paper. But their papers already have their colors on them, which have restricted their cultivation paths. That's why they can only see things related to their own paths. High priest, this wine is a priceless treasure to me. This state of clear-mindedness can allow me to extrapolate many things. So about that, Long Chen laughed mischievously, his meaning obvious. The high priest laughed, even if we had no relationship, I would have to reward you for evaluating the essence of my wine. Tell me, how much do you want? Hee hee, you know me. I'm not greedy, however much you want to give, I'll take. Long Chen's skin was definitely as thick as a city wall. In one way, it sounded like Long Chen wouldn't mind no matter how much the high priest gave, but the real meaning was that Long Chen wanted as much as he could have. The high priest didn't mind. He took out 2-foot-tall jugs. This wine is extremely difficult to make. Of 9 jugs, 6 failed and are essentially poison wine. Only 3 succeeded. If you like it, you can take them all. This wine was so difficult to make that even the high priest wasn't able to have a high success rate from creating it. The poison wine's realm had become muddled, and a person who drank might become insane. Many thanks, High Priest. Long Chen was delighted. He naturally wanted it. This was practically divine wine to him. He could use this wine's special ability to create his own magical arts. The most marvelous aspect of this wine was the clear-minded state it allowed someone to enter. It gave them a blank piece of paper. Long Chen could add his own paint to this blank paper to test things. If the test failed, that was fine. He would retreat from that realm and enter again. It was like switching out to another blank piece of paper. Long Chen graciously accepted the 2 new jugs and the original jug the High Priest had taken out. The original was half empty, but his skin was still thick enough to take it. Standing on courtesy. No, that wasn't Long Chen's style. I should be thanking you. Your brazen thinking has benefited me greatly, said the High Priest. As Long Chen and the High Priest were talking, the sound of footsteps rang out from outside. Xianxia and Sha Yuluo had arrived. Xianxia still looked the same, but his aura had become more reserved. He had reached the soul transformation realm. Because he had just advanced, his aura was in the midst of slowly condensing. He was about to reach the first heaven stage. As for Xiao Yuluo, she was still as beautiful as ever, but that arrogance and willfulness of a princess had vanished, replaced with maturity and humility. Although the Sha Yuluo in front of him was much easier to be friends with, Long Chen still preferred that willful girl. Sometimes, a person's flaws would be more memorable than their strong points. Perhaps this was individuality. However, individuality would often change through the baptism of time and trials. To adapt to life, it might vanish forever. It's been a few days, but the 2 of you are as graceful as ever. That's worthy of celebration, so come, let me treat you to some wine. Long Chen beckoned the 2 of them. Being unconstrained when it came to old friends would make them feel closer. The High Priest smiled and left, leaving this place for the 3 of them to reminisce. Long Chen, I really missed you. Once the High Priest was gone, there was no need to be constrained at all. Hence, Xianxia charged forward and gave Long Chen a hug. From the start, the 2 of them had been like brothers. Xianxia walked the undefeatable Tao, and his character was very similar to Long Chen's. Now that they met again, although Xianxia had reached the soul transformation realm while Long Chen was stuck at the peak of Jade Core, the difference between the 2 had only grown greater. Now Long Chen was the fiercest figure in the eastern Zan region. Long Chen hugged back. Suddenly, he let go and turned to Sha Yuluo. Come, little girl, give your big uncle a hug. Sha Yuluo immediately turned red. She hadn't even decided whether she wanted to or not, but Long Chen had already embraced her. Sha Yuluo trembled slightly. In his embrace, she felt warmer and safer than she had ever felt before. Back then, it had been her selfishness that had resulted in her becoming a bargaining chip against Xianxia's undefeatable Tao in the 4 nations' ancient remnant. Whenever she felt remorse, helplessness, and loneliness, it was this embrace that made her feel warm. Now that she was in it again, everything that had happened back then came rushing back toward her. The bickering when they had first met on the streets, the con that they had done in the Wine God Palace, the imperial banquet, the fight outside the palace, all those scenes surfaced one by one like she was reliving them. Just as Sha Yuluo was lost in her memories, Long Chen let go of her, returning her to reality. Having lost his embrace, she felt an indescribable feeling of loss. Now, Long Chen was dragging Xianxia into the room and taking out his wine. Sha Yuluo simply followed and sat beside Xianxia silently. Xianxia glanced at her. Sensing the change in her emotions, he couldn't help but feel sad for her. Ever since Sha Yuluo had tried to kill herself and Long Chen had saved her, she had matured overnight, practically becoming a new person. To not be arrogant, to not be willful, to become hardworking and earnest, these were good things. But Xianxia knew that her heart would forever have a person's figure within it. He had tried persuading her to find her own happiness. However, her response was that she wouldn't fall in love with anyone. She wouldn't marry anyone either, or if she really had to, she would only do it for the Grand Sha ancient nation. She would forever be loyal to the Grand Sha's people to repay them for her sins. Sha Yuluo thought that it was a stain on her life to have liked one of the Grand Han's princes. Now she liked Long Chen, but because of that stain, she felt inferior, feeling like she wasn't a match for him. Hence, she would rather live out her days alone. Her reaction upon seeing Long Chen further proved that. However, she didn't allow herself to have any fanciful dreams. This made Xianxia's heart ache for her, but he was also helpless. The things called emotions were sometimes simply unsolvable. Brother Yunchang, what's happening with the Grand Han? Are they provoking you? Asked Long Chen, getting to the point. Sha Yunchang's expression immediately sank. Even Sha Yuluo's expression became unsightly. Fu. Sha Yunchang wanted to swear, but he didn't end up saying it in front of his sister. However, there was a verb and a noun in the swear he wanted to make. These shameless bastards ended up finding a nest full of bastards. And now, more and more bastards come out to humiliate us. I wanted to use martial force to crush them. Those idiots, they're just asking for a beating. Raged Sha Yunchang. If this wasn't the Wine God Palace, he might have crushed the table in his anger. My imperial father says that this matter isn't so simple. The Grand Han is now just a pretense, and dealing with them is useless. We have to find a way to handle whoever is acting behind the scenes, or anything else would be useless. Acting rashly would only make things worse. Long Chen, what do you think? Asked Sha Yuluo. Me, I've got an idea. Let's go. Time is tight and this mission's important. Long Chen stood. It seemed that he was destined to always be working. Now he would have to be a free fighter again. Chapter 1526 Pull My Carriage. The three of them left the Wine God Palace and were very quickly surrounded by a group of experts wearing the Grand Han's robes. They numbered in the 50s and were all young soul transformation experts. Their leader was even a rank 9 celestial. He was of medium build and had shoulder-length hair. The thing about him that gave the deepest impression was his large face. His face was very large, or perhaps it should be called wide. For normal people, 2 hands would be enough to cover their face, but this person would need 3 hands. Sha Yunchang, what do you think you're doing? This person killed people of my Grand Han repeatedly, and you're actually walking with him. Is this your public provocation toward my Grand Han? You want a war between our 2 nations? Demanded the rank 9 celestial. Clearly, this person was finding trouble for Sha Yunchang, infuriating him. These fellows always kept saying that the Grand Shah was provoking the Grand Han, that they wanted war, all while clearly aware that the Grand Shah didn't want a war. The Grand Shah knew how frightening war was. Many people would die. War was not a crafty trick, it was barbaric plunder. The goal was to get the most benefits through fighting. But whether you won or lost, the ones who suffered the most were always the innocent commoners. Just how many true experts could the Grand Shah and Grand Han really utilize in a war? Their main force would still depend on their army. And where did that army come from if not the commoners? The pain of the battlefield would fall on them. The Grand Shah was profoundly aware of how much pain war brought. Only idiots like the Grand Han would repeatedly say that they wanted a war whenever they didn't get what they wanted. Because the Grand Shah had simply endured, the Grand Han had continuously increased their provocations, thinking that the Grand Shah was afraid of them. That was what infuriated Sha Yunchang the most. Before Sha Yunchang could even reply, Long Chen slapped that rank 9 celestial across his large face. He spun through the air in a beautiful arc, landing in the distance. Did your parents never teach you not to point at others when speaking to them? Snorted Long Chen. If it was before, perhaps he would have directly launched a sudden attack to kill, because a rank 9 celestial would have posed some threat to him. Now that the Divine Gate star had grown stronger along with the other 4 stars, Long Chen's power was so great that he no longer cared about rank 9 celestials. Only Empyreans could be his opponents. As for this rank 9 celestial, he was nothing more than a clown. Long Chen might not care about rank 9 celestials, but that didn't mean that other people didn't. Even Sha Yunchang and Sha Yuluo jumped in shock. Long Chen was even stronger than the legends. That rank 9 celestial had only just landed when Long Chen appeared in front of him like a phantom. Long Chen pressed a finger right against his head. Do you want to live or do you want to die? Lightning revolved around Long Chen's finger. It could erupt at any moment. Who are you? The rank 9 celestial didn't even dare to move. He was pale, shocked and infuriated. He hadn't expected such a terrifying expert to appear in the Grand Shah. Long Chen once more slapped him, sending him flying. His face was originally large, but now it was swelling even larger. He coughed up blood, and half his teeth were knocked out. His head was buzzing so hard that he couldn't even form the will to resist. Long Chen's finger pressed against his head once more. If you answer besides the point again, I guarantee that you won't see tomorrow's sun. Tell me, do you want to live or do you want to die? I want to live. The rank 9 celestial was now completely terrified. He wasn't able to resist at all, and his life was completely in Long Chen's hands. No one could save him. Where do you come from? Demanded Long Chen. I'm from. Think well, you'll only have one chance. As soon as you lie, you'll lose your chance at living, said Long Chen coldly. I'm from the Grand Han. You're asking for it. The lightning runes on Long Chen's finger began to shine brightly, and a terrifying pressure descended. I'm not lying. I really am. They are the ones who were invited over. I'm really a native of the Grand Han. If you don't believe me, just look at my signature large face, and you'll know. The rank 9 Celestial pointed at his own face in terror. The Grand Han's faces were a bit large, but this person's face was definitely an exaggeration. They were all invited. Invited from where? Demanded Long Chen. The fact that this rank 9 Celestial would bring up his own face at the end meant that he might be telling the truth. Only now did the rank 9 Celestial realize that he had said something he shouldn't have, and he gulped. The thunder force on Long Chen's finger brightened once more. They come from many places. They're all from other regions. Cried out the rank 9 Celestial. Long Chen nodded. That seemed to be true. If they came from the eastern Zan region, people would have long since found mistakes in their identity. Even if they were disciples from secluded sects, there couldn't possibly be this many experts. They came from other regions. That was about what Long Chen had guessed. It was just that he didn't know their goal. What was the point of all this? To use the Grand Han to provoke the other 4 nations, who would benefit from a war between the 4 ancient nations? Or were they testing the Wine God Palace? Just as Long Chen was considering this, the rank 9 Celestial, who had been trembling in terror, suddenly unleashed his aura, and his heavenly Dao runes surged into existence. He sent a punch at Long Chen's chest. A banging noise shook everyone's ears. The rank 9 Celestial had a twisted smile. He had succeeded in attacking Long Chen. At such a close distance, there was no way he could have survived. Everyone jumped in shock from the sudden change, even Sha Yuluo and Sha Yunchang. Then they found that Long Chen hadn't even twitched in the face of this powerful punch. He didn't even bat an eye. It was the rank 9 Celestial's arm that had cracked and broken. His sinister smile vanished, replaced with terror. I originally didn't want to kill you, but you really just had to ask for it. Long Chen looked down and patted his chest a few times as if brushing off some dust. The rank 9 Celestial was just about to try and flee, but as soon as he moved, Long Chen captured his throat and tossed him to the ground. The bricks blew apart, and the rank 9 Celestial turned into a mass of flesh. He hacked up blood and broken fragments of his teeth. Simply smashing a rank 9 soul transformation Celestial shouldn't have caused such injuries normally, but Long Chen had sealed his spiritual yuan when Long Chen had gripped his throat. If Long Chen really wanted it, he'd already be dead. Long Chen was as quick as lightning. His angle, timing, speed, they were all perfect. This person might be a rank 9 Celestial, but his battle experience was clearly lacking. He had no ability to resist. After half crippling the rank 9 Celestial, Long Chen turned to the other experts that had come with them. Long Chen waved a hand, and dozens of chains pierced through their backs and out their chests. These chains were like vipers, and there was a hook at the end. If they wanted to extract them, they would pull out their insides as well. This was actually a weapon used by the corrupt path. Long Chen used them to chain these experts, but he didn't immediately kill them. They were screaming in pain, but they didn't die. Long Chen suddenly took out a carriage and jumped in. He coldly said to those people, if you want to die, kill yourself quickly. If you don't want to die, then listen to my orders and pull my carriage. Chapter 15:27 Courting Crap. These experts wearing the Grand Han's robes were all pierced through by the chains. Long Chen tied the other ends of the chains to the front of the carriages, turning them into his carriage-pulling animals. Let alone others, even Sha Yunchang and Sha Yuluo were stunned by what Long Chen was doing. He wanted a bunch of soul transformation experts to pull his carriage. Bastard, a man can be killed but not humiliated, roared a rank 7 Celestial. He tried to escape the chain, but the hooks made it so he couldn't escape. Unless he split himself in two, he wouldn't be able to escape. That person had only just shouted when Long Chen tugged on his chain. That person immediately exploded. Although he was a soul transformation expert, no Yuan spirit flew out. It had also been killed. The strength of a person's Yuan spirit depended on their spiritual strength. Not everyone had such a powerful Yuan spirit. You're right, a man can't be humiliated, so I'll just kill you. Whoever wants to die, go ahead and say it. I will help you, said Long Chen indifferently. How dare you do this? You're going to cause the Grand Sha to be destroyed. Yet another expert roared, causing Long Chen to snort and touch another chain. That person also blew to bits. Long Chen sneered, the seed you planted is the fruit you get. When you use the support of a secret backer to run amok inside my Grand Sha, deliberately provoking us, bullying our commoners, why didn't you say that men could only be killed but not humiliated? Don't use such childish words to threaten me. I know the majority of you don't know the real details and are just being used, so I'll give you a chance to live. As for whether or not you want to grasp that chance, it's up to you. No one can trample over other people's dignity. Now you're reaping what you sowed. This is the karma of humiliating the Grand Sha's commoners. Through his conversation with Xianxia, Long Chen had learned just how tyrannical these people had been in the Grand Sha. Although they hadn't killed people, trampling over someone's dignity was worse than killing them. They were deliberately provoking Grand Sha. The Grand Sha's emperor had seen that this was a sinister plot, so he intentionally ordered his people to endure until he figured out just who was really in the shadows scheming against the Grand Sha. However, enduring like this only made them more arrogant. The Grand Sha's commoners were forced to avoid these people wherever they went, and now, if they didn't have something major to do, they wouldn't even go out. Just from how they had intentionally tried finding trouble with Mrs. Long, it could be seen how shamelessly arrogant they were. Now, Long Chen was simply returning it to them. Didn't they like bullying others? Then he would properly bully them today. Mush, shouted Long Chen. Long Chen was really viewing them as pack animals. This was too humiliating. Under their pull, the carriage slowly moved forward. When it passed the crushed bricks, an unpleasant sound rang out. These people included the large-faced rank 9 celestial. Just now, he had almost been killed by Long Chen. Now that his injuries had healed, he had a chain going through his body and had become Long Chen's slave. With his strength as a rank 9 celestial, he could easily escape these chains. But he didn't dare to. He knew that as soon as he had a bad thought, Long Chen would kill him. He lowered his head as much as possible, trying to make it so people wouldn't recognize him as he pulled the carriage. Seeing these people willingly pulling the carriage, Xianxia sneered slightly. These people had acted so wildly arrogant before, but in front of Long Chen, they were like a herd of sheep. It really is a case of evil people being handled by evil people. Sha Yuluo sighed upon seeing this. Hehe, it's quite satisfying. I wish I could have done this a long time ago. But I have to listen to father, or he'd definitely beat me half to death. Xianxia looked at Long Chen's actions with some envy. He cultivated the undefeatable Tao, and he was supposed to be unconstrained and free. But that was only in theory. In truth, nobody was truly undefeatable. To Xianxia, the Grand Sha's people and his family were his weak points. He couldn't possibly act without worrying about the consequences for them. So while Xianxia had been infuriated and stifled, there was no way around it. However, Long Chen was different. He could be unconstrained. It could be said that Long Chen had greatly helped Xianxia and the Grand Sha as a whole in venting their anger. Don't just lower your heads. Are you looking for coins to pick up? Here, each of you gets a gong, and you'll beat them as you pull. Don't forget to also shout our catchphrase, ordered Long Chen. He felt like just this wasn't enough. If he was going to do this, he was going to do it properly. In any case, he had plenty of storage rings, and randomly searching through them resulted in him finding quite a few gongs. He gave each of them one. Their faces immediately turned green. Flames of rage blazed in their eyes, but they didn't dare to rebel. Unless they wanted to die, they had to endure. The Grand Han ancient nation is garbage. Only complete fools would shamelessly bully others blindly without knowing that they are being used. Chanting filled the air along with randomly beaten gongs. It was extremely painful to listen to, giving other people goosebumps. This was the slogan Long Chen told them to shout. They had to shout it while banging their gongs. Wrong, wrong, make sure to synchronize the rhythm and the beat of your gongs. Yes, yes, just like that. Louder. Remember, the voice comes from the chest, not the throat. That way, your shouting will spread farther and will reverberate, making it especially nice to listen to. Don't shout like a bunch of wild ducks without the slightest beauty. Look at my hand and follow along. Long Chen took out a small duck and began to act as a conductor for them. As Long Chen messed around, more and more people arrived to watch. More of the Grand Han's experts also came out. Seeing Long Chen use the Grand Han's experts as animals to pull a carriage, they were infuriated. But the ones who attacked Long Chen ended up chained by Long Chen and joining their fellow countrymen. Anyone who resisted was killed. Brother, isn't this bad? Seeing more and more people arriving, Sha Yuluo couldn't help being worried. Long Chen seemed to be making this matter grow even bigger on purpose. Whether this is a blessing or disaster, we can't dodge it. I trust Long Chen. Since he agreed to help, he definitely has his own plans, said Sha Yunchang. If his identity is exposed, won't this end up implicating him? Said Sha Yuluo. More and more experts arrived and were forced to work for Long Chen. Fortunately, Long Chen had enough chains. After 2 hours, over 800 people were pulling his carriage. A portion of these people had attacked him and were captured, while some had come only to watch and pass on the news of this to others, but they were also captured. Another portion of people was very unyielding and refused to submit. They all died. Now, the Grand Shah's capital was filled with chaos. Countless heads were looking outside the windows of the buildings lining the streets. They saw a cloaked man, whose face was blocked off, sitting on a carriage with hundreds of the Grand Han's people forced to work for him. None of the Grand Han's experts were able to stop him. Seeing these people that had bullied them turn into beasts of burden, the Grand Shah's commoners almost started dancing. There were also more people coming to watch. A long flood of people had appeared at the back of the carriage. They were the Grand Shah's commoners. They thought that the imperial family was finally fighting back. Some people were cheering as they vented their anger. Suddenly, the sky shook, and a figure descended in front of them. The world instantly became heavy. This person was very tall with long hair trailing over his shoulders. His nose was very sharp, while his eyes were like golden lanterns, having mysterious runes in them. Heavenly Tao energy circulated around him, and he was like an emperor amongst commoners. Brat, you're courting death. That man looked down on Long Chen from the sky. His voice contained undoubtable dignity. Long Chen stood on the carriage and stretched. He then unhurriedly said, "Yes, I was really looking for crap. And now I've found a giant turd like you." The man's expression instantly sank, and a fierce pressure descended, causing heaven and earth to rumble. A palm crashed down toward Long Chen, and it grew larger until it covered an area of 300 meters. It possessed a strange locking power that made Long Chen unable to dodge. However, Long Chen smiled. As he waved his chains, startled cries rang out as the experts he was using to pull his carriage were thrown into the air and toward that palm image. Despicable, that person shouted and formed new hand seals. The palm image scattered and received them. He roared, "Brat, today, you're definitely dead. Courting death sounds like looking for crap." Chapter 15:28 The Great General appears once more. That person roared furiously, completely provoked by Long Chen. He wanted to kill him, but Long Chen actually used these people as shields, making it so he couldn't attack. Despicable. Why does that sound so ironic when it comes from your mouth? Are you trying to tell me that none of you have any idea about what you are doing? Is being used to threaten the Grand Shah and bully weak commoners not despicable? Didn't you use the lives of the commoners to threaten the Grand Shah? The Grand Shah hasn't started a war not because they're cowardly, but because they don't want to involve so many innocent people. Taking advantage of that, you continued to bully and humiliate the Grand Shah, constantly testing the Grand Shah's bottom line. And now you use the word despicable to describe me. Is your head full of shit? Sneered Long Chen. Long Chen's voice resounded throughout the capital, entering everyone's ears clearly. The chains in Long Chen's hand stiffened and it was like Long Chen was roasting marshmallows as he held the people in the air. He coldly said, "I also bully others, but I don't bully the weak. If I have to bully someone, I bully the strong. So don't try to say that I'm the same as you. Bullshit. If you don't bully the weak, what are you doing right now? If you have any guts, you'll have a real fight with me, Lu Qingfeng." Raged that person. Lu Qingfeng, the southern Zan region's magnetic cloud mountain's most outstanding genius. For him to appear here in the Grand Shah is a pleasant surprise. Just as Lu Qingfeng said this, an old but hearty elder sighed emotionally. He's from the Huayan sect. Everyone looked over at the elder and saw his robes. The Huayan sect was spread throughout the martial heaven continent and was the clearest about the movements of the continent. As soon as this person inadvertently exposed his name, this elder was able to tell his origin. When the Huayan sect's elder said this, Lu Qingfeng's expression changed. He realized just how badly he had misspoken just now. Long Chen smiled. Clearly, this old fellow had already recognized him and had come to help. Lu Qingfeng, As an expert of the southern Zan region, when did you become the dog of the Grand Han ancient nation? You're even wearing dog clothes. Is dressing up as a dog so satisfying? Demanded Long Chen. This Huayan sect elder had truly come at the right time. He had completely exposed the story of the Grand Han producing many experts out of nowhere. An uproar immediately rose following Long Chen and the elder's words. Too shameless. They all say that they're from the Grand Han whose fortunes have taken a miraculous turn, and it was fake. There's definitely no one so shameless in all of history, and there will probably be no one as shameless in the future. No wonder the Grand Han's people's faces are so big. It was because their faces were so thick that they ended up using their faces as shields. Sneers and taunts rang out from the Grand Shah's commoners, and all kinds of words flew over from their mouths. During this time, the Grand Han had just been intolerably arrogant. Now that they were exposed, curses came in their direction. Who are you? What qualifications do you have to speak to me? There's no one like you within the Grand Shah ancient nation, roared Lu Qingfeng, killing intent blazing in his eyes. You're wrong. I am from the Grand Shah. All the Grand Shah's commoners can testify to that, said Long Chen. Cut the crap. I suppose you have some power. Do you dare to have a fair fight against me? Shouted Lu Qingfeng. A fair fight? When you came to the Grand Shah to bully the weak, did you think of having a fair fight? However, I really am busy, so I'll accept. There is a place called the Nine Serenities Heavenly River Valley 10,000 miles from the city. We can fight there, said Long Chen. Fine, you have some guts. Then release them. Lu Qingfeng pointed at the experts caught in Long Chen's chains. I can, but you'll need to fulfill 2 of my conditions, said Long Chen. What 2 conditions? Long Chen raised one finger. 1. All of them must kneel down to the Grand Shah's commoners and sincerely apologize. Impossible. Experts definitely won't lower their heads to the weak, roared Lu Qingfeng. That was too humiliating. Is that so? Then that's fine. If they won't lower their heads, then I can just make their heads fall. If you come out to play, then it comes with a price. Since you humiliated others, there will come a day when you are humiliated as well. Is trampling over other people's dignity fun? Then today, enjoy the feeling of having your dignity trampled by others. Isn't that what you meant when you demanded fairness from me? Long Chen smiled coldly. You dare, raged Lu Qingfeng, his hair standing on end from fury. You're right, I really do dare. You, kneel down and apologize. Long Chen swung one of the chains, and an expert fell from the sky. I would never. Lightning flowed down the chain, killing that expert before he could finish speaking. He turned into blood mist, eliciting startled cries. Long Chen brought another person to the ground. That person was pale because the scent of blood filled his nose. That was the blood of the expert who had just been slain. I apologize. I should die. In front of countless gazes, that person knelt toward the commoners. You inferior bastard, that's not the conduct of a hero, roared Lu Qingfeng. That person's submission was a slap in all their faces. Give it a rest. I never wanted to be some hero. Furthermore, does a group of rank 7 to even rank 9 celestials count as heroes when they come to some secular world nation to show off? I'm leaving. One expert after another was pulled out of the sky by Long Chen, and after the first person submitted, the others all knelt and apologized. Although they were geniuses, they weren't real experts. To put it frankly, they were eye-attracting geniuses with high cultivation bases but garbage combat abilities. At the same cultivation base and celestial rank, any warrior within the Dragonblood Legion could fight 10 of them. Talent and cultivation bases didn't represent combat power, and there was also a definite difference between combat power and killing power. Combat power was more like destructive power, while killing power was purely for taking an opponent's life. These people had not gone through the baptism of bloody battles, so they could only be called talented trash. Long Chen estimated that they had been sent here to amuse themselves while experiencing the rest of the world. When it came to bullying others, they might appear impressively powerful, but when faced with death, they would only be able to show a moment's bravery before it ran out. They were simply trash. I apologize. I'm a bastard. I should die as atonement. As one expert after another knelt and admitted their mistakes, the Grand Shah's commoners cheered. The resentment that they had stifled for so long was finally released. Within the imperial palace, Sha Yuyong and Sha Yunchong's master were staring at this through a screen on the wall. Long Chen really is Long Chen. He doesn't make a move lightly, but when he does, it's a thunderous move, said Sha Yunchong's master. Ever since he had become acquainted with Long Chen's style had not changed. That little brat Yunchong actually went to find Long Chen without telling me. He knew what would happen from the start, said Sha Yuyong with a bit of dissatisfaction. Sha Yunchong had been the first to learn that Long Chen had arrived. After that, he ordered his attendant not to tell anyone else and then rushed to the Wine God Palace with Sha Yuluo. By the time Sha Yuyong had learned of his arrival, Long Chen was already traveling in a man-carried carriage. Sha Yunchong actually hadn't reported any of this to him. Haha, this child Yunchong just has that character, and he's been holding back his anger for so long. Last time he wanted to attack, you scolded him so harshly. Now that Long Chen has arrived, if he could still hold back, I would suspect that he was replaced with someone else. He calculated correctly. As long as it was Long Chen acting, you definitely wouldn't interfere, said Sha Yunchong's master. Sha Yuyong shook his head. If you don't think about the consequences of your actions, you won't have any big accomplishments. That's not certain. For example, there's that example right there. Sha Yunchong's master pointed at Long Chen. Sha Yuyong was immediately unable to retort. His expression became odd. He sighed, fine, up to them. My way of handling things isn't necessarily suitable for them. Don't worry, don't you know what kind of person Long Chen is? Furthermore, other than Long Chen, you still have other trump cards. Sha Yuyong nodded with a smile. Although Long Chen's arrival was not within his plans, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. They've apologized now, shouldn't you let them go? Shouted Lu Qingfeng. Each of his words was spat out from between his teeth. His killing intent had reached a peak. Are you an idiot, or deaf? Did you forget what I just said? I said you have to agree to 2 of my conditions. Apologizing was one, but there's another. I'll only release them when it's done, said Long Chen. Lu Qingfeng's fists creaked from how hard he clenched them. Flames almost spat out of his eyes, but Long Chen had truly said that. If looks could kill, Lu Qingfeng's sharp gaze would have ripped Long Chen into a million pieces. His hatred for him could no longer be described with words. The second condition is very simple. I'm rather lazy, and I don't want to walk. I want all of you to drag me toward the 9 Serenities Heavenly River Valley. After he said this, those experts didn't need any urging. They all summoned wings and flew while carrying Long Chen. Brat, if I don't kill you, I'll never call myself Lu Qingfeng again. Roared Lu Qingfeng as he followed after them. Some rather powerful experts also followed from a distance. They all wanted to know who this fellow who refused to reveal his face was. Why did his voice sound a bit familiar? Those below soul transformation are not permitted to leave the city. You can watch from within the city. Sha Yuyong's voice rang throughout the capital. Light flew out of the imperial palace and formed a huge screen in the air from which it was possible to see Long Chen's carriage. Long Chen put away the chains, releasing the people. He also left the carriage and simply floated in the air. Speak, who are you? I, Yu Qingfeng, do not kill the nameless. Long Chen slowly pulled back his hood, revealing his face. Lu Qingfeng's pupils shrank. At the same time, all the commoners who saw that face let out a cheer. The National Protector, Great General Long Chen. Chapter 1529 The Secret to Soul Transformation. When they saw Long Chen's face, all the Grand Shah's people let out a cheer along with shouting the title he had been given back then. Last time when Long Chen had come to the Grand Shah, Sha Yuyan had bestowed Long Chen with an official position, naming him the Grand Shah National Protector, Great General Long Chen. Lu Qingfeng's pupils narrowed. He clearly recognized Long Chen. Of course, that wasn't anything to be curious about. As long as one's cultivation base had reached this level, only a few wouldn't recognize him. Although most people hadn't seen him in person, photographic jades of him had spread throughout the eastern Zan region. His heroic appearance and those unchanging black robes were easily recognizable. I said that I often bullied others, but I only bully the strong. Now, are you convinced by that statement? Asked Long Chen coldly. Cheering sounds came from the city. Now that they knew it was Long Chen saying these words, they were even more powerful. These words were too arrogant, so arrogant that it was impossible to retort. During this time, Long Chen had destroyed dozens of sects, the Pill Tower, and the Bloodkill Hall stronghold. Which one of those wasn't a shockingly huge affair? Just as Long Chen said, if he had to bully someone, he only bullied the strong. As for Lu Qingfeng and the others who had come to bully the Grand Shah's commoners, they were completely different from him. The people who had been chained by Long Chen and filled with hatred, now felt a burst of terror as they realized who he was. Who was Long Chen? He was someone who dared to smash the Bloodkill Hall's killing god statue. He was a madman who dared to destroy the Pill Tower. To have come out with their lives after becoming enemies with him was an unimaginable blessing. HMPH, Long Chen, don't be so arrogant. Rumor is that you have a divine item as protection. If it weren't for that divine item, trash like you would have long since been killed, sneered Lu Qingfeng. Relying on external power instead of one's true power was nothing to be proud of. What a huge joke. Each treasure I have was gained through risking my life. On the other hand, the so-called heavenly geniuses like you were all gifted with treasures. That includes all the resources spent on you. They were all offered by your sects and families. According to your own words, that's all external power. If your reincarnation arts weren't so good, people like you would have long since been sent back to reincarnate, sneered Long Chen. Lu Qingfeng's primal chaos manifestation surged violently. Long Chen, don't think that you can look down on others just because you've defeated a few soul transformation Empyreans. The power of Empyreans isn't something someone like you can comprehend. Lu Qingfeng's manifestation grew stronger and stronger, and it was like a huge ball of light. The aura of primal chaos shook the sky. He looked like an emperor. Set off by his manifestation, he looked so imposing that others wouldn't dare to look at him. The pressure of the heavenly Taos caused even Xianxia, Xia Yuluo, and a few other confident experts to retreat further. Although they had heard that Celestials would have no choice but to submit in front of Empyreans, people were prideful and refused to accept that just based on the word of other people. However, now that they experienced that terrifying heavenly Tao pressure, they were all shocked. The current Lu Qingfeng was no longer a person but a representative of the heavenly Taos. He was completely irresistible. Xia Yuluo was pale. For the first time, she felt some worry that Long Chen would be defeated. That heavenly Tao pressure was just that powerful, invoking a feeling of reverence and terror. Just how was someone supposed to fight that? No matter how strong a person was, just how were they supposed to fight against the very heavens? Don't worry, this isn't the first time Long Chen's fought against an Empyrean. He'll be fine, said Xia Yunchang. He was also suppressed by the heavenly Taos, but he cultivated the undefeatable Tao. His fear toward the heavenly Taos was not as strong as others. Any experts who dared to go out of the city to watch the fight had reached at least the soul transformation realm and were confident in their power. But now, just Lu Qingfeng's aura made their hearts turn cold. They realized that they were nothing more than frogs at the bottom of a well. Empyreans were definitely not an existence they could imagine. Even in the city, 10,000 miles away, the cultivators shivered in the face of this pressure. On the other hand, ordinary people didn't sense much because they weren't Celestials. They just watched calmly. Empyreans are even more frightening than we thought. Inside the palace, Xia Yuyang sighed. They were life star experts, but in front of Empyreans, they were so powerless. This had nothing to do with cultivation base. The suppression of the heavenly Taos was even stronger. Xia Yunchang's master nodded along. He stared closely at Long Chen. Long Chen was still staring at Lu Qingfeng calmly. The suppression of the heavenly Taos could make Celestials quiver, but he wasn't a Celestial, so he didn't sense it. It just so happens that I want to experience the difference between you and the Empyreans of Spanked, said Long Chen. The primal chaos manifestation behind Lu Qingfeng shook, and his voice rumbled along with the world. That's because the Empyreans you beat had just broken through to soul transformation. They couldn't even count as having reached the first heaven stage, but I have already reached the second heaven stage and condensed my Yuan spirit. Those fellows you encountered before cannot compare to me. Lu Qingfeng suddenly transformed into a ray of light shooting at Long Chen. The space between his eyebrows shone brightly as he let out a punch at Long Chen. A brilliant light exploded from his fist as he unleashed it. It was blinding. There was a sphere of light around his fist with runes revolving within it. The space around his fist crumbled. This was clearly a powerful magical art, but Lu Qingfeng didn't have to chant or form any hand seals. He didn't even seem to make any preparations before unleashing it. Long Chen was surprised. He had fought against Empyreans multiple times, but this was his first time encountering such a thing. He also sent out a punch. Their two fists collided, and the sphere of light around Lu Qingfeng's fist exploded. The huge power blew Long Chen far into the distance. The runes within the sphere seemed to come to life, shooting at him like arrows. Long Chen's fists danced as he smashed the runes to bits. But a few of them passed through his blockade and struck him in the shoulder, leaving several bloody holes. Not bad. Long Chen's expression didn't change. He had intentionally let some of those runes get past to test their power. However, seeing him injured right at the start caused Sha Yuluo to let out a startled cry. Sha Yunchong was also shocked. He hadn't expected Lu Qingfeng to be so powerful, but he comforted his sister, "Don't worry, Long Chen still hasn't started fighting for real. His divine ring hasn't appeared." Sha Yuluo's expression improved slightly upon hearing that. HMPH, this is the #1 expert of the Eastern Zan region's junior generation. What an empty title. In front of me, you're just trash, sneered Lu Qingfeng. The light between his eyebrows glowed brightly. Within it was a figure that was constantly flashing. Lu Qingfeng waved his hand, and 8 golden spears condensed behind him. Each of them was huge. All their sharp tips were pointed at the distant Long Chen. "Now do you know the difference between us? I've already condensed a Yuan spirit and am a true soul transformation expert. Empyreans are different from Celestials. For Celestials, condensing a Yuan spirit is like a second life. They can survive even if their physical bodies are destroyed, and their Yuan spirits even have a bit of power to fight. But Empyreans can use their Yuan spirits to form hand seals for their true body to unleash magical arts. The two work together during combat. How will you fight me now?" Lu Qingfeng laughed coldly. The 8 huge golden spears shot toward Long Chen. The 8 spears caused the sky to crumble as they pierced through it. This was yet another powerful magical art, and its power was even greater than the previous one. So that's the case. So that's the strongest point of the soul transformation realm. Long Chen looked at the light coming from Lu Qingfeng's forehead. Within it, he finally saw a tiny figure constantly forming hand seals. As it made hand seals, the 8 spears blazed with light. A 5-colored divine ring appeared in the air behind Long Chen as he smashed the first spear with his fist. The spear exploded. Long Chen punched 7 more times, destroying the rest of the spears. He had just destroyed the spears when a crescent blade flew by his neck, almost cutting his head off. How fast? Long Chen's expression changed as he looked into the distance with a touch of killing intent in his eyes. Fast? This isn't fast yet. I'll let you see what is true. Just as Lu Qingfeng was sneering at him, Long Chen vanished and a large hand slapped across Lu Qingfeng's face, sending him flying. "Idiot, I wasn't talking about you." Long Chen suddenly took out Evilmoon, and 5 stars appeared in his eyes. Chapter 15:30 Just a bit off. At first, it had looked like Long Chen was at an absolute disadvantage against Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng unleashed powerful magical arts in an instant, and that crescent blade of his had almost cut Long Chen's head off. But in the blink of an eye, Long Chen had appeared in front of him and sent him flying with a slap, shocking everyone. Furthermore, it was a mystery what Long Chen was referring to when he said, "How fast?" No one knew what he was talking about. "I didn't even manage to test how strong you are, but there's no time for that." Long Chen suddenly let out a thunderous roar. It was like the roar of a dragon, shaking the heavens. The divine ring behind him rapidly spun, and 5 stars revolved in his eyes. With the green dragon scales covering his body, he was like an infuriated devil god. Evilmoon slashed out like a bolt of lightning at Lu Qingfeng while he was still in the midst of flying back. Black ripples spread through the air, and a dense killing intent locked onto him. Lu Qingfeng was completely taken by surprise. He had been suppressing Long Chen so hard just now, but things had reversed in an instant. While he was still caught off guard, Long Chen had unleashed such a powerful attack. Magnetic light protection, yin and yang together. Sensing this powerful sensation of death, Lu Qingfeng hastily formed hand seals, summoning a set of copper symbols. There was an image on each symbol, one black and one white. They looked to be a kind of fish. The small light figure on his head also formed hasty hand seals. In a flash, the energy of heaven and earth gathered toward the symbols. These symbols were called the yin-yang dual symbols, and they were incredibly powerful ancestral items. Through yin and yang, they possessed a great magnetic power. They could combine the yin and yang energies of the world. So what if you have a divine item? In front of me, it's still not enough, shouted Lu Qingfeng. A huge whirlpool of black and white light appeared in front of him. The two symbols crashed together. The huge whirlpool exploded, and 2 yin and yang fish smashed toward Long Chen. Long Chen's black saber image struck the 2 fish and exploded. The ground around them cracked apart, and dust surged into the sky. Lu Qingfeng had managed to block Long Chen's attack. But he was appalled. These ancestral items could unleash great power in his hands, but he had almost coughed up blood from that exchange. He was completely shocked by Long Chen's power. Just as he was trying to stabilize himself and see if Long Chen had been injured or not, a multicolored light filled the world. A lightning dragon and a flame dragon roared. One was made of golden flames, while the other was made of 5-colored lightning. They enveloped him. This is... Lu Qingfeng's expression sank. He didn't recognize the heaven-incinerating flame, but he noticed the 5-colored lightning. Sensing a chilling threat from the 5-colored lightning, Lu Qingfeng knew he couldn't allow it to touch him. Yin and Yang become one, heaven and earth merge, the sun and moon shine together. Lu Qingfeng threw his symbols into the air and formed rapid hand seals as he chanted. The small figure of light on his head followed his exact movements. Their voices came together, rumbling through heaven and earth. Light exploded from the symbols, forming a huge defensive sphere around him. The sphere of light had countless black and white fish swimming over it, and it rapidly grew stronger as it absorbed more energy from the world. Lei Long and Huo Long wrapped around the sphere, wanting to crush it. But the endless fish were rapidly absorbing energy from the world. Although Lei Long and Huo Long were using their full power, the sphere continued to grow larger. HMPH, an insignificant trick. I would be embarrassed to show such a thing off, mocked Lu Qingfeng. Break. The two dragons were blown away as the sphere exploded. They were blown into ruins. Didn't I already say that in front of me, you're just trash? Lu Qingfeng was sneering when a huge saber image pierced into the sky. A terrifying pressure caused the world to turn still. Split the heavens 5. Evilmoon hacked down. The huge saber image blew apart the clouds in the sky. The previous attack was a preparation for this. Long Chen had no time to test Lu Qingfeng's power. The huge saber image was like the blade of a death god cutting through all restrictions or laws. This was Long Chen's full-strength attack. Lu Qingfeng was shocked. Now he realized that Long Chen's previous attack had just been to stall for time for this move. He then spat out a mouthful of blood. The two symbols smashed together once more and grew rapidly, becoming a huge mountain in front of him. Long Chen's saber struck the huge symbols. They were cut in two, and the saber image continued onward to Lu Qingfeng. When the symbols were broken, Lu Qingfeng coughed up blood and let out a pained roar. His soul was injured, as it was intimately connected to his ancestral items. Having suffered such a backlash, he lost any ability to defend. Long Chen was delighted, but just at that moment, a golden spear pierced through the void, breaking his attack. It was a divine item. Furthermore, it was not unfamiliar to Long Chen. He had been attacked by it back when he had been trapped at the Xia family. Fuck, these bastards are really fast, cursed Long Chen. When he had been testing Lu Qingfeng and said that something was too fast, he wasn't talking about Lu Qingfeng's attacks but these people. He had sensed danger approaching, as well as Evilmoon's warning. That was why he had been forced to attack without testing Lu Qingfeng's power. Regretfully, he had been a bit too slow. Not being able to kill him made Long Chen sigh in vexation. Suddenly, Long Chen slashed the air in the sky. A huge light barrier appeared where he had struck, one that was covering the world. But as a result of his slash, a huge hole appeared in the barrier, and Long Chen sped through it. Pill Valley idiots, did you think I would fall for the same thing twice? Sneered Long Chen as he flew out. Over 10 figures appeared in the sky, and one of them was holding a diagram. It was Pill Valley's divine item, the Brahma divine diagram. Last time, he had fallen for their trap. He had been sent into the Brahma divine diagram's world without even realizing it and almost died. Now that they tried the same thing, he immediately launched an attack, striking it while its divine energy was at its weakest and breaking out of the seal. Long Chen, you bastard, die. A voice filled with rancor rang out. A magical staff waved through the air, and a huge net enveloped Long Chen. It was Qi Yunao. If an idiot like you hasn't died, why should I? Sneered Long Chen, slashing Evilmoon out. Evilmoon's black dragon marks lit up slightly, and it easily cut through the net. Long Chen was a bit surprised. He clearly sensed that Qi Yunao's violet gold soul devouring staff's power had weakened from last time. Was this the backlash of having its karmic luck dissipate? This sudden change caught everyone else off guard. In just these few exchanges, the power of the divine items made them feel minuscule like ants. They didn't even dare to move. Whether it was the experts watching in the distance or the commoners in the city, they were all still. Under the power of divine items, they found it difficult to even blink. You idiots are quite fast, but it's still not enough to kill me. Just calmly wait for me. I'll get back everything you owe me sooner or later. Long Chen's gaze swept over them. Black chi enveloped Long Chen, and his figure became indistinct as Evilmoon brought him away. Even the Brahma divine diagram was not able to stop them any longer. Long Chen, if you dare to leave, I will kill everyone in the Grand Sha ancient nation, shouted Qi Yunao. Enveloped by the black chi, Long Chen looked coldly at Qi Yunao and shook his head. If that's your choice, then I can express my regret. If you do that, I won't be able to kill you. After saying that, he vanished, escaping from all these experts just like that. This is all because of the Grand Sha ancient nation. The Grand Sha must pay the price. Lu Qingfeng's expression sank. He flew in front of the capital, and with a cold shout, a huge runic blade slashed toward the city walls. Chapter 1531 The High Priest interferes. Bastard, do you think there's no one who can stand up against you in the Grand Sha? Sha Yunchong raged. This Lu Qingfeng was actually casting his anger on the Grand Sha after having suffered at Long Chen's hands. Sha Yunchong was about to attack, while within the palace, Sha Yuyong had a golden seal in his hand, ready to activate the Grand Formation. However, before the two of them could do anything, the sky split apart, and a huge butcher's blade slashed down at Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng's attack was shattered by the butcher blade, and he sent tumbling into the distance, coughing up blood wretchedly. Unable to beat Long Chen, you cast your anger on the innocent commoners. Long Chen said you were trash, but he overestimated you. You're worse than trash. A fat figure with a huge butcher knife appeared. Tu Qiansheng seemed bloodthirsty, and he glared at Lu Qingfeng. Startled cries rang out as people recognized this figure whose name had once shaken the eastern Zan region, a figure who had slain countless ancient race experts, becoming the most famous existence of his time. Wielding a butcher's blade that was even larger than he was, Lu Qiansheng pointed at the people before him. If you want to kill Long Chen, no one will bother you. But if you try to use the Grand Sha's commoners to threaten Long Chen, don't blame me for being merciless with my butcher's blade. Arrogance. Who do you think you are? Qi Yunao didn't recognize Tu Qiansheng. Although he had been a sect master, he wasn't very old, and he was someone who didn't care about old legends. Seeing a random fatty appear in front of him, he waved his staff, and divine light lit up the sky, transforming into a huge tiger that pounced at Tu Qiansheng. Tu Qiansheng suddenly took out a jug of wine and gulped a few mouthfuls of it. After tossing it aside, people saw that his eyes had turned completely red. He slashed the tiger with his butcher's blade. The tiger exploded, and the violet gold soul-devouring staff in Qi Yunao's hand trembled. How is that possible? He used mortal power against divine energy. Qi Yunao was shocked. His arm had almost broken from that exchange. Be careful everyone. The Wine God Palace's disciples have a secret art that can allow them to draw on the blessing of their wine god while they're in a drunken state. They can temporarily gain some divine power, warned a white-haired elder who had come with Qi Yunao and the others. Most of these people were familiar faces to Long Chen. There was the Sha family head, the Peng race's leader, and the Flame Divine Palace's vice palace master. There were only 6 people that he didn't recognize. The rest were people who had attacked in the Sha family. At this time, the vice palace master was standing behind the white-haired elder. The Brahma divine diagram, which he had been in control of last time, was now in the white-haired elder's hands. This white-haired elder was the Flame Divine Palace's master. As soon as he had received news that Long Chen had appeared in the Grand Sha ancient nation, he had not hesitated to use a huge amount of energy to activate the Brahma divine diagram and tear through the void to reach here. He didn't even bother with transportation formations. In the end, Long Chen still got away. But as the palace master, he had great experience and immediately recognized Tu Qiansheng's current state. At this time, Tu Qiansheng began a fight with a different expert with a sword. That sword was also a divine item, and after a brief exchange, both sides retreated, having tied. However, when they retreated, everyone saw that there was a fist-sized nick in Tu Qiansheng's blade. Well, after all, that's not a divine item. No matter how strong an ancestral item is, it can't contend against divine items, the elder from the Huayan sect sighed with pity. It wasn't that Tu Qiansheng wasn't strong enough but that he didn't have a divine item. Naturally, he was at a disadvantage. Either scram, or die. Qi Yunao came flying over with the violet gold soul-devouring staff, and divine light was blazing from its head. He had activated all its power. If Tu Qiansheng refused to dodge, then with his already damaged butcher's blade, he might very well just be killed with this one attack. After all, the violet gold soul devouring staff's power was not something an ordinary divine item could compare to. Suddenly, the sky trembled, and a ray of light shot out from deep within the city. It instantly reached in front of Tu Qiansheng and struck Qi Yunao's staff. A powerful explosion rocked the sky. Qi Yunao's arms exploded, while the violet gold soul devouring staff shot far into the distance due to that ray of light. Qi Yunao's body became covered with cracks, and he coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood before fainting, falling from the air. Everyone, including the palace master, was shocked. That was especially true when they saw what the ray of light was. It was not a warhammer. It was not a divine spear. It was a very small, almost imperceptible object. It was emerald green, and it floated in the air after blowing away the staff. It was a small wine cup. Yes, a small wine cup. It had no divine presence to it, simply an ordinary wine cup. However, it had sent the famous violet gold soul devouring staff flying, and it wasn't damaged in the slightest. Young people shouldn't be so angry. Why must you fight to the point of either you die or I die? Life is precious, and the Tao is boundless. Just fighting to cross the Tao is an endless journey, so why must you waste time on such nonsensical struggles? Why not drink a cup of wine and relax? An aged voice rang out. It was calm, without the slightest anger, and sounded like the advice of a kind elder. The wine god palace's high priest. The palace master and the others' expressions all changed. Perhaps only the wine god palace's high priest had the ability to send a divine item flying with an empty cup. Senior high priest, this matter has nothing to do with the wine god palace, said the flame divine palace's palace master. Before the high priest could reply, Tu Qiansheng cursed, "Don't spout bullshit, how is it not related to the wine god palace? If it weren't for your Pill Valley supporting those brats from the Grand Han, would they be so arrogant as to come bully the Grand Shah? You were clearly testing the attitude of the wine god palace, and now, you've succeeded. We'll express our attitude right here and now. Although we do not interfere in the struggles of the world, we are not so easily bullied. Perhaps others might be afraid of Pill Valley, but the wine god palace is not. Although we only have 3,000 true disciples, if Pill Valley wants to play, then we'll properly play with you." The Huayan sect's elder smiled. He didn't know why Pill Valley would be so foolish as to antagonize everyone. Now they had done it. Even the wine god palace had been provoked by them. "High priest, is this the attitude of your wine god palace?" demanded the flame divine palace's palace master coldly. "The attitude of any of my disciples is the attitude of my wine god palace. Go back and tell Yu Xiaoyun that the current era is not the old era. No one can control it. If anyone tries, no matter what support they have, the only conclusion will be a miserable death," said the high priest lightly. But his position was clear. "HMPH, the future of my Pill Valley is not for you to worry about. You should worry about yourselves instead," sneered the palace master. The high priest did not get angry, instead calmly saying, "What is there for us to worry about? We're just a bunch of bored people who drink until we sleep. We live in the moment. But if anyone tries to prevent our peace, we'll have no choice but to fight. You should know, sometimes drunkards don't even know what they'll do when they're drunk. There's no need for Pill Valley to intentionally antagonize me or test the bottom line of the wine god palace. If I wanted to kill you, even if you have the Brahma divine diagram, you wouldn't have any chance to escape. That's all I have to say. If you refuse to accept that, then don't blame me for bullying the weak." The high priest's voice might be calm, but each of his words had power. They revealed his great confidence, shocking others. Each word was like a hammer, striking them in their hearts. Even with the Brahma divine diagram, it would be impossible to escape. The flame divine palace's palace master's expression changed several times, but in the end, he didn't dare to say anything. Waving his hand, he led his people away. So the Grand Han was supported by Pill Valley. No wonder they were so arrogant. "Brothers, break the legs of all these dogs of the Grand Han and toss them out of the Grand Shah. Don't let these people stain our home any longer." The Flame Divine Palace's group left along with Lu Qingfeng. But the others were ignored, resulting in the Grand Shah's people turning on them. The Grand Shah's experts were like a flood, attacking those people who were supposedly from the Grand Han but had been invited from other regions. If they didn't fight back, then they had their legs broken at most. But those who resisted were beaten until they were dead. One person loudly shouted, "Break all their legs, especially their third leg." Make sure to break it into 18 pieces, or I won't be able to resolve my resentment. Another person asked, then what about the women? It was chaos as those experts feigning they were from the Grand Han were beaten away. 2 Xianxia returned to the Wine God Palace. After arriving in front of the high priest, he stared at his butcher's blade with an aggrieved expression. Long Chen was right, if you could master the balance between hard and soft power, then just reaching 30% in that soft power would have kept your blade intact. Now it's too late, said the high priest. What do we do now? Should we eliminate them? Looking at his blade, killing intent rose in 2 Qiansheng's heart. We still need to watch from the side. The great era is silently descending. A storm is coming. Heavenly geniuses will rise in this chaotic era, and it's still impossible to tell who will rise and who will drown. Pill Valley isn't so foolish. Their motives are unfathomable as they intentionally draw more chaos to the mix. The situation still isn't clear, so for now, it's best not to make any rash moves. We also have no need to do such a thing. We just need to watch Long Chen and how he disrupts things. The high priest raised his wine cup with a smile. He had vaguely sensed something about Long Chen. Chapter 1532 Swallow the heavens devour the earth. What are you thinking? Don't tell me you're going to jump off a cliff. Long Chen stood on the precipice of a cliff, a bottomless pit below him. He was looking down absent-mindedly. Evilmoon finally spoke. Long Chen had been brought here by Evilmoon to escape their encirclement. It had been over 2 hours, and Long Chen had simply been standing there like a stone statue. Even Evilmoon became curious. Evilmoon, if I'm surrounded by powerful enemies again, don't save me. Looking at the pit below him, Long Chen made his resolve. Are you crazy? If I didn't bring you away, you'd have definitely died, said Evilmoon. It didn't know if Long Chen had gone crazy to say such a brainless thing. Long Chen shook his head. You don't understand. Right now, I'm growing too dependent on your power. I am losing confidence in myself, and that will affect my Dao heart. I want to become an expert, a true expert. I can't depend on others. I can only rely on myself. With you present, my sense of danger will become slow, and fleeing as soon as I encounter experts will be a blow to my confidence. Is that a joke? Those people were 2 major realms above you and had divine items. Without me, what are you going to use to fight them? Demanded Evilmoon. You wouldn't understand. To sum it up, I am fated to be courting death all the time. If I don't court death now, death will creep up on even faster in the future. Ever since I started cultivating the 9-star hegemon body art, my fate was practically set in stone. Right now, I am a caterpillar, and if I want to become a butterfly, I have to endure the pain of the cocoon. During this time, no one can help, and if anyone does, it would just be harming me. If a caterpillar does not go through the struggle of the cocoon, it will never become a butterfly. If someone cuts the cocoon and lets the caterpillar out of it, without having gone through that struggle, it won't know how to fly. In the end, the caterpillar will simply die, never able to spread its wings. I am the same, so starting today, I definitely won't run. Even if I am in desperate straits, don't save me, said Long Chen. It seems like there's a bit of logic in your words, but if you die, you'll lose everything. How will you become a butterfly then? Asked Evilmoon. It's because my goals are very big. If I am unable to even handle the danger before me, how will I face the even greater dangers in the future? After having fled these times, I can clearly sense the power of the 9-star hegemon body art dropping. It's also forming a kind of rejection to me, said Long Chen with a grave expression. He truly sensed the 9-star hegemon body art's power weakening. Furthermore, he himself was growing indecisive. He no longer had his absolute confidence to face the whole world. He had to find that confidence again, and the first step was to cut off all paths of retreat and give up his dependence on Evilmoon. Of course, he wouldn't be so foolish as to not use its divine power. It was simply that he wouldn't choose to run. Either he fought to the death or killed his opponent. He had to maintain that sharpness to press forward regardless. Fine, I suppose we can count as having fought shoulder to shoulder. I will respect your dignity, said Evilmoon. Thank you. Speaking of which, have you really not heard of the 9-star hegemon body art? Asked Long Chen. No, I've never heard of it, but... Evilmoon seemed to be thinking. But what? Asked Long Chen hastily. But... Fuck, it seems I'm missing a few of my memories. I've remembered something, but also can't remember it. It was definitely done by that bastard Yun Shang. Cursed Evilmoon. It broke into curses for Sovereign Yun Shang once more. After cursing for a while, its anger was vented a bit, and it said, "Your cultivation technique is very unorthodox. Such a cultivation technique is unique. It doesn't seem like the cultivation technique of the human race, nor of the magical beast race, Zon beast race, blood race, barbarian race, ghost race, devil race, spirit race. Fuck, my head hurts. Damn it, there are even more memories missing than I thought. That bastard Yun Shang." Evilmoon once more broke into curses after listing hundreds of different races. "Evilmoon, you actually know this many races. Can you explain them to me? Don't ask me about those. I'm missing a portion of my memories, and what you're asking me is in that missing piece. If I try to forcibly recall them, it hurts," shouted Evilmoon painfully. Long Chen could only shut his mouth when it came to this. After a while, Evilmoon's pain faded, but Long Chen didn't bring it up again. However, for Evilmoon to list so many races shocked Long Chen. He hadn't expected there to be so many races in this world. Even in the martial heaven continent, what he had seen was just the tiniest corner of it. This world was truly enormous. Although Long Chen didn't know whether Evilmoon even had a head or brain, it seemed mentioning this would give it a headache regardless, so he didn't bring it up. Long Chen sank into thought. Pill Valley was after him. Last time, after he had tried to soul search that disciple of Heavenly Fate Island, he had exchanged blows with a mysterious elder. That made him feel like there was even more danger than he thought. The curious thing was, on his way back to the Central Plains, on his path to the Grand Han, everything had gone smoothly. He hadn't fallen into any traps. After considering this from multiple angles, he concluded that it was very likely due to Evilmoon, and that Heavenly Fate Island was unable to directly calculate anything about him. They had to read other people's fate lines to determine the general possibility of where he would be. As for his trip to the Grand Sha, it was only after he had revealed his face and fought against Lu Qingfeng that Pill Valley's experts had come. Furthermore, there had been no one from Heavenly Fate Island. That meant that they hadn't known he would be there. That was because he hadn't brought any direct blessing or disaster to the Grand Sha upon going there, so Heavenly Fate Island hadn't been able to find that he would go there. In other words, as long as his goal wasn't very obvious, it would be very difficult for Heavenly Fate Island to calculate where he would be based on the flow of fate of his possible targets. It seems I'll have to calm down a bit. I'll first raise my cultivation base. I don't know when I'll finally be able to reach soul transformation, sighed Long Chen as he tossed a pill in his mouth. Although he had won in his fight against Lu Qingfeng, that didn't make him excited. Instead, he was solemn. Once Empyreans reached soul transformation and fully condensed their Yuan spirits, their Yuan spirit would help them fight, allowing them to unleash magical arts while the main body fought. That was the most frightening aspect of soul transformation Empyreans. In that fight, he had felt like he was fighting two people at once. Although on the surface it looked like Lu Qingfeng was weak as he had almost been killed, that was because he hadn't had a divine item to protect himself. If he had, he would have been able to block Long Chen's full-strength attack, or even if he was injured, his Yuan spirit would take the place of his main body to form hand seals and fight back. To defeat him would have been much more difficult. Most importantly, although he was an Empyrean, Lu Qingfeng did not possess as frightening a background as Sha Guangyan, Peng Wansheng, or Yi Qingquang. After such a long time, the three of them should have already solidified their cultivation bases and condensed their Yuan spirits. Their power level would have completely transformed from the last time Long Chen fought them. His own cultivation base was rising too slowly, and he could only rely on medicinal pills. Although he had plenty of them, he digested them too slowly. He ended up crushing the few in his hands just to vent. Long Chen, are you not worried about your foundation growing unsteady if you eat medicinal pills like this? Asked Evilmoon. That's not something I have to worry about. Even if I ate a giant vat of pills a day, I would be fine. It just takes me too long to digest them, sighed Long Chen. This was the most irritating point of the 9-star hegemon body art. After reaching the 10th heaven stage, the amount of energy required to advance again was ridiculous. He was eating medicinal pills every day and was still not seeing much progress. He was as slow as a snail, but there was no way around it. Long Chen, I have a divine ability in my memories called Swallow the Heavens, Devour the Earth. It's a secret art of my dark evil dragon race. Do you want to learn it? Asked Evilmoon. A divine ability called Swallow the Heavens, Devour the Earth. You'll teach it to me? Long Chen was surprised. Yes, I feel like you aren't bad. After considering it, I've decided I won't mind teaching it to you. My dark evil dragon race relies on devouring other beasts to advance, and we'll even devour members of our own race. That's why we need a powerful devouring ability to digest the energy of our opponents. If you learned it, it would be greatly beneficial to your digestion of medicinal pills. However, this divine ability is unique to the dark evil dragon race. I can't guarantee that you're capable of using it, said Evilmoon. That's fine. If I really can learn it, I will owe you a favor, promised Long Chen. Don't need it. What am I supposed to do with a favor from you? With your ability to court death, no lives would be enough. I'm teaching you it for myself. On the off chance that you manage to live, my seal will be undone and I'll regain my freedom, said Evilmoon. On the off chance, you have this little confidence in me. Long Chen was speechless. I'm only confident in your ability to court death. As for your ability to stay alive, I have no confidence in that, said Evilmoon. Fine, up to you. Hurry and teach me this swallow the heavens, devour the earth divine ability, said Long Chen expectantly. Chapter 1533 A Mutation. Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood while sitting at the cliffside. That blood contained many broken bits of his internal organs. He didn't even remember how many times this had happened now. The evil dragon race's swallow the heavens, devour the earth divine ability was too difficult to train in. According to Evilmoon, he needed to condense 81 divine runes inside his stomach. These runes were things he had never seen before, and each of them possessed great destructive power. An explosion from one of them could shatter a mountain. Fortunately, Long Chen's physical body was strong enough. He had these runes slowly plaster themselves to the lining of his stomach. That was no problem. Unfortunately, when he activated the runes, his stomach would instantly explode. If it was anyone else, they'd have long since turned to dust. However, he was still heavily injured each time. If it weren't for the support of the world trees, Long Chen would have long since given up. This was not a technique for a human. It seems you really won't be able to learn it. After all, it's a divine ability of my dark evil dragon race. Although you possess dragon blood, you don't possess dark energy. Just relying on brute force to condense the formation is essentially impossible, said Evilmoon after Long Chen failed multiple times. It truly did seem a bit crazy for a human to cultivate a divine ability of the evil dragon race. Long Chen didn't reply. He was constantly attempting to form the formation, but whenever it formed, it would explode violently, and there was no way for his stomach to bear that power. Ah, I'm so stupid. Long Chen suddenly clapped his leg. He waved his hand, and Lei Long appeared before him. After that, he formed hand seals, and divine runes began to form in the air. What are you doing? Asked Evilmoon. Long Chen didn't reply. He continued forming hand seals, and 81 divine runes quickly formed in the air. It's useless. When these runes are gathered together, without dark energy as a mediator, they'll immediately explode, said Evilmoon. Ignoring Evilmoon's advice, Long Chen had Lei Long devour those divine runes at the exact instant that they gathered together. For now, I won't create the formation. I'll have Lei Long use its destructive power to reduce the power of these runes until they only have a trace of their power. That way, when I absorb them into my body and condense the formation, their power won't be so great, and my body will be able to handle it, said Long Chen. That's one option, but even if you can pull it off, such a weak formation will be useless. 99% of its effectiveness will be lost. There's no way around it. These runes come from my soul, so after condensing the formation, I can nourish them with my soul. Right now, they're too berserk and refuse to listen. I'll need to weaken them and try again. At this moment, an explosive sound came from Lei Long's mouth. Lei Long opened its mouth, and Long Chen was speechless. The divine runes had been destroyed already. Lei Long transformed into a foot-long dragon that wrapped around Long Chen's wrist, gently rubbing his arm with its head. It's fine. It's not your fault. We have no experience. We just have to try a few more times, comforted Long Chen. Due to not controlling its thunder force perfectly while suppressing the divine runes, Lei Long had caused the divine runes to explode. This process was very difficult to pull off, especially toward the end. As the power of the divine runes weakened, Lei Long also needed to weaken its own power, or if their power was unbalanced, it would cause the runes to be destroyed again. From the start, Long Chen hadn't expected to succeed in one try. With his bad luck, he never hoped to succeed that easily. As expected, his experience was accurate. He failed 7 times in a row, but he wasn't shaken at all. He persevered until Lei Long slowly opened its mouth, revealing a ball of 81 dim divine runes. Long Chen sighed with relief. He had finally succeeded. However, this was just one of the steps. He still had no assurance in really learning the divine ability. The divine runes, which had been shining brightly and releasing shocking divine power, were now dim. Long Chen cautiously swallowed the ball of runes and didn't immediately start once they were in his stomach. It was only after an incense stick's worth of time that he sent his spiritual strength into them to slowly paste them onto the lining of his stomach. I've done everything I can. Whether or not this is possible will be seen now. Long Chen clenched his teeth, and his spiritual strength spread through the divine runes, linking them into a formation. The divine runes lit up, and his internal organs trembled. The 81 divine runes split up and covered all his internal organs. They were fracturing over and over, 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8. Countless divine runes filled his insides. What's going on? Evelmoon was shocked. Shouldn't I be asking you that? Demanded Long Chen. I get it, because you don't have the body of an evil dragon, there's been a mutation in the swallow the heavens, devour the earth divine ability. Or perhaps, no, nothing. Evelmoon suddenly shut its mouth. It had been about to say that the mutation was because of Long Chen's cultivation technique. However, it was impossible to say anything for sure, so it decided not to randomly guess. The runes inside Long Chen's body were swimming around his organs. They weren't under his control at all and quickly wrapped around his organs. Suddenly, Long Chen's body began to wither. This sudden change made Long Chen jump in fright. He felt like the energy inside his organs had been sucked dry. Just as he was shocked and didn't know what was going on, endless life energy flowed out of the primal chaos space and poured into his organs. The runes lit up once more, greedily devouring the life energy. The dim runes began to shine even brighter. Are they parasitic? Long Chen shivered. He felt like these divine runes were more like leeches, sucking away his energy. No, they're not like that. These divine runes were condensed by you, and they'll work for you. This mutation in swallow the heavens, devour the earth has surpassed my understanding. However, I'm sure that the strengthening of the divine runes in your body is a good thing. It will make your internal organs even stronger. You'll also be able to use even more power, said Evelmoon. There's such a thing. Long Chen was startled. Of course, both humans and beasts have weak insides. That's why they have their physical body to protect them. While it looks like you are able to unleash 100% of your power, you really are only capable of releasing 80% of it. Perhaps you don't even know that. The reason is that if you did unleash 100% of your power, even before you attacked your opponent, your internal organs would be crushed. That's why you instinctively only use as much energy as your internal organs can bear. But now that they're strengthening, the amount of power you can unleash will also increase. Even your defensive strength will increase. This is definitely a good thing, said Evelmoon. The runes in Long Chen's body grew brighter, but he found that these runes seemed to have merged together with his organs. As they absorbed more life energy, they constantly strengthened. After 2 hours, Long Chen's internal organs were clear, and it was possible to see countless runes revolving within. They had formed a powerful formation. Long Chen, the swallow the heavens, devour the earth divine ability has undergone a huge mutation within you. I'd guess that your devouring power is 10 times greater than my evil dragon race. Do you want me to transmit a secret art to you? You won't even need to fight any longer. As long as you find someone displeasing to the eye, you can devour them in one gulp, said Evelmoon, a bit moved by this change. It had to be known that swallow the heavens, devour the earth was a unique divine ability of the evil dragon race. It was used to digest the flesh of experts to quickly strengthen themselves. Evelmoon had not expected it to undergo such a huge change when Long Chen used it. It had actually formed an absolutely terrifying divine formation. Using it to just devour medicinal pills was an absolute waste, as it could be used to defeat enemies easily. Eat people. Long Chen immediately felt a wave of nausea, especially when he thought of the enemies he would devour. There would be old ones, fat ones, people who hadn't bathed in 800 years. Long Chen instantly made his decision. No, I won't learn it. Spare me. Long Chen shook his head like a rattle. He wouldn't do such a thing even if he was beaten to death. Evelmoon tried to convince him a bit more. Whatever he devoured into his stomach would be ground down by the formation and instantly absorbed. There wouldn't be any taste. Before Evelmoon even finished speaking, Long Chen vomited. Seeing that, Evilmoon kept its mouth shut and gave up on that thought. The strengthening of Long Chen's organs continued for a full day. Finally, the divine runes stopped shining, and his organs returned to their normal state. But he could sense the huge change. Just as Evilmoon had said, the strengthening of his organs had resulted in his power increasing once more. Hehe, let's test the results. Long Chen took out a jug of wine with crushed medicinal pills mixed into it. He opened his mouth and gulped the wine down with the medicinal pills. Chapter 1534 Clouds in Trouble. Because Long Chen wasn't wild, he couldn't just eat the pills dry, so he used the wine to wash them down. All you need to do is will it, and you can use your blood to activate the formation. However, the swallow the heavens, devour the earth divine ability of yours has differed greatly from my evil dragon races. You should test it out slowly, advised Evilmoon. According to the method Evilmoon had taught him, Long Chen tried activating the divine runes in his stomach. They lit up and began to revolve around his organs like stars. As they revolved, a huge formation formed. The medicinal pills he had devoured were crushed by the divine light and their energy was sent throughout his body. How fast! Long Chen was delighted. If it was before, he could only digest 100 top-grade medicinal pills in one day. If he ate too many, he wouldn't be able to digest them, and their energy would just accumulate in his body and slowly be digested. But this time, all the medicinal pills were digested in half a breath's time. He gulped more and more pills down, finishing half a month's work in just a moment. I'm telling you, using this divine ability to digest just medicinal pills is a waste. You should consider my suggestion. I'm being serious. With the strength of the formation in your stomach, all you have to do is recondense each rune and let them reach maturity, and I guarantee your devouring ability would be on the same level as the evil dragon race's innate devouring ability. You can just eat whoever refuses to submit. You won't even need to fight, said Evilmoon. Stop, I can't handle it. Furthermore, I cultivate the 9-star hegemon body art. I walk the path of the hegemon, and I don't like cheap tricks. Don't bring this up again. Long Chen hastily shook his head, feeling like he might vomit again. This swallow the heavens, devour the earth divine ability was truly useful to him. There were mountains of medicinal pills in his primal chaos space right now thanks to Huolong and the blazing dragon cauldron's work. Now, the pills poured into his stomach like a river and were instantly digested, their energy spreading through his body. Wait a sec. Long Chen suddenly noticed that this time, the medicinal energy was going to a different path. Before, it would go through his 4 chi Cs, but now they were going through his 108,000 stars first. Long Chen carefully examined the divine runes covering his organs. He was shocked to find that there were exactly 108,000 of them. They perfectly matched the 108,000 stars in his acupuncture points. What is this? Could it be that Swallow the Heavens, Devour the Earth had mutated because of the 9-star hegemon body art? If that was the case, then just what huge origin did the 9-star hegemon body art have to have? Even the dark evil dragon race's divine ability was mutated because of it. Waves soared in Long Chen's heart. It took just 3 days of crazily devouring medicinal pills for him to consume all the medicinal pills in the primal chaos space. Finally, his cultivation base made another breakthrough. His 4 chi Cs shook as his powerful aura soared. Evilmoon, this Swallow the Heavens, Devour the Earth divine ability is really amazing. Long Chen didn't even know what words he could use to praise it. In truth, you could make it even more amazing. Stop, let's switch topics. Long Chen hastily flapped his hand. Evilmoon was still unwilling to give up with that idea. Then there's nothing to say. Send me out with the heaven flipping brick. I'll find a place to test its progress and see how much control it has now, said Evilmoon. Long Chen released Evilmoon in the heaven flipping seal. Evilmoon took the heaven flipping seal and vanished from sight. Long Chen didn't know whether or not it was because Evilmoon was embarrassed about testing the heaven flipping seal in front of him, but he didn't bother with them. Long Chen summoned the blazing dragon cauldron and began to personally refine pills to increase his cultivation base. Although Huolong and the blazing dragon cauldron could refine top-grade pills, Long Chen refined top-grade giant pills to increase his efficiency. In order to save time, before this, Long Chen would refine a few top-grade giant pills. The energy in just one giant pill was equivalent to dozens of the same pill at the same quality. When he was bored, he could just toss one into his mouth instead of constantly swallowing normal pills. However, now he could digest medicinal pills rapidly. It was just a pity that he no longer had the pills from Pill Valley that could increase cultivation base. He had consumed them all. He regretted not being strong enough at that time, wasting a large portion of their energy. If he had possessed this devouring ability back then, he would have reached the soul transformation realm from devouring those ancient pills. Then he wouldn't be chased down like a rabbit now. With Long Chen personally refining pills, he popped giant pills into his mouth as soon as they came out of the cauldron. Dense medicinal energy would spread throughout his body. One day after another passed. He refined and ate pills day and night. After half a month, he made another breakthrough, reaching the 12th heaven stage of Jade Core. After another month, he suddenly felt his aura grow unstable again, and he hastily suppressed that energy. I've reached the peak of the 12th heaven stage. As soon as I break through to the 13th heaven stage, it'll draw heavenly tribulation. Long Chen was absolutely delighted. Now, as long as he wished it, he could immediately call down his tribulation. Tribulation. I'll need to find a place with good scenery and plenty of people for it. Just where should I go? Pill Valley, the Corrupt Path, the Ancient Races, the Bloodkill Hall, the Ancient Family Alliance, the Martial Heaven Alliance. Long Chen had a conflicted expression. The one thing he had absolute confidence in was his heavenly tribulation. Wherever he brought it down, well, the entire world would get lively. However, Long Chen also felt an indescribable fear. He didn't know whether it was because he had been running away from his enemies so much that it had caused him to lose confidence in himself, or whether his upcoming tribulation would be absolutely terrifying, but he could smell the scent of death. The Xuantian Tower had once told Long Chen that he had learned many things that he shouldn't have at his level. He had touched things related to gods and would very likely bring down divine lightning at his next tribulation. Any divine item would have to undergo tribulation once it was created to solidify its divine nature. The Xuantian Tower naturally knew how powerful divine lightning was, so it had given Long Chen a warning. Just as Long Chen was thinking about what place he should undergo his tribulation at, a jade plate on his waist lit up. Long Chen checked it quickly. This plate was the communication jade Zheng Wenlong had given him. When he saw the curt message on it, his expression immediately changed. Cloud's in trouble. It was a curt message, but his heart clenched. Cloud had returned to its ancestral lands to receive the baptism of its ancestral blood. That was the only way for it to perfectly advance to the 10th rank. By this time, Cloud should have finished its baptism. He didn't know if Cloud had landed in someone else's hands, or whether or not it had died. Long Chen's expression was gloomy. He looked at this map and rushed toward the closest city. This time, Long Chen didn't use a flying boat. Instead, he sat on a large cyan brick. It was the Heaven Flipping Seal. Through Evelmoon's teachings, the Heaven Flipping Seal had learned how to use its power, at least on a very basic level. By having it carry him, he could also let the Heaven Flipping Seal gain more experience in controlling its power. Furthermore, it was a divine item. Its speed was dozens of times greater than a flying boat. He reached his target in just several breaths' time. This was a medium-sized city. Long Chen rushed straight toward its auction house. Once he was there, he immediately showed the jade plate Zheng Wenlong had given him. Someone immediately came to send him into a private room. Once he placed the jade plate onto a formation, the formation lit up, and an illusory image appeared before him. The illusory image was of a room, with Zheng Wenlong standing there gravely. Through the formation, Zheng Wenlong said, "Cloud's been captured." "Who did it?" demanded Long Chen coldly. The only thing that comforted him was that Zheng Wenlong said that Cloud was captured, not dead. It was done by the Zon beasts. Rumor is that the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race is a traitor of the Zon beasts and have been hunted down by them the entire time. Just yesterday, news came that the Zon beasts had captured one of their surviving members. I didn't pay much attention to that at the time, but then the situation changed. People are saying that the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow is the one that's always with you, Cloud, said Zheng Wenlong. He knew just how grave this matter was. The Zon beasts, are they related to Pill Valley? Asked Long Chen. Although he was infuriated, he maintained his wits. Practically, all the continent's powers are related to Pill Valley. The Zon beasts don't interfere in the outside world's matters, but they do pay attention to what happens. In particular, the ancient races are their descendants. The ancient races look down on humans and always express their loyalty to the Zon beasts. As for you, you've repeatedly challenged the ancient races and killed their experts. The possibility exists that the ancient races would ask for help from the Zon beasts. So there's no way to confirm whether the Zon beasts have joined in because of Pill Valley or the ancient races, said Zheng Wenlong. That's fine. As long as they've done this, they're my enemies. I'm already surrounded by enemies, and I don't mind adding another. Have they revealed their plot? Asked Long Chen. You can look for yourself. They've already laid the trap and it's a seamless one. Zheng Wenlong bitterly smiled. He took out a photographic jade and activated it, revealing an image. Chapter 1535 Attacking the Soul Transformation Realm. When the photographic jade was activated, Long Chen saw an ancient city. In the middle of the city was a giant steel frame. At the top of the frame was a cut-off axe head. The axe head was as large as a mountain and emitted a cold, sharp light. This was a giant guillotine. And captured at the bottom of it, bound by countless chains that pierced through its body, was Cloud. The ground was dyed red with its blood. Cloud. Although Long Chen had prepared himself for this sight, his eyes instantly turned red, and killing intent filled the room. Long Chen clenched his teeth so hard that they creaked. Cloud was currently pierced through with hundreds of thick chains and bound to the guillotine. Its whole body was covered in blood. Its rainbow feathers were now dim, and its wings had even been severed. It lay there, unconscious. Hatred overflowed from Long Chen. Even after calculating things over and over again, he had still fallen for his enemy's scheming. They had actually captured Cloud as a hostage. Long Chen, I know you'll definitely see this sight. Hehe, how is it? Are you angry? Standing on top of Cloud's head were three figures. They were Sha Guangyan, Peng Wansheng, and Yi Qinghuang. The one speaking is Sha Guangyan. Although this was just a photographic jade, the three of them were looking right at him. Clearly, they had intentionally spread this photographic jade for him to see. Yes, I really am angry. Long Chen coldly replied, his voice full of killing intent. These people were too despicable. In truth, I really wish I could see your expression when you receive this photographic jade. I'm sure it'll be very marvelous. Long Chen, I heard you're very loyal to your friends. I wonder if that really is true. Now your housepet is in our hands. Don't worry, it hasn't died yet. Sha Guangyan kicked one of the chains beside him, and its runes lit up. Cloud's body shuddered. Clearly, these chains were torture tools. Hehe, sorry, in order to show you that it's still alive, I have to hurt it a bit. You don't mind, do you? Laughed Sha Guangyan with a fake apologetic appearance. Long Chen clenched his fists, wishing to charge right through this image and punch this loathsome face. I won't waste words. Long Chen, you've committed so many nefarious crimes that the entire Eastern Zon region's junior generation has gathered for a dragon slaughtering convention. In the name of upholding justice and removing evil from this world, we will use your steed as a sacrificial offering. Using its blood, we will swear to kill you. If you really have guts, you can bring your Dragonblood Legion to fight against the Eastern Zon region's top junior generation experts. Don't worry, in the dragon slaughtering convention, Life-Star experts are prohibited from interfering. You'll still have a slight chance of saving your companion. If you win, this cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow will be yours. Of course, if you don't dare to come, then there's nothing left to say. The dragon slaughtering convention will take place next month on the 8th. The location will be the Grand Han Ancient Nation's capital. There are still 27 days from the time of this recording. I've given you enough time to prepare. Whether or not you want to come and save it is up to you. After saying that, Sha Guangyan smiled sinisterly and kicked one of the chains again. The image disappeared, revealing the grave-looking Zheng Wenlong. He had cut off the photographic jade. Is there another section where they tortured Cloud? Long Chen's voice was hoarse, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade. It was a bit frightening. Zheng Wenlong was silent. Long Chen nodded. Good. I always felt like I was good at courting death, but it seems they're not willing to concede defeat to me. I know what I have to do. This is a sure death trap, said Zheng Wenlong. I have no choice. Zheng Wenlong was silent for a moment. If you need any help, just ask. Long Chen's rage softened slightly. Clearly, Zheng Wenlong was willing to use the Huayan sect's power to help him. But he shook his head. You're a businessman. It's not good for you to participate in this kind of struggle. You'd be ruining your own business. Just help me alert the heaven-splitting battle sect to prepare to support me. Let's make this big. Long Chen left the Huayan auction house after that. He silently sat on the heaven-flipping seal as he rushed off. Suddenly, he had a thought, and an emerald leaf appeared in his hand. The emerald leaf was the communication tool the spirit world's life god tree had given him. Mist flowed out of it, condensing into a figure. Hee, boss, how are things on your side? Why haven't you sent back the slightest news? The sister-in-laws, they're worried about you. The image revealed Guo Ran's wretched smile. Long Chen then also saw Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan. Long Chen. Did something happen? Meng Qi was the first to sense something was wrong. Long Chen nodded. Major things have occurred in the eastern Zan region. Long Chen gave a curt explanation of what had happened during this time. What the fuck? They really are courting death. They destroyed the Dao sect and dared to capture Cloud. Boss, let's gather right now and kill them all, shouted Guo Ran. Meng Qi's eyes were red. Cloud had been raised by her, and she had the closest connection to it. Long Chen waved his hand. I'm angrier than you are. But this situation is not so simple. The only good thing is that they are using Cloud as a hostage, so Cloud's life isn't in danger yet. How are things on your side? Have the weapons and armor been completed? Oh, what are your cultivation bases like? Long Chen suddenly realized there was a change in them, but because this was just an image, he couldn't sense their auras, so he couldn't be sure. 10 days ago, we went through our collective tribulation in the spirit world. Don't worry, under the life god tree's protection, we attacked the lightning tribulation and raised it to its strongest intensity, said Guo Ran. But Long Chen sensed that he was a bit guilty toward the end. Most likely, he had fainted midway and hadn't managed to complete the whole tribulation. By being in the spirit world, their lives were absolutely protected by the spirit trees. Long Chen trusted that Ji Yuyong had raised the tribulation's power to its peak. That was something he was confident in. Fine. Then you all should hurry to condense your Yuan spirits and stabilize your cultivation bases. Raise your combat power as high as possible. There will soon be a fierce battle. The Dragonblood Legion is going to challenge the Eastern Zan region, said Long Chen. Boss, don't worry about it. We'll kill them all, said Guo Ran heroically. He was clearly very confident. Long Chen, be careful. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan sadly stared at Long Chen as the image faded. Long Chen took a deep breath and put away the leaf. Flying on the heaven-flipping seal, Long Chen found an empty, lifeless place and put it away. Unleashing a furious roar, energy surged in his body. A pillar of light soared into the sky, and the clouds were blown away. The ground splintered as waves of energy surged out of Long Chen, crashing against the world. Rumbling came from his body. It was like a hibernating beast had woken and wanted to slaughter the heavens. Long Chen was attacking the next level of his cultivation base right here. He reached the 13th heaven stage of Jade Core, and in that instant, the world shuddered and the sky turned dark. A terrifying pressure filled the world. It became a dark world, filled with an air of destruction and annihilation. The world was so dark that the tribulation clouds couldn't be seen. The rumbling of lightning couldn't be heard. The world was pitch black and deathly silent. I'm not afraid of the dark. Long Chen sneered and reached out to summon Evilmoon. Fuck, if you want to die, don't pull me in. There's divine lightning condensing. It will lock onto me if I appear, shouted Evilmoon, refusing to come out. It could see the strangeness of this tribulation. Long Chen, this is a tribulation of sure death. Now I understand what kind of existence you are. It's no wonder the heavenly Daos reject you. The power of this lightning tribulation will make it so that the 5-colored lightning tribulation you experienced before is nothing in comparison. Divine lightning exists to temper and baptize divine items or divine spirits. But your tribulation lightning is not here to temper you but purely kill you. Neither I nor the heaven-flipping seal can help you. If we appear, the divine lightning will only grow more ferocious. It will become our tribulation, and you would definitely die. Don't worry, I have plenty of experience when it comes to this, said Long Chen. How could he not have experience? He had started going through tribulation ever since the blood condensation realm. There probably weren't many people in this world that could compare to him when it came to tribulation experience. Suddenly, a 5-colored bolt of lightning appeared in the endless darkness, striking Long Chen. The very first attack was actually the strongest destructive 5-colored lightning. Chapter 1536 Condensing a Yuan Spirit. The 5-colored lightning crashed toward Long Chen. Following the first bolt, the dark world became bright once more. Countless streaks of lightning could be seen in the sky, and they began to fall one by one at Long Chen. The lightning was berserk and merciless, possessing a pure destructive will. Anyone else would have been killed by the first attack. However, Long Chen was fearless. Lei Long already possessed the power of 5-colored lightning, so he had no fear of this lightning. He allowed it to strike his body. Then he calmly sat and formed hand seals. Spiritual strength surged within his body. The energy of his 4 chi seas gathered into his mind sea. Once the energy from all 5 seas gathered, huge waves exploded in his mind sea. The spiritual yuan of his 4 chi seas broke through the restrictions of his mind sea and merged with his spiritual strength. Before reaching the soul transformation realm, a cultivator's spiritual yuan and spiritual strength were completely separate. While fighting, they might be able to assist each other, but they definitely couldn't merge. Upon entering the soul transformation realm, things were different. Upon reaching this realm, they could merge and change. This was one of the largest mysteries of the cultivation world. The cultivation world's realms and levels were all left behind by their ancestors. Due to how long ago that era was, there was no way to find out the truth about it. The current cultivators were only following what the ancestors had left behind and didn't know why the cultivation realms were what they were. Everyone cultivated this way. First, there were the 5 Hautian realms. This part was the most understandable, as it involved laying a foundation. Qi condensation, blood condensation, tendon transformation, bone forging, and meridian opening. After reaching the Shantian realm, there was no way for anyone to comprehend why there was foundation forging, jade core, soul transformation, life star, etc. They simply followed the teachings of their ancestors, generation after generation, obediently cultivating like this without understanding the profundities behind it. Long Chen was also doing the same. There was no way for him to know the mysteries behind why he had to condense a yuan spirit. The fact that he had to condense one was simply foundational knowledge that everyone knew. As he sent the energy of his 4 chi seas into his mind sea, he immediately felt like some kind of energy was being sucked out of his body and into his mind sea. So the soul transformation realm involves merging a person's essence, qi, and soul into the yuan spirit. Long Chen came to a sudden comprehension. The so-called essence referred to the physical body. Qi referred to the spiritual qi and spiritual yuan. As for the soul, it simply referred to the soul, the spirit. All 3 had to be merged to create the yuan spirit. As Long Chen sensed these 3 kinds of energy merging within his mind sea, runes began to appear in it. These were his yuan spirit primordial runes. They were the foundation for condensing his yuan spirit. However, each spirit transformation expert would condense a different number of primordial runes. The greater a person's talent, the greater their spiritual strength, and the more yuan spirit primordial runes they would condense. And the more runes they condensed, the stronger the yuan spirit would be. According to the records of soul transformation experts, the lowest record was 360 of them, while the highest was 9,999. The records of 9,999 runes were all left behind by rank 9 celestials. As for Empyreans, they kept how many runes they condensed a secret, refusing to tell others. Rumor was that it related to the secrets of the heavenly Taos, so they didn't say anything. Long Chen was also observing his runes carefully, wanting to see how many he would condense. In just a couple breaths' time, over 3,000 of them had appeared. And as time passed, more and more of them condensed. 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 9,900. They've already broken past 10,000. Long Chen was shocked. In less than 10 breaths' time, he had broken past 10,000. It had to be known that most soul transformation experts spent 6 hours condensing their yuan spirit primordial runes. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. As more and more of them appeared, Evilmoon was at first calm, but when it reached the 3rd hour and broke past 3 million, even Evilmoon was shocked. Long Chen, just what kind of cultivation technique do you use? The number of yuan spirit primordial runes you've condensed in this short time is even greater than those Empyreans. The Empyreans it was referring to were Sha Guangyan, Peng Wansheng, and the others. It was able to calculate how many yuan spirit primordial runes they had condensed based on the power of their yuan spirits. Lu Qingfeng had condensed around 3 million runes, while Long Chen had already reached that level. As for Sha Guangyan, Peng Wansheng, and Yi Qingquang, they were more talented and had condensed around 5 million of them. This was the so-called dividing line that Lu Qingfeng had brought up between Empyreans and rank 9 celestials who had reached the soul transformation realm. Only someone who had condensed 3 million primordial runes was capable of condensing a yuan spirit that could fight along with the main body. As for rank 9 celestials, their yuan spirits could at most help them use their weapons or leave them with some chance at surviving once their physical bodies were destroyed. More and more yuan spirit primordial runes condensed. Their numbers increased faster and faster. 8 million. 10 million. 100 million. Long Chen, you're doomed. Do you realize how slow your cultivation speed will be after condensing this many yuan spirit primordial runes? First of all, your 9-star hegemon body art cultivates 100 times slower than other people. And you should know that in the soul transformation, each increase in cultivation base involves increasing the power of the yuan spirit. Those Empyreans you've encountered before, they condensed 3 to 5 million runes, while you have 100 million. Even if you were using the same cultivation techniques as them, if it took 1 year for them to increase one level, it would take you 20 to 30 years, said Evilmoon. What? No way. Long Chen suddenly felt a chill. If identical cultivation techniques would take him 20 to 30 times as long, then what about with the 9-star hegemon body art? The difficulty would be over 100 times greater. His cultivation speed was at the bottom of the entire Dragonblood Legion. Wouldn't it take him 100 years to progress as far as another person progressed in 1 year? Then what would be the point of having a powerful yuan spirit? The main thing is that if it was just 100 million, then that would be one thing. But yours already passed 150 million. Sigh, I can probably only have a moment of silence for your sorrow, sighed Evilmoon. Even it felt despair for Long Chen. Although it didn't comprehend the 9-star hegemon body art, it was aware of Long Chen's abnormal difficulty in advancing levels. Originally, it was hoping for Long Chen to break through to the Life Star realm as fast as possible so that he could release its seal. But this made it give up hope. With its great experience, a few hundred or even 1,000 years was nothing. If Long Chen just calmly cultivated, then even if he was slow, he would sooner or later break through to the Life Star realm. But right now, he was surrounded by enemies. Who would let him grow to that level? What the fuck? 200 millions. Fuck, hurry up and stop, howled Long Chen. He did his best to force the runes into condensing into his yuan spirit. 200 million, that was 40 to 60 times the amount of a normal Empyrean. This was practically a death sentence. No matter how strong a yuan spirit was, if his cultivation base didn't ever increase, what was the point? His opponents would quickly advance to the Life Star realm or even higher, while he was stuck at soul transformation. Wouldn't he simply be hunted down like a dog at that time? No, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to run. Long Chen did his best to condense them, but when he gathered the runes together, they were like sand. No matter how he pressed them, they would immediately scatter. He tried 3 times, failing each time. There was simply no way for him to control this. He could only watch as the number of his yuan spirit primordial runes broke past 300 million. Long Chen almost despaired. If you have guts, just try breaking past 400 million. Howled Long Chen. They really did have guts. They quickly broke past 400 million. If you have guts, try breaking past 500 millions. Very quickly, they passed 500 million. Long Chen became silent, no longer daring to shout. He almost felt like he had cursed himself by saying that, which was why they were still rapidly increasing. 600 million. 700 million. 800 million. But even with his mouth shut, his yuan spirit primordial runes continued to crazily increase in number. Long Chen had already given up on trying to do anything. Evilmoon was also deathly silent. Time passed bit by bit. The lightning tribulation was still crazily attacking him, but he was numb to it. He silently stared at the sea of runes in his mind sea. Fuck, who can say whether this is a blessing or a curse? Come, if you have the ability, just break past 1 billion. This time, Long Chen won. They really did break past 1 billion. They stopped at exactly 1 billion, 80 million runes. This time, without Long Chen even having to do anything, the runes all gathered together, forming one giant man. In his mind's eye, this figure was tens of thousands of meters tall. He had long flowing hair and black robes while possessing sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He looked exactly like Long Chen. This was his yuan spirit. As soon as it condensed, a whirlpool appeared on Long Chen's forehead, and thunderforce poured into his mind sea. The thunderforce crazily attacked his giant yuan spirit, and crackling sounds rang out as they struck it. The giant yuan spirit absorbed their energy, slowly shrinking. It's tempering your yuan spirit. Well, perhaps only such a terrifying yuan spirit is capable of surviving this kind of tempering, said Evilmoon. As the five-colored lightning poured into his mind sea, his yuan spirit continued to shrink. But as it shrank, it grew more condensed, and Long Chen began to feel a connection to it. When it reached a size of 300 meters, it slowly opened its eyes. Its eyes shone brightly like golden lanterns. This is my yuan spirit. Long Chen found that he could now control his yuan spirit. This yuan spirit was him, and he was the yuan spirit. It was just their viewpoints that were different. The thunder force inside here is too weak. Come out and try it. A ray of light shot out of Long Chen's head, and a giant figure appeared before him. Chapter 1537 Divine Lightning. Long Chen summoned his yuan spirit outside his body. The calm rain of lightning on the outside instantly became fierce and chaotic, attacking his yuan spirit. An endless torrent of five-colored lightning crashed against Long Chen's yuan spirit. It focused on the yuan spirit so much that it no longer cared much about Long Chen's true body. Long Chen looked at his yuan spirit, while his yuan spirit looked at him. The feeling was very strange. They were both Long Chen. It was like looking in a mirror, but there was also a different kind of feeling as well. Long Chen slowly closed his eyes, focusing on entering the view of his yuan spirit. Controlling his yuan spirit, he launched a powerful punch that shook the sky. Your yuan spirit is shockingly powerful. There are both gains and losses, I suppose. Even if your physical body died, your yuan spirit would still possess great power, said Evilmoon. Long Chen nodded. As the lightning attacked his yuan spirit, his 108,000 yuan spirit primordial runes absorbed their energy. They were like pieces of ore, while the thunder force was purifying them. Every single one of them was becoming purer and stronger. Suddenly, one huge figure after another flew out of the endless darkness. They all pounced on his yuan spirit. These were five-colored lightning beasts. Long Chen was already familiar with them. He had Lei Long come out to protect him while he focused on using his yuan spirit to slay these lightning beasts. His yuan spirit was a giant right now, and each punch of his blew apart a wave of the lightning beasts. How powerful! Long Chen was shocked that just the power of his yuan spirit would possess such destructive force. It had to be known that before he had condensed a yuan spirit, his spiritual strength was not able to condense physical attacks. The only thing he could attack with it was other people's souls. But now, he was unleashing physical attacks with it, and it felt the same as when he fought with his physical body. Split the heavens one. Using his hand as a blade, Long Chen blew apart the lightning beasts. He was also able to use battle skills like this. Fool, why are you wasting your precious soul energy? Your tribulation has only just started. Are you trying to kill yourself? Cursed Evilmoon, your yuan spirit is exhausting the soul energy in your mind sea. Once that's exhausted, you're done for. The lightning tribulation of the soul transformation realm is targeting your yuan spirit, and the strongest attacks come at the end. If you use up all your energy by then, you'll definitely die. Long Chen's heart shivered, and he recalled how his yuan spirit was different from his main body. When his main body fought, it focused on the qi and essence of him. The yuan spirit used energy from the qi, essence, and soul, but the proportions were different. The qi and essence were only 10%, while the remaining 90% of the energy came from the soul. That 10% of qi and essence was what allowed the yuan spirit to unleash the true body's magical arts and battle skills. After testing that one attack and receiving Evilmoon's warning, Long Chen didn't continue wasting his spiritual strength. He simply used his yuan spirit to attack normally. Lei Long was protecting his true body, while it had also summoned hundreds of split bodies to devour the lightning runes in the air. These runes came from the lightning beasts and were the best nourishment for it. As his yuan spirit fought against the lightning beasts, he found that it was growing smaller, and more condensed. Its power was also increasing. However, he was still cautious. He didn't unleash any special techniques that wasted energy. He just smashed the lightning beasts with brute strength. Unlike last time, he didn't dare to strike the tribulation clouds. He just continued according to the pace of the tribulation. That would save him the most energy. After having gone through heavenly tribulation so many times, he had already figured out some of their rules. The main one was that despite how badly the tribulation wanted to kill him, its power was still limited. Furthermore, it had to go through a certain step-by-step procedure. The lightning was growing stronger, but its power was still well within the limits of Long Chen's power. As long as he exhausted all of its energy, the tribulation would end. In the past, Long Chen had been too fiery and had constantly provoked the tribulation, quickening its pace. That was very dangerous. It left him without time to breathe or recover. This time, he was obediently following the tribulation's tempo. It grew stronger bit by bit, and as Long Chen handled it, he also recovered all his energy, keeping himself in his peak condition. Since he wasn't provoking the tribulation, it was much gentler. After 4 hours, the lightning beasts faded, and human lightning figures appeared. Each of them held weapons as they attacked Long Chen. There was practically an endless tide of them, and they instantly enveloped Long Chen. The fists of Long Chen's Yuan spirit danced. What delighted Long Chen was that his Yuan spirit was now extremely solid. The attacks of the human-shaped lightning couldn't even injure it, although it would cause his physical body and soul to feel pain. After all, his Yuan spirit and his soul were intricately linked. However, most of his focus was now on his Yuan spirit. With Lei Long protecting his main body, he didn't need to worry about it. The human-shaped lightning was extremely powerful, but his Yuan spirit grew stronger and stronger as it fought them. It was now 15 meters tall, and each of its punches could blow them up. The human-shaped lightning also grew stronger and more berserk. Clearly, the lightning tribulation was also reaching a berserk state. The most difficult part was coming. Long Chen continued to fight stably. He did his best to maintain an equilibrium between the amount of energy he used and the amount of energy he recovered. The lightning incarnations grew more numerous and distinct. Their faces and robes became clearer. There were men and women, young and old. Their robes were strange and ancient. Their power caused the world to shake with each wave of their hands. Long Chen knew that these were the ancient heroic spirits, peerless experts who had also gone against the heavens and been exterminated under the lightning tribulation. Their techniques had all been imprinted on the heavens. Finally, Long Chen could no longer just fight with brute power. These ancient heroic spirits possessed both power and combat experience. They were no longer just charging at him. They were true experts. Although their moves were still stiff and inflexible, they were incredibly refined. Their magical arts were extremely powerful, and there were many of them. Whirlwind slash. A lightning blade appeared in the hands of Long Chen's Yuan spirit. He spun and a shockwave came from his lightning blade, slaughtering the ancient heroic spirits. He was no longer able to fight without any battle skills or magical arts. When their attacks landed on his Yuan spirit, they wouldn't cause any injuries, but they would cause a sharp pain in his true body's soul. As he cut down the ancient heroic spirits, their numbers began to dwindle. "Watch out, the divine lightning is brewing," said Evilmoon. Suddenly, the remaining ancient heroic spirits vanished. Following that, this space shuddered violently. It felt like the weight of the world was on Long Chen's shoulders. The heavenly might focused on Long Chen. It was like a giant executioner was looking at its next target. In front of that heavenly might, anyone would feel minuscule. They would feel like there was no point in resisting. In front of the heavenly might, man could only submit. "Idiot, do you think I would submit to you?" Long Chen sneered and stood straight. Raising his head, he looked into the endless darkness. There was a small ball of light brewing within the center of it. A white rune was currently growing. That rune suddenly shook, and a ray of white light shot at Long Chen. Long Chen felt space lock around him. Time was severed. There was no time to react at all before the white light struck his Yuan spirit. His Yuan spirit shuddered violently. It almost crumbled from this one attack. "Ah!" Long Chen clutched his head and screamed. He felt like a million needles were stabbing his head, aggravating every inch of his nerves. That pain was irresistible. "You have to hold on. This kind of divine lightning will only strike 3 times. As long as you can last that long, it'll end." Evilmoon's voice also contained some urgency now. It had also gone through divine tribulation, so it understood its rules. The white rune suddenly grew 10 times larger. Like a strange star, it hung in the dark sky. Then another ray of white light struck at Long Chen. Once again, there was no chance at all for Long Chen's Yuan spirit to resist or dodge. Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his Yuan spirit shrank until it was less than 5 feet tall. It was even smaller than his true body. The white rune grew larger once more. The world rumbled as a destructive air condensed. The scent of death was everywhere. Just as the light was about to shoot out once more, Long Chen suddenly raised his lightning blade and slashed it, unleashing his spiritual strength. The tribulation's attacks came too suddenly for him to wait for it. He had to attack first. If he still didn't do anything to block the third attack, he'd definitely die. The lightning blade struck the white rune. The lightning blade exploded, and blinding lightning filled the darkness. "Haha, Success. Evilmoon was delighted. It was surprised that Long Chen could grasp the timing of the divine lightning and strike it at the perfect time. Before it could finish celebrating, the rune in the sky grew larger and brighter once more. The divine pressure increased. This world seemed to have become hell as a destructive will filled every inch of the land. How? How is this possible? Cried Evilmoon. Chapter 1538 Sure Death Tribulation, Divine Lightning Beast. That rune grew larger and brighter until it was blinding within the darkness. It was like a giant star was expanding until it was about to explode. Its fierce light was like sharp blades piercing this space, and the divine pressure present would make any person feel despair. Within this world of darkness, there was nothing except for that apocalyptic light. The only thing here was death and destruction. It really didn't give you a chance of survival at all, muttered Evilmoon. Long Chen was panting for breath as he held his head. The fierce pain in it made him unable to think straight at the moment. Only after a few breaths' time did he feel like he could think again. Waving his hand, he pulled his Yuan spirit into his mind sea. In that final attack, he had used his spiritual strength to unleash the fifth form of Split the Heavens. In truth, the timing of his attack had been very lucky. If it had been too fast, it wouldn't have blocked the divine lightning's attack. If it had been too slow, he would have been struck first. Either way, he would have been doomed. Although he had managed to destroy the majority of the divine lightning's power with that attack, his Yuan spirit had still taken a large blow. It had rapidly shrunk on contact with the divine lightning, becoming only a foot tall. It was even more condensed and powerful now, but Long Chen had used up far too much spiritual strength with that attack. He couldn't unleash it a second time. The main thing was that he wasn't able to perfectly control his Yuan spirit at this point. At least 80% of his energy had been wasted during that attack. After all, a Yuan spirit was not the true body or a clone. As it was an entirely separate entity, passing energy back and forth resulted in a portion of it being wasted. Long Chen felt regret for all the spiritual strength that had been wasted. As he put away his Yuan spirit, Lei Long roared. Just now, when Long Chen had attacked the divine lightning, it had carefully captured a few of the divine lightning's runes. However, those divine runes were too tough, and no matter how it tried, it couldn't subdue them. It was like a mortal had swallowed chunks of iron. There was no way for it to digest them. Lei Long, give up. You can't digest that, so don't waste the effort. Lend your power to me, said Long Chen as he looked at the giant rune hanging in the air. Only then did Lei Long unwillingly spit out the divine lightning runes it had swallowed and fly back to Long Chen's arm. Those divine runes slowly faded back into heaven and earth, vanishing without a trace. Divine lightning was different from tribulation lightning. It contained a divine element to it. After receiving 3 of its attacks, Long Chen had some understanding of it. It was because of that understanding that he was feeling uneasy. The divine light in the sky suddenly came to a stop. The huge rune hung in the sky like a sun. Cracks began to appear on the rune, and Long Chen's nerves tensed. He summoned a powerful lightning blade to his hands and poured Lei Long's energy into it. Whether he lived or died would depend on this. The cracks on the rune spread. It was like a seal was breaking, and the energy from the other side was coming out. He had no idea what kind of existence was trying to break out of its seal. The giant rune exploded. A white light streaked toward Long Chen. It's here. Long Chen's heart shook. The attack he had been brewing this whole time was launched, and the lightning blade sliced through space. This attack he had been brewing this entire time slashed heavily onto the white light. An explosive sound rang out, and a blinding light made it so Long Chen couldn't see what happened. His lightning blade exploded, and he was sent flying back. His blood and flesh splattered all over the place. Long Chen was shocked. In that single exchange, his physical body had been stripped of a whole layer of skin and flesh. Blood covered his entire body now. The power of divine lightning is probably something only my Yuan spirit can resist. No matter how strong a physical body is, as long as it is mortal, it can't resist it. Long Chen's heart sank. The thing that had made him uneasy had finally occurred. This divine lightning possessed a strange kind of energy that only his Yuan spirit was barely capable of resisting. However, right now, his spiritual strength was exhausted. If he let his Yuan spirit block it again, it would be destroyed, and he would die with it. He could only use his physical body to block it. But this power couldn't be blocked by physical power. There was no way to resolve this situation. Having no other choice, he waved his hand, and another lightning blade appeared. The only reason his body hadn't been completely destroyed was because of Lei Long. Since Lei Long also came from tribulation lightning, although it was different from divine lightning, it was able to isolate a portion of its power. Lightning filled the sky, and Long Chen finally saw what had attacked him. It was an 8-winged divine lightning beast with a long tail. It looked like a divine phoenix. It was completely white, and its eyes were cold as it stared at Long Chen. Lightning runes were flashing in its eyes. It was holy and sacred like a perfect divine bird. But Long Chen only sensed death from it. Its eyes contained a merciless will of destruction. It existed to destroy. It spread its wings, and rain of white feathers shot at Long Chen. At the same time, it fell from the sky, its claws reaching toward him. Those claws looked powerful enough to tear heaven and earth apart. Wielding a lightning sphere in his left hand and a lightning blade in his right, he tossed the sphere into the air while he slashed the blade out. His blade met the phoenix's claw. Once more, his skin and flesh that had just recovered were blown away. This time, both of his arms broke. The phoenix's power was even greater than the beginning. In front of this divine lightning, Long Chen didn't have any ability to fight back. He had plenty of power and energy left, but none of it was useful against it. He was like a Herculean who didn't know how to swim and was tossed into a sea to drown. Its divine nature was too terrifying. This kind of energy wasn't something mere mortals could comprehend. It was something on the same level of existence as gods. Its attacks had clearly been as light as a feather, but they contained power that could destroy the very world. Evilmoon, what do I have to do to subdue this damn bird? After being repeatedly injured, Long Chen was relying entirely on the primal chaos space's healing to get by. But this was not a solution. Sooner or later, the primal chaos space would run out of life energy, and he would be dead. I don't have any solutions. This heavenly tribulation won't stop until it uses up all its energy. Do you not see the black holes in the places it destroyed? Those are the eyes of the heavens. If I came out to help you, I would immediately be seen. At that time, your tribulation would become my tribulation. In my current condition, there's no way I could pass, and you would be destroyed in an instant. There's nothing I can do, said Evilmoon helplessly. Even Evilmoon had no tricks. As for the heaven-flipping seal, although it wanted to help him, it was completely held back by Evilmoon. If it tried to help, it would only make Long Chen die faster. Long Chen continued to fight. Split the heavens, starfall, the Nirvana scripture, raging flame prison, double dragon destruction. All his moves were used, but they were unable to do anything to this divine phoenix. His attacks seemed to have their power stripped away when they landed on the divine phoenix. Long Chen sensed that probably less than 1/10,000th of their power was actually striking the phoenix. This was divine power, a level that made man despair. Long Chen's attacks were completely ineffective. Yet, the phoenix's attacks were effective. Each of its strikes blew away Long Chen's flesh, making him lose a huge amount of essence blood. Although the primal chaos space could heal him, it couldn't replenish his essence blood that quickly. Long Chen felt like he was going to go insane. Long Chen tried to use his Yuan spirit to launch a sneak attack. Unfortunately, as soon as his Yuan spirit appeared, the divine phoenix turned its attention to it. A ray of light shot out of its eyes, striking his Yuan spirit before he could pull it back. His Yuan spirit almost crumbled, and he clutched his head in pain. He was almost torn in two by the phoenix's claws. After that, he no longer dared to use his Yuan spirit. After all, his control of his Yuan spirit wasn't perfect yet. If he failed again, he might really die. Long Chen was still struggling bitterly, stalling for time. He had no way to handle this divine phoenix as it had no weak points. Even Evilmoon had said that the only option was to exhaust all its energy. However, Long Chen quickly realized just how childish this thinking was. This divine phoenix's power seemed to be limitless. Even if he had 10 times the spiritual Yuan, he wouldn't be able to exhaust it. Fuck, I'll risk it. This is the only chance. Long Chen sensed his remaining spiritual Yuan and spiritual strength. A completely brazen and crazy thought appeared in his mind. Long Chen's Yuan spirit flew out once more. It instantly transformed to become 30,000 meters tall, and it devoured the divine phoenix in one gulp. Chapter 1539 Power of a Mutated Divine Ability. You're crazy. Evilmoon let out a shocked cry. Long Chen had actually used his Yuan spirit to swallow this divine lightning phoenix beast. All the phoenix had to do was explode, and his Yuan spirit would be annihilated. This was no different than courting death. Long Chen's Yuan spirit had just swallowed the phoenix when it shrank back down and transformed into a ray of light that was devoured by Long Chen's true body. It happened so quickly that the phoenix couldn't even react before being swallowed into Long Chen's stomach. An explosive sound came from it. Although Long Chen had his Yuan spirit spit out the phoenix fast enough, it still received a heavy impact and almost crumbled. It instinctively returned to his mind. The intense pain in his mind almost made him faint. So he's trying to use this move. Evilmoon was completely shocked. The phoenix was now in Long Chen's stomach. Since his stomach had been changed by the swallow the heavens, devour the earth divine ability, there was now a special space inside that could store a huge mountain. There was plenty of space for the phoenix. Long Chen was in such pain that he was clutching his head and couldn't focus, but swallow the heavens, devour the earth automatically activated. 108,000 runes began to shine, and divine light flowed out of them, binding the phoenix. However, the phoenix's wings flapped violently, destroying the divine light. In comparison to the phoenix's power, the power of swallow the heavens, devour the earth was like a spiderweb. It was unable to bind this powerful existence. The phoenix let out a furious roar, and its lightning runes lit up. An aura of annihilation was released. Not good. Evilmoon let out a startled cry. The phoenix was about to explode. It wasn't even going to give Long Chen a chance to spit it out. Just at this moment, the 108,000 runes lit up again, and streaks of divine light intertwined in the air, forming a net that bound the phoenix. Its power was 10 times greater than before, preventing the explosion. Evilmoon was startled, and it saw that Long Chen had recovered from the pain and was forming hand seals. The power of his 108,000 stars was pouring into the runes, binding the phoenix. So he still had this move left. The divine light bound the phoenix tightly, but it continued to struggle. Long Chen's body was constantly cracking, looking like it might crumble at any moment. The two of them were even as they tried to defeat the other. Long Chen, don't fight like this. Start extracting a portion of its energy and release it back into the outside world. Once its divine energy is stripped from its main body, it will immediately vanish. It will quickly weaken, reminded Evilmoon. However, Long Chen acted like he didn't hear Evilmoon. He continued to suppress the phoenix with all his power. What the fuck? Don't tell me you're really planning on devouring it. With Evilmoon's understanding of Long Chen, it seemed he really would do something as crazy as this. Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the space between his eyebrows split open. His physical body had been pushed to its limit. This phoenix was too terrifying. I refuse to believe I can't suppress you, roared Long Chen. Light exploded from his body, in particular his hands, feet, and head. His Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Fate, Enlightenment Palace, and Divine Gate stars were unleashing all their power. His 108,000 stars, his Qi Cs, all his energy was gathered. The divine runes brightened once more, unleashing a blinding light that wrapped around the phoenix like a giant cocoon. The huge cocoon shook violently as the phoenix continued to struggle, but its struggling slowly weakened until it became still. You succeeded. Evilmoon couldn't believe that Long Chen had really sealed the divine lightning. Divine lightning possessed a divine nature, but Long Chen had actually used mortal energy to subdue it. That was simply against the law of the heavens. However, he had done it. Come out and fight me again. I dare you to burn yourself again. Long Chen raised his head and roared at the sky. His whole body was covered in blood, and he seemed insane. After shouting just a bit, he collapsed on the ground. He had gone far past his limit. When he woke up, pain racked his body, and he felt like millions of hedgehogs were running around inside his head. I, Evilmoon, have never admired anyone. But when it comes to craziness, Long Chen, you are the first existence I admire, said Evilmoon. Long Chen bitterly smiled and shook his head. It's not that I want to be crazy but that I have no choice. You don't know just how tough my path was. Based on my experience, I can't give up any chance to increase my trump cards. Each trump card will affect whether or not I can survive next time. This time, I have to thank you. Without your swallow the heavens, devour the earth divine ability, I would have definitely died. Long Chen was really grateful to Evilmoon. This time, his tribulation had been one of sure death. There should have been no way for him to survive. The heavens had been set on ending him here. There was no way his Yuan spirit would have been able to defeat the divine lightning phoenix at the end. With his tribulation targeting his Yuan spirit, he couldn't win with it. There's no need to thank me. The divine abilities of the evil dragon race might be powerful, but they aren't so powerful as to be able to devour divine lightning. This is because of your 9-star hegemon body art. I never expected my evil dragon race's divine ability to undergo such a mutation. It seems the origins of your 9-star hegemon body art aren't simple, said Evilmoon. Normally, the only reason why a technique would ever change was because the user cultivated another technique that was much, much greater than the former. It was like a drop of freshwater landing in the sea. It would instantly transform because the difference in power was incredibly great. Well, no matter how you put it, without your divine ability, I'd have definitely died. Ah, whatever, I'll just remember this favor. Long Chen didn't waste any words. When it came to some things, remembering them in your heart was enough. Saying them with your mouth would make them meaningless. Long Chen slowly sat up. He felt like his whole skeleton was about to crumble. The intense pain was like needles stabbing every inch of him. Why is it so painful? And the injuries still haven't healed. Long Chen looked at his bloody body. There were many places where his bones were exposed. It seemed his body's natural regeneration had lost its effect. Painful. You should be thankful. Your injuries have the leftover energy of the divine lightning on them. Your body is strengthening once more. However, your injuries will need some time to fully recover. The destructive will of divine lightning isn't so easy to erase. But in any case, you managed to profit from your tribulation. Of course, the only reason you managed to profit is because you're still alive, said Evilmoon. This tribulation had been too dangerous. On the other hand, Long Chen was already used to it. He had brushed against the line between life and death countless times, and his will was incomparably strong. That made it so every time he brushed against death, he would be able to maintain a calm heart. The more people panicked in the face of death, the more they would make mistakes and die. Despite the pain racking his body, he did his best to focus. He began circulating the 9-star hegemon body art. His 108,000 stars activated, and the life energy of the primal chaos space slowly circulated. While resisting the divine phoenix, Long Chen had extracted all the primal chaos space's life energy midway. Now he needed to hurry and recover. As the 9-star hegemon body art circulated, his injuries slowly healed. Although the speed wasn't as fast as before, at the very least, it was reducing the pain. In order to seal the divine phoenix, his 5 stars had lost a great deal of energy. It could be said that his core energy had been gravely harmed this time. But when he looked at the cocoon with the divine phoenix inside, he felt that it had all been worth it. Lei Long had already summoned 8 split bodies that were coiled around it. Right now, it was unable to absorb its energy. There was a fundamental difference between their energies. However, Lei Long was clever and didn't absorb it right now. It had its 8 split bodies sense the divine lightning's power, letting it transform the 8 split bodies. It was like it had placed 8 eggs in another creature's nest. Once the incubation was complete, it would draw them back, and the 8 of them would be infected by the aura of divine lightning. Then it would be able to slowly transform its own energy into the same divine lightning energy. Of course, this was an extremely slow process. It wasn't as fast as devouring it directly. However, there was no other option. A day later, Long Chen had stopped the bleeding, and he wrapped his injuries. The power of the divine lightning inhibited his regeneration ability. He could only handle it like this. Compared to his external injuries, his internal injuries were worse off. His Yuan spirit had almost crumbled in that last attack and was recovering with the help of his spiritual strength. However, his spiritual strength had also been damaged during the fight. With that being said, the injuries of the soul were the slowest to heal. Fortunately, he still had a few top-grade giant pills from Pill Valley that could nourish the soul. He had recovered to the point that his spiritual injuries wouldn't gravely affect his combat power. Tidying himself up, Long Chen took out a blood-colored jade plate. There was a single rune on it that looked like a drop of fresh blood. It's time to harvest the seed I planted back then. I should still have enough time. Looking at the jade plate, Long Chen smiled. Chapter 1540 Slaughtering his way into the corrupt path. Space shook. Long Chen's figure appeared in a gloomy world. He looked around to appraise this world, smiling. So the corrupt path hides itself within minor worlds. Those strongholds in the outside world are just to deceive others. If it weren't for Meng Qi's blood-tracing soul jade, I really wouldn't have been able to find them, muttered Long Chen to himself as he looked at the jade plate in his hand. This blood-tracing soul jade was something Meng Qi had made for him. The blood it was tracing was not Meng Qi's but Gui Yan's. Back in the spirit world, Gui Yan had used the lives of the spirit warriors against Long Chen, and Long Chen had acted like he was caught off guard and unable to stop himself in time, resulting in his sword piercing Gui Yan's head. Without Gui Yan being aware of it, Long Chen had extracted a drop of the latter's purest essence blood. He had then given this essence blood to Meng Qi, who then created the blood-tracing soul jade. This jade was extremely magical and could sense its target's position from a great distance. Previously, Long Chen had used this jade to find Gui Yan's sneak attack and sent the spirit warriors to lay down a trap, annihilating the sneak attackers and leaving only Gui Yan alive. In truth, Long Chen hadn't had many plans for him at that time. He had simply felt having such a card up his sleeves might be useful in the future. Now, he had tracked Gui Yan to a place. However, he had ended up roaming around for a long time without being able to find him. In the end, he had asked Evilmoon what was going on. Only then had he learned that the blood-tracing soul jade had accurately tracked him. It was just that Gui Yan was not in this world but a minor world on a parallel plane to this place. Normally, if one wished to enter a minor world, it required knowing where the entrance to the minor world was. Long Chen didn't have that patience, so he had Evilmoon directly cut through space and enter the minor world. He had heard that life star experts condensed their own astral spaces. As their cultivation bases grew, their astral space grew as well. Once it reached a certain realm, it could be used to create a minor world. Such a minor world could only remain hidden within the 1,000 major worlds. It was unable to merge with the cosmos. Otherwise, it would crumble from the pressure of the major worlds. To put it in a simpler way, the so-called minor worlds were like life rings attached to major worlds. What was different from life rings was that minor worlds were connected to the major world, and the major world's laws would pervade the minor world. That was what allowed humans to live and cultivate inside. Now, Long Chen had charged into one of the corrupt path's secret minor worlds. Once he was inside, he could clearly sense a dark and cold aura present in the air. There was no sun, no moon, and no stars. The sky was dusky. It was unclear whether it was day or night. The place he was currently in was an unremarkable mountain village with just a few dozen families. He saw a few children playing around and people working on the farms. It was a peaceful scene that wasn't much different from the outside world. The only difference was that at the center of the village was a stone statue. The statue was pitch black and emitting an evil aura. These villagers all had to put down their farming tools and kowtow toward the statue whenever they passed it. He heard them pray to it devoutly. As Long Chen sped through the minor world, he saw more and more villages, and they were the same as the one he had seen before. They looked peaceful and worshipped the same statue. It wasn't as dark and bloody as he had imagined. Long Chen followed the direction of the blood-tracing soul jade. Two huge mountains quickly appeared ahead, forming a natural gate. There was also a man-made gate at the bottom, with tens of thousands of people gathered there. It seemed that there was some kind of gathering. Long Chen hesitated. He decided to stealthily enter the crowd, flowing forward with them. When he reached the gate, he realized that a sect was accepting disciples. There were over 10 soul transformation corrupt experts staring coldly at the people before them. The majority of these people were young Shantian realm disciples. All of them had expressions of despair, and some were even quivering. Suddenly, one of the disciples escaped from the crowd and flew away. One of the soul transformation experts snorted, and a withered claw flew out, catching that disciple and dragging him back. HMPH, those who are disloyal to the corrupt god will get 100 years of having their soul refined as a punishment. The soul transformation expert crushed that person's body and extracted his soul from his head. Each person had a soul, but the strength of the soul varied by person. The corrupt expert took out a lantern and tossed that person's soul inside. A sound like a water drop landing on smoldering iron rang out. Following that sound, a terrified and pained spiritual fluctuation spread. Everyone felt the pain within that spiritual fluctuation and turned pale. Remember, everything you have was bestowed to you by the corrupt god, including your souls and bodies. When the corrupt god needs you, you need to offer yourselves without hesitation. Furthermore, with the corrupt god's blessing, you won't die. The death that you see is just a false appearance. Your physical bodies will die, but your souls will return to the embrace of the corrupt god. You will enter reincarnation and reappear in this world. You will never die, but those disloyal to the corrupt god will endure the pain of having their soul refined for 100 years. Once the 100 years are over, their soul will dissipate and vanish forever. That is true death. The corrupt expert's gaze was as sharp as a blade as it swept across these disciples. Long Chen sneered. This was a purely evil ideology. Even if their lives were bestowed to them by the corrupt god, could a person's life be taken just like that? Could a parent just randomly kill their children? All things were born of heaven and earth. To be born, to grow old, to get sick, to die, this was all natural. But it was completely unnatural to strip away other people's lives without restraint. Long Chen quickly reached the gate as he followed the crowd. There was an image of the corrupt god painted onto the gate. The painting was very lifelike. He saw a man standing in the sky, his hands wielding two blades. He had two horns, and his eyes emitted a blood-red light. Behind him was stifling darkness. In Long Chen's eyes, he didn't look like a god but a devil. Each disciple would cross their arms before the statue and mutter something. It was probably some kind of eulogy. Once he was closer, he finally heard a disciple say, "Great corrupt god, please accept your servant's gratitude. Thank you for bestowing us with heaven and earth, with this world. Because of your greatness." That person let out a long spiel that gave Long Chen a chill. It was like everything in this world had been created by this corrupt god. Furthermore, it seemed like anyone who didn't believe in the corrupt god were traitors. It was quickly Long Chen's turn. He crossed his arms and softly muttered, "All you are is an idiot. Since you want praise, I'll help you out. The only reason you were born was because your parents were indecent." Long Chen muttered quickly, and because there were too many people muttering at the same time, the corrupt elders didn't notice what he was saying. He muddled his way in just like that. Once he was past the gate, he quickly rushed forward and spread his divine sense to see if a certain person was present. "Are you courting death? If you want to die, there's no need to be in a rush. Go line up at the back." While Long Chen rushed forward, a Jade Core disciple suddenly sent a palm toward him, wanting to teach him a lesson for breaking the rules. "Hehe, Lang Yuan's not here. Then I can fight freely." That disciple that had attacked him suddenly exploded, resulting in startled cries. The only reason Long Chen had snuck his way inside was because of the protective formation blocking his divine sense. He was afraid this was Lang Yuan's sect, and he didn't want to encounter her here. Although Lang Yuan had said that she wouldn't be enemies with him any longer, it was a bit different now that he was the one who had charged into her home territory. That wasn't Lang Yuan being enemies with him, it was him being enemies with her. Now that he didn't find her aura, he no longer cared about being sneaky and directly killed that person. He rushed forward. Who dares? A corrupt elder had just appeared in front of Long Chen when he exploded, his Yuan spirit killed. Long Chen pulled off his hood, revealing his true face. He sneered, "What, do you not recognize your old friend? Long Chen." Startled and terrified cries rang out. "If you don't want to die, then scram." Long Chen slashed Evilmoon. His target was the huge statue in front of him. The huge saber image slashed right onto the statue. Divine light shone from the statue, actually knocking Long Chen away. Long Chen cursed inside. In his injured state, he couldn't use his full power. He wasn't even able to destroy the statue with one attack. That statue had only cracked in one spot. "Long Chen, you dare to barge into my corrupt path? Die." Suddenly, a Life Star expert wielding a blood-colored saber attacked Long Chen. His weapon's runes lit up, and an evil aura exploded. It was actually a divine item. Long Chen hastily used Evilmoon to block. An explosive sound rang out as Long Chen was once more sent flying, his arms stinging. "Are you a pig? With your current injured state, you can't even bring out a tenth of the power of your physical body. What are you doing competing in brute strength? You're a soul transformation expert now." Evilmoon's cursing rang out in Long Chen's head. Chapter 1541 Premonition of a Massacre. Oh, that's right. Long Chen suddenly felt foolish. He had already gotten used to directly slashing people with his saber and had forgotten that he was a soul transformation expert. Long Chen's forehead began to shine, and a 3-inch tall version of him appeared there. It was his Yuan spirit. That miniature version of himself rapidly formed hand seals. Suddenly, flames exploded out of him. The golden flames covered heaven and earth, incinerating the corrupt experts. Only a few Life Star experts managed to survive. "Hurry and run, it's the heaven incinerating flame," shouted the expert with the divine item. He attacked Long Chen with it once more. Long Chen slashed his saber again, meeting his opponent's blood-colored saber. He was forced back once more. This time, he retreated on his own initiative rather than competing in power. As for Evilmoon, it looked down on this blood-colored saber. Its divine essence was so minuscule that it felt it wasn't even worth doing anything about it. Due to his injuries, Long Chen was unable to release his full power. He avoided taking head-on exchanges again, and using the power of his opponent's saber, he retreated in the direction that he wanted. As he flew through the air, he sent another slash at the corrupt god statue. The head of the statue became covered in cracks. After receiving 2 of Long Chen's attacks, it was no longer able to bear it. This statue did not have a protective formation around it, as it was the symbol of the corrupt path's faith. Who would possibly dare to attack it? The only thing defending it was a layer of divine light, which was simply a manifestation of the karmic luck it maintained. Its actual defensive power wasn't very high. You bastard Long Chen, you dare. You're right, I really do dare. Wielding his saber with both hands, Long Chen slashed it down right on the statue's head. The head finally exploded. In that instant, the divine light around the statue dimmed greatly, as if it had instantly become an ordinary mud statue. As if it had lost its life, it crumbled. No, the Life Star expert with the divine item roared furiously. Thousands of corrupt experts who weren't within Long Chen's flames charged at him now. They were all devout believers. However, those people's cultivation bases were too low. Before they could even approach Long Chen, they were turned to ash by the heaven-incinerating flame. Yet, despite that, those corrupt experts continued to charge at Long Chen. Attacks flew through the air. The ferocity and ruthlessness of the corrupt path were revealed at this time. Long Chen blocked the blood-colored divine saber once more but found that the elder had somehow activated a portion of his divine item's power. Its great power sent Long Chen tumbling back, and he almost coughed up blood. He ended up flying outside the area of raging flames devour the heavens. This time, he had set it up as a set area attack, not a domain that followed him. As a result, all the corrupt experts took advantage of this and charged at him. Long Chen still had a calm smile on his face. He rested Evilmoon on his shoulder and raised his right hand. A huge sphere came to life, instantly growing to 3,000 meters. The huge sphere exploded amongst the corrupt experts, completely annihilating this corrupt sect. Countless corrupt experts were killed by this attack, and the land was completely destroyed. The only one remaining was the Life Star expert with a divine item. The soul transformation realm really is great. Long Chen smiled. With the help of a yuan spirit forming hand seals for him, he was able to unleash a huge move like Star Fall in an instant. This feeling really was refreshing. The first thing someone had to do while forming hand seals was gather their chi, essence, and soul together so that they could control their energy, passing it through their set meridians to unleash a powerful technique. On the other hand, the yuan spirit itself was formed of a combination of the chi, essence, and soul. It could directly control that energy. This was the strongest point of the soul transformation realm. Of course, only Empyreans with extremely powerful yuan spirits could do such a thing. This was yet another major barrier between rank 9 Celestials and Empyreans. Long Chen, you blasphemed the god. You won't have a good death. The Life Star expert roared. His face was twisted with rage. He was the leader of this sect, but now, his sect and the statue of the corrupt god had been destroyed. His heart was dripping blood. He suddenly spat a mouthful of blood onto his divine item. It began to rumble, and a sea of blood appeared in the sky. Within that sea of blood was a huge saber that slashed mercilessly at Long Chen, sealing all his paths of retreat. Long Chen summoned his own huge saber image. It was a black saber image with the will to cut apart heaven and earth. Long Chen had been prepared the instant the Life Star expert had spat out blood. The black saber image struck the blood-colored saber image. As a result, Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew back. The Life Star expert had it even worse than him. He flew even farther, coughing up 3 mouthfuls of blood. Hee, not bad. I can block a divine item with my own power. That attack would have killed him if I wasn't injured. Long Chen smiled confidently. Let it go. That divine item in his hand is absolute garbage. Almost all its divine essence has already faded. Do you not see that I'm too lazy to even absorb it? Evilmoon didn't hesitate to mercilessly give a blow to his new confidence. Hee, at the very least, my body can now resist some divine power. It's not so difficult to bear as before, said Long Chen. After reaching the soul transformation realm, he had truly gotten much stronger. Isn't that obvious? You are someone who went through divine tribulation. You now have a certain resistance to divine energy, said Evilmoon. Thunder force circulated below Long Chen's feet, and he appeared where the statue had been. After he slashed the ground, the divine pool surfaced, almost overflowing with the pure and dense heaven and earth divine spring. Hehe, since you're so generous, I'll happily accept it. Long Chen waved his hand, collecting it all. The life star expert came pouncing at him like a madman. I won't play any longer with you. Let us meet again. Lightning wings appeared on Long Chen's back, and he vanished from that person's sight. The life star expert couldn't even tell which direction Long Chen had gone because he was so fast. Looking at the scene of desolation around him, he let out a heaven-shaking roar. Long Chen, you won't have a good death. Long Chen heard the roar, but he didn't bother with it. His heart was practically blooming with flowers. The corrupt sects worshipped the corrupt god. Hence, that sect's heaven and earth divine spring had been extremely dense, almost on the same level as the Pill Towers. It was much better quality-wise than the other sects he had plundered. That little fellow Gui Yan is interesting. As soon as he saw me, he slipped away without even fighting. Originally, I was even wondering what kind of excuse I would have to make to let him get away. Hehe, that child is really smart. Long Chen laughed. Things were progressing very smoothly. Taking out the blood-tracing soul jade, Long Chen quickly confirmed Gui Yan's direction. He had to be fleeing to another corrupt sect. As he rushed after, he encountered several waves of blockers, and they were all slain by him. Most likely, they had come rushing over upon receiving a distress signal, but Long Chen was too fast. They were still rushing over when things had already ended. This was already something Long Chen had anticipated from the start. When he had attacked, he had sent one of Lei Long's split bodies to destroy the sect's transportation formations. 6 hours later, Long Chen finally found Gui Yan's destination. It was another corrupt sect. He had only just entered when the sect's grand protective formation was activated. Without saying a word, Long Chen used Split the Heavens to break the formation. The first thing he did was find Gui Yan and kick him half dead before feigning that he was entangled with other experts, allowing Gui Yan to get away again. Once Gui Yan fled, Long Chen destroyed their statue and took their divine spring. Then with Starfall, he destroyed the sect. The sect's experts couldn't hold him back at all. After getting what he wanted, he immediately left. Long Chen had to admit that this child Gui Yan was truly capable. In just one day, he led him across 7 corrupt sects. However, when he reached the 8th sect, he encountered a terrifying existence and wasn't able to defeat them. Seeing that he had about enough of the heaven and earth divine spring, he had Evilmoon cut through space and return to the continent. There are still 10 days. I have 10 days to fully recover and digest this heaven and earth divine spring. HMPH, Sha Guangyan, if I don't cut off your dog head, I won't be Long Chen. Long Chen's eyes shone with cold killing intent. He would never be able to forget the sight of Sha Guangyan torturing Cloud. There was no way to reason with some people. There was only one thing to do: kill. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.